The stuff in the sky is made up of the same stuff that we're made up of, so you can infer that it's the same stuff.
Yes. That's not circular.
It's a wild wishful thinking, bro.
No, that's a straight line. That is a straight line from we observe something to we can infer something.
That's a leap of logic.
No, it's inference. Inference is valid.
Call it what you want. It's a leap of logic, sir.
No, inference is valid.
How? Okay, so you know for a certainty that you are standing on one of those lights in the sky.
I don't require certainty, but as far as my subjective certainty goes,
so you're just babbling.
No, I just said yes. As far as my subjective certainty goes,
so
yes.
you don't know. So you don't know that you're on one of those lights in the sky.
That's not at all what I said. I said as far as
you're uncertain.
Holy shit! No, I didn't listen to.
Holy cow! Where's the Tylenol, bro?
Could you listen to my entire sentence, please?
I listened to it all. I've heard you for months, Donald C. I've gotten lots of laughs at you.
Get him a Xanax.
You didn't listen to this sentence. You didn't listen to this sentence. So as far as my as far as my subjective would you listen? As far as my subjective certainty goes, yes, I am saying. Oh my God! Please let me finish one sentence.
No, your prayers are heard. I can't do that. I gotta keep pushing, man. You're right there at the edge, man. Just like
you're not going to let me answer.
Donald, relax. Bring it back.
Perfectly fucking relax. Don't tell me to fucking relax.
He's gonna pop, man. Keep pushing. Don, chill out, Don.
Don't tell me to chill out. I'm perfectly chill.
Don.
He's perfectly chill. He's perfectly chill.
So, is it okay if I finish this one sentence? As far as I can tell, as far as I can subjectively be certain, I am certain.
No. I as far as I can tell, comma.
No, that's not what I said. I said as far as my subjective.
I believe.
His reasoning is not. It's not circular. It's spherical.
1 second, guys. I gotta Hey, 1 second. 1 second.
Crack.
Well, hold on. Donald, I need you to say a word with me, man. Oosa.
Oosa, Don.
All right, we good? We good? All right, let's go again.
Hey, let him open.
My man Don, what's up?
You guys need to stop muting people.
Did he mute himself? He muted and definitely himself. He didn't want to be called Don again.
Donald. Relax. Are you still there, Donald?
Nah, he's muted.
Oh, man.
There's a duck named Donald.
Did he raise the hyphen and let? What the fuck? How did you...
Oh, he's still here. He's just deafened.
Oh, Dad said that's not a term, that's science. I posted the citation to the science above it. I mean, if you want to critique the chart, you should probably read the link. Is Daz in here? No.
He's in the text for sure.
He's a text warrior. Man, why'd you guys mute him? He was about to crack, man. 2 more pushes and he'd have been
there. Dude, he cracks all the time. I
was trying to hear the falsetto, man. I ain't never heard it. I ain't never heard it.
About a week ago, I was on early morning, and from 6 a.m. to 7:30 p.m., he rage quit 5 times. Or 7. I mean, yeah. Sorry, to 7. It was 5:30 to 7:30 a.m. In a 2-hour span. He did 5 rage quits and came back.
Before the first pot of coffee was gone.
Yeah.
Hell, we'd just been getting started, huh?
So what is the point of asking questions if you're not going to let people answer?
You tell me, Don. You do that a lot.
You ask us questions constantly, and then freaking scream over the top of our answers and say that it's retarded or stupid.
Don, who asked? Who
I've
asked?
Never said that.
Don, who has ever asked you anything?
You guys ask me questions all the time.
No one asked you anything, dude.
Are you kidding me? You guys just spent 10 minutes interrogating me. So
yeah, maybe. Okay, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm saying you're
wrong.
Because it seems to me you just go channel to channel, get muted, spaz out, go to a different channel, get muted, spaz out, different channel.
I'm not the one that's doing the muting. I'm not the one doing the muting, am I?
I asked him how he. I asked. Donald C. time.
I think you cut out.
Really need to get you a new mic, my dude. Cut out again, bro.
I think Prozac might help him.
I don't need any more meds than what I'm already on, just so you know.
Holy shit, dude.
Are you sure I got an ex-sister-in-law that's a therapist, man? We could hook you up.
That's a globalist bingo right there. Like, have you taken your meds today? Off or on meds?
I take Muscle Relaxers.
That's funny. Yeah, Battlemot's going to say that at least once an hour, man. You'll get bingo on me every time. Shit.
Good God. I take muscle relaxers because I am in horrendous pain from muscle spasms.
Oh, that's why you're so sensitive.
Dude, muscle relaxers. I am not
sensitive.
You act like you're on. Listen, you act like you're revving at 3,500 RPM, just ready to pull a whole shot all the time, bro.
Well, maybe that's your perception, but that's not. That might be your perception, but you think the Earth is flat. So your perception is clearly flawed.
Why do I perceive it that way, Don? It's not the image I project.
I don't know who you're talking to. I don't know who Don is. Who's Don? Does anybody know who Don is? Is he in the room?
Okay, Don. Then ask me why I'm receiving that perception.
Why are you receiving that perception?
You got to project for me to perceive.
No, that's not how perception works.
Maybe because you're easily agitated and you go from 0 to 60 in an instant.
I am not easily agitated.
You're faster 0 to 60 than a Mustang, buddy.
Well, that might be your perception, but that doesn't mean that's what's actually happening.
Well,
I mean,
that's because it appears
perception
that
is clearly flawed.
Jeez. Well, we can't totally rely on our senses, so we could test it and repeat that test.
Yeah, we use instruments for that.
Donald, if you're not easily agitated, then why is it so easy to get you to scream? Like, we can all do it on our whim.
Do you understand that do you understand that the tone of my voice does not necessarily reflect my emotions?
No.
Well, then the tone of my voice does not necessarily reflect my emotions.
What about when you start OMGing?
What about when I what?
Start OMGing.
Well, that's just because you guys don't have any self-control whatsoever.
Oh my God!
Right, peace, guys. Take it easy. Have a good night. It's been good. Much love.
You too, bro.
Yeah, take care, Turquoise. Yeah, I called this earlier with the mental health crisis in America, the Golden Gate Bridge effect. Because a lot of the globalists would come in here and say the Golden Gate Bridge proves the Earth is curved. And you're like, how does it do that, Toby? And they'll say to you, because the pylons are tilted away from each other. And you're like, well, okay, do you understand they do that on purpose so it can load weight? Okay?
If they have to be perfectly plumb to hold the weight.
No, you mean bear weight. No, you're wrong. It doesn't have to be parallel to bear weight. It's a stronger structure when it leans. It'll bear more weight.
Like tug of war,
if you will. Tensile strength.
Yeah, like tug of war. If you were the both sides are pulling the rope.
It's got to be able to expand and contract, and it can do more of that in a tilted position.
So then I would say, because also another thing that was happening at the time was that people were jumping off the bridge and they were committing suicide. It was so prolific that there's a spot you can stand on shore and you could see people jumping. Like people just set up a live stream cam. Hey, you're hot micing.
They have a camera set up for that, and I think if I remember correctly, like on average, there's like 3 or 4 different suicides that happen every night on that fucking bridge. Like every fucking night.
So what happened is I said, don't you think that's important, right? So if you can go to this bridge and see the Earth that it's a ball and it's in space, you don't think that should give someone pause to think about their lot in life and how they could improve it, or the whole heliocentric model, and just imagine a better you and whatever. So then, because their whole thing, remember, like globalists are always telling flat earthers to off themselves. So I'm like, well, you got a bunch of globalists on the Golden Gate Bridge who you think proves the globe, and they're harming themselves, and they're being broadcasted on YouTube. You can watch people jumping. So the government said, this is what we'll do. We're going to put a net. We'll put a net up. Or no, I remember. Let me take that back. The first thing they did was they closed that side to pedestrian traffic where you could see the camera that pointed towards the bridge. They said, that's what we'll do. We'll close that side so now there's no clear view from that private property, so they couldn't turn the camera off. So now people have to jump on the other side. And people still kept jumping. They're like, well, damn, that didn't stop it. Because they thought maybe if it wasn't being broadcasted, they have 15 minutes of fame or whatnot. So they put a net. They put a net up there. And then people just jumped, fell in the net, then climbed over the net and jumped again. Like, fuck. How do we solve this? We'll have a phone. We'll have phones there, helpline phones, just all set up. And people can pick up the phone. But they're not going to pick up the phone. They're just going to jump anyway. They came there to jump. They came there to use the phone. So they started having roving, therapists, just walking up and down, looking for someone who appeared to be in distress and try to do some sort of intervention.
Full of Prozac.
Yeah, just right there, trying to do some sort of intervention.
It's got to be a fucked up place to live if that many people are jumping off a national monument.
Dude, so I saw before these nets and stuff, there was probably a YouTube thing, I'm pretty sure it was, but it was talking about it being, one of the highest rates, of bridges, in the world, I think the highest. And the crazy part with those videos is every once in a while somebody would jump from it and freaking splash and live, and they would just swim off. Dude, they would just, they're like, oh, like this.
It's real odd.
Imagine that. Imagine that, Lou. Popping up in the river like, I guess it ain't my time.
Yeah, I saw that too.
You'd get out of that river thinking there was a God, wouldn't you?
Some people, it's so high up, they hit the water, it's just basically like hitting concrete. But other people just seem to splash like it's no problem. Just the correct angle or something.
Surface tension matters too.
The temperature of the water.
Choppy up and the temperature of the water. Yeah, I actually seen some shit on that too. But my first thought was that's got to be a real shitty state to live in if that many people want. Fuck it, I'm gonna go jump off the bridge. We got the Mackinac Island Bridge, but ain't nobody fucking killing themselves up there. Michiganders try to make sure they stay on the bridge. One time there was an accident with something that went off the bridge, and remember those cars, the Yugo? Guys, the little Yugoslavian piece of shit? Somebody was driving one.
I know all of it. Yeah.
Somebody was driving one of them across a bridge, and they got blowed the fuck off the bridge by a heavy wind, and that's, the closest you get to a motherfucker killing themselves on that bridge.
I saw this meme of the Eastern Bloc where it says, oh, people are jumping off the bridge to commit suicide, and it shows them they put stairs so they could, get a better advantage.
Huh.
We're I think it was I'm not sure, somewhere in Asia, maybe South Korea, they put the railing is like a spinning thing, so you can't get a good foot. You can't get your feet on it because it will just keep spinning.
And a while ago, from what I know, they put nets on outside of certain buildings so that people couldn't commit suicide.
Yeah, it's all the big factories in China. They do
imagine living in a skyscraper with a net outside your window. You're just having dinner and somebody falls in. Like, hey son, open the window, let him in.
Dude, for adrenaline junkies, it'd be like, dude, there's a net, I'm jumping. It'd be like, dude, I'm just gonna.
I'd do it with a parachute. The bridge, the Empire State Building, whatever. We can base jump that shit. I'll do that, but there ain't none of the suicide shit. Be scared I'm gonna bounce. I'll live, I'll just be crippled for the rest of my life. Fuck that.
Anyway, that got a long way from
It did.
The suspension bridges being proof of a globe.
Well, yeah, I called it the Golden Gate Bridge effect, where the globalist is always focused on the wrong shit. You know,
yeah,
like
and if that's a cable bridge or a suspension bridge, then the pillars are going to be offset anyway. For tension on the cables.
Dude, not only that, like it's just aesthetically pleasing. They put design into these things. They freaking they give it a lean. It looks cool.
I was just thinking with the Golden Gate Bridge, maybe most of those people that are jumping are just globers that go up there and they realize that the Earth is flat, and then they're like, "Oh, my life is a lie," and they jump.
Crucial.
One in every four. One in every four is a glober.
He had to kick them when they were down, didn't he? He said them glovers got up there and they said, "Fuck! I can see for miles and miles and miles."
Yeah, they got up. Yeah, that's what it is. They never even thought about jumping until they looked off into the distance. They're like, "Damn, that's a flat horizon."
Earther was right. I don't want to live no more. Punk. Like Con Air when the dead guy falls out the sky and just lands on that old lady's car. Play the perfect music too. What was his name? Pinball? He got caught in the landing gear. Who didn't like Con Air? Come on.
Yeah, I like.
It was a good movie.
It was pretty cool. Yeah.
Put the bunny down.
One I like the scene at the end where the one guy was like handcuffed to the cage, and like, oh yeah, this one's dead, and all of a sudden they go, oh yeah, and they pick his body up and they carry it away, and the arm's still like handcuffed.
That was Johnny 23. I like that movie
because it looked like at first like he was just kind of handcuffed. The arm and everything was still in the okay position. You didn't see it until they picked him up.
Body gone, arm still cuffed. I like where he said, they were all about to die on the airplane listening to a band who all died on the airplane. Like, that dude's tripping. Yeah, he's scared. Sweet Home Alabama.
Here, check this video out. They eat the bugs. At one point, they show the guys living like basically in a cubicle in some sort of high rise, and there's nets. That. Yeah, there's nets all around the building.
There's another one. You'll eat the bugs and like it, something like that.
Yeah.
You'll be broke when we say you are.
Oh yeah, we were talking about the social credit score.
Where some bugs are tasty, Donald. I took jungle survival training. I have to agree with down on that. Some bugs are tasty, and grubs are delicious when you're starving, if you prepare them right. A little chewy though.
Yeah, sure. When you're starving, anything is sustenance tastes great.
Yeah, big fat grub. Yeah, handful. It's like gummy bears. You know what I'm saying? Find a nice mango to go with that shit. You're living good.
All right, great, Donald. You know, and Mike, both of you guys can eat all the bugs you freaking want, but trying to force other people to do it against their will.
Oh no, man, you ain't gotta eat the bugs. That's more for me and the chickens. We'll eat. He said crickets. Man, Native Americans used to like roast crickets and grasshoppers as a treat for their children.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't like. I don't know if I don't think I've ever eaten a bug. Okay, but like, I mean, well, I'm sure I have without knowing. You know, they say they crawl into your mouth while you sleep and stuff, but
yeah, they say that. Yeah.
Oh, they don't.
Yes, they do.
They say that, but they don't actually do that.
Well, you hope not. Me, I don't care. Spider crawls in my mouth. He fucked up.
No, it's like eating a bug here and there, or as a delicacy, like, you know, a chocolate covered freaking grasshopper or something. I'd try
ants,
one. You know, like
some ants.
I'd try one, but no, dude, I'm not gonna make my freaking diet based off of that. Get fucked.
As a farmer, man, you get a red ant on your arm and that motherfucker bites you, man. Sometimes you're mad and sweaty enough you bite him back. Oh, you want to bite me? I hate them red ants and fire ants. They bite me, man. I'm eating a damn
Yeah,
thing.
no, I got attacked by them once when I was like 4 in Florida, jumping in a leaf pile. Oh my god, I was in a bath for like the next 3 days. It was awful. Awful.
We'd have put you in an oatmeal bath before it was over.
Calamine and oatmeal, dude. Oh my god, it was terrible. I couldn't even open my eyes.
And my daughter used to get into all kinds of shit here on the farm, and red ants was one of them too. I don't like them damn things. In the wild, if you bedded down on them, man, you might not wake up. Be dinner.
Common skill issue.
Well, yeah. You should be aware of that if you're going to bed down on Earth anyway. Right? Talks like an Eagle Scout.
Yeah, I love that. What Heretics said. Yeah, that's one of mine too. Like, honestly, that's one of the biggest reasons, honestly, why I went over the line of, you know, Battlemod. You know, I kept the on the fence rule for a long time, even though I was always, you know, just kind of following the conversation and arguing for the flat Earth. I just still said I had that shadow of doubt, and I wore that on the fence tag. But the thing that pushed me over the edge was, like Heretic is saying, like, these terrible fucking Globers and their lack of evidence for it. That's really what put it over the edge. Like,
yeah,
there has to be
the links they have to go to attempt. Listen, that was one of the things for me too. The links they go to make an abstract seem like a concrete, you know, something that's just a concept seem like a reality it's concerning. You destroy a man's character, dox a man, put his home on the street maybe with his children just because you disagree with him and you can't really prove what you're saying.
Well, I was going to say earlier about that social credit score where they want to try to punish you. Like, you need to be punished for being a flat earther. And they have to let people know, like, do the people you work with, do your neighbors, do your friends, do your church, do they know you're online talking about flat earthers or talking about flat earth? They feel like they have to, like they're doing something for science. They're defending science by exposing people who they deemed as like suppressive.
To try to publicly shame.
Yeah.
Hey, you know how many young kids do science because of us on a Friday and Saturday night at midnight that wouldn't be otherwise?
Well, that's the thing.
Kids here right now on Sunday
to do science anymore.
That wouldn't be talking physics, astronomy, science. There's things they wouldn't even know if it wasn't for flat earthers.
Yeah, but
there are a lot of young kids in the flat earth community.
The establishment doesn't want people doing that anymore. They used to tell you to do your own research, but now they want you to leave it to the experts. They want you to trust the science, trust the experts, leave it to the experts.
Well, let me clarify by what I mean by young kids. I'm 52, so anybody like up to 24, 25, people who haven't really experienced life, they would not otherwise right now be doing science if it weren't for the fact that flat earthers existed.
I would say there's probably a lot more young people employed in scientific enterprises than people who are doing science because of the flat earth community.
Oh, you think so? You
I think
today, in today's liberal world, there's a bunch of successful young people?
That's me, man.
I'm a successful out of your group from your high school.
From my high school, I went to a pretty bad high school.
With science-based technologies, such as a bachelor's of science and engineering or anything like that.
Yeah, well, I've got 2 degrees, and I'm a scientist.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
What's the last experiment you...
23 years old. What 2 degrees do you have?
Computer science and data science.
Yeah, what's the last experiment you
performed? Not science.
Does not science. Okay.
Is it a bachelor's, or are you working towards?
Yeah, I have 2 bachelors, and I'm working on my master's right now.
Well, see, you're not the norm for people your age.
No, either way, what
your sample is taken from kids who are in or youths who are in university or college, not from the general public or
Computer and data science is not even it's not a natural science. There's no experimentation done there. It's the study. It's the study of like.
Well, there's still experimentation. It might not be.
What's the last experiment you did?
What he means is it doesn't consist of a bunch of physics.
Yeah, it's a BAS. It's
gas laws, thermodynamics.
Yeah, they call boxing.
What do you think all that
science.
stuff is modeled with? What do you think they use to analyze that data? I mean, I do remote sensing. I had a long conversation about this the other day. But it is absolutely science. I mean, it might not be...
Well, it's a BA.
What's the last experiment?
Observational science at best. And then, which is not... It's not a natural science. There is no...
Applied science would be
we do natural
science.
I mean, it's...
Your BA...
it's not where my education was, but it's what I do vocationally, is natural science.
So what experiment have you performed lately?
We look at hyperspectral remote sensing, and we look at whether or not observations from hyperspectral remote sensing platforms could be used to predict different agricultural classes.
So you're just confirming your wishful thinking, it sounds.
No, I mean, we make hypotheses.
That doesn't sound like science.
Okay. What field of science do you work in?
They call boxing the sweet science.
Okay, yeah, boxing is definitely science, man. Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Your question of what field of science do you work in is not a
moron.
But it doesn't make it an applied science. But yes, you can break anything.
Is quilting science?
Let's not be this.
Is quilting science?
Semantic.
Is what?
Is quilting science?
Quilting? I don't know.
Boxing science, so is quilting science.
I don't know how. I mean, I don't know much about boxing.
No, I don't think you're mean. You're pretty nice.
Oh, thank you.
It's not a compliment, pal.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
nice isn't the word you wish to be. But anyways, I get it. You have this blanket statement science that you like to throw on everything and thinks it does something. It does not.
I think it's pretty specific. I don't think you can just call it.
No, it's not. It's not.
Is measuring science?
Yeah, is the science of boxing specific? Is it even science?
Like the study of boxing? I Boxing
No,
itself,
they
I
call
wouldn't know.
science. They call boxing the sweet science. Is it science?
It's boxing itself science.
You said it was.
I don't think I said that.
I don't know if you did.
I know you did.
Yeah, I imagine there's
That's
a lot
when
of
you were
different...
tossing. Listen, all I'm bringing to your attention is you're hyping this idea that you can toss the blanket of science over everything.
I'm not really.
Yeah,
I don't know where you have that perception from.
Well, because you're backtracking from your own words from 2 minutes ago. So unless you have amnesia...
Are these the words that I said or the words that you think I said?
Yes, indeed they are. You said boxing was a science.
Okay. So let's assume that that's what I said for your own gratification.
Let's go beyond assume. Let's just realize that I have better memory than you, apparently.
Okay.
So stop with the. This is how everyone got, dude. This is how everyone got in this conundrum where they think they're on a spinning ball. Science.
Science.
The blanket statement of science is the rot of your. I don't know. It's not your generation. I was there once too. So it's this idea that academia has figured everything out. It's a rot on your mind.
Oh, we haven't figured everything out.
No shit.
I mean, most things we haven't figured out, but we're able to make good estimations.
Okay, so where did you get the idea that you're on a water ball, dude?
Do you apply the scientific method?
Yes.
Can you tell me what the scientific method is?
Hey, what about the space images from the space shuttles?
Yeah, what about the Santa Claus claymation film?
Santa Claus. I'll have you know that NORAD tracks Santa Claus every Christmas.
Yeah.
So he's definitely real.
Do you write letters to the North Pole?
I don't. They would be intercepted by NORAD.
Why not? Why
NORAD would intercept them.
Oh,
yeah.
So you
still believe in Santa Claus over and over again.
That explains a lot.
All right, so the point's been made. I think Lou is going to make another point.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
I've seen Earth is round because of the space images.
I asked if you apply the scientific method. You said yes. I asked if you do you know the scientific method. Can you tell it to me?
The process of forming a hypothesis, creating a framework to test that hypothesis, and then confirming or denying the hypothesis.
Yeah, that's what's on Nickelodeon TV.
Yeah, that's the only channel I watch, honestly.
Yeah, it sounds like it. It sounds like it. Ada Twist, the scientist.
Ada Twist.
Ada Twist, the scientist. That's the bastardized scientific method you're hyping.
Is that a new show? I haven't seen that.
Yeah, the Obamas produce it. It's a bastardized version of the. Oh, sounds awesome. Yeah, it's a bastardized version of the scientific method. Sounds real awesome.
It's very poggers.
What?
Poggers? Is that not pog?
No, I don't know what that means.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is that like that game Pogs where you have like a slammer and you're like?
No, it's this term of enthusiasm. You see something as poggers, you say, "Oh, that's
okay." So,
cool.
You're enthusiastic about the bastardization of the scientific method that's being promoted on Netflix and Nickelodeon.
I've never seen the show you're referring to, so I'm not going to speak to it.
Time out. You're doing the whole circular reasoning scientific method that they employ.
What have I said that's circular?
Well, you make a hypothesis and test if it's right. Well, you have to observe something in nature in the first place.
All right. Obviously, there's more steps to it, but that's the general framework of it.
So start over.
All right. So
more
you observed.
We need specifics on the hypothesis. Like how do you formulate a proper hypothesis?
Well, you see something, generally, as our friend here said, you make an observation, right? You come up with a hypothesis as to why that thing occurs, right? You can construct it into an experimental way that you can actually test whether or not it's true, You create a procedure.
You're looking for a cause and effect relationship, right?
Sometimes, yeah. I think there's
Not
other forms of hypothesis.
Oh, you think? See, here we go.
I don't think
the
it has to
Nickelodeon
necessarily
bullshit.
be cause and effect. If you don't want to be civil, man.
Needs to be stated in if then
I'm being
type
civil, homie.
Sentence. So if I do this, then this will happen. It's a cause and effect relationship.
Right. You're not always causing the cause, though.
Yeah, you have to be able to vary and manipulate. You have to be able to vary and manipulate the independent variable.
No, you don't have to be able to manipulate it. You have to be able to observe different.
Yeah, now you're reifying your wishful thinking.
I don't know what reifying means, man. You got to calm down.
Do you know what wishful thinking means?
I do. Yes.
Okay. Well, concentrate on that and knock it off.
You want me to concentrate on wishful thinking?
It's the one that you've manipulated is the dependent variable. It depends on what you are manipulating to get the effect.
Right, but you don't have to be the one directly manipulating it. You can just observe whether or not as a variable changes, whether another variable is affected. But that's semantic. All right. Okay.
No, you have to control that. That's a control variable. You
don't have to. Right? Like say I'm conducting a study where I say, does rainfall make trees grow larger? I'm not controlling the rainfall, right? I might be observing the rainfall. I'm not directly controlling how much rain falls, right? You might look at different areas with different rainfall, but you're not controlling it directly.
No, but
maybe it was something else.
In like a lab environment, you would observe it, or you would if you wanted to be very scientific, and you would have controls where you would run multiple experiments, and instead of doing it in nature and just letting nature do it itself, you would give this group a certain amount of water, and this group a certain amount, and that group a certain amount, and make sure that there's no other variables coming into effect.
Right, and that's experimental versus observational that you're describing.
Right, but natural sciences are all experimental.
No, they're not.
You're describing observational.
Observational and experimental are both part of natural science. I don't know why this is controversial.
It's both. It's observation and experiment. Not observation or experiment.
Right, and you can have both in the same study. But to say that you have to have one or the other, is just
so. Why do you say you don't? Why do you say it's okay?
You cut out there.
By the way, so all right, now that we're getting on the same page, I wanted to know how computer science or data science or whatever it was that you said. I want to know how that they fit into that description.
Well, computer science and data science apply to basically any kind of science, right? I mean, there's specific areas where they excel more than others, but really you can apply them to anything. Especially with big data and with the way things are going. You know, you have all this data coming in from all these different fields of science. You have to be able to understand what the data is, what the experiments are.
Data analysis. Data analysis doesn't make it a science.
Okay.
You're trotting in the vagueness.
I wouldn't want to do that.
Do you know what the definition of pseudoscience is?
What's the definition of pseudoscience?
Science or something that is claimed to be science but does not follow the scientific method.
Oh.
Pseudo meaning fake, and science.
Okay. Do you think I'm a fake science?
No, dude. Look.
You can have the title being whatever you want it to be. If you went for computer science, you know, and you want to call it that, put it on your resume, great. But don't be fooled. Don't go thinking that you are a scientist.
That's my job title. So
yeah, no one's pissing on computer science, but you're not doing experiments, bro.
I am.
Trial and error. Yeah, that's not experimental.
Okay.
You're writing code. I mean, just as much as boxing is
bringing back boxing. No, dude,
yeah,
I'm a physical scientist. What we do is rooted
in boxing. In Muhammad Ali was a sweet.
Okay, you seem like you just don't want to accept the
okay,
fact
Cassius Clay. Whatever you need.
He's a good boxer.
Yeah, the best.
Yeah.
He was not performing experiments. He was knocking out.
Yeah.
Rope-a-dope was not an experiment. It was a technique.
Perfected through experimentation.
Dude, stop the cap.
Trial and error. Perfected through trial and error.
Right, which obviously is unrelated to science.
When someone goes to the gym and punches the heavy bag, they're not a scientist.
No.
Okay, there you go. And computer scientists are not scientists. Sorry.
Oh. You've done a lot of computer science then?
I was fiddling with computers before you.
So you did a little code. You made a little scripting dash.
Yeah, a little bit of that. Yeah.
Well, that's not really
coding.
computer
It wasn't
science. Computer science isn't about
the computer
coding.
what to do.
That's not computer science.
Oh, brother. So analyzing data is computer science?
No, computer science is about operations and algorithms. It's about mathematically constraining how computers can operate.
Is Bill Gates a scientist?
Right now, I assume not.
Was he ever?
Well, when he was inventing Microsoft OS,
he was a computer programmer. He was programming computers. He was creating software.
Well, it's not quite the same.
Is Picasso a scientist?
No, jeez.
Oh, jeez.
Do you just want to cut to your point?
Is Picasso a scientist?
Giving up all these different hypothetical questions.
Dude, here's the thing. You're wrapped up in a mythos of outer space mythology, and somehow you've related your computer science degree to it. Yeah, mythology, myth.
Yeah. Well, what I do with my computer science degree is outer space science. I work with satellites on a daily basis. And science from orbit and from different remote sensing platforms.
Okay, where did you get the radius?
The radius of the Earth?
Yeah, you're talking about orbits.
Mm-hmm. The radius of the orbit.
You stepped in it. So where are you getting the radius of that these things are orbiting around?
Oh, they're self-reported from the operators.
Self-reported. Good God. How did they put them up there in the first place?
He's just looking at data that supposedly comes from these fucking so-called satellites.
Right. Supposedly. They're not real satellites, okay? It was Bill Gates and Obama. They created an elaborate conspiracy.
Don't spiral, bro. Bill Gates already got it tied to his face. Don't spiral.
Yeah. Okay. Right. We're not spiraling. We're on a very concise topic.
Muhammad Ali is not a scientist.
Yes, because we're talking about boxing. We're not spiraling. We're talking about the science of boxing. We're talking about
the sweet science.
Yes.
The irony is that he believes he is spiraling technically, you know, if you add up all the orbits.
Yeah, hurtling, spiraling, orbiting.
Right. Can we stick to a more concrete topic?
Okay, dude, concretely, how do you know you're hurtling through outer space? Where did you get this idea?
Just a second. So, like, you tried to throw around, like, your computer science degree and say what, and then you said, you know, what field of science are you in? Like, it was going to give you some kind of advantage.
Well, I'm just asking, right? Because it'd be helpful to have another frame of reference, right? Because you guys are all obviously involved in science.
You're not a scientist.
Right.
So
but you guys are.
High
okay. But moving on from that.
Well, anyone who performs an experiment is a scientist, no?
I guess.
Okay.
At least in that. At least in the act of doing.
Get off your soapbox, bro.
In the act. In the act of performing the scientific method. You know, like that. That person is doing the job of a scientist. He's doing science.
Right.
It doesn't take a degree. You're doing science. You're being a scientist.
Okay. Yeah. So if I asked, what field of science are you in, right? I wouldn't necessarily say that you need to have a degree or anything. I'm just asking, what is your field of science?
It would require the application of the scientific method.
Right, in a specific field.
I don't do that. I don't do that in my field. I'm a carpenter.
Oh, that's
I'm a
awesome.
boxer.
You're a boxer. Wow. That would explain the brain damage, I guess.
No, I'm actually.
Okay.
I actually won a lot.
Oh, I'm sure you did.
Yeah.
You got to take a lot of hits to be able to stay in the ring.
No, not necessarily.
Well, if you're like Muhammad Ali, I mean.
No, Muhammad Ali took a lot of hits.
Yeah, but he floats like a butterfly.
Yeah, I'm not as big as Muhammad Ali.
Okay. That was a very contentious conversation. I don't think.
Are you okay, Sharday? Sharday, are you bummed out that we figured out the world is not a water ball? Is that what's going on?
No, I mean, you guys are
bum you out?
In a certain sense, but like,
why?
I don't know, man. I feel like there's
So do you have? Are you perhaps dealing with a sunken cost?
A sunken cost
issue?
What's the sunk cost?
The sunken cost logical fallacy, where you think everything in your up to this point led to you. All of your knowledge is dependent on you living on a water ball.
No, I don't think that's the case at all.
So what's the deal then? Are you shocked that we figured out that we're not on a water ball? You heard the word mythology, and that seemed to like raise an eyebrow.
I do. I love
have you ever
mythology.
Okay, have you ever considered, dude? Have you ever considered that this entire story is just a mythology that we're living in?
Yeah, it's never been particularly convincing for me, but I've definitely considered it.
Well, join the club. Here's the thing. I was alive when Zaxxon was on a computer, if that means anything to you. So I was fed the mythology. We all were fed it. We got most of us got good marks in school, so that means we were indoctrinated successfully. I remember answering on a test 93 million miles to the distance of the sun. I remember writing Copernicus on tests. Okay? So don't be so surprised that we're just living in a myth. And we're the assholes that figured it out.
I don't think you're assholes.
No, I know I know I'm an asshole. That's the only way I would have figured this out.
See,
if I was a nice guy, I would still believe the Moon Golf TV show.
So see,
I gave the benefit of the doubt for decades.
So here's my position,
brother.
Right?
Your position doesn't matter because your position is from a position of naivety.
Well, you don't want to hear my position, so
I've heard your position.
Do you want to hear my position?
Your position was my position.
I'm open to the idea, right, that you guys might be right.
No,
but it's not convincing in itself because I feel like there's a lot of pieces that are missing.
Is water convincing to you?
Is water convincing to me?
Yeah, let's start. Well, let's start with before you start jumping to prove to me the Earth is flat. I think a bigger first step is questioning what you've been told about the globe, and can you verify or validate the globe claim?
I think there's been plenty of evidence that the Earth is round, that it's a globe. Whether or not you agree with that evidence is another.
It's called propaganda.
Right. Okay. But like,
have you ever heard of something that was promoted to be true that was farce?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure this
I know
is the
you
same.
don't. I know it's too big for you to realize at this
Yeah,
point.
really
Dude,
it is. Yep.
if this is new to you, then just don't try to solve it. Rome wasn't built in a day.
I'm not trying to solve anything, man. I'm trying to have a conversation, but you keep
I know.
interrupting
What I'm
me with
saying
your
is-
goddamn tangents. Just chill out, man.
Okay, relax. Don't try to solve it within the next 20 seconds.
I'm not trying to solve anything, man. I'm trying to spoke without being spoken over.
So you say that there's a lot of evidences. What would you say are the best ones?
The picture of the Earth, I think, is probably a pretty good one.
All right. Well, see, now that's going to be a problem because,
of course, it is.
They don't provide us with any actual photographs. Do you know the difference between a photograph and an image?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there aren't any like actual photographs of the Earth. Not even by NASA's admission.
Okay.
There's only one that they actually claim, and that's the original blue marble from like Apollo 11.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
And they claim Earthrise, but Earthrise. See, here's the problem. It's Sade or whatever your name is.
Chardsy. I don't know why that's such a hard word for you. It's two syllables.
Chardsy. Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, my jaw dropped once. I don't even. Yeah, it's hard to even.
We're all learning
pictures
today.
from space. But listen, dude. Which picture?
The blue marble picture from the Apollo missions.
They also claim Earthrise as a photograph.
Okay, but we're not talking about that one. We're talking about the blue marble.
Okay. My point was, and then I'll shut up.
Okay.
My point is, have you actually scrutinized these images?
What do you mean by scrutinize? Is there something?
Okay, so the answer is no.
Did you check to see if they were? Did you check to see if they were actual like undoctored photographs?
No, I guess. But then have you proof that they've been doctored? That would be the counterpoint, right? Like,
yeah, sure.
If you're claiming that they're doctored,
yeah, but you would have to have the expertise in photography to even know to me to even relate it to.
Okay, so someone here has done the analysis, right? Someone? Anyone?
Well, you're the one who says they're real, so that would be you
at face value.
Okay, so it's a trust. You just believe.
I do.
Okay, so if
do you think it would be funny if Apollo missions were the only photographs of the Earth?
I'm sure the Russians took some. I mean, there's a live stream of the International Space Station right now. Is that doctored too?
Chardsy. Is it really live? Is it really? Have you watched it?
Do you think it's not live?
Have you watched it?
I have watched it.
And is it live 24/7?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Oh, you're pretty sure? I'm pretty sure it's not.
Does it ever go off?
Yeah.
ISS live stream.
Yeah, it goes off.
Okay. Is that when they go over the edge of the Earth?
It goes off literally like every 90 minutes or less. It every time it goes, they claim it has something to do with interference from the sun, and so it goes off for like 15 or 20 minutes, like every 90 minutes.
Okay. Hey, Shardsy, I promised you I'd shut up, but I've got one more thing to say. Because I heard you say something there, which tells me, let's just relax. Everything's cool.
Yeah.
It's Super Bowl night. Everyone's happy.
Hell yeah.
You said something there.
I won my bet.
Yeah, whatever. It's rigged, bro. Don't get me started. I used to love the sports, but it makes me cry. Okay, but here's the thing. You said something there.
Okay.
Here's the thing. When we say the Earth is flat, it doesn't equate to like a flat object within the heliocentric solar system model. Okay, it's something different.
Not flat.
It's flat. It's not floating in space. This idea. Here's the thing. You need to remove this idea from your head if you're looking to like actually figure this out. You need to remove this idea from your head that we all floating in space.
Where are we floating in then?
We're not floating anywhere.
Oh. So what's outside the Earth?
Who fucking knows, dude?
Oh, I thought it was space.
Well,
if there is a space, it's above us. Think of it that way. You get
what I'm saying is, you seem to think that flat Earth. You seem to think that flat Earth means that it's a disk. No, the Earth isn't in this system that's been promoted.
Okay. See, that's a question I had the other day. No one was able to answer. I asked, okay, if the Earth's not a sphere floating in space, what is it? Like, what's the model look like? And the answer was, we don't know. Everybody disagrees. Like, there is no one answer. Like, nobody can prove it.
Most flat earthers have been programmed to just, as soon as they're asked for a model, they'll reverse the question and be like, or they'll say, we don't have a model, which we don't. It's true. But it's like a programmed response, like, we don't have a model.
I thought I was supposed to be the indoctrinated one. What are you talking about? Programmed response?
Not everybody.
He's speaking figuratively.
Think about the people who believe in a globe. How many of them really have any clue what they're fucking talking about?
I feel like a globe is pretty easy to visualize.
Yeah, it's easy to imagine. But how can
if they were asked to argue for it or defend it, how many of them have any basis of understanding to do so?
I would say probably most people. I don't know. People are pretty smart though.
Pictures from space. That was your number one. Your number one evidence is pictures from space.
That would be my top one. And the counter argument was you can't prove that they're not fake.
Okay, well that's another. You would have to. That's a case by case basis.
So is there any case in which the pictures from space are true?
No,
dude.
Not if you mean it's coming from a vacuum, like from a
like a satellite.
Look, satellites can be different things as well. Like, satellites can exist without being in the vacuum of space.
Like a spaceship.
No, dude.
Like the Apollo missions.
A glider or whatever.
Oh, what about, you guys remember a couple years ago, Red Bull did that thing where they did the highest base jump?
Yeah, and they had several different cameras and some.
Right. Do you think those were fake?
Well, it was a GoPro lens for some of the images.
The jump was most likely real. Jump was most likely
but from what altitude?
I actually disagree with that too. I think the whole thing was staged, basically.
Possibly. The thing is, it's admitted on your own side that they used that main part that they show him before he's about to jump, and you can see the Earth in the background. And there's this huge arc of a horizon, right? Which isn't a horizon because horizons are horizontal, right? And it they admit that's wide-angle camera lensing. It's not fucking an accurate representation of what that looks like.
Yeah, that would be Planet New Mexico.
What my idea of what I think actually happened there is they basically took a high altitude balloon like what they showed, but I don't think they actually had this Baumgartner or whatever. He wasn't up there that high. In fact, it's a little bit funny how he immediately supposedly passed out and spun out of control, and then miraculously regained consciousness.
Yeah, I forgot about that part of the story.
Yeah. No, I think they dropped a fucking dummy out of that thing, and then also separately had another guy like helo jump out of a fucking high altitude airplane, more like 60,000 feet instead of 128,000 feet.
Wow,
that's interesting.
Well, regardless, the footage is admittedly like not accurately representing what the Earth looks like from that altitude. Admittedly, from your own side.
Can I ask a question?
Ask a question.
Here
Matt.
comes the derailer.
Yes.
Let's hear
So, how would you guys explain lunar eclipses or solar eclipses?
They're
Have
magic.
you ever witnessed a solar eclipse?
I don't.
I did.
Personally, I don't.
Yeah, I actually have.
You actually have. When?
Can't.
A while ago.
And
I
what'd you
don't
see?
see. I don't see how that's like pertaining to.
And what does this have to do with the price of rice? The solar eclipse or? What does an event in the sky have to do with whether or not the Earth's a ball?
What? Because it tells us about the Earth. It tells us about
What does an event in the sky that you're asking about have to do with whether or not the Earth's a ball?
Because it proves that the Earth is a ball.
Oh, bro. Stop the yeah, what are you talking about?
That's it. Yeah, because it proves that the Earth is a. So how do you explain it on a flat Earth? That's what. There's a reason why you deflected from my question.
You and I have both witnessed. Listen, you and I have both witnessed the solar eclipse. So we've seen the same thing.
All right, then. How do you explain it?
What do you mean? How do I explain it?
How do you explain it?
Well, the sun is eclipsed.
The cause?
The sun is
eclipsed. Have you not witnessed one? You said you witnessed one.
Yeah, so the sun is eclipsed. That's so. How do you explain it on a flat Earth again?
Well,
talking about
unknown.
The cause? Matt, are you talking about the cause?
Well,
are you talking about a fucking cause?
Eclipse.
Right.
Hey, grown man, don't get mad. Just explain, okay?
Hey, Matt Nuclear. Matt Nuclear. Hey, Matt Nuclear. The moon's nowhere in the sky to be seen, homeboy.
The moon is.
So how do you explain it? Yeah, are you in repeat mode now? No, the moon is nowhere in the sky. Yeah, that's what I said. Is there an echo? How do you explain it?
What do you mean by the moon is no longer in the sky?
Have you or have you not witnessed a solar eclipse?
I already told you I have, and you still can't explain it. You're still trying
did
to
you witness the moon in the sky,
you still
Einstein?
Can't explain it.
Did you witness the moon in the sky?
Of course I have, yes.
When?
No, during
like
the eclipse is what he's asking.
No, Matt Nuclear, your projection is noted, homeboy. Your projection is noted.
What's my projection?
You're lying.
I already answered your question. You're going to keep repeating yourself. You're in repeat mode right now,
did you see the moon in the sky?
Old Haas, you're on pills
During
and
an
alcohol.
eclipse, yes,
you're
you
a
can see the
drunk
moon in
pill
the sky.
boy.
Hey, Microshock, your Jesus emoji
You're a drunk pill
is
boy.
played out, homeboy.
You're on pills.
You wish I was drunk.
You might actually.
Are you here to cope again, Microshock?
You sound like you're on pills.
Oh, projection noted.
Explain to me how the moon is not present during a solar eclipse. Are we saying the moon is not around when there's a solar eclipse?
Have any of you seen the moon in the during, before, or after a solar eclipse?
Yeah, dude.
I might be able to more clearly explain
Yay or
what it
nay?
is that he's.
What's the deal?
They're trying to deflect this back to us because they can't answer.
Trying?
No, like I mean, I usually, I'm not surprised by flat Earth, but this
It's
time
crazy.
I'm like
Flat Earthers
actually
think that
flabbergasted.
they know
What
the
are we
truth. They
saying?
have
Like,
the
there's
real
no
truth.
moon during the solar eclipse?
Yeah, look, again, so I know what he's trying to say because I've heard this argument many times also. Let me help. Please, Hoss. The thing is like when you watch an eclipse, you don't see any moon approaching or leaving. You only see the so-called occultation, or whatever, if that's the right way or word. When the sun is occulted by it, you only see that moment. You don't see it ever approach or leave.
Well,
so how do you know that? How do you know that
something
it's the
round
moon?
going over it?
How do you know that it's the moon that's occulting it?
What do you think it
The
is?
sun's so much brighter, and so you
Who
can't really.
fucking knows, bro? Yeah, Nick the Slick, you said it right. Something. Well, dude, yeah, an eclipse is occurring.
Right, but it's not the moon. It's an unidentified object that just happens to be the size and shape and in the position of the moon. But it's not the moon.
God. Yeah,
We
okay,
can't
Shane,
prove it's the moon. Okay.
Do you realize that you sound like a religious?
You know, I was going to say the same thing to you.
Yeah, you should have. I said it first.
Haas, you gotta calm down, man. This is a friendly
I'm calm,
conversation.
homeboy.
Yeah,
listen,
chill.
Because you have this cap of academia you like to put on everything, you don't think it's a religion.
Right.
Right.
What do you think the moon is? Do you think the moon is?
It's a projection onto the dome that keeps in the atmosphere.
We're talking about solar eclipses. He brought it up.
Who here is relatively new, so we can just talk to those people, right? But shut up, Exonaut. We're just going to talk to the relatively newer people at the moment. Matt Nuclear, yeah, that's including you. You're going on mute. We've spoken with you multiple times, but for your information, you were muted for dishonesty because I answered your question, right? And you stated in here, can't answer. They won't answer the question. They won't answer the question. No, that's a lie. I did. I said I can't explain it. So you got an answer from at least one flat earther. So shut the fuck up for a while.
Whoa.
You're on mute. Exonaut is on mute, right? You're on mute because you're not relatively new to this, right? So anybody else that is relatively new, you can stay unmuted and have the conversation, and nobody else is going to fucking butt in that we've already spoken to 1,000 times. Thank you.
Well, you asked, if I might.
Iron Fist approach to that.
You asked a little bit earlier how the how
is that a voice changer?
Hey, Nick the Slick, you said something. Okay.
Yeah, I did.
So is it the moon?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, probably. Nick the Slick, let's stick on probably. What does that mean? Define probably.
Oh, I have no idea. I could look it up if you want.
Why
Go
are you
ahead.
using voice changer?
I'm not.
Because he's coping.
I knew this was going to happen. Like,
Here's what's happened. These hyper intellectuals have realized that the myth they've been sold is unraveled, and now they're just spiraling. Oh, it must be a globe. I saw it on TV.
Yeah, the
Why
TV
would they
said
lie?
so. The TV
what
is
about
always
time
right.
zones?
Yeah, I'm curious about that. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? That's a good question. Like,
why not?
I've asked that
Why
before.
not?
Like, if the Earth really is flat, why would they? Let's see. That's not a compelling argument. That you're just deflecting it.
You're asking the wrong people.
Like, if he says,
So
why
you
not?
don't have an answer. It's okay to say you don't have an answer, but I just
I'm
I feel
not
like
the
that's
liar.
a legitimate question.
I'm not the liar. I could speculate until the cows come out.
Well, as long as you admit it's all speculation.
Well, yes, you could wonder why they lied also. But wouldn't that be a question that you should answer yourself?
Well, see, I thought you guys would have it figured out. Since
No,
you guys...
I'm not omniscient. This isn't omniscience 20.
Yeah, you guys want us to replace your Sky story, your Sky Daddy. Like, we don't make claims to the sky.
Is that Jesus?
Sure, if that's what you want to call it.
Jesus, the Sky Daddy? I thought that was like an anti-Christian thing.
No, you call it Big Bang.
Big Bang.
That's your Jesus. That's your Big JC. Big Bang.
I have my own temple in my house. We worship every night.
You're a religious zealot and you don't even know it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As evident by the religious activities.
By your cope.
Yes.
It's evident by your cope.
Obviously.
Who am I even speaking with right now? The same guy?
It's Chadsy.
Oh, Chadsy. You already acknowledged that it could all be.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm
why don't you go and figure it out?
But I'm not.
Why don't you go and figure it out whether you've been fed a myth or not? Chadsy, let me ask you something. May I?
You gonna interrupt?
No, I'll just ask you a question, bro.
Okay.
So you're on board with this whole idea that you're evolved pond scum from, billions of years to now, right?
Yep.
So what are the chances that you're living in the era of billions of years of pond scum evolution that it's all been figured out?
Oh, what are the chances that I'm alive now?
No, bro. What are the chances that the cause of you being alive after billions of years of pond scum evolution and you're living in the era unveiled?
Oh, they're infinitesimal. I mean, I don't even know if you could calculate it. Infinitesimal?
No, okay. So what are you? It's just a big coincidence that we're living in the era that we came from a big bang from nothing.
I mean,
after billions of years.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you think that what's your alternative explanation be then?
That you've been lied to.
Okay, but you can't just say you've been lied to. You have to provide an alternative.
That's the alternative explanation. That you've been fed a myth.
Okay, so what's the truth then? What's the truth?
Well, you've already acknowledged there's a possibility.
A little bit too hyperbolic, actually. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding, but it's still incorrect.
Yeah, but see, I'm open to that idea, at least rhetorically, right? That I'm incorrect. But if you can't give me concrete counterexamples, you're going to say, everything you believe is a lie. Okay, but you have to give it. What's the truth? What's the actual situation?
Prove your myth.
You know what? If you see, falsification is independent of replacement. So, like, you having a claim and being wrong, we can prove you wrong. We don't have to have a replacement in order for you to be wrong.
Okay, well then that's valid, but then you can't expect me to be 100% on board if you can't give an alternative.
No, I understand I understand your skepticism. If you
no one cares if you remain duped.
Right, like if you can't give an alternative, then what are we doing?
Dude, no one cares if you remain duped by a fairy tale.
Okay, so
that's on you.
This question.
Some people are still in the KISS army.
I'm open to the idea that I'm wrong, but if you can't give any alternatives, then how am I supposed to take it seriously?
Historically, like there's been hundreds, if not thousands, of stories told to people that have all been proven wrong. What makes you think that we have it right now?
Well, if you think everything else is wrong, there must be something that's compelling you to believe that something else is true, right? So you must have some level of understanding.
Water level.
Water. So we just believe in water?
What do you mean, believe in it? Just acknowledge what it's doing.
Do you not believe in water?
You don't have to believe in it.
Okay.
I believe in water.
Sir. So is your understanding of water different
acknowledge the nature of what water is doing?
Right.
You've been duped.
Do you acknowledge that water is real?
Yes, water is definitely real.
Good.
Yeah, and you guys think that the Earth is covered at the surface with 70%.
Well, do you not think that?
Well, it is. So.
Do you?
No,
because that's what I'm asking. Is like you have to give alternatives. You have to show something else.
Seeks level in reality.
That's not how water works. Try again.
Yeah. Actually, it is the way it works.
That's not. Try again.
Water will go down to the lowest point that it can in a gravitational environment.
Why is
pulling it down?
So if you think that
it doesn't matter what's pulling it down, at its surface it's flat.
So what does that have to do with anything?
Well, because they claim the Earth is a spheroid covered 70% with water.
Not claim. No, it is. Let's get.
Oh, dude, your pseudoscience communication shtick sucks.
So are you claiming that the known surface of the Earth?
Just because you don't appreciate my alliteration
doesn't mean you get to call science ridiculous.
What science? Sorry. That's geometry.
Science we don't like is not science.
Yeah, whether or not something's a ball is geometry.
I don't think geometry is the study of physics.
Yeah, I don't.
Geometry is shapes and stuff.
Yeah.
So there you go. Why don't you just do everyone a favor and mute yourself and let the people with an IQ above room temperature talk. Thank you.
Well, it's hot in the room I'm in, so I'm going to keep talking.
Anyways, did anybody have any proof of a flat Earth yet, or you still got a few years?
Water.
That's not proof. Elaborate how that's proof.
Can you show us the surface of the water curving, please? On the lake or on the ocean somewhere?
Why isn't anyone
what does that have to
published
do with
that?
that?
You just put title.
Imaru. It
Proof
has
of a
everything
flat
to
Earth.
do with
Let me ask this. So,
No, it doesn't. Try again.
Here's a simple little
Evidence of
axiom
a
to
flat
work
Earth.
from. Here's a simple axiom to work from. If the Earth is not curving anywhere, then what is it?
Yeah, it must be flat.
Yeah, the Earth must be flat, bro.
That
it explains it, bro.
Earth flat cause me
Like,
dumb.
bro, a pizza is flat, right? So flat Earth real, okay, bro?
Obviously.
That's my fact.
Flat Earth.
Obviously.
Do you think that the Earth is shaped like a pizza?
Like, bro, I know you guys are trolling. I know the
Like,
staff in here is trolling.
what's the shape of the Earth?
Cope.
Trust me, bro. I know you guys are trolling. Okay, I've already talked to other staff members in the server. Both of you are trolling. You wish you were trolling. You wish, bro. Okay, bro.
Pluto.
What makes you say
You
that?
know,
What
you
think?
get entertainment. You get entertainment out of people who actually believe the Earth is round. I guarantee you. You guys fucking laugh about it. Yes, you do. I know about your fucking group chat. Okay, I know about your group chat. I know about your group chat. You guys talk shit.
That we're LARPing or anything, but yeah,
No,
it
you
is
are.
entertaining.
I know about your group chat, bro.
It is entertaining sometimes watching Globers fumble around being unable to defend their fucking model.
No, dude, you guys are trolling. You guys are trolling. Yeah, you do it all the time because you think it's funny. You have to be like retarded to like think it's real. I'm sorry, it's true. You have to have like a fucking 20 IQ.
That's why all the smart people believe in a flat Earth.
So I'm just gonna join you guys on the shit post and say flat Earth is real. You know, that's the joke, right? That's the bit.
Yeah, obviously.
Exactly. Obviously, I know about your guys' group chat. I'm not stupid.
Pluto.
Great humor.
Your own incredulity.
You're not a planet, bro.
Your own incredulity that like you don't understand what the flat
No, bro,
Earth
I
is.
understand flat Earth is real.
No, you don't.
You know what? Yeah,
No,
I
you
do. It's funny. I get it. It's real.
It is real. Yeah. It's like a pizza.
Exactly. It's like a pizza. Yeah.
No, it's
like
not.
my desk is flat, right? So flat Earth.
No, the ground is flat, like not curving. So prove to me that the Earth is curving.
Bro, the Earth isn't curving,
not
bro.
Curving, it's flat.
Yeah, it's flat, bro. What do you mean?
Which
Funny,
is why
right?
it's shaped
Haha,
like a
funny.
pizza pie. But we haven't discovered Middle Earth yet. Which is
dude,
unfortunate.
you don't even know about
curve, right?
Flat Earth.
Pizza pie. Same shape.
Hey,
Coincidence.
So I have to head on out of here. Sorry, I didn't.
Hey, Nick the Slick, I'm gonna mute you first. You and your cope, your troll cope troop can leave.
That's not nice.
Darcy, you should message me.
You're definitely using a voice change. That there's no human with a natural voice like that.
Can you prove that? Oh,
I mean,
Pluto,
can you prove that the Earth isn't round, bro? I mean,
hey Pluto, how can something be a troll to you if it doesn't include you to begin with?
Yo, bro, I know about you guys' group.
Okay, how can a topic that doesn't include you be a troll to you?
Bro, Adonis told.
Okay, how can a troll that doesn't include you be a troll to you?
Okay.
Okay, you doesn't seem to grasp this. Okay,
I
you've
felt
inserted
personally
yourself.
insulted.
You inserted yourself into a topic that doesn't include you, to then say it's a troll to you, just subjectively, like exfil. Just get the fuck out. If you feel like you're being trolled, that has nothing to do with you, only because you inserted yourself into the conversation, just get out. Just insert yourself out. Show yourself the door. Someone's hot miking in there. Like Imu or Imu the.
Yes, he's got a loud keyboard.
Amaru.
Amaru, there we go.
Why is it so hard to pronounce people's names, guys? Just sound it out. Sound it out.
I mean, Crib made a pretty valid point there, right? Like we're not trolling you. Even if this was a troll, which it's not. Even if it was, it wouldn't be towards you unless you insert yourself in it.
Excellent point.
So at this point, he's trolling himself and blaming a flat earther because he's trolling himself. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Trolling himself? Crazy. Hey, anyone watch the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Yeah, KC, let's go.
Yeah, they should know.
Hey, Sade, did you think it was interesting? Derailers arrived once you started having an actual conversation.
The derailers?
Yeah, the derailers.
No, I think that once conversation picks up and once there's actually like something interesting going on
so
here,
you didn't notice the derailing.
Look,
I don't think it was.
You're asking.
I know you don't think it was derailing.
It was tangential. You know, I don't think they were trying to derail the conversation.
I don't think you're asking the guy that just asked about the Super Bowl.
Yeah, the Super Bowl, man.
That's derailing, no?
We weren't talking about anything, so it's not really derailing.
I was talking about the previous conversation that was taking place.
Okay,
before the derailing.
Like this troll team that basically came in together.
Well, I'm not a part of any team. I'm just.
No, we're not talking to you. Everybody loves. Sade. Here's the thing. It's no hate, no all love. Relax.
Likewise, yeah.
Yeah. Sade. The thing is, dude.
It's
water
chargy, man. It's not that hard.
I know what it is, but that's what I choose to call you.
Okay.
Chargy, listen to me.
Okay.
It's a myth. If you want to continue to believe the myth, so be it.
Well, see, that's kind of the point of coming in here is to have my views updated, right?
Yeah, but you don't even know what your views are.
You would be a little more respectful and like actually listen to questions and instead
I definitely have been listening to people, man.
Yeah, dude, but you haven't even scrutinized the evidence that you present.
The pictures from space?
Yeah.
I haven't.
You're just taking it at face value.
Right. Have you scrutinized the pictures?
Yeah.
You have? You've performed some sort of analysis on them?
Yeah, I did. I performed an analysis.
Whoa, tell us about your analysis.
Yeah, the pictures are showing curved water, right? But water doesn't actually do that. It rests horizontally.
Ah. That's an intense analysis.
That's all I needed to do.
It's a lot more simpler than you're hoping for, huh, Sade?
So, water doesn't curve, so the pictures can't be real.
Yeah,
there you go.
No more real than showing
right?
water wrapping around a banana or a pine cone or a pineapple or whatever you want.
Yeah, I like the pine cone one. That's new.
So what if your preconceptions about water are incorrect then?
What are your conceptions about water?
Well, like we were saying earlier, right? Water seeks the lowest point.
Okay, welcome to Flat Earth.
So if the Earth were a sphere, then on any given point on the sphere, the lowest point would just be
but at the surface of water, it doesn't. At the surface of water, it doesn't demonstrate curvature.
Except in the picture, which is fake, right?
There you go.
So the only counterexample.
So in reality, you have reality, no go, picture, yay.
Right.
You've been duped.
I've been duped.
So we can. I mean, first of all, the original blue marble picture doesn't give you really much of anything to look at. It's just a bunch of. It's just a blue haze. Like there's nothing really there, and we could easily show you a way to mimic that and duplicate that without going to space.
Okay. So granting that that's true, what is the motivation for faking that image?
You're believing it, aren't you?
Yeah, to keep you duped.
To keep so who's
Why
doing
do you
this though?
repeat everything? What is up with you people?
You people?
Yeah, all you people who repeat everything to keep you duped, to keep me duped. Yes, to keep you duped.
But for what purpose?
Well, ask them. Who knows?
So you don't have an answer.
Well,
So that's why it's hard for me to understand this. It's because you say that it's a lie, but then when I say why is it a lie, what's the purpose of lying? You say I don't know, but it is. And they did.
I could speculate for hours.
Well, let's do that then. Let's start with your best theory. Okay, we don't have to go for hours, but what's your best theory?
To keep you brainwashed. To keep you a brainwashed piece of evolved pond scum.
So who does that benefit? What's the benefit of doing this?
One is to say basically follow the money, right? So if you have a space program that right now is making $100 billion every, $100 million every 36 hours. Like that's a lot of money. So money could be one of the purposes, but I don't think that's it. I don't think it's just about money. I think what's more important is controlling you by controlling your mind. It's literally, if they can get you to shape your worldview based off of things that are not reality, then they have control over you in greater ways that you can't even really fully understand. Like they can get you to believe anything.
Right. I would say that the shape of the Earth isn't like quintessential to decision making in the average person's life. Like when I make a decision or if I do something, I'm not going to say, how does this fit into the shape of the Earth? You know, like when I'm voting for someone or when I go to the store or something, I'm not like, what's the shape of the Earth have to do with this?
I don't think it's about a shape, man. I think it's about a worldview.
Worldview, right? Which depends on the world being round and elaborates how, like, how does that?
Wonderland.
No, a worldview is a lot bigger than just like how you imagine the Earth as in totality to be. It's
right. But how does that worldview expand outwards? That's what I'm asking. So them duping me into thinking the Earth is round is the core, but how does that expand? What's the, let's expand that out. Let's get into some more details here.
What you can expand, you don't know that if you're still believing that it's a globe. You have to first establish that it's not a globe. When you understand that, the others, they come automatically, slowly. First, you can go and experience your reality. Go to a lake and see that water is not curving 20 miles, 30 miles. And then you understand that you've been lied. And then you start to ask these questions. First, you have to demonstrate and prove to yourself where you are living. What is that you are experiencing? You don't experience the world.
So then I can fit in any kind of conspiracy I want to corroborate this, right? Like there's got to be specifics, right? Like it can't just be this general thing.
No, here's the problem is like we can't give you specifics because we're not the ones that are telling you the lie. Like we can only guess.
Fucking liars, Sade.
Okay, so there's no specifics. It's just a general.
Yeah, a general intent to keep you believing that you're pond scum.
Right.
A nihilistic wonderland.
Because my entire worldview is predicated on the fact that
your entire are you not under the impression that you're
cut out there.
I said, are you not under the impression that you're evolved pond scum?
Yeah, I don't see how that's useful as like a wider tool.
Yeah, it's not useful.
People.
So why are you under that impression?
Like the Big Bang and evolution. The Big Bang and evolution.
The evidence that we want to discuss in here, obviously.
No evidence, homeboy.
Fake evidence created by the New World Order, George Soros.
You're projecting. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So you get it that there's liars out there.
The idea that there's liars out there, yes, I understand that.
Okay. Do you believe everything you see on TV?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Okay, well, you're an idiot.
Yeah, thank you.
He was being
You're not welcome.
sarcastic. No, I'm guessing he was being sarcastic.
So he doesn't believe everything he sees on TV.
I would imagine.
Why is he so surprised? Why is he so surprised by this?
Sorry, I don't even know the guy. Just for the record, I've never met him.
I know. No one does. He's a common TV believer. He's brainwashed by his TV.
I only believe what CNN tells me to believe. Okay, I feel like that's the way to go.
Yeah, he's trolling. He's trolling.
Sade.
Chadze. Sade. How do you get that, bro? I don't even know how you get that from that.
Sade is a musical.
Sade.
I don't know. I think it's funny.
Yeah, British Nigerian, smooth operator. Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Dun, dun, dun.
He's a smooth operator. My fault.
Yeah. Anyway, Sade, you realize the liars put things on TV, so don't act so surprised that we're not on a water ball.
See, I think you're using a generalized argument of people lie and trying to apply that to a specific
you're rationalizing this all.
Look, where do the lies stop? Like, when do you start believing the liars?
Well, you can't just say because people lie, this specific thing has to be false.
No, I can say, look, I can tell you this. You lie to me, and I will not trust you from there on out.
Okay. So do you just not trust anyone then? I mean, everybody lies.
Trust is earned. Okay, I don't blindly trust anybody.
Okay.
I especially don't trust the people who put a water ball on.
Water ball.
Water ball. Yeah. You've been duped, sir.
Yeah, see, I'm still trying to get to the root of that.
It's too big to wrap your mind around it, I get it. It's okay.
Apparently, because you guys can't provide any specifics.
You're knocking on the door of the biggest lie ever told. You need to figure out other lies in the world.
I think that's why a lot of, at least from my experience in the Flat Earth community, a lot of people don't agree on a lot of things because they can't prove anything. Right? So if I were to ask what's the shape of the Earth if it's not a ball, nobody can agree because no one has any evidence.
Well,
so it's like, why am I supposed to?
We don't even make a claim. We don't even make a claim to a shape.
Oh, I'm sorry. Flat is not a shape, sir.
Yeah, the surface is flat, Sade.
Yeah.
Sade, you're starting to sound like Donald C.
So what shape is the Earth? If the Earth is not a sphere, yeah, nobody, right? We all have different theories.
What shape is the
you
universe?
think you know?
What shape is the universe?
The universe is infinite. There is no shape.
Yeah, where's
to the
universe.
Edge?
Where's the edge?
Sure of that?
There's an observable edge, but there's no true edge to the universe.
So what
You don't know.
shape is the observable edge?
The observable, are you talking about the observable edge or the actual edge?
Both.
Look,
the observable edge is what we can observe from Earth, is roughly 13 billion light years away.
By the word itself. So where's the actual edge of the universe?
The actual edge, we have no idea.
Okay.
If the universe is expanding,
a lot of people don't believe there is an edge to it, that it's just infinite.
No shit. It's a myth.
Right. So, where's the argument going here?
Do you write letters to Santa Claus?
It's a comparison. So
NORAD paid me a visit. They said I'm not allowed to send letters to
we
Santa
already went
anymore.
over. Okay, never mind. Dude, yeah, you're too naive to even operate in this conversation.
Right,
no
which
offense.
is why I've been continuing it for the past 30 minutes.
You've been coping.
Right. Someone's definitely been coping.
You burst into high-pitched laughter.
Yes. I find a lot of what's said here very funny.
Do that. It's not funny.
Wait, Donald who? TV?
High-pitched laughter, Donald.
Yeah, that. It's my signature.
Stop it. Get some help.
Okay.
Look, man, the reason why I brought up the edge of the universe for you is because it's a good analogy and a comparison to what you're asking flat earthers for. You want us to give answers to what we think the limits of our reality are, and our answers are just as good as yours. It's anybody's guess.
Your limits of reality are the expanses of an ever expanding universe. You have no clue what's going on there, what shape it is, what happens when, what the physics are like when you get there, if what it's expanding into. You have no idea what's going on there. It's anybody's guess. You're willing to accept theories, stories, whatever, but we it's the same thing for flat Earth.
I would say the difference, though, is that we can actually observe the Earth. We can't observe the outer reaches of the universe.
TV. You can observe
no,
the
you
Earth
can
as a
go
ball
to any
on
part
TV.
of the Earth. I mean,
Yeah. So where do you observe the Earth as a ball?
I mean, you can walk. If you walk in a straight line, you end up back where you go to the equator. You walk in a straight line along the equator, or you go in a straight line, you end up back where you started. It's curved.
You're traveling directionally.
Yeah, if you go along the equator,
okay, so that's
in
not
a straight line.
You're going in a straight line. That's curved.
Yeah, it's curved.
That's curved.
Yeah, because the Earth wraps around
Maybe
back
you just
on
need to hear
itself.
yourself say it again.
Okay, yeah. I didn't say flat line. I said straight line.
Okay, flat.
I mean,
That's
technically,
curved?
I guess it'd be an arc, but that's the difference. I mean, you can observe Earth. We're on Earth. Like international travel for the past 500 years has depended on the fact that the Earth is curved. Like, I don't know.
That's cap.
Cap. No, that's no cap, sir. Bet on God for real.
What? What'd you just say?
No cap.
What did you just say?
That is not FR.
Alright, so you saying the Earth is a globe?
He's saying
Yes.
he traveled in a straight line to prove that it is.
I did, man.
No kidding.
I personally walked
So how
around
does-
the entire planet and proved it.
No,
Check
so
out
what-
my podcast.
Yeah, it's great podcast. Aside from that, what evidence or method can we do to find that the measurement of the Earth's curvature has been done, Chartsy?
Well, you're familiar, I'm sure, with the Greek guy who did the shadow experiment with the obelisks, the
Yeah, I know who
sticks
you're
in the
talking about.
ground. Yeah.
Oh, did he provide evidence that the Earth is dropping over distance?
Is dropping over distance?
Oh yeah,
You mean that it's curved?
yeah. Elevation change, of course.
Yeah, I
But-
think his experiment was pretty conclusive in that respect.
Nah, it really wasn't. It really wasn't. It's not conclusive because even Neil deGrasse Tyson said that it could be done on a flat Earth with a small and local sun. That's what he said out of his own mouth. You can
Well,
actually
it
look it up
could,
on YouTube.
right? But it would fall off at a certain point.
So,
right? Like you
in
could do
that-
it
in that
locally, you could prove it on a flat Earth, but if you extract it out and you try and make it contextual for the entire planet, it wouldn't work.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. You're trying to use something contextual that has no context. So you can't say that something. I don't care if you laugh. What I'm
Okay,
saying is
yeah.
true, because your
It's
thing
true.
that you think that the Earth is a giant ball. You don't know that. You just believe it blindly by the people that have been telling you that it is.
Gosh,
So-
does Discord still have the whiteboard thing? Can I get the whiteboard?
Well, that ain't gonna help you.
Yeah,
Drawing-
whiteboard will not save you.
Listen, drawing things out on paint and then presenting it like you think it's real isn't gonna help us when we go out into the field and test for these things, Chartsy.
Okay, well, I think it would, but I don't think
No.
anyone here is actually testing anything. So
Well, yeah, we are.
maybe you're
because
correct.
I am. Line of sight tests will always prove that the Earth. Okay.
Oh,
Nervous laugh.
Sade.
So a line of sight test will always prove that the
Hmm.
Earth isn't curving as per what the globe claim says. So we're
Okay.
looking for the Earth curvature per mile as it would be dropping away from your position if it were a globe. Now, that's interesting because you brought up the Greek guy that I just told you that's not conclusive, which in the
Right.
beginning you said it was conclusive, right? Beginning you said it's
Mm.
conclusive, and I'm like, no, it's not.
But you're
It
like,
can be-
no. I'm
it
like,
can
oh my
be-
gosh, it's not.
Well, you could recant that. That's fine, but it's not
Mm.
conclusive, as you so also agreed with me. It's not because Neil deGrasse Tyson said that you can also have it on the small local sun. It's possible to do it that way too. So, if we want
Okay.
to know that if the Earth is curving with elevation change relative to your position off into the horizon,
Mm.
we need to extrapolate math coinciding with our known reality. So if we're going to go out into the field, we're going to test for the geometry. We're going to.
Mm.
It's not an. See, the thing is, people misuse names, words like experiment, and that doesn't apply to what we're doing with the Earth as a globe. What we're doing is we're testing the geometry. So when we do that, we want to know how big the Earth is. It's a what is question. Has nothing to do with doing any experiments, right? So if we're doing that, you want to use units of measurement that can help you extrapolate that information. So in order to do that, you got to go real basic on it, right? Just basic geometry. Pretty simple. If they say it has a radius or a diameter or circumference, well, there's pretty good ways for us to measure those types of things. There's units of measurements that we can use. High tech equipment, even. But if we're gonna apply ourselves in that way, then we're gonna find out that when we run this line of sight test, we're gonna find out if the Earth is actually dropping away like they say it is, as an oblate spheroid would, or it's not. So we're gonna either measure some curvature or we're not going to. So that's what I'm saying. Like, basically, they've been telling
Well, the thing is that when the flat earthers did do experiments with scientific equipment, when they receive information that is counter to their premise, they say, "Oh, well, the equipment must be messed up, or the equipment's wrong," or they blame the experiment as opposed to questioning whether or not the science was legitimate.
Yeah, it's not. We don't deal with science once again or experiment when we're testing geometry.
Hey, this guy was saying that we do science here.
Yeah, I know. That's what I just corrected him. We don't do science when we're dealing with geometry. So geometric shapes are not. We don't use science for that. That's a different category. It's a category error, basically, for the gentleman just spoke up. All right. So what we're doing right now is we're trying to figure out how big the Earth is, or in fact verify that the Earth was measured to have this curvature, surface curvature. And in order to do that, like I said before, we're going to use tools for that job, the right tools, not the ones that people think for. Could I use a tape measure? No, it's not. We're not using that. I mean, it's 2024, so we can do some real cool things with measurements, right?
Like lasers.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially from orbit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so, like, listen, if you think that the story that they're telling you is true, then what you're going to do is you're going to come on the defense when you open up your mic, and then you're going to defend things that you have no knowledge on. I can prove that to you. Pretty easy.
No, the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, you could chant. Listen, the chants aren't going to make it a globe, sir. You could chant all day long that it's a globe. Doesn't make it a globe. In your mind, it only exists as a belief. That's fine.
Yeah,
it doesn't bother me. All right,
for example, yeah.
What if it's a flat globe, right? That's an infinite diameter. So it would appear locally flat, but it would still be a globe, since nobody here actually knows the size of the Earth.
So the story they told us was all a myth.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I'll
it's a
address
globe?
that. Yeah, no, I will address that. See, so
not the 3959 mile radius globe.
Yeah,
I'm just saying theoretically under this model that works, right?
Charts, I'm
if the Queen had balls.
Yeah, hold on, old Haas. So if we're gonna address the fact that you say that it's a bigger ball, well, that just jumps right out of the context of what the mainstream rhetoric is saying. So we're not talking about the globe any longer. We're talking about a different type of Earth that you think that you're making up basically your own cosmology at this point. We're not doing that. So
we're not.
See, no, we're not. We're talking about the specific. We're talking about the specific geometry and the globe that's been propagated to you and to me. So when you say it could be a bigger ball, that's just you making shit up. And we don't do that in here. Either you stick to the rhetoric of what they're telling us the Earth is and the size that it is, and then we go from there. But if you say it's a bigger ball, you're making basically your own cosmology up. So we don't do that.
Right.
So how about this? I'm going to do a real basic experiment. Not even an experiment. It's not even science. This is just basic geometry, right?
Sure.
All right. So I want you to pretend that you're on the USS Iowa. And you are going to fire 30 to 40 miles, say 30 to 40 miles. And I want you to give me a firing solution that is going to actually hit something that doesn't include curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so your claim is that they're using curvature of the Earth to use like missile trajectories, right? So whenever
not missile, I'm talking ballistic.
Ballistic.
So
when they
I'm
fire
talking 16-inch.
Yeah, the boat's on the water,
so
lunatic.
When they're firing off rounds, they're using this information that the Earth is curving in order to hit targets. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Now, now that you made that claim, I need to know where that information is cited. Please cite that information, sir. It's one. Listen, this is important. I'm not this exercise. No.
Okay,
one
the
one second. Yeah, hold on, guys. Hang on, people that want to jump in. Just 1 second. I have to start muting people. The only reason why I'm asking for him to clearly state where it says that is because people make claims, and all we want to do is verify. So a claim was made that the Navy or whatever military is using. I'm going to unmute you, lunatic. So the Navy and all these people. Just relax.
Asking me a question.
Let me get through this. This is the reason why I'm doing this, right? So when somebody anyone makes a claim, we want to know where people have said that. So if what you're saying is true, it should be backed up by a citation. So please provide the citation in the text channel. Go ahead.
There you go. There's your formula on an azimuth.
Basic. It's a real basic formula. It's real. It's like common fucking knowledge.
Yeah, and a common knowledge doesn't help. So I need the citation where what you said is exactly what the Navy's using. Guys, so I'm asking the gentleman, Lunatech, please provide the citation where it says what you say that the Navy's using exactly for ballistics.
Why do I got to do your work for you? Why do I got to do your work for you?
You brought it up, Hotshot.
Hang on, guys. So, brother, it's not my job. It's not anyone's job in here except for you. When you bring something up as a claim, then you're going to have to support that claim with supporting evidence or citations.
Hey, what kind of evidence would you accept?
Right, the acceptable evidence is you citing the source. A citation is
what citation? No, I've done this. I've done this. No, I've done this dance before. I want to know what source would you accept? Would you accept the Navy source?
No. Listen, it's not about a dance. Here's the thing. What I'm saying is, when you made a claim that this is what the I don't know military, but we can use Navy for this example, right? If the military or the Navy is using this as a part of their exercises when they fire off rounds, right, ballistics. So then, what you're going to have to do is support the information with the citation specifically as you stated. So I'm going to take your words for whatever you said they are, as long as it's somewhere that the military has supporting evidence that what you said supports exactly what they said. And if it doesn't say that, then I'm going to charge you with making shit up. So you need to support what it says, what you claim it does, and then we'll move forward. It's just that simple.
I have a source here. It's the operating manual for the USS Battleship Iowa.
Chartsy, okay. Sorry, it's not you, sir. I'm letting Lunatic.
How many sources do you need?
No.
I'm going to post it anyways.
Wait a minute. You can post whatever you are, Chartsy. Lunatic. What I'm asking for is a citation from within the source that says specifically what you just said. Because you basically said that this is what happens in this particular instance with ballistics. Now, I need to know where you're getting that information from. So the source and then the citation. So the source is like, let's say, I'll give you an example, like a PDF, 194-page PDF. A citation is specifically within that PDF where it says exactly what you said. So that's what I need. Cite the source where it says what you just said about
what
ballistics.
Did he say? What did he say about ballistics?
If he wants to repeat, that's up to him. He can repeat.
Well, sounds like you remember it, right?
I do, but I don't need to tell you. He does. It's his claim, not mine.
Official Battleship Iowa Crew Handbook. Corrections for gravity, wind, Magnus effect, flight path change to projectile spin, Earth's curvature, and Coriolis effect. Rotational movement of the Earth.
That's the thing. I don't understand why other people jump in for someone else's claim. It's not
because it's the same claim. Does it matter where the evidence comes from?
Yeah, it's funny you didn't bring this up, Sade.
He brought it up and not you. That's why.
All right. Well, why can't just use his? He's already got it done.
No, absolutely not.
He doesn't know shit about it.
Hold on, guys. Hold
on. Because it shits on your argument.
No. Because
it does.
Listen. When he brings, listen.
Just let it. Just use the. Just you got it. You got a citation.
Look.
You've got a citation.
No.
Go move on.
Not by. No, we're not going to move on.
Why do I?
You.
Why do I need to?
Because you made the claim. You made the claim. You made the claim. Now you got to back it up. If you can't back it up, that means that what you said, you're just pulling it out of your ass. So it's up to you. You can just take the L. Take the L, and then I'll say that you just pulled it out of your ass, and then I'll just move on to Charlie, who can provide evidence.
No,
It's up
but
to you.
what he said is correct, though. It's not
Yeah,
that,
if you
just because he doesn't have much insight over it doesn't mean he's playing out
it
of his
doesn't
ass.
matter if I
It's a
have 10
correct thing,
people
it's
telling
done.
me. Doesn't matter if I have 10 people telling me he's correct. I need to know if that information he said, and you're basically co-signing for him right now. That doesn't matter. If 10 people can co-sign for him, I need to know where it says that and why he's saying it. Right?
Well, you have the
Simple.
evidence, and
No, I don't.
well, we have the
He
evidence.
didn't present
It's in
anything.
the chat.
No,
but
it's not.
for some
He
reason
didn't-
you're
he
waiting
didn't
for
present
him
anything.
to do it.
Yes.
Why are you waiting for him
It's
to do
his claim, sir. When somebody makes a claim, they need
Okay.
to support it with evidence. I don't
So
need
what
anybody else.
I see is that you are
I
not
don't matter.
attacking the point. You're just attacking
No.
him.
No, I'm not attacking him. Listen, when
The
you
point,
make a claim,
the point.
Zonic,
No,
what is the
doesn't matter.
point?
The point is how to find an azimuth, dude. And I got
Oh
that.
yeah,
that's not it.
specifically,
That's not
less
it.
vague.
No, that's not what he said. You weren't paying attention. That's not what he
No,
said.
that's a generalized
No, yeah, I
idea.
know.
Yeah,
That's why,
it's
but
a
you
bunch of
didn't.
bullshit.
You didn't pay attention. All right, go ahead. I'm gonna let the man speak. Lunatic, go ahead.
You're doing a disingenuous argument, by the way.
No, sir.
It's actually you are actually saying, oh well, I'm going to try to find another way to mute you, basically,
Are you
without
muted, sir? Are you
not
Are
yet.
you muted? Okay, so then go ahead and present your
But you're
information.
you're muting what I said without
No.
actually
I'm not muting
addressing
what you
the
said.
question.
I'm not muting what you
You're
said.
you're
I
not
want you to-
you're avoiding the question. You're avoiding
So
the
you're
question.
not you're not going
I
to present
said
the information. So you're not going to present it. No citation.
I have the information I have is the exact same information that was already posted. So why
no,
would I
it's
bother?
not. No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Stop. No, I'm not going to accept.
That was actually it was
It's
actually
your
the very
claim.
first thing that I brought up.
So
Very
you're not
first
going to
thing that I-
support your
that I-
claim.
that-
Is this correct? You're not going to support
It's
your claim.
right
Is this
there.
correct?
No,
it's not.
I'm already supporting the claim.
You didn't support
I already,
it. Somebody
I already
else.
put it.
Lunatic,
So I'm-
what the fuck's
so you
wrong
want
with
me-
you, dude?
I don't know.
So
I
you
don't
want
know,
me
but
to? So you want me to copy and paste the exact same fucking article?
No.
Just know what
This
you're
is exactly
fucking
what I
Here's
was
the
going
thing.
to do.
Hang on, old hoss. Hang on. If you do that, I'm gonna charge you. If it's whatever that man posted, if it's wrong, then you're gonna get that wrong answer as well, and I'm gonna charge you with getting it wrong. So, do you really want somebody else to post what you should be putting in the first place? Because you're gonna whatever they posted, I'm gonna charge you
I
with
have
it.
to down. I'm gonna have to download. I'm gonna have to download.
Take your
fucking-
time. I'm saying take your
To
time. dude.
download
Like, if-
Discord on a completely different computer in order to do this.
Well, here's the thing. If you're going to present evidence or for your claim, I don't mind. I want you to be thorough. So if you say that that's what the military is doing with ballistics, I want you to go ahead and post the information via you, not Chartsy. Because if it says something incorrectly, when I go through it and quiz you on something he put, then you're going to say, well, I didn't put that. And I don't want that to be the case. You're going to put your evidence based on what you came up with, not what somebody else is putting there. Because you could get in like, that whatever he posted could be something contrary to what you actually wanted to put. So that's why I'm asking for you to do it. It's your claim, back it up. And if it takes time, that's fine. We ain't going anywhere. But in the meantime, I could probably talk to somebody else while you do that. Look, man, I'm not like getting you on a gotcha. I want you to provide evidence for the claims you make. And so it goes the rest for everybody in here. If you say something, where is that at? You know what I mean? That's all I'm doing. So while you do that, we can talk to someone else.
What I'm getting
What?
from you though is that
What?
you're not going to accept anything that I post.
Okay.
So
Where
I
are
think
you getting that
I
from?
personally
You don't
where am I
even know
getting that from?
what you're posting.
Where are you getting that from? I'm asking you to post something. Why would you say that?
Because I'm just listening to what you're
You're
doing. And you're just
that's a
kind of like-
defeatist attitude.
Yeah, you didn't even.
Well,
you
no,
didn't-
it's just.
Just post.
Oh, yeah.
No, you.
Listen.
Fine, I will post. Then fine, look up the.
Yeah.
Just go
But
based on
remember-
the thing that was already posted.
Yeah. So no. Listen.
That way, I'm
it
not.
has-
That way, I'm not sitting there. That way, we're not sitting there in a quagmire of
No,
stupid.
yeah, we're not.
While
We're not, but-
while we move on.
Okay, so
and
dude,
why don't you go?
we don't need the color commentary. All we need for you to do is go get that citation, post it, because then I'm going to reiterate what you said to connect it to what you posted. So it better be what you said connected to what you posted. If it's not, then we're going to say that is not what you said. So it needs to be what you said. Remember, military ballistics, they use that to measure the curvature of the earth. And we're gonna check it all out. We're gonna research. We're gonna use a bit of rigor. So nobody's getting away here in this VC. If you say something about the Earth being a globe, we're gonna just go ahead and look into your information. We want you to post something. So go ahead and do that, Lunatic. Go for it. I'm gonna unmute Chartsy and everybody else. Meanwhile, Lunatic actually looks for that. We can talk to somebody else. Gotta keep it moving,
thank
guys.
you. I've been uncensored.
No problem, man. You're not censored. You're just like over talking when we're speaking to somebody else.
Well, you don't know what censored means.
So yeah,
I don't know.
Zonic, you.
I
and,
know you don't know.
You and Chartsy are unmuted. All right. So, do you guys like? I will ask Chartsy while Lunatic is actually looking for that citation. Do you guys have any evidence of the Earth being a globe, Zonic or Chartsy?
Well, as I
one
was
second.
saying,
I'm just typing this down for this guy on the
before
old
I
Haas
was
guy over
censored,
here.
Go ahead, Chartsy. Sorry, Zonic.
in this training manual I posted for the USS Iowa, they do take curvature of the Earth into account when calculating fire solutions.
All right. Where did you post it? Is it in the
There,
chat?
I'll post. Yeah, I'll post it again. I'll put it at the bottom here. Just go to you go to table of contents, armaments.
Hold on. I gotta load this thing.
Page 41, I think.
41, you say?
Yeah. 41, 42. 42. Yeah. Additional fire control.
When did you become privy to this?
Yeah, let's just look. Let's just look at the information.
No, I just want to know
I hacked into the Pentagon. You know.
No, don't say that. Don't say that.
You know what?
No, it's public source, man. I mean, it's not something that's like
when. At
just
what
right
point
now.
in time did you become privy to it?
You can just Google it.
You said just now.
Yeah, the USS Iowa.
So why the hell are you acting like you're wearing a cashmere suit presenting it?
Yeah,
I'm not. I'm showing you an example.
Yeah, you are.
All right. Hold on, Olhas. Let's go through it. Just real quick with him. Chartsy, what you said? Page 42 or 41?
42. It says the top of 42. Additional fire control data.
Give me a second, because it looks like
to calculate an accurate firing solution. Additional data is entered into the MK8 range keeper. Relative wind speed and direction. Average initial velocity of projectiles. Air density. Corrections for gravity, wind, Magnus effect, Earth's curvature and Coriolis effect, rotational movement of the Earth, and parallax correction.
Parallax correction. Plot rooms. These rooms contain most of the hardware needed to aim the guns accurately, put rounds on a target. Forward main battery plot room located just aft of turret 2 barbette on 4th deck inside the Citadel. The plotting room contains a Mark 8 rangekeeper. Looks like this. Just talking about like what the constituent parts are for this solution here. All right. So additional fire control data to calculate an accurate firing solution. Additional data is entered into the MKR 8 rangekeeper. Relative wind speed and direction. We know what that is, right? Average initial velocity of projectiles. So they're inputting all this information into it, right? Air density. That's important. Corrections for gravity. We'll get into that. Corrections for gravity, wind, Magnus effect, flight path change due to projectile spin, Earth's curvature and Coriolis effect, rotational movement of the Earth. I guess it's in brackets, and parallax correction.
Yes.
So going through each one of these, do you know what? We can just go through each bullet point. Relative wind speed and direction. Chartsy, do you know what that means?
Yes.
I'm not. I know it's redundant, dude. Just humor me, all right? Average initial velocity of projectiles. Do you know what that means?
Yes, Your Honor.
So basically, they're saying before you fire the solution, you need to know what its velocity is going to be through when you fire the thing, right? Air density. Do you know what that means?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, you don't have to act fucking arrogant about it. Just
okay.
Chill. Just chill. All right. So
Senor.
corrections. This is different. Corrections
He's
for gravity.
coping.
That's cool. Just we're gonna get through this. Hopefully, corrections for gravity. We'll do it because it's all in sections here. So do you know what that is?
Yes, corrections for gravity.
Well, not you, Lunatic. I'm actually talking. What you can find your source. He actually gave me something. So
Si,
Go ahead and tell
senor.
me what that means. Corrections for
I can
gravity.
also show you my DD214 that shows you that I actually know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I know.
we
Listen,
can
man.
talk
I'm
about
not saying like I'll give you whatever credit or whatever you want to have, but like let this guy kind of run through. What's corrections for gravity? What do they do there?
Corrections subtracted from gobs that account for Earth's elliptical shape and rotation. Oh, that's
Elliptical?
latitude correction.
Yeah.
Stick with the question.
Yeah, I'm asking only one simple thing. So corrections for gravity.
What was your question? What was your question?
Corrections.
I'm asking Chargy what the corrections for gravity is on the PDF that he put in here for firing solutions.
Right, you have to correct for the gravitational force that is enacted on the shell after you fire it.
What does that mean? He's asking. What does it mean?
Yeah.
it. Pulls things in the air get pulled back towards the center of the Earth.
Yeah, Lunatic. We're letting Chargy kind of answer.
Yeah,
but
So everybody has to be ready. Listen, everybody has to be ready to answer the questions. If you're getting quizzed, that's fine. If you know what you're talking about, let him speak. When it comes to your turn, we're going to ask you. So don't worry.
He just answered.
No, he didn't answer. Lunatic answered. You know?
I just did answer though.
So what does that mean though? Corrections for gravity. I know we see it on the page, but
Right,
what the
it's a
implications
correction.
are.
It's a correction factor applied to the weight of the shell to compensate for differences in gravity across different areas, across different parts of the world.
Okay, that's good. So what do you think what they mean when they say gravity in there? Just the term itself, gravity. What does it denote to you?
Probably 1/2 mass times velocity squared. I don't know.
Space
downwards
Wait,
acceleration.
yeah, you're being honest, but like, okay, so what
There you go. He got there.
what yeah, he got it, but what formula does that use, or what math equation if we're gonna talk about gravity?
9.8 meters per second squared.
There
Excellent.
Right,
There
so
it
that's
is.
the acceleration of gravity.
Excellent.
Geez, I don't know what is potential versus kinetic energy.
Yeah, no. What? That's fine. You've got to the point that we're talking about gravity. So basically, the effect of what they see when they see something happen in the medium of air, right? So just real quick, we're just gonna go on like why they say the things that they do, right? So the implications of the word gravity means that we're gonna have to investigate why they use that term, because to us, actually for the globe, it means that when you talk about gravity, what does that mean? Is it just the effect? Is that the only thing that's inquired here? Like when we talk about gravity, or is there
Yes,
more?
this
is
is
there more about it?
This is it's a crew handbook, so they're just dealing with the measurable downwards acceleration of gravity. It's not like a theoretical treatise of what is gravity, what causes gravity.
So
It's just
so the effect. So the effect. Essentially, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so the effect, and which anybody in here could not negate, because we see that the average rate of fall is 98.8 meters per second squared. I think everyone can agree that that's the average rate of fall of usually most elements. Of course, it's an average because not all elements fall at the same rate. But we're understanding that when they use, no, they don't. So when
they do.
I have evidence that it doesn't. Just relax, Lunatic. I'll expound on that later. But for this particular argument, we're talking about just the effect. So when you see gravity in here, it doesn't denote a spinning ball Earth. It only is talking about the effect of what happens, of what we all see.
What's the cause?
Hold on a second. Hold on. It's only talking about. It only talks about the effect. So when they say corrections for gravity, it's the exact same thing that we say when we see something falling through the medium of air at an average rate. So they're saying is corrections for the things that we see in effect happening on Earth.
You might move to the section a little bit down where it says corrections for the curvature of the Earth.
So we're not there yet. Just relax. Cart before the horse. Don't do that. So what we're doing right now is we're going down each one to make sure that we're being thorough. So now corrections for gravity's been kind of worked through. We know, although they're talking about the effect. So now we look at the next one. It's wind. Everybody knows what that is. There's pretty self-explanatory, but it's basically like wind from
shit in our industry.
Sorry.
I said we do the same. We do the same shit in our industry. I'm in the nautical industry, and this is basically like the same method we use, except we're not taking into account the 9.81 because we're not shooting anything. We're just using like radar ranges and plotting it on a chart, which also accounts for latitude distortion.
All right. Well, we're specifically talking about firing solutions, so that wouldn't be something that you would be knowledgeable on, I think. Well, you're using
I
something
mean, it
different.
makes sense. It's the same stuff I'm doing right now.
I know, but you just said because we talked about corrections for gravity, but you're like, we don't use that. So that means that it's not something that you're using to, because this here is just like the math equation, right? So it's not going to have
the corrections of gravity, it uses the 9.81, the acceleration, to prove the effect, but I wanted to talk about the cause too. So the supposed cause is the theory
but we
of
can't do that
relativity,
now because we're
which is
going
gravity,
through this.
right?
We're kind of working through this. As Chartsy's example of what he says he knows.
Okay,
so
so
we're
what
just
is your
working through Chartsy.
interpretation of gravity, though?
I can't get there if we don't go through this first.
God,
we'll talk about it.
Listening to Thunder
We'll talk about
voice.
it.
I mean, yeah, sure, it's interesting.
We'll talk about it. Just put a pin on that for now, so we can move through this. All right. So we all know what wind is, and to actually think about something going through that's a far distance, we're gonna have to account for like how much wind through the day it's gonna be.
Oh
So
my God!
Be
Skip to the part. Skip to the chart that's relevant to the subject at hand. You're boring us with this preamble. Get to the.
Just relax, dude. All right, so let's go to the next thing. All right. We don't want to miss a thing.
Yeah,
So
we're being thorough here. We're science
just
people.
Relax, dude. We're not. Listen, That's nothing to do with science. Got it? That's nothing to do with science. All right, so
Magnus effect.
We're talking about Magnus effect. Do you know what that is?
Oh, it's a Magnus effect. Commonly associated with a spinning object moving through a fluid.
Oh,
a lift force acts on the spinning object. The path of the object may be deflected in a manner not present when the object is not spinning.
Oh yeah, so that creates drag behind it.
Yeah.
That
so
makes sense. Like air pressure.
So nothing to do with water ball.
Wait a minute. Yeah, so what we're understanding here is the Magnus effect occurs on the ballistic, right? Charts.
Yeah.
Yeah, you also take into account the wind too, which pushes it in a different direction.
So right. So what we're understanding right now, wind, Magnus effect, there's a lot of factors here, variables, right? That we're attributing to what happens with a bullet flying or some type of firing solution goes through the medium of air, right? We're seeing these. These are effects. So far, they're all effects, right? Corrections for gravity, we know gravity is the effect. Wind is an effect. Magnus effect is an effect, right? It's in the name. But we're understanding that, correct? All right.
Yeah.
So I have a point. I have a point to what I'm doing. So just relax, okay? Yeah, Lunatic, I'm gonna unmute you, man. But if don't jump in there again, okay? Just relax. All right. So we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to, let's see. It's a flight path change due to projectile spin. That was in brackets, like for Magnus effect.
Yes, that's typically how you denote like an expansion, like a description of it.
Oh, did you know the Coriolis also affects the spin?
Yeah, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
You guys sound like you guys a choir.
Just
it's wild.
You're hyper. You want to get to. Would you do this in class? Would you be that way with a teacher just jumping ahead?
If the teacher was being like this, I would be this way. To be perfectly honest,
you go to the principal's
I would have walked out.
No, because we're all waiting for the Earth's curvature. That's what we really all want to talk about. But we got to go through all these things first.
Genius.
Just relax.
His ability. He's got a superpower of.
Just relax.
Spit it out.
Okay, let's go. Come on, let's get this going. Come on.
All right. So when we're talking about all the effects that are occurring right now, these things are being accounted for in the firing solution and flight path due to the thing about what we're saying.
What's the cause?
Whatever bullet's flying through the air, all these effects are going to be happening to the bullet, right? So that's what people are making an account for. Now the last one is Earth's curvature, and it's coupled with Coriolis effect. So rotational movement of the Earth, right? That's a big, huge one right there.
Oh.
So we want to know what it means because all these other things are effects. These two, one of them's an effect. Anyway, we're gonna find out what that means.
I could shed some more light on it. I could say
we're not. Yeah,
the Coriolis effect also
hold on a
affects
second.
the wind direction.
Yeah, Zonic, I think that you can just relax for a moment. We're gonna talk to Chartsy. This is his example. He brought it up.
Yeah.
Just real quick. All right. So we're gonna talk about the Earth's curvature. We're gonna stop there for just a moment. We're gonna park there for a moment. So what do you think it means by Earth curvature? How is that an effect, Chartsy?
It's not an effect. It's Earth's curvature. So let me speak for a second here, please. No interruptions, Haas.
Rock in the house.
Oh my god. Can we mute Haas for a second? Thank you. Okay, so let's take it in purely theoretical terms. If you're trying to shoot something that's far away and it's on a flat surface, compared to if you're trying to shoot something far away and it's on a curved surface, you have to have different equations for hitting that target, right? You can't use the same equations for both of those solutions.
Agreed.
Right, so it's not an effect, it's a prerequisite that you have to have a different solution for hitting that target if it's on a curved surface compared to if it's on a flat surface.
Wait, can I play devil's advocate?
Let me know when you're done. That way I can come in, Chartsy.
Can I argue something for the flat earthers?
Well, no. We gotta let Chartsy finish, guys.
Yeah, no. I mean, do you agree with me? Do you think that if you use the same equation to hit something on a flat plane versus on a curved plane, you're gonna need different equations to do that, right? Because they're different distances, right?
Obviously.
So you have to account for that. It's not an effect. It's a prerequisite.
It's a prerequisite. I 100% agree with what you're saying right now. There's this is the reason why I wanted to be thorough, guys. If you don't allow somebody to speak and you keep chiming in and rebutting some dumb shit, then you're not letting the people actually expound on what they're saying. So Chartsy is correct. It would be a prerequisite, and for you to actually get from point of origin to target, you're gonna have to know specific information. Now, that's something important. We can't miss that step, right, Chartsy? You would agree? Because it's not an effect. It's something that you'd have to know prior to these effects taking place for the ballistic.
Right, and I would add on to that and say, if you follow all these assumptions and you correct for all these different effects that we've been through, but you're assuming that it's on a flat plane, you're not going to hit the target. Whereas, if it is, let's say that they're on different planes, right? Well, it won't make any assumptions about what plane it actually is. But if you're assuming it's one plane, or if it's one situation, but it's actually the other situation, if you assume that it's what it's not, when you shoot it, it's going to miss. But if you make the correct assumption, it's going to hit.
Okay.
Right.
So So would you say, in your estimation, that are they making an assumption, or do they know that the Earth is curving, which is something they're accounting for as a prerequisite? What would you say, Chartsy?
I would make the second one there.
So they already know, which is why they're accounting for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so if that is the case, if they already know, don't you think that there's an easy method for us to understand that is the case? Like, if they know, then we should know, right, Chartsy? Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I guess.
It's just relax, Zonic. It's a prerequisite. So obviously they know something that possibly we should know as well. I mean, fundamentally. Okay, so let's try and find out where that information lies. So where can we find out how the curvature of the Earth has been measured correctly, and what is the method by which it was done, so we can know that they're not making assumptions, that they know they're firing over a curved surface. So I'm talking to Chartsy right. Let Chartsy come in. Let Chartsy come in. Zonic, it doesn't matter, dude. Just let him speak.
Listen to these guys mumble.
No, just hold on. Okay, Zonic, just relax. All right, go ahead, Chartsy.
Well, I know the Navy has naval observatories, which is a lot of what they do is related to this kind of thing. It's taking measurements of the Earth. Haas, do you want to just pipe down, man? Can you just mute yourself?
No.
We're all being civil here. You have to keep piping in.
Oh, dude, I'm being civil.
No, you're not. You keep interrupting. You keep piping in when it's not your turn. Just stop. Just mute yourself, man.
Oh, Scott's going to spiral too. Someone built a lighthouse. Therefore,
yeah, just let me get through this with Chartsy. All right, Chartsy.
I know it's 24/7.
Just stop. Just stop.
Oh.
Just be silent. I know that's hard for you. Just be silent. This isn't about you. No one's asking you. Be silent, please.
It's about the water.
Good Lord.
Okay.
Oh, your prayers are answered, sir. And heard.
All right. Maybe we can take it from the top.
Listen to these atheists pray.
Stop. Stop. Stop interrupting. That's all you're doing. You're interrupting. Just stop. Just stop. It's really not that hard. Stop.
Go ahead, Sade.
Are you done?
Turkeys are done. People are finished.
Good Lord.
Your prayers are heard.
Are you done?
George Harrison, everyone. Oh, sweet Lord Krishna. Go ahead.
All right, so corrections for gravity, wind, Magnus effect, flight path change due to projectile spin. Just to recap, Earth's curvature, that's what we're actually on right now. So go ahead. We're going to actually investigate that a little bit, see if we can come up with a great answer for that, because as a prerequisite, we're going to know if they actually are using something that's either known or assumed. So go ahead, Chartsy, the floor is yours.
Yeah. The U.S. Naval Observatory records measurements of, astral phenomena and that kind of thing. The U.S. Naval Institute teaches specific firing trajectories for this. And I'll put this down in the chat. There's a section where they talk about how they specifically calculate the velocity over a curved surface.
Let's I don't know, is that a source you're going to put in there, or is that a
Yeah, I just put it down there.
Drink some water, bro.
Haas, shut the fuck up, bro. Literally, no one is talking to you.
Dude, we were buddies.
No, we're not buddies. You can't shut your mouth, man. Can we mute Haas? I mean, we muted the other guy for piping in here.
Yeah, Haas, we'll just get through it, man. And I mean,
I know. I'm just here.
Got some information. Yeah, if he's got some information, he'll provide it. If not, he won't.
I just provided it. It's in the chat.
Usually, I know. Usually, I ask people for this, so it's kind of cool that he's kind of letting some information come. It's better than most. I'd say that much. Okay, so we don't get this from a lot of people. All right, so you posted something. It says here, new ballistic corrections. 5 important corrections should enter into the calculation of any long trajectory pretending to accuracy, namely the corrections. Number 1, the corrections of gravity for latitude and for the varying altitude throughout the trajectory. Let's see, there's only 5 points. I don't want to take too long doing all this. All right, so is there anywhere in here you want to take us to? Curtsy?
Yeah, if you go down, there's 5 enumerated sections, A, B, C, D, E, and then the second paragraph after that. It talks about eastward versus westward velocity.
All right. A, B, C, and D. Which one of those? Just anywhere specific?
It's 2 paragraphs after that. So it says, now simplifying 2 considerations, and then the paragraph after that. R times m cosine of beta will be the eastward velocity in meters per second of the set point.
By any chance, could someone repost it?
Yeah, who's that? T-Dub? Give me a second.
Yeah, or tag me where it is.
Hey, Chartsy, you wanna post it again, or I'll post it for him?
Sure, I'll post it again.
Thank you.
Chartsy's gonna do it. It's in the last. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, Zonic, you don't need to argue for flat Earth, bro. Just, I'm gonna mute you though, man. Just don't. We don't need. We'll let Chartsy kind of just take the floor for now.
No, he's providing stuff. He's providing us with stuff that I agree with. That we do the same thing.
You guys are delusional.
Just
if you guys are reading, I'm almost going to shut up. If you're reading the bullet points that Matthew just presented, you guys are delusional. We get it. You believe it.
Okay, but like,
that's not a surprise.
What's the bigger picture?
You also believe in moon golf. So,
all right.
Jesus Christ! If Haas doesn't shut up, I'm leaving, man.
Yeah,
honestly.
Well, just Just hold on, man. We're almost at the crescendo. If you just
yeah, I am. I'm trying to do this. Here, I posted my source. It's the second paragraph after the enumerated section. Here, I'll post it in chat
Do you want to read it? Or, I don't know if you want to read that second half.
Sure. R times m times cosine of beta will be the eastward velocity in meters per second of that set point upon Earth's surface, while r times cosine of beta plus y cosine of question mark m meters per second will be that of the point y meters directly above it. So that is their difference. The westerly drift here will be at the rate of y times m cosine of question mark meters per second. And the radius of the Earth has disappeared from our equation, the altitude y alone concerning us.
Why did it disappear, though? I don't know.
It cancels out.
Oh, cancels out? Why do you think that is?
Because that's how math works. It cancels out.
Cancels out, bro.
Just
Good Lord.
No, like, well, so yeah, that's one thing to consider. But the other is, do you know what those letters stand for in the equation? I don't know if you know or not. Just asking. It's cool if you don't. You can look them up.
R is usually radius. M is usually mass. And we're talking about velocities.
But no, I mean, Chartsy,
so it's definitely a mass.
Sorry, Zonic. Yeah, go ahead. I was just going to ask Chartsy.
M can't be the mass.
Here, let's look at the second paragraph. It might elaborate it more.
Yeah.
Then
Chartsy,
in
do you
the
agree
second,
with what Zonic said? Before you.
What did he say?
Oh shit! All right, Zonic, I don't think Chartsy heard you, but go ahead, Chartsy. If he didn't hear what you said, so.
Oh yeah, it's a bunch of math stuff, you know.
Yeah, I agree with
math
that.
Stuff. No, it's great. It's a bunch of math stuff. But what I was asking for specifically is what those values represent. R, M. Do you know what they mean, or no?
No, not at first glance. No, I don't.
Right, but
I can only assume, bro.
Well, can someone look it up and find out what these values mean? Because obviously we're understanding why they're using this.
Can we put that on the back burner for a second and let me go on to the second paragraph here? Just real quick, 20 seconds.
That's fine. That's fine. You can do that. We'll come back.
Then,
to that.
in the second place, it is true that the latitudes and hence also the velocities in meters per second of each and every point upon the trajectory will differ somewhat from each other. For even firing due east or west, the horizontal projection of the trajectory, being a great circle of the Earth, must bend increasingly southwards in the northern hemisphere, cutting the parallels of latitude and longitude into a sinusoid, as will be shown.
Okay, that's pretty interesting.
Do you
I
want
don't
to
know.
continue?
Sounds like a dinosaur.
Can I follow up on
No,
that?
you could. Sorry, Zonic. I'm over talking you. Go.
Oh yeah, of course, dude. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, I'm pretty sure like when you chart stuff out, like over land, you put on a chart, on a small scale chart. Chances are there's going to be, there's going to be distortion in the latitude section, which is going up to north to south, right? So that distortion is charted in there because you're using a flat piece of paper, like a flat chart, and you're charting like a curved piece of land, right? So let's say you take a ball and you wrap a piece of paper around it. There's always going to be, it's never going to completely wrap around, right? Like perfectly. There's going to be some stuff, like some extra remaining pieces there. And those remaining pieces you can like account for by using cosine law, sine law, and tangents, right? Like the SOHCAHTOA stuff, which simulates a wave, a circle, and rates of distortion, So it's like all those ideas combined. It's assumed on this heliocentric model. This is what the heliocentric model is based upon, right? So a ball, something simulates a ball. A lot of that is used in celestial navigation as well to find the azimuth or the direction or a bearing that a boat is going on by using a compass, right? And you have to take into account a lot of stuff to find that. Like the variation of change over years of the electromagnetic field of the Earth, it's going to affect the compass whether it's going west or east. It's very incremental. It's all measured down. It's all like Yeah.
So let me ask you, and then I'm only asking you this. I can come back to the points that I aforementioned that I was going to come back to with Chargy, but because are you in the industry of some kind? Because you mentioned that, and I just want to know if are you speaking from experience? Where's this coming from? Are you just somebody who's on the internet
use
doing
radars
research?
on boats. I've been on a co-op on two ships already, and a lot of that, the tasks that I do is written in this logbook that's set out for students to work on those boats and follow those things. And a lot of those things I've completed, and I've got a signature from all the officers I've worked with. And one of the things that I had full was using a radar, right? And it tells you a lot of information, the speed over ground that you're sailing and the speed over water that you're sailing. So the difference is you're taking into account current, which is also affected by Coriolis, current like water current and the directions of current throughout the world. And you also take account wind, which is also affected by the Coriolis, which is the spin of the Earth creating a momentum of air just interacting. And the Coriolis also allows for air to rotate as well. And that's like perfect design. Oh, that's like God. God created all that. Amazing, right? And it's very unpredictable. But when you see it throughout like a larger scale, you start to see like all these things are affected because of one thing, which is the Coriolis effect. But I can also argue for the flat earthers.
What is God? God or the Coriolis? Is Coriolis effect God?
Those are two different things. You're talking about a cause and you're talking about
let's hope so.
The supposed cause that supports the idea is the Coriolis effect. But that's not the cause of all things, obviously.
Zonic, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Zonic, were you done?
Yeah.
Okay, so because you're in the industry and you've been using these applications for radar technology, is that correct?
Yeah.
Would you say that because you're integrating Coriolis in what you're doing, or is it some prerequisite that is already assumed just because you've been handed the information? I need to know what it is.
Well, I'm experienced with this stuff. Like if you had,
I'll give you an example.
That take into account all those things.
Yeah, I'll give you an example, Zonic. If you're an end user, which it sounds like what you are, right? You're using the machine, the device, whatever it is that you're using.
Yeah.
Then you are taking already the factors that have already been input into the digital system, whatever it is, to then use for in an application the type of work that you need to do in your industry. So are you doing that, or are you actually the guy that has to input certain information according to something is going on?
I do both,
you know what I mean?
Because I have to understand how the machine works inside. Like the things that it uses in its calculations. Like for example, if I'm using a radar, if I'm trying to find how far a piece of land is and what range, like what's the range and what's the direction of it, then the radar is the best tool for that. But you can also use it with just normal sighting and like taking bearings at different times, so you can figure out the speed that you're traveling and how far it is away.
Yeah, that's great.
Just use
I'm glad.
triangulation.
I'm glad that you're able to use this equipment, correctly. But what I'm asking for is that when you input this information into the system, because you say you do both, right? You input into the system, the information that's needed as a prerequisite to understand, like that the Earth is doing something. It's spinning, right?
Yeah.
Correct. Okay. So
yes,
if
in practical application, it doesn't always have to be like that, because you're making such quick decisions on something that is moving so fast that you just assume what's happening, right?
Okay.
You can only see the product after it happens, but to suppose
so
all
is
of
it
it
being
before
assumed?
you make a decision, that is a lot
Is it
of
being
work.
assumed? Is it being assumed, or is it known?
Of course,
In
it's
your
not
estimation.
being assumed.
So
It's
it is known.
Obviously, it's known.
Okay. So because we're gonna get down to the nuts and bolts. How do they know that it's happening?
Well, they've been taught these things, right?
Okay. Yeah. So have you. But that's fine. They've been told that the Earth is in motion, that it's spinning, and then they're making
indoctrination. Check.
There's deep
using
calculations of it. There's a lot of numbers.
Sure, that's great. That's great. Mathematics, right? Now, what we
like
got
that's what they need to use in artillery too. If you don't take those things into account, it's not going to land.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm not saying they can't use this equation. Now, what I'm saying though is there's a bit of knowledge that's being input into this, kind of like as a prerequisite. And Chartsy was talking about this too. Now, I'm getting to more of the knowing part, right? So we're gonna kind of look into that. How do they know that the Earth is spinning for them to use this particular mathematics into their systems? Sonic.
Because it's the most likely blueprint for you to set up all practical things upon.
What?
Okay. So
can I speak here for a second?
You want to speak on his behalf? You want to speak on his behalf, Chartsy? Because I
not on his behalf, but in address of this question.
I'm on a point. I'm really on a point. So we're getting to the crescendo of his point. I didn't interrupt. I let anybody interrupt. Listen, like if
you let Haas interrupt.
Yeah, but Haas is a part of 24/7, so he knows when.
No one let me. I get chastised every time.
Haas, you're interrupting right now, bud.
Well, and you're derailing.
No, I've tried to say you just asked him a question.
How about
I would like to answer that same question that he just answered. I don't want to do it on his
superiority and be patient.
All right, just everyone, just let me get through this with the man. We're getting to the crescendo, and it feels like at the moment, that specific moment, everybody jumps in. Why? Can I please just talk to the man about what his business is? Thank you very much, gentlemen. All right, so we're talking about the prerequisite, knowing that the Earth is in motion. Now, I asked for the "how do we know" question, and that's where we're at. So specifically, it's not just the more likely thing that could be happening, because that's an assumption. We're talking specifically the knowledge base in which they're deriving the information of the baseline of how they know that the Earth is in motion. Now, I need to know how they know that the Earth is actually in motion.
That's a good question. I gotta think about that.
Oh, hey, take your time. But meanwhile, you do that. I'm gonna go ahead and kick it back to whoever else. I think Chartsy, if you wanted to jump in, now is a good time.
Okay.
He yielded the floor, so go ahead, Chartsy.
Yeah. So you wanted to know, how do they know the Earth is in motion?
Yes.
Right. From these firing trajectories or whatever, right? So if they're calculating these firing trajectories based on the assumption that the Earth is in motion, and they're accurately hitting their targets.
Okay.
So if the Earth was not in motion, but they're assuming that it is in motion, wouldn't they be inaccurate in hitting their targets?
This is an assertion at this stage. We haven't seen a demonstration that that's actually the case, and I just wanted to caveat.
Yeah, so thanks, T-Dub. But what we're saying right now is exactly what T-Dub came in and is talking about. So we need to kind of look into this. Whoever's talking about this specific subject, if you're looking at what charts he posted, the PDF, and he also posted a link to this U.S. Naval Institute. Good stuff, right? But what we want to know is exactly how they know that the Earth is in motion. So it could be used as an assumption. I give them that, right? Everybody thinks that the Earth is a globe and it's spinning. Therefore, they're starting to make assumptions, and because the assumption works, therefore the premise is true. That's hold on, Chartsy. I just want to say that's incorrect, because that would be considered a logical fallacy, and the type of logical fallacy that is a pragmatic one. So it's pragmatic logical fallacy to say that because of something works, the premise is therefore true, when the premise could be actually something entirely different than the person actually thinks it is. Just because the thing works doesn't make the premise true. So therefore, the reason why I'm being thorough this way, and I know it's tedious, right? I give you that, but it's because of the fact that people always make these mistakes. And so Zonic is thinking about it. Now, I don't know if you want to think about it a little bit, maybe search for how they know, but it's important that we actually get down to the very specific knowledge base of how we know the Earth is in motion, not just by bullet trajectory, right? Because that's one way that people assume things. We want to know specifically how they know that the Earth is in motion. So if you have that, Chartsy, that's great. If not, you can look for the information and then come back to us. It's cool. I mean, we'll talk to somebody else. It's up to you, man.
Yeah, here. Earth Orientation Department. post it.
All right. Oh, what am I looking at? Okay.
Are you promoting some sort of Sade?
Earth Orientation Department. All right. Give me a second because it's loading on my end.
It's starting to sound very religious.
Haas, I'm going to repeat this again very slowly.
I'm asking you.
No. I know it's hard for you to grasp things.
Are you promoting a religion?
Literally, nobody here asked you anything at all. You keep interrupting, and the only reason you haven't been muted is because someone had the bright idea to make you a moderator. But you're speaking out of turn, and no one here fucking cares, dude. Nobody asked you. You're not a part of this, okay?
I'm asking you.
Stop and observe the same decorum that everyone else here is observing, okay?
Stop your tone policing.
Haas, I appreciate everything you're doing. Thank you, Haas. I love the show. Thank you.
Yeah. Shout out.
Freaking
it is hilarious. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck, dude? Are you promoting a religion?
No,
we're just
Haas, just stop, man.
It sounds like OC9, bro.
It's just like
you're not even contributing to the conversation at all. You're just in here derailing.
What are you responding for then?
Can we go back to this?
You sound like OT9.
Can we mute Haas? Are we not muting Haas?
I'll mute myself.
Yeah, mute
so you
yourself,
don't run away.
Please do. God damn.
Oh, don't damn God.
Yeah, come on, mute yourself, please. We're waiting for you.
Please stop damning God.
You don't want to look at it, obviously.
Let's let Alpha land this plane, guys. Come on.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, it's been 25 minutes.
Yeah,
I can't land the plane.
Yeah, Matthew, this guy's damning God because I've chimed in. I've been silent for the last 15 minutes, and now he's damning God.
Talking.
Stop damning God.
Everyone here can follow the rules of decorum, man, except you. No one else is interrupting.
Sucks.
Just act like a normal person.
So listen up, cause I ain't sick. I mean, you sound like Ad
just
Rock.
Stop. Just calm down.
I'll wait till everybody's ready.
I'm ready. Yeah, I posted it. Did you see it? Would you like me to post it again?
Yeah,
I got it.
We saw your religious paraphernalia. My God, sir!
Stop.
No.
Okay, so let's just
call it what it is.
Let's just go with the basics. I'm pretty sure. What's his name? I can't remember what his name. Oh, Alpha Veritas.
What's up, Don?
I think you asked me something about how gravity works, I guess.
No, we're talking about the Earth's rotation.
No,
but I
don't
think
do that.
Earth's rotation.
Chartsy was gonna.
So how that causes the Coriolis effect?
Yeah, well, we're actually on the point with Chartsy, but I don't know if Chartsy wants to continue or not. I mean, we're gonna get into this link that he posted, but I don't know.
Yeah, guys. Spoiler alert! There is no Earth-based Coriolis.
Can you stop?
Do you want to know how the Coriolis effects works?
Oh, dude.
Yeah, well, I guess what I was saying.
What is wrong with you guys?
Go ahead, Hoss.
For real. I mean, are you guys? Were you dropped on your eggs?
Yeah, this is really productive civil conversation.
Yeah, I don't know.
Alpha, can we really not mute Haas? We've muted everyone else who's been acting this way.
We can't because he's a mod.
No, you can't. This is
buddy. Well, if he keeps speaking up, I'm not continuing this because this is ridiculous.
Yeah, mods can't.
So you won't run away.
But everyone else is fine following the rules here except for you.
Dude, I've followed every rule that's been.
No, you keep interrupting people. You keep bringing up topics that aren't relevant.
I'm not allowed to we were talking before this whole. No,
dude. No one's interrupting here. You have to stop.
Okay, and neither am I. Have you been dropped on your head?
I think he's just drunk. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
I've been here for like.
No, I'm not as drunk as you guys would like me to be. Sorry.
I've been here for like 7-10 minutes. None of this has made sense to me.
Yeah.
None of it.
I agree with you, man. Yeah.
I was asking him if he was peddling a religion. He got offended by that.
No, buddy, I'm offended by you.
Are you peddling a religion?
No,
dude,
I'm not.
No one's peddling a fucking religion, bro.
I don't know why you keep.
I was So
well, you keep posting things that have nothing to do with reality.
If you were following the conversation, you know that they follow that.
I've been listening for the last 3 hours.
This is what we do, bro. This is like
what
the
peddle
US
a religion.
This is
Alright, so
like
basically-
United
basically-
States Naval Observatory.
Yeah.
It's
So
like,
listen.
Oh
we're
my
basically
God,
Jedi.
dude.
Let me catch Jedi up on what's going on. So basically, Chartsy was posting some information. We're going through it, and I was asking relevant questions about the information within what he's posting. So it just kind of devolved from there, from the posting of the information to kind of a back and forth between Chartsy and Haas. So
it sounds
I'm
like
just
it.
kind of waiting for that to kind of mold down, and we'll go into his information if we can. If not, I'll just sit back.
I mean, we could still
I'll
talk
wait.
about. Do you still want to talk about the?
I do,
rotation
but
of
I
the
don't know.
Earth and
I
how
don't
it
know if
affects-
we can get through it. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
don't know.
let's do it. I give the
waiting.
floor to Zonic if he wants to speak.
All right, Zonic, go ahead and put in
Yeah,
your
for
information.
sure. Okay, that's great. Thank you, bro. All right, so the Coriolis effect, right? Let's say you take. You know what inertia is? Just real quick.
Yes.
Okay. So let's say you put inertia. So basically there's inertia on the spinning globe, right? The spinning ball. Right? You
Yep.
take the ball, dip it in water, you spin it. At the center, like the water's gonna shoot out at the center, correct? So
This
therefore
guy's not serious, is he?
Therefore
Haas, shut up.
Fuck you.
The least amount of gravity on Earth is at the equator because you're being lifted up so much, right? So the further, assuming that the zero latitude, the equator, has like the least amount of gravitational pull, right? You can say that.
I'm gonna actually hand this point off to Jedi
See, that's what they do with Coriolis.
as soon as you're
Right,
done.
the
Zonic.
Earth,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
the Earth
you want, Jedi.
basically the sun's rotation, like the energy that it
just stop.
Flicks onto the Earth, it creates like how air
Scott, let
moves
the man get through
directly
this.
towards the west. Always it moves westerly. It's the same direction that the sun goes, from east to west. Right at the they're called the trade winds, which is around the equator. And underwater, there's this thing called eddies, which is also caused by Coriolis effect, and it's like spinning water.
Sorry, do
northwesterly.
you know what Coriolis
Southwesterly
is?
in the south.
Dude, do you know what Coriolis is?
Yes, the Coriolis effect is the reason why, assuming that this
okay.
Earth is spinning, it creates an energy that goes.
No, bro.
east to west.
You put the cart before the horse.
Dude, the Coriolis effect is the observation of an apparent deflection whilst you, an observer, is on a rotating reference frame. Observing an object that's path is actually straight, but as you move, it appears to deflect to you. That's the Coriolis effect, dude.
That sounds more like parallax.
No, it's Coriolis.
It's Coriolis, bro.
I'll give you a
Do you
demonstration.
know the
right?
effects of Coriolis?
Right.
Because I'm telling you, it affects the wind and it also affects water currents.
Excuse me, the Coriolis effect is the observation of an apparent deflection. You're probably thinking of something better termed as the
Apparent
Coriolis
deflection?
force.
Yes, there is apparent deflection.
Okay,
Because
no, dude.
there
if you're-
is, and that's
hello?
what creates circulations in water.
You're chanting.
and air.
Sonic.
But yeah,
Sonic.
Can I finish the sentence, dude? Is that all right?
it deflects westward
Because-
from the north.
Dude, that's an
That's how
actual
Coriolis works.
deflection. The winds
Right.
are actually going in this direction. The Coriolis is apparent deflection. The path of the object is actually straight, but as you are on the rotating reference frame, it appears to deflect to you. Do you
Right.
understand the difference between actual and
Yeah.
appears? Good.
Yeah, which also deflects water currents
Oh,
and air
okay.
currents.
No, so an
in the
apparent
equatorial
deflection.
latitudes.
Hello? An apparent deflection actually makes things physically deflect. You
Yeah,
haven't listened
well,
to
you're
the words
measuring
that
it
come out
from
my mouth.
apparent motion.
Hello?
But if
You
the
haven't listened to a
heliocentric
word that's
model
come out my mouth,
explains
have you?
that, bro.
You
What?
haven't listened to a word that's come out my mouth, have you?
I just did.
Good.
Deflection.
What
So
did he
what
say?
it-
What did he just say?
So give me an
deflection of
example.
air from the original direction of its travel.
No.
No one said
That's
air.
exactly what that is. Trade
didn't say
winds
that.
go
He didn't
in a
say that.
westwardly direction, but they
He
also
didn't say
move
that. You weren't paying
upwards
attention.
in the higher latitudes.
He's not
You
paying
weren't
attention.
listening.
It gets deflected by the
Here.
wind.
Weren't
Stop.
listening.
Here.
Does it get
I'm
actually deflected or apparently?
He didn't listen to you, Jedi.
It's time for the test.
Wasn't
The
listening
depiction
to a
of the
single
wind
thing that I said. Sonic,
on Earth.
let me give you another chance. Right? I'll describe it to you like this. Imagine you on a merry-go-round, and you're going round and round and round. Me and Alpha have got a ball, and we're standing at opposite ends of the roundabout, but not attached. We throw the ball between ourselves. The path of the ball's actually going straight. Me and Alpha are throwing the ball between us. But as you rotate underneath the ball on the merry-go-round, from your vantage point, it appears to deflect from its straight path. Do you understand now?
Yeah, Jedi, if you don't mind looking at the chat, you can see how wind directions at different latitudes move all.
We still don't know that you know what Coriolis is because you won't respond to anything he says.
Yeah, that's correct.
So, are those winds
East to
actually
west.
deflecting?
Look at the arrows, bro.
Are they actually deflecting?
You
That
remember?
creates trade winds. Yes,
Hello?
it deflects.
Excuse me. You remember in the definition that I gave you, there wasn't an actual change in the path of the object. It only looked like it had changed for the person on the rotating object. These winds, are they actually changing their path, or are we just observing them to change path, but the path is actually straight? Which is it, dumb fuck?
Well, just calm down for a second.
Well,
but
can
yeah,
you get it right? Because I
it's
spent
the
5
the
minutes trying to go through
direction
this,
the direction
and you
it
haven't got it right
travels
yet.
is based off of the spin of the Earth.
You haven't got this right yet, have you? You still
Yes,
don't know
the
what
winds.
Coriolis
Do you
is.
not see how the winds are curved?
Do you
And you're
not
saying it
understand?
appears
Do
to be
you
curved,
not
right?
understand? Do I have to do this again? The path of the object is actually straight. It only appears to deflect when an observer is on motion on the rotating reference frame. I'll ask you again for the 5th time. Are the winds actually going in this deviated path, or do they just appear to for observers standing on the rotating reference frame of the Earth? Which one is it?
It does not travel in a straight path. You can see this by the direction of trade winds going westwardly, which is depicted in the picture I sent you.
So
it takes into account the spin of the Earth, which creates the direction of travel.
You're not listening, are you? Coriolis, observation of an apparent deflection. The object isn't actually travelling the path that we observe. That's just a trick because we're on a rotating reference frame.
You know, I can argue for the flat earthers and not take into account the spin of the Earth.
Zonic, just answer the question,
it's
bro.
probably the path of the
Stop.
sun
Oh
affecting
my god,
the
you don't know
wind
how to
and
stop, right?
water.
You're just like a runaway train.
You have a small brain.
You can't argue shit, dude. You can't respond to one thing anybody says.
You don't think
He didn't even respond to what you said. Fucking dude, he's just saying whatever he wants and not responding, and he just like shuts everybody off. That's crazy. No wonder you guys had him muted the other day. Like I saw his name was muted. So anyway, the other guy left. Chartsy left. He dropped some links, and we're gonna get into them, but work out. Looks like Pen Pal's in here. Anybody else in here that thinks the Earth's a globe? Evening, gentlemen. Jedi, Heretic, Crit.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hope you're all doing well.
Hey.
You guys, are you working, Heretic?
Sort of. I mean, I just finished, actually. I'm not really working. I'm at work, but I'm not working.
That's cool. Yeah, today's my day off, so I was kind of jumping in here, seeing what's going on.
I'm working.
Oh, you're at work?
Well, I mean, I was working on
a beer.
Working on Shardsy.
I'm working on this Bud Light, or not. Anyway, yeah.
Nah, I don't drink the Bud Light. Just can't think. Wouldn't be. But yeah, I mean, I don't get it, Shardsy. Why'd you go?
We don't have the baby come back. Yeah, he left it.
Oh, I guess you can celebrate now, huh?
Celebrate? Why?
I don't know. I just feel like you guys got some shit done, huh?
Well, we didn't get to the final round, but that's fine.
Okay.
He'll come back if he wants to.
So can we? All right. So it's not
Yeah,
just
we
you look at
exposed the cope. I would say what was. Yeah, I would say what was successful is the cope was.
He was giving out a lot of information. I don't know about you, but
yeah, information doesn't equate to truth.
But what did you put out? Did you put out
It's called bullshit artistry.
So basically, what he was putting out with this information is the fact that people believe certain things. So just posting things and then talking about them doesn't make it true. What makes
Did you not look at the source?
Zonic, you need to listen, bro.
They use this in the military.
Dude, just listen. All right? That's all you got to do. No one's asking you to jump in just yet. Relax. So the veracity of the claim needs to be supported by the evidence within that, whether it's a citation or a source. What we ask for needs to be, that information needs to be supported. So he posted 3 things, and I'm going to actually post them for everybody else who missed the conversation, just so you can look at what's going on. Real quick, I'm just going to recap because I know he's not here anyway, so I'm just going to do it for the team.
I'm sure everyone's
Dude, can you relax, bro?
People
Can you relax?
Dude, we realize you're gullible as shit, so just calm down.
All right, I'm going to give you the first link that he gave me. I'm going to go through them just real quick. That's the first one. I'll give you the second one. And I was actually going to go to all of these points that he posted because it was important that he had a lot of things, and even what the military is posting as well for everybody. That's the second link that I just posted.
Hey, Zonic.
And here comes the third link real quick. Hold on, Haas. Let me just get through this, brother. I promise I'll let you just... So here's this.
No, I just had one question for Zonic.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Hey, Zonic, have you ever thought that maybe you're in this situation because you're just gullible?
All right. Yeah, that was... Dude, I don't know how important that was. Here you go. Here's the last one.
Well, I think it was very important because these people don't realize they're...
All right, so here's but that was on a point here. But
that's a huge issue.
Okay, Haas. Let me just show the.
Is it not?
I see that you posted these links,
Zonic,
right?
Now he speaks up.
Oh my god, dude! I really just want to get through this information, fellas. Please, can I do that? All right,
it's 24/7.
Go ahead, dude.
No, it's 24/7. I'm here. I'm here. The whole presentation from everyone. It's funny he speaks up after I ask him if it's maybe just an issue with his own gullibility. He will not speak to that. Silence 24/7. Zonic.
All right, hold on.
All right, well, let's let Alpha finish this thing with this guy.
Yeah, Veritas. Am I gonna speak to this guy? Is that why you're muted, or are you gonna jump to another conclusion?
No, I wasn't even. It had nothing to do with you, Zonic. It was the previous gentleman who was here, Chartsy, and I was just gonna tell the team. Okay, so really, a white mic is all you need right now. That's it. So just let me get through this.
He's not here anymore.
Okay, then go ahead and speak, dude. You guys want to just talk, then talk. Fuck it, dude. I'll just wait in the back until you're done.
Okay, if this is interesting information for you and you don't have a rebuttal for it, I understand, because people need to do research before they come into a debate with someone, right?
Oh my God, I'm just going to shut him up. Sorry, I'm shutting him up. Addressing the very thing you're talking about. He was reposting the information provided for others to be able to go and do that research. And then he was stressing how it's not only just about assertion of a thing. It's about demonstration of a thing. Sorry, Alpha.
No, you're right, dude. Like I feel like I've been trying to get that out so that everybody can know what the context of the argument was for the gentleman who was here prior. But it's hard when sometimes my team's actually roadblocking. I just want to get through it. That's also everybody can know what the context. Some people weren't here. All right, so the last link that I posted, we're gonna get into that. It was a link from it's like a government site link or whatever, Earth Orientation Department, whatever that is, right? And so we didn't get a chance to get into that one, but he did go into the first one, which I guess they were talking about that the naval, military is using for firing solutions. The information that was posted, I think it's on page 42 on the PDF, but I'm going to go ahead and clip out what he was talking about, and then you guys can decide. All right, so this is what he posted. I'm going to put it in there. This was his first argument. And really, I let him kind of go through it so that, I posted it myself. There is no debate, Sonic. All right, so you can see the bullet points. We went through each one. I was talking about the effects that happen. Like we can all talk, and I went through each bullet point thoroughly so that we're not just saying, nuh-uh. There needs to be a thorough explanation on like the things that they're getting wrong. So we got all the way up to the part where it says Earth's curvature. And I asked Chartsy, where has Earth's curvature been measured for them to say that they're accounting for this as a prerequisite for the firing solution? Because as we know, the other things that were indicated on the bullet points were all effects that take place, like relative wind speed, direction, the average initial velocity of the projectiles, air density, corrections for gravity, wind, Magnus effect, and it says their flight path change due to projectile spin. And it says so right there in brackets, like with the Magnus effect, what would it do and how it, the variable that happens with the Magnus effect, what happens to the bullet during flight. So that happens, right? You get a flight path change due to the projectile spin. That's and that is well understood, the Magnus effect. So then we got into the last piece, right? Which was not an effect. It's the Earth's curvature, which he said it took they had to factor that in prior to the ballistic, flying out of the weapon. So that's what we're looking at. And we got into that. He didn't know. So it was based on an assumption, as we all know. So we were exposing him on that. And then the second thing was going to be the Coriolis effect. We didn't get to that because he posted the second thing was the second link that I put, the ballistic corrections. So then he got into the ballistic corrections, which is the second link that you see that I posted. And he went all the way down to the paragraph where it says, let me scroll up. Let's see. It says here, now two simplifying considerations will greatly aid us in the first place. Let's see. If R meters be the radius of Earth at the given point on its surface of latitude L, and Y meters be the latitude of any point directly above it, while m radians per second is the eastward angular velocity of Earth's rotation, and A and B are the Earth's equatorial and polar semi-diameters, respectively.
Now, I gotta ask.
Yeah.
How is this not identified?
You're cutting out, dude.
How is this not all identified as religious texts to these people? Why don't the red flags go up?
They don't see things the way you do, or I do.
Oh, I know, but I guess I'm asking how is it that they remain so gullible?
Well, they believe the story. So it's like any other person that's still.
I get that, but
okay,
but the story sucks.
Well, to you, but to them, it seems like it's real. So, like, getting into
it used to seem real to you and I. Okay. No.
Yeah, just let me work through this.
What I'm saying is, as you read these things, how do they not hear it as being just some sort of ideology?
I can't divine their thoughts, Haas, so I don't know. All right, so we're going to look at RM and cosine B. So there's an equation that was put forth that we got into, right? Because I started getting into like, what is it? What is the variables in this equation, and what do they mean? What do they stand for? What does R stand for? What does M stand for? Of course, the gentleman didn't know. Chartsy he didn't really know what they stood for. Just fine, because we all know the R value in there is the radius, right? So that was another point that we didn't get into, and because we were going to go into like how they understood that R value is inputted to the equation as a prerequisite for this firing solution. So it was kind of like everything was tying into each other for him in his mind of how he went from the very first link of the firing solution, and we talked about like Earth's curvature and Coriolis, and then we're going to get into. He wanted to bring up this other link that kind of supported what he thought was truth, but then we didn't get into that. So he jumped to the last point, which was Earth Orientation Department, and that was his last point there. So he's back. So Chartsy, we're into the last point. So we were gonna talk about that, but him and House got tied into kind of a back and forth. So I just sit back until they're done. But that was it. Like we didn't get any farther. So the other prior points that we were going to touch on were the ones that we kind of glossed over, but we didn't get back to him because he didn't get to the end of his, So anyways, for the team that's here, that's where we're at. We want to be thorough with because I always charge people with if you're presenting information like Luna Tech. Luna Tech was another guy that was in here who said he was talking about basically the same thing with the ballistics, and I asked him, "How do you know that the Earth is spinning underneath that?" So he went off and said, "I don't know, like exactly." So he went to go look for that. See, the thing that we're finding out more often than not is that they need to back up their claims, and when they don't, and other people chime in for them, then I will be like, "You can't do that," because the person that said the claim needs to back it up by the information, either a citation, source, something that we asked that could support the claim. So,
but that's their method.
Yeah, I know, but they get called out on it.
They say something absurd, and then the choir backs them up. And Scott Mackey's in the choir.
Yeah,
is able to keep his cool, and he's here. So why don't you speak up now, Scott?
All right, so
you're trying to catch a wave, or what's going on?
So Chartsy's back. We could
ask he Chartsy. Is. Good Lord,
Chartsy. So I guess we can try to continue on the last page that you were going to present. Is that cool? Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Just quickly to Alpha. On the Earth orientation page, there's a link to what's called very long baseline interferometry, and it takes you to a YouTube, very short YouTube video, about 2 minutes long. One subscriber, about 67 views. And it talks about so the qualification, for the claim, how they determining the Earth's orientation in space and its rotation, its movement through space. It's basically they're relying on the idea that quasars don't move, and they use signals. They use radio telescopes to equate time differentials between signals received from quasars, and then use that to determine basically how the Earth has changed in orientation in space over time.
Interesting. I haven't heard that take on it. I don't think Chartsy would have expounded on that. Not to my knowledge. I'm divining his thoughts right now, by the way. So, but I mean, I don't think he would have went that direction. But yeah, I appreciate that, T-Dub. I mean, he's in here now. So, the Earth's Orientation Department, Chartsy, if you want to take it from the top, it's up to you. If not, we can ask somebody else.
Yeah. Do you mind if we rewind a bit back to the original?
I have the three. Sorry, man. I have the three websites up, so I don't know what you want. Where you want to go?
Yeah. So let's take it from. I guess I don't know. You want to start? We can start with the first one.
You choose, man. I don't care.
So we've kind of gone into. Right, they use Earth's curvature to calculate these firing solutions for naval guns, right?
Yeah, that's the first link that you gave us, right?
Right.
All right.
So, would you agree? I mean, these solutions are generally accurate enough for them to do their job, right? For them to hit their targets?
They're accurate whenever they use the firing solution, so they're able to hit target. Yes, that's correct.
Right, and the firing solutions rely on the presumption that the Earth has a curved surface.
Well, the assumption that they're inputting into their the variables of what they're using for their system, it would be that.
Right.
One of the assumptions that, as we could see outlined by this this PDF.
Right. Yeah. So we agree, right? They rely on the Earth being curved as an assumption for them to generate these accurate firing solutions.
Well, what they're saying in that document or the PDF is that these are the variables that they're using for the for everything they're going to need for that firing solution to hit its target. So yeah, if you want to continue, we'll
all right.
Let you finish.
So what I would say then, right, and the second document on there goes into greater detail on it, but it does still include the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yeah, where was that? So where was that in the document again, so that you can help people?
So if you pass the enumerated section, the second paragraph after the enumerated section has the equations that they use for westerly and easterly firing solutions, and then further down the document, they go into the details for each variable for that.
Does everybody see that? What he's pointing to on the second link? If not, I'll post it. Because we're gonna follow up as soon as he's done with his short presentation, and then we'll ask him some questions. Do you want to continue with the last link or?
Yeah, he thinks this is gospel. Noted.
Yep, definitely. I know. I'm gonna mute Haas.
Not gonna age well, fella.
That's going to cause audio chaos, and you can't mute a mod, Chartsy.
I can on my side.
I know. No. That's what I'm saying. You can't mute a mod on your side. If you do,
I just did.
If he speaks up, then we're going to hear him and you talk. So
watch his light, Chartsy.
We're going to hear the audio chaos, not you.
Watch your own light, Scott.
I mean, I don't want to hear him anymore.
Watch his light and don't talk over him. They'll kick you. I don't want them to kick you.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to tell you that as well, bro. Like you can't mute a mod either. So if you said that, then that means already we know that you're doing it. So you got to unmute him, man. Sorry, that's just the rules. It doesn't matter who it is.
Right.
If they have mod in their name, you can't mute them.
Okay, I'll just turn him down to 1%. Then I'll still be able to see if he. Yeah. Okay, but my point though that I was saying, right? If they're making these assumptions. If they're assuming that the Earth is curved when they're making these firing solutions, and they are accurately hitting their targets, right? If they were to operate under an alternate assumption, then wouldn't they not hit their targets? Right?
No,
like if the Earth were actually flat and they're doing these based on the assumption that the Earth is round, but the Earth is actually flat, then wouldn't their assumptions throw off all of their calculations?
I would say it this way, Chartsy. If you're saying that it's a possibility that it would throw their trajectory off because they wouldn't be able to factor it in if it's a planar existence, then I would say let's kind of look into that first before we make that logical leap.
It's not a leap. I mean, it's a logical conclusion, right? Like if they're making assumptions and the assumptions are wrong, then they wouldn't be hitting their targets. But if the assumptions are correct, then they would be hitting their targets.
No, that's the problem though, because an assumption is not something that's followed by something that's understood. So if you say I'm assuming the Earth's a globe, so therefore when I hit my target, it then is what, like I said before, what happens here in this instance, it outlines what a pragmatic fallacy is. Because of the thing that works, that it supports a premise, is incorrect. If you say that, well, it's working and we're assuming that the Earth's a globe, therefore the Earth's a globe. No, it's not. It could be something else. Because the assumption doesn't support the it works fallacy. It has to be that they know that it's a curved Earth, that they're working over. So now that's why I'm saying we got into the last link that you were going to post. That's where we were at this part of the discussion when you posted the last link.
Right, and that's from the U.S. Naval Observatory.
Correct.
And that goes into more detail.
Do you want to go into that or no?
No, I don't. I'm playing Grand Theft Auto now. I don't care.
Right. Well,
someone else wants to speak. That's okay.
You're good. You're good. So we never got to to the final conclusion that the Earth is a globe. It was more of like we are only assuming, and this last link could have put it over the top for Chartsy, but
Right.
he's
Well,
playing Grand
can
Theft
I
Auto, so go
speak
ahead.
to that? Like, if the
If you
assumptions
want.
are incorrect, right? So they're assuming that the Earth is round. They're factoring that into their calculations. But you're saying the Earth is not actually round. Then the end result of their whatever would be incorrect, right? Like they wouldn't hit their target. It's not false because it's still accurate. How would it be? How would they hit their targets if the Earth is flat and they're assuming that it's not flat?
Right,
They
so
would
the
still be
false-
off.
The false
you
statement
know?
is when you're saying that if they're not going to get it correct if it's a flat plane, because you're already saying that they're assuming that it's a globe and it works. So the thing that's happening is that because you're making that statement, if you would have said they know that the Earth is a globe, that's how they're hitting their targets. Then it's a lot harder for someone to say that it's anything else but globe. But if you said they're assuming, then all bets are off. It could be anything else.
Well, the assumption is predicated on the reality that, you know.
Well, that's where we're going to with your last.
I would like
But
you
play
to
Grand
present
Theft
to
Auto.
me an argument in which
I'm cool.
case you can show that assuming the Earth is flat, you can still hit a target on a flat plane. On a,
Chartsy, here's the
complete
deal, man.
goofball.
What's happening is that because you want an assumption to be worked into like a pragmatic fallacy, and making the pragmatic fallacy stand true is not going to make it stand true because it
well,
works.
it's not a fallacy.
Yeah,
I mean,
yes,
it's
it is.
basic logic, right?
No, it's not logic. It's a logical fallacy. That means that what you said, because it's working as my assumption, therefore it's true. It's an incorrect statement. You can't say that and then it makes the premise true. It would make the premise faulty
Right.
because the premise
Okay.
could be something else. As an
Yeah, no,
assumption.
I understand what you're saying,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
But let's look at it from this other direction, right? You're saying that the Earth is not actually round, that it's flat, right? Then it wouldn't work at all, right? You might be able to suppose that there's an
Wait, who said
alternate
that, though?
explanation.
Who
No.
said
I'm
that?
working backwards logically, right? I'm not.
Oh, you're
not trying to put.
You're trying to take the argument and then go in reverse. Like if you said, if I know my assumption is correct as it being a globe and it works, that means the opposite is true.
No,
Then it
I'm
means
trying
if
to
it's
work backwards from your assumption that the Earth is not a globe.
No, it's not an assumption. I don't have an assumption. What I'm asking. Listen,
Okay, well let's
yeah,
create an assumption for the sake of argument. It's a rhetorical assumption.
I'll let
We're
you
going to
continue.
assume that the Earth is not round.
I'll let you continue.
Okay.
For the sake of you trying to prove a point. But I'm going to tell you right now, we're not assuming. But go ahead, Charlie.
Okay.
Make
You should mute
So,
yourself, Charzy.
let's consider for a moment a situation in which the Earth is not round, right? It's a flat plane. But I'm making these firing solutions that are predicated on the fact that, or on
No,
the
you
assumption,
read a
let's
story
say, they're
about
predicated
that.
on the assumption that the Earth is
You're not
actually
doing
round.
shit.
So in this
And
situation,
since you muted
where
me,
my assumptions
you
don't
don't
line
know the
up with
parade you're
reality,
on.
my firing solutions are going to be wrong
Yeah, your
every
reality
time.
is an article. You moron.
Sorry, you're gonna have to take him off mute, even if he is interrupting. Haas, try to let him get through his thing, but you can't mute
Yeah.
anybody in this room, or else you're going on mute. Type in the chat when you've done it.
That was you, Chartsy. I told you
Chartsy's
about the
acting,
audio. I told you
Chartsy's
about the
acting
audio
like he's
chaos,
done
bro.
these things.
All right, he's back on full. All right, go ahead, Chartsy. What were you saying?
Back to, am I allowed to speak again?
You're speaking now. Go.
Okay, so if you make an assumption, and the assumption is wrong, and you do things based on that assumption, right? Like if you make predictions based off of false assumptions, then your predictions are always going to be wrong.
You're reading an article.
I'm
You've
not. I'm
done
literally
any of-
playing.
you've not
I'm
done
literally
any of
playing
these
Grand
things.
Theft Auto right now.
All right, but don't
Yeah,
don't
dude.
derail him though, Haas, because he's got to get through his thing, or else it's just gonna go
Yeah.
nowhere.
I mean, I'm just trying to. This isn't even something that you have to prove, right? If you make assumptions, if you make predictions based off of assumptions that are wrong, your predictions are going to be wrong, right? Is that?
Well,
I feel like
I
this
want you
is
not necessarily.
When you start using the assumptions, you haven't supported it with how people know an assumption can't be true, because an assumption could be, it's left open to interpretation. It could be something else.
right,
So
but it
this is
doesn't.
what you need to understand, right? That's the
Exactly.
thing that you
Now
need to
he's
really.
even falling. Sorry.
Go ahead, Tito.
Now he's even in danger of committing, affirming the consequent.
Yeah,
as
well,
as
that's what I was just gonna say that at the moment he said that, because like we could use it in Jedi's old affirming the consequent, because my rooster crows, the sun will rise. The sun rises, therefore my rooster crows. So it's like it's when it could be just because this.
Right, but the assumption there that the sun rises when the rooster crows is not incorrect. You know, why the underlying premise of that assumption might be wrong, but the actual assumption in that case is correct. When the rooster crows, the sun rises. The sun doesn't rise because the rooster crows.
Then why don't all the roosters crow at the same time?
Right. So then you understand the claim, how it could be not supported by something else that's happening. So you could basically say that the Earth is a flat and stationary plane, and they're also getting their the trajectory of the ballistics correct. So if you
I don't understand that statement, just for the fact that if the Earth was flat, they would have different assumptions. If the Earth was flat, the assumptions that they're using for that.
Chartsy, you haven't presented the other assumptions. Like you're saying that there would be, and then we see no other. You're basically bankrupt at that point. Like, so it's almost like you're calling out, like saying, okay, but if it were using like a flat stationary plane like idea, it would be wrong. But what I'm saying is, there's no evidence to back that claim. Like, you don't have like the other side to then say, okay, I showed you how it works as an assumption with the globe. Now I'm going to show you how it works as an assumption with the flat plane. You haven't done that, so you don't know if it could work or not. You're basically
would you like me to find you one?
I don't know. Is it going to stand up to what you're saying about the ballistics working over a flat plane?
Yeah, good luck.
It can't be something that a anti-flat earther's putting in there, man, like McToon, or that won't be accepted, because these guys are just known trolls. It's got to be something like you posted with the military, or something that's from an agency, let's say.
So you want me to find you an article from the military showing
how
them calculating a firing solution
in the military? Always tells the truth.
How listen, how it cannot work on a flat plane, because the one thing that you said with the assumption that it's a globe works according to you. Now, if you said that the opposite would be true, that it would not work on a flat Earth, then you need to post where someone said that. If not, that's you saying that. That's not anybody else. But as far as we know, it's an assumption that you think that the Earth is a globe. It's working, the ballistics working over the curved Earth. So as an assumption, you still think that it would not work on a flat Earth. But I'm asking you, who said that? It's just you saying that. Nobody's saying that.
I'm saying that you don't need proof that it follows logically if you take it from point, if you look at it in itself. So let me just give me a second here, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that if you had the exact same firing solution, and let's say over a course of 40 or 50 miles, and you fired it on a flat Earth and you fired it on a round Earth, that it would hit the exact same place?
Okay, so here's what I will tell you, right? Let me just speak a little bit. What's happening is, on the Earth, I'm not going to give it any description at this point. On the Earth, they're firing rounds and they're hitting their target. So,
yes.
So if we're going to say whatever the surface shape is, like if it's curving or if it's flat, if whatever we say the shape of the Earth on the surface is, then we're going to have to either substantiate that with evidence. This is what I'm telling you. So if we're saying that it's curving on its surface, we need to see how people know that it actually is versus how it actually is flat. Like, and I don't mean like a piece of paper. What I mean is, because we know we got land topography over land and water with waves and such. So what we're going to do is we're going to show examples of trying to figure this out on both sides. Okay, let's just do that. Why not? Because instead of making assumptions, I think let's go to the heart of the issue, the elephant in the room.
I just posted an article in chat for you.
What is this? What did you post?
It's the fire control. Let's see.
Yeah, but this is
from San Francisco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is more of the same, isn't it? It's basically saying the same thing to support the other claim. This claim to support a claim. We don't need that.
Religious text.
These are my texts, my sacred texts.
Okay, thank you for sharing your religion.
What we need.
Shake yourself.
Listen, what we don't need is more of the same. We're getting more of the same claims. We already know that that's what you assume. Now, or they assume that you also believe that they assume. What we need more of is how they know that they're working over a curved surface. Not that they assume, but that they know.
Okay, can I address that?
Sure.
Okay, so going back to the question I asked earlier, would you assume that a firing solution on a flat Earth and a curved Earth would hit the same place, or are they going to hit different places?
Yeah, I didn't expound on this point, but yes, because of the fact that on the one hand we understand us in here in the room in 24/7 that they are working over a flat and stationary plane, so it does hit its target.
No, I'm not asking
let me
about.
go to the next side. Let me go to the next side. 1 second. On the other hand, they have the idea that they're working over a globe, and the assumption is that because of that, they're hitting their target. So what we have here is on the one side, people know that the Earth is flat and stationary because there's evidence to back it up. On the other hand, we have people who think that the Earth is a globe based on an assumption, and what they're doing is mathematics. So mathemagic is basically showing you this. Yeah, I have a reason why I said that, Charlie, because
I
they're
haven't
going to
heard
show
that in a while.
Well, get used to it. So when they say, well, we use that in here, mathemagic, it's really kind of like where the magic happens, right? So if you see an equation that shows you that they're using the radius, and then inserting it into an equation and saying, because we have this radius, right, and also the other variables in the equation, what we have is the exact way that a bullet would travel using all the variables, including the Earth's curvature and Coriolis, right? And so when you look at the equation, you're like, well, the math checks out. Therefore, my premise is true. But it still stands to reason that they're giving you mathematics to support, to superimpose over the reality or the Earth that you're standing on. So with that being said, you're not actually going out and demonstrating that the Earth has curvature. You're using math as a language, because math is a language, to describe what you think is true, which in this case is an Earth that's curving. So on the surface is curving because some mathematics has been showing you, which is the math magic that I'm talking about. So the equation that's being brought up right now is the one that you posted in the second link that you gave me, that has the R value inserted. You can actually go back and check it out for yourself. So when they're using this equation, they're actually inserting the R value as if it's already understood to be that way. Now, the interesting part about this is the question that we always ask, Chartsy. How did they get that in the first instance? Because you have to peel all the layers of the onion all the way back to its core. How did they figure out that information has been verified by anyone? What was done to support that claim that the Earth is actually known to have surface curvature? Now, that's what I'm asking you, because, we got the mathematics. We get that people know that the Earth is assumed to be a globe, but how do they know that it has surface curvature? Now we're down to the meat and bones. We're really down to it. So how can you tell me that there's a method that we can understand that the Earth's surface is curving? Like, who's figured it out? Now we're getting to it. This is it. This is the final boss, level 99.
Yeah,
can you
there we
defeat it?
go. Yeah. Well, so what I was saying earlier, and I did post that third link was to the Naval Observatory and how they calculate Earth's position and shape and that sort of thing. But to the point, really, if the how the assumption is made is not really relevant as to whether or not the assumption is true. Those are separate things, right? If the assumption is false, then the equations don't work anymore. If the assumption is true, then the equations do work. That's really what it boils down to. If the assumption that the Earth doesn't have a curve is false, then suddenly these equations don't work because it's baked in at every level to these equations. So if they're
That's not
assuming
necessarily true. If the
it is
correction
necessarily
not,
true.
No, if the correction is not greater than the uncertainty, then it won't make any difference.
Okay.
That's true.
Yep.
So, do you understand what's happening now, Chartsy? See,
I understand what. Yeah,
okay, so,
I understand.
So the level, well, I mean, at least this much, man. Look, all it is a challenge for you. Nobody's trying to like strong arm you into flat Earth. So far be it from that. You just, I mean, at least it's going to challenge you, right? At the very least. So, I mean, if you're good, we can leave it at this, and then maybe move on to someone else. But what do you think?
Oh yeah,
you want to if you want to continue.
No, this is a exercise of futility. I have no interest in continuing this if you guys aren't going to listen to me.
Well, we are. We have.
You gave up.
We have been, Chartsy.
No, I mean,
we heard your pleas to your religion, sir.
We have been.
Yeah.
We've been listening. I've been listening to you, Chartsy. I'm listening to every word you're saying. But the thing is, we're following, and we're also
not
showing
futile.
you. Yeah, we're all showing you that the information that you're presenting needs to have the supportive information to back up the claim. So we're going all the way back down to the core. So the core is where's the method that anyone figured out that the surface of the Earth is curving? And so that's where we're at right now. If you just want to wave the white flag and say, I'm done, you guys ain't going to listen to me.
I hear what you're saying. I do. I feel like you guys aren't hearing what I'm saying. Can I reiterate one more time?
It's up to you, man.
Yeah. So if you make assumptions that the Earth is flat, right, then things work in a certain way. And if you change
You're projecting.
Haas, do you want to just pipe down and let me finish?
No, I'm interjecting to say you're projecting.
Okay, so you're not really adding anything. You're just interrupting.
You're wrapped up in an ideology.
So not really adding anything.
Nope. Did you not realize that you're wrapped up in an idea?
Not really adding anything.
Okay, then it's added.
Okay, so you can pipe down now.
Well, let it sink in. Hot shot.
Yeah. Okay, are you done?
Turkeys are done. People are finished.
Well, you're finished then, so be quiet.
Yes, I'm finished now. Go
so
on.
if you make
chant
a bottle,
your religion, sir.
I thought you said you were finished, man. Just stop talking. Jesus Christ! I don't know why this is so hard for you.
No, I'm not Jesus.
Everyone else here is fine with letting other people talk, except for you.
Dude, I've spoken like 1% of the last 5 hours.
The pot shots are kind of funny, Haas, but it is totally derailing them.
Yeah, just stop talking.
Dude, this guy is a derailer.
I'm not derailing. Literally, I'm carrying my end of the conversation here.
Just get it out of his mouth, and then we can move on.
Okay, share your pain.
Just stop talking. Okay. Right? So, if you make predictions based off of assumptions, if the assumptions are wrong, the predictions are also wrong. Is that right or wrong? Can you make accurate predictions based off of false assumptions?
No.
No, you can't. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So if you make the prediction that your shell is going to land at a specific place based off of the assumption that the Earth is curved, but the Earth isn't actually curved, it's a false assumption, then your shell isn't going to land where you predicted it to, because you're making a prediction off of a false assumption. So it doesn't matter where the assumption came from.
And you're assuming that's done in reality.
Good Lord.
You're assuming that's done in reality because you...
What the fuck is he talking about? What reality? What is he talking about?
Yeah,
the reality that we're all in?
He's not talking about reality. He's talking about an...
So is the and really, Alpha, I'd love to have your input here.
Are you speaking from experience, or are you just paraphrasing an article?
I'm literally playing Grand Theft Auto, man. I'm not reading anything right now.
Then stop bitching about me.
Yeah, well, you keep interrupting. I don't know why it's so hard to just let someone else talk for 5 minutes.
I've led you to a dead end. I'm asking, are you quoting an article?
No.
Speaking from experience.
Well, let me Okay, I'm speaking from experience. Do you think that you can make accurate
What
predictions
experience?
based off of false
You've
assumptions?
done this. You've done this in reality.
Made accurate
What?
predictions based on accurate assumptions? Yes, I've done
These
that.
things, this bullshit you've been talking about for half. You've done this in reality,
out,
or
too.
you're paraphrasing an article.
Oh, an
Anyone
example?
else?
What example?
Yeah.
What is he? Yeah, can you
Yeah,
please be more
listen.
specific? Can you please
Listen,
listen? You know what?
semi-white
Don't
knight.
listen to me. Why don't you chill
Semi-white knight,
out,
shut
okay,
up.
with your attitude? No, I'm not going to shut up. You shut the fuck up, okay?
Haas, please
All
shut
right?
the fuck up, dude.
So are you
Right.
paraphrasing an article, speaking from experience?
I told you for the third time I'm speaking from experience. You
Okay,
can't make
so you've
accurate
done
predictions
this.
based
You've
off
done
of
this.
false assumptions.
So you've done this, yet you're so flummoxed.
God damn, dude, how can anyone stand you?
Fuck you. Who says anyone does stand me?
Obviously, no one does, dude. Even the other moderators in here are
donkey
telling you
needs
to
some
shut
water,
up, and you
bro.
keep going. Stop. Just stop, man.
So what experience? Do you think reading an art experience?
No. Practical. I mean,
so
dude.
You've done this.
Yes, I've made accurate predictions based off of accurate assumptions.
No. You've done this bullshit that you're talking about for the last half hour.
What, making predictions based on assumptions? I have, yes.
No,
Every person on Earth has.
No after he answers your question? The specific example he's talking about.
What's the example? What example, sir?
If you're
Which
late
one?
to the
You can
party,
just
then
answer.
shut up and maybe
No, you shut
you'll.
up, because nobody fucking knows
Haas,
what you're
just
talking
stop,
about.
man.
Nobody knows what you're fucking talking
Enlighten
about,
her.
right? No,
Enlighten
you
her.
enlighten me. You're asking the fucking question.
No, it's his
you do the
example.
enlightening.
It's his
What
example, Hotshot.
What example? Like, goddamn right I am.
Well,
What
let him
example?
speak up. Let him tell
you
about
want me
his
to
example
talk
that he's
now? You don't want to
bullshitting
speak
about.
over me, Haas?
Oh, fuck you.
Oh,
is that Haas?
Enlighten her. Tell her about your example.
I'm kind of pissed they don't let you mute people in this server. You definitely.
Dude, tell her about your example.
But just not in this channel.
Yeah, well, my example was, using flight paths, flight trajectories.
Dude, you are full of shit.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's what I was talking
Haas,
about
but
for
now I
2
know
hours, but obviously that's not what you want to hear, so.
No,
what
you
would
guys are
you
full
like
of
to
shit.
talk about, Haas? What
You're
would
full
make
of
you
shit,
feel
dude.
better?
No, there's a guy in
No,
here named
bro.
Haas. I thought you were saying it was him.
Cope. You're full of shit. You're backpedaling.
Full of shit, backpedaling.
Yeah, that's you.
Okay.
So you've done this.
You're gonna ask again, even though he already said yes, and you just keep denying it?
No, he's lying.
So why are you gonna keep asking?
Yeah, so what are you doing, man?
Dude, hey, White Knight number 2. He won't even acknowledge.
I've answered you several times now, and you just keep asking it. You're a broken record, man.
Things. You've done these things.
Yes, I've answered this multiple times. Yes,
you've made these shots.
No, are we talking about the trajectory?
Yeah, we're talking about what you were talking about.
The thing that you said I wasn't talking about. Now we're talking about it?
No, the thing that you said you weren't talking about.
Was I talking about it?
This is awesome.
You've made these shots.
I'm so fucking.
Hold on, let me make sure I tag you as a retard.
Can we just
do it?
Can we just move on, guys?
No, time out. No, time out. He said he's made these shots and accounted for these things.
I didn't say that. Are you autistic?
So you're paraphrasing an article.
Maybe you're constipated a little bit. Maybe you should add some fiber to your diet.
Your projection is noted.
I think.
Go get some colon blow.
Fiber, man.
Go have some. No, you guys need some
relax.
No, you sound
It'll
so
mellow you out.
disgruntled. Like, I don't know, maybe you have a urinary tract infection. I'm not sure. There's something you're incredibly
Are you giving unsolicited medical advice? You creep.
No, you're just very agitated. Usually men, when they get older, they're agitated.
No, I'm not as old as you would like me to be. Sorry.
For the second time,
is it illegal to give unsolicited?
None of this is making any fucking sense. None of it.
It's just getting angry, guys. Right. Well, let me try and make it make sense for you, Jedi.
Could you? Because this is turning
Yeah.
into a
So
shit show.
can we go
Quite
back?
embarrassing as well, if
Let's
you don't
scroll
mind me
back
saying.
in
Sorry,
time.
dude, I hadn't finished talking.
Okay, you still talking?
Yeah, you might have noticed that you kept talking through what
Go
I
ahead.
was saying.
Yeah.
I was just expressing my disgust for some people. This isn't going anywhere, guys. Should be a little bit
Obviously.
embarrassed, I would have thought. Anyway, you can carry on now.
Okay, thank you.
Not embarrassed. This guy's he's chanting religious
You know
texts.
what? Fuck it, I don't care anymore.
Jedi, dude.
Exactly.
That's what I said.
He actually thinks people care to hear his bullshit.
I mean, it's really
So we're left with a bunch of half-wits with a half-baked story that they think is true that we have to listen to them chant about.
Who's chanting?
You.
I'm chanting?
Indeed.
So angry, dude. Why are you so
Nah,
angry?
I'm actually having a great time.
Like, well, you know.
Can we get back
you
to
are,
deal
because
with
you're
it?
fucking crazy.
Reboot him? No, I don't want to deal with it, dude.
Oh, cope.
Boot him.
Yeah, let's get back to it, right? Can you make an accurate
Try to get
prediction
back to
based off of false assumptions?
What the fuck is wrong with you people?
It's really not that complicated of a question. Yes or no? Two
Ask
answers.
it again.
Can you
Ask
make
again.
an accurate prediction based off of a false assumption?
Well, yeah, broken clocks right twice a day. What the fuck does that have to do with the price of rice?
So can you make accurate predictions consistently based off of false assumptions?
Well, these things you're talking about, you have not done in reality. You're assuming they're
Well, that's
accounted
irrelevant.
for.
That's
No,
irrelevant.
it is very relevant if you're the one pontificating about it.
You're saying that you have to have personally done something.
Are you paraphrasing an article, or are you presenting this stuff as gospel?
No one's saying the word gospel, man. You keep bringing up this religious stuff.
No, dude. Are you paraphrasing an article? Because you didn't even bring this up. Remember, you had pictures from space.
I think you might be remembering someone else.
No,
I never
remembering
posted anyone from space.
That was
unless
you,
you're talking
Sade.
about several days ago.
You've piggybacked on someone else's bullshit that you're assuming is true.
Yeah, I never posted pictures of space.
Do you think the military always tells the truth?
I think the military would tell the truth to themselves.
Okay, well, you're an idiot if you're thinking whatever on their website is gospel.
Okay.
You're a fucking fool.
I'm glad you're staying civil about this.
Well, I'm being honest with you, sir. Would you like me to blow smoke up your ass?
I'd like you to calm down a bit and just conduct yourself a bit more civilly.
Oh,
you know?
Tone policing is played out.
It's not policing, man. We're just
I'm
asking you.
I'm offended by you complaining.
Stop interrupting people. Stop swearing. Stop speaking.
It's you
over
and I
people,
speaking.
You know.
Stop complaining. Stop belly aching.
Okay.
Do you even know? Do you even want to know if the Earth is flat?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think it's that's a big question, right? I mean, that would be
that's
the
a question
scientific
you need to ask
discovery of the
yourself.
century.
Do you even want to know?
I do. I don't think I'm going to hear it from you.
Okay, so what is your best evidence that the Earth is a ball?
There's a lot of things. The astronomy of the sky.
Why the fuck have you been talking about Coriolis effect for the last hour?
Well, that's good evidence too.
Give us the best evidence. No, it's not.
It's not.
Give us the best evidence that you're living on a water, please.
See, that's not really the scope of the conversation right now.
No, it is. That is the topic. Okay. How do you know you're living on a?
Well, as you may have gleaned from us having an extensive conversation about naval firing trajectories, which you interrupted numerous times, to your credit.
Right? No, I asked you if you had actually known these things for a fact, or if you were just paraphrasing an article, and now we.
Mm-hmm.
So you were citing your religious text,
right?
Yeah.
I'll follow the faith of the U.S. Naval Observatory.
How do you know you're on a water? Don't tell me the goddamn U.S. Navy is your evidence that we're on.
Well, if the U.S. Navy was wrong about the Earth being curved,
the U.S. Navy they sail ships,
right? And to sail ships, I'm sure someone was talking about
I'm the drunk
celestial
one?
navigation the other day, right? I know. I really wish I could just mute him, but I guess that's...
All right, dude. All right. Knock it off with the Navy. Knock it off with the Coriolis. How do you know you're living on a water?
All right, so if we just ignore all the evidence you don't want to hear, then we can get to the point. I think at this point it would be easier to just ask you your own beliefs, what you would like to present, since obviously you don't like anything I have to present.
You have to fight for your right to party. That's the only thing I believe.
How's that working for you?
And you know what? I believe they should get rid of the desert, ruining the game. You know, it's one thing if one league does it, but to have it mandated in the minor league, both leagues have a designated hitter. What's the point of a double switch?
Right. That's so true.
No shit.
You know, some people have mental illness, man. It's just there's a lot of mental illness out there.
Are you a doctor?
People. It's not our place to judge. That's in the Bible. It is, man. Look it up.
No, what's funny is you guys.
It's one of the commandments. I mean,
hold on.
Do not judge.
Sade. What's funny is this guy thinks.
Sade.
Yeah, this guy thinks that breaking of a brainwash is a sign of ineptitude of the mind.
Do you think that's what you're doing?
Huh?
Are you breaking up a brainwash?
Doing? It's in the past, homeboy. It's been done.
Oh, it's been done. So you broke up the brainwash. So
yes,
there's nothing,
the brain. Yes.
So there's
the
no more
outer
brainwash.
Space mythology that you're. Listen, the outer space mythology that your psyche is still embedded in. Mine is not.
Right. Okay. Well, I believe that. I guess.
Yeah, I know you do. So what's the problem?
What it?
How do you do that?
So Shardzy, are you acknowledging that you're wrapped up in an ideology? Is that it?
I'm acknowledging that you believe that to be the case.
Well, then go to water.
Go to water.
Yeah, water existed before you and I did.
That's crazy. Do you have proof for that? I don't believe you.
Oh. Now you're doubting.
You should have proof
that
for
water
that, right?
existed. Well, I don't know. Check up. I don't know.
Right. Proof.
Check out some Olympic films from the early 70s. Dates both.
Yeah, but those could have been doctored, right? Like Photoshop.
They could have.
Yeah.
Water could be fake.
So do we have like empirical proof? Like, have you proven yourself
is your
that water
best
is
evidence
real?
that the Earth is a globe is that water could be fake?
No, I just think it's
I
funny
feel like we existed before water.
Yeah. See, you haven't proven water is real, man. Like, it could just be a hoax.
Is this where this conversation's now devolved into? We're now debating.
Yeah, that's what happens every time these idiots talk to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe you could try and pull yourself out of this intellectual quagmire you've dunked yourself into and be the man that you want to be, not you. This
That's
guy.
good advice, Jedi.
Both of us, I think we're both treading water right now.
Yes.
Yeah. So
which may or may not
He's
exist.
denying water exists.
Excuse me,
I'm not
Haas?
denying it. I'm just asking questions. Okay.
Does water exist?
What do you guys believe about like the ISS? Like, what's your whole conspiracy about that?
That's a good question.
What do you mean conspiracy about that? What does
Is
that
the
even
ISS real?
It's a TV show, sir.
It's a TV show.
So are they like? Are they like
stay on track? Hey,
are they,
dude.
But where is it filmed at? Do they film it in like LA?
To keep
Texas.
them hanging? And do they use wires to keep them hanging? Like how do they?
No, time out. Have you guys not seen You guys have not seen the photo?
The what?
The photo shoot of Herbert Walker
George
Bush. Yeah, no. You've seen that too. See, you guys realize everything on fake, yet you still believe it. Anyways,
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, the old guy, George Herbert Walker Bush, was down in Texas with the green screen behind him, with one of the guys that was supposedly up in the tin can in the background. So yeah, I hate to break it to you
That's your
guys.
evidence?
Wait, wasn't the ISS
not
launched
everything
after
you see on
H.W.
TV is
Bush's
true.
administration?
Do you guys believe everything you see on TV?
So you're saying that there was some guy next to a green screen, and that's your evidence that the ISS is not real?
Some
It's a little bit more.
Yeah, the ISS was launched 5 years after Bush left office.
Dude, we're talking about when
guys are
he was
clowns.
older. This is recent, within the last 10 years. You might have misunderstood what he was saying. This isn't when he was in office, when he was your president back in the 80s. Not then.
There were two George Bushes.
Yeah. So we're talking about the daddy, not.
I just
not
don't understand. Like, what's the proof? I don't follow.
I know you don't understand.
Yeah,
I know. So why don't you try to help me understand?
No, well, I'm just gonna fucking give up. Have a good one, guys.
Adios, amigo. Greener pastures.
That's me, Deadeye. For the love of God, you actually knew. Please be the voice of reason. I'll shut up.
I doubt that, honestly.
I will.
That whole time.
I will. I promise.
It's a very nuanced piece of information because you'd have to watch the interview and the video that it was on. But before this interview took place with Bush Sr., when he was wheeled past in his wheelchair, we got to see the astronaut, Tim Peake, standing next to a blue screen holding a ball. When Tim Peake was supposed to be at the International Space Station at this time, he was standing in this studio. Like I said, it's a very nuanced piece of evidence. Someone would really have to go and get the interview for you so you could actually see it for yourself to even figure out what we're talking about. But yeah, it's a very nuanced piece of evidence.
That's really unfortunate if you're telling me it's a hard to find video.
No. Well, here's the thing. That nuanced piece of evidence presented to us by George Herbert Walker Bush's pride. That arrogant prick thought he didn't understand the reaches of these images of him in this place. So you guys don't even know the mythology that you're wrapped up in.
The mythology.
So can
yes.
He meant to say methodology. I'm not sure.
No, I meant to say mythology, fairy tale, fable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your methodology is ill.
Okay, so there's
a needle pulling thread.
Can you guys get me these pictures or videos or like do you have a source?
Go outside. Yeah, do some research.
No, I'm talking about this thing about the guy that was supposed to be on the ISS, but instead he was standing next to a blue screen.
I'll see if I can find it for you. Give me like 5 minutes, mate. I might not
appreciate it, man. I do appreciate it.
I've seen it myself. No worries.
Let's all give a shout out to Jedi for doing some legwork here.
Yeah, God bless Jedi. Yeah, the problem is you guys the color of the goddamn picture.
You keep cutting out. I don't know if it's just me, but you keep cutting out.
Yeah,
I know.
You do keep cutting out.
Yeah, I know. Go figure.
They're trying to silence you,
It must be the government trying to. Yeah, they're trying to silence you, bro. It's a conspiracy. Everything is a conspiracy. It can't just be like bad Wi-Fi, server lag, blah blah blah. Completely explainable shit. It's probably a conspiracy.
Shut them down.
Mic sensitivity, voice attenuation, noise suppression, all that kind of shit. Nah, it can't be that.
No, it's the CIA, bro. H.W. Bush is pulling the strings here.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening.
Did you guys get it all out?
NASA space hoax and green screen failures.
Did you guys get it all out?
Question mark? No, it's exclamation mark.
The gullibility of you people. Weird.
Sad. Very sad.
It's crazy. It's interesting that you think that we're the gullible ones. That's the interesting thing.
It's interesting that you think that's interesting.
Yeah, because I think you're the gullible.
You think it's interesting that's interesting.
Do you not think that we were also...
You cut out again. Do I not think that we were also what?
You keep cutting out.
that we were also.
I'm outside. I'm outside. Do you think we were not as gullible as you want?
Are you still cutting out, bro?
Okay, bro.
Bro, turn off your automatically determined input sensitivity, bro. What the fuck?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you?
Yeah, when your
not
mic is above
think,
30 decibels.
yeah, 45 decibels coming in. Do you not think we were not as gullible as you are now? Hello.
Do I not think that?
Do you not think we shared? Do you not think at one point in time we state of gullibility?
Hey man, go into your Discord settings and change your microphone sensitivity. You keep cutting out.
To what?
Like zero.
What should I change it to?
All the way to the left. Like just take the slider and just drag it all the way to the left.
Where is that? Where's the goddamn settings?
It's the first setting in voice and video.
Come on, man, you're a smart guy. You were able to figure out that the Earth is flat.
Dude,
I know you can figure out how to change the settings. If you're so smart that you can figure out that the Earth is flat, I know you can figure this out.
Dude,
even H.W. Bush got this one.
If I didn't have a wife, I would be talking on a tin can and a string. Okay.
Have you ever had an IQ test done? Have you ever done an IQ test?
Well, an IQ test after the age of 12 isn't an IQ test.
Okay, have you had it? Yes or no?
Who knows?
This is just a straight pissing match. It's like no point.
Yeah. I love pissing matches.
No, because I'm just curious as to how you don't know how to change your microphone sensitivity.
Yeah, I don't. I just don't, dude. Okay?
Okay.
You can't do that, but you can figure out that the Earth is
Click on
flat.
settings. They
You
click
don't know
on
what
voice and
setting-
video,
yeah,
and then it'll say
motherfucker
input
doesn't know-
sensitivity as the first fucking option.
It's like super fucking simple.
Can't figure out his settings. That means the Earth can only be a spinning ball in a vacuum of space.
Yes.
No, this guy can figure out that the Earth is flat, but he can't figure out how to fucking change his sensitivity.
I know, it's crazy. Lots of people do.
It's pretty fun. You got me there. Where do I click to change my settings?
Bro, if you can figure out that the Earth is flat, I believe in you. I believe you can figure out this fucking this.
Well, it's a lot simpler than you would have realized.
If you can't figure this out, why should I believe that you figured out that the Earth is flat? If you can't even figure this out.
Yeah, let Jedi help him figure that out. Let's go ahead.
I don't think people should. I think we should let him figure it out himself.
Dude, just
awesome.
Please.
No, we're gonna let Jedi help you figure out stuff. Okay, go ahead.
Hoss, you on your mobile phone, yeah?
Yeah.
You know the buttons along the bottom, your camera, your microphone?
Yes.
Yeah, slide that up. Dude.
Okay.
And then you'll have your soundboard,
settings.
screen share, deafened, audio change options. Look through that. You'll find it.
Okay.
Should be down on 3-4 seconds.
I thought you were gonna help the other guy with the Earth. All right.
Oh, no. I'll fuck him in a minute.
He's probably a lost
Thank you.
No worries, dude.
You guys think Elon Musk is lying about having a rocket company that goes to space?
Yes, because he says he's going to the vacuum of space, and the vacuum of space can't exist.
So, Jedi and Haas, I appreciate your opinions, but I feel like you're very close-minded. I mean, it sounds you sound so sure of yourself that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Maybe you should have challenged me on what I said.
Even though I know that the Earth is a globe, I'm still open-minded and willing to listen to you guys. But I don't think you guys have. I don't think you guys have the same kind of open-mindedness.
Dude, I used to think the Earth was a ball. I'm 48 years old now. I did for 39 years, and I managed to change my mind. So if that's
you just said that you're 38 years old, and you thought that for 39 years.
He didn't say that.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misheard you.
Yeah, you didn't. So calm down with that confidence. It's a little bit misleading, isn't it?
No, but look at that. When I can admit when I'm wrong. Can you?
Good. Well done.
Yes.
It's Tuesday, isn't it, Governor?
Was I supposed to slide to the left or to the right?
Left, I believe.
Okay. Well, Gannicus. That's the thing. That's what I was trying to say. Do you not think that I was also not indoctrinated by this wall?
You're still cutting out. Did you fix your mic?
Cut out.
Whatever
again.
you did,
I think you need to turn off your input sensitivity, dude.
It's got to be the internet, right?
Did you change a different setting? Did you make sure it says sensitivity, input sensitivity? Is that what you changed?
So it should say automatically determine input sensitivity. You got to turn that off, and then it'll create a slider that you can drag after you turn it off. And then you got to drag that slider all the way to the left. So there's two things you got to do to the sensitivity.
The fact that we haven't heard from him in like 15 seconds, I bet you he lowered his own microphone.
Yeah, he might have turned it the wrong direction.
You haven't heard from him for 15 seconds.
Bro, you can't even figure this shit out, but I'm supposed to believe that you figured out that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, he's falling off the edge, mate. Give him a second. Flat Earth.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there you go.
Yeah. He climbed back up from the side. All right, everyone happy now?
Do you think I could jump off the edge of the Earth?
That's an interesting question. No.
You know what I don't understand? You guys believe in like this ice wall thing. Like is it like unsurmountable?
No, stop the cap. Jump off to where?
Like,
is the ice wall unsurmountable?
Right? No, dude. The ice wall is a description by I think it's the US Geological Society who described the coastline of Antarctica as ice cliffs and ice shelves. You notice that's not me, a flat earther, saying that Antarctica is an ice cliff and ice shelves. They also go up onto Antarctica, and I say up onto the continental shelf of Antarctica. You can go and wander around, have some sleigh rides. It's lovely.
Yeah. People climb ice shelves for sport.
Yeah.
What is keeping you from being able? What is keeping
ice shelves don't exist?
What is keeping us on the plate that is the flat Earth, and that we're
time out. Or okay, you've equated flat Earth with plate floating in space. X that out of your mind.
I didn't say anything about space.
Okay, plate.
I didn't say anything about floating in space.
You said plate.
Meaning a flat object, yeah. Which is flat Earth.
Flat object where?
Right. Aren't we? Don't you guys believe that it's like a round? As in
down.
A circle? You believe it's a circle,
dude,
right? A flat circle?
It's Earth.
No.
It's Earth.
Do you believe it's a flat circle or no? It's shaped differently.
No flat earther is going to tell you the shape of the Earth.
I'm sorry?
Not triangle, not square.
So what is it?
The best we can tell you is the surface is flat, horizontal, and stationary. It's a surface description, isn't it? Flat and horizontal. Right? Orientation.
What is at the edge that doesn't allow you to go any further?
I don't know. Do you want to know
what
why?
edge?
Because I've never been there.
Because an edge doesn't exist.
Well, you've got
no edge.
You've got two choices, right? So either infinite, has no beginning or end in space or time, goes on forever, or it's finite, has a limitation, doesn't go on forever. You've only got those two choices.
Yeah, so which is it?
Don't know. For me to prove infinity for you, that would be, well, fucking hard. I'd have to be outside of infinity, wouldn't I?
You guys have no answers.
I'm doing fucking honour of at least trying to give you some. Alright? If you don't understand what I'm saying, then that's a you problem, not a me problem who's trying to help you understand at least our point of view.
I understand that you don't know what you're talking about. You literally just admitted that you don't know. You said you don't know, right? That's what you just said.
Calm down.
So I have no problem. I understood you completely. You said you don't know. That's what you said.
Calm down.
How would I know? You can answer that one for me, man who seems to have all the fucking answers. How would I know?
Well, I mean, because this is your theory.
Well, dude, all of your answers are wrapped up in this idea that you're a water ball flying through outer space. That's where your answers lie.
Mm-hmm.
Game theory.
Okay, and your answers lie in
reality. I'm sitting outside right now. I'm sure as shit not hurtling through space. The stars are above me.
Why do you think you're not hurtling through space?
This idea that we're one of these lights in the sky has been implanted into your brain.
Why do you think
those
you're not
are stars? We're not a star. We're a planet.
Okay, planet.
Why do you think you're not hurling through space?
How do you know we're one of the? Is a planet not a light in the sky?
No, those are stars. You
Okay,
can't see the planets.
in a planet,
Wow, the fact that you don't even know that.
In a planet is a wandering star. No,
it's not.
Yeah, within the ideology, it's not.
Planetes, wandering star.
In order for something to be a star, it has to reach a critical mass.
Are you again not listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth? This is the ancient Greek word planetes, which literally means wandering star. Doesn't mean that Jupiter is like fucking Alpha Centauri.
Why are you using a different fucking language? We're using English here.
Dude,
you're using the pseudoscience.
Why don't we use the definitions that we all understand instead of
That's
using
the pseudoscience,
just bending you're bending shit to make it fit
That's
you.
how we got in this conundrum.
Not bending shit. Hold on, give me a minute with this guy. First of all, my friend, I tried to distinguish for you and everybody else the two choices that you got with regards to the end of the earth. You then turned around to me and said, I haven't got any answers, when I was giving you the two choices we've all got. Demonstrating yourself to be a fucking idiot at that point. Why the fuck should I listen to you anymore?
There's not two choices, it's just one answer. You can't have two answers.
Trying to help. Whether you agree with the flat earth position or not, at least I'm trying to help you understand it. You don't have to be a cunt all day long now, do you?
Singers.
Do you reckon you could stop doing that? And then maybe at least you can walk away from this conversation having at least gained the backstory.
Am I being a cunt by just saying that you're not giving me any evidence, you're not proving anything? I understand that you admitted that you don't know anything. Like, how am I being a cunt?
Didn't say that. That's a straw man. I gave you the two choices. I also pointed out how the fuck would I prove something that was infinite, being as I'm human and I have a finite lifespan? Maybe that went straight over your head as well, didn't it?
With math. How do we prove infinity is real?
What I was going to say.
With
scientists have fucking proven infinites.
Excuse me?
Hey, good night, everybody. Remember to take your blood pressure medication.
So what have scientists proven again? Tell me that.
Good night.
Good night, Charzy.
Cope harder, Charzy.
He already left, luckily.
Good.
Off to his medication pile.
This is sad, man. You guys are very convinced that you're right. And
why is that sad?
Do you want to ask us why?
Because I truly don't think you're right.
Do you want to know why we say?
How do you know you're right?
Has anybody actually told you that yet?
What? Has anybody told me what?
Have you even asked why flat earthers say that the earth is flat? Have you even asked?
Why do you say that the earth is flat?
Is this the first time that you've asked that question?
I've seen different videos and whatnot, examples of why flat earthers say that the earth is flat.
So why do flat earthers say the earth is flat? Come on.
Why do you believe the earth is flat?
Yeah, I'm asking you now, being as you seem to have watched videos about it. So it looks like you know why flat earthers say the earth is flat. Why is that then? You're not coming across very well at the moment, are you?
How about you just answer the question, why do you believe the earth is flat?
Oh, because it's measured that way. It's practically used that way.
It's measured that way? That's not true.
It is.
Huh.
Do you know what
how is it measured flat? How is it measured flat?
You know what a water level is?
How is it measured flat?
You know what a water level
Why don't you just say, how is it measured that way?
Do you know what a water level is?
Yes.
Water level is not measured to be flat. It's measured to be water level.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Try
Welcome
again.
to flat Earth.
So when water is contained and at rest, would it be
right? It finds level.
Excuse me. Thank you. So
that doesn't mean it becomes flat.
The wrong drugs. Welcome to flat Earth.
So horizontal across the top. Then the surface is horizontal, isn't it?
What? The horizon is horizontal? Is that what you're asking me? What?
Excuse me. Right, it's like I've got to say it again. When contained at rest, water is horizontal upon the surface, isn't it?
No, only from a close distance it looks that way.
Only from a close distance. So can you tell me what distance water curves, please? I'll ask again. Can you tell me at what distance water is measured to curve? Oh my God. So why are you here? Why are you even here? This is your belief, right? That water curves. It's a fucking base axiom, a self-evident truth. That when water is contained at rest, the surface.
When you have a water droplet, is it flat or does it curve?
What I said when water is contained at rest. I didn't say when it's a water droplet. Now did I?
Are you saying the Earth is a 3,959 mile radius water droplet?
Yeah, it's weird.
Okay, define water level for me real quick. Can you please?
Horizontal.
Great. Define what horizontal is.
Horizontal having no end lower or higher than the other. Horizontal as opposed to vertical. Horizontal, 90 degrees perpendicular to vertical.
What is an end?
Bored already. We understand what horizontal is.
You said you're bored already?
Yeah. Because you asked me about an end. I've tried to go through this with you. You know what horizontal is. Come on, you've passed preschool, haven't you? You done
several ways to
finger painting?
identify it.
Right, but I'm asking you to define it. Like, I can know what anything means, but just for semantics purposes and for discussion purposes, I could ask you to define the term, right?
That's brilliant.
Even if I know what it means, I could ask you to define it.
That's awesome. But you've done finger painting before, haven't you?
No, actually.
Oh, that's interesting. So water.
I've done hand painting before.
Water is described as horizontal upon the surface when it rests and contains. Yes or no?
When there is a gravity.
When there is a gravity, what's that mean? When
there's a gravitational source or a force of gravity in the presence of the field that we're in, then yes.
Force. Gravity has a bit of force for years. What are you talking about?
Gravitational force must be present. Therefore, a gravitational source must exist. Otherwise, there would be no level.
Level, so horizontal.
As by definition, yes.
So horizontal then.
Yes, horizontal relative to the gravitational source at hand. There has to be a gravitational source object in the presence of the field that we are in.
Let me ask you this question. Does horizontal mean curved?
If the gravitational source is curved, then yes.
Yeah, I don't know why you're making people repeat
If the gravitational source is infinitely big and therefore flat, then no. But that requires some very tough math. Otherwise, yes.
Doesn't mean curved, does it? Horizontal doesn't mean curved.
By intrinsic definition, no. It means conforming to the shape of the gravitational source.
Okay, but is water...
Meaning, if you can have a flat object generate gravity that is also flat, then yes, you can have a flat water level. Explain to me how you have a flat gravitational wave coming from a flat object creating a flat gravitational force, then I will accept your premise. The water level is flat. Yes. This is simple.
Jedi. Hey, Jedi, please. Hey, Jedi. Hey, Jedi.
Wave or force? Wave or force? Which is it?
Gravity is a
wave or force.
Jedi.
That generates a wave to encompass its force. Otherwise, it would not be a valid force.
You figured that out yet? I'm ignoring you. I'm talking
Forces contain waves that contain their force. They contain each other. They are required for each other. All forces have a wave. All waves have a force. It creates them. Yes. Otherwise, they would not be a force, and the wave would not be a wave. Because a force must have created the wave, because a wave is a deviation in space fabric itself.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Convoluting the two.
It's a perturbation that goes in pulses that accompany themselves. They carry each other to their end, so to speak, right?
Oh, dear. Right. Who was the guy who kept saying Jedi? No, did you fuck off? Well done.
I was just going to say like a puddle, but that's all I have to say left on.
Yeah, you don't know what gravity is, mate. That's for sure.
A puddle?
A ripple in a puddle, excuse me. My apologies.
Gravity is a ripple on a puddle.
Not Jerry Garcia.
No. I'm talking about how waves work. That's all.
Okay. But water is horizontal.
Waves are perturbations in space that accompany themselves and continue forward in a direction infinitely.
Yeah, that's not curvature of a 3959 mile radius spheroid, though.
Right, exactly my point.
Okay.
The gravitational source must create a gravitational wave that is the same shape as the object that creates it, right? That's the idea. And most objects just happen to be spheres.
Most objects?
Yes, most objects happen to be spheres because it is the easiest shape to create with directional attraction.
List all the most objects that are spheres.
Mass attracting mass. Sorry, are you talking about mass attracting mass, are you?
Planetary bodies.
Hello, are you talking about mass attracting mass?
I could keep listening, but it wouldn't help. Yes, I am talking about that. Correct.
Okay, so that was debunked.
You
You know that, right?
When was mass attracting mass debunked?
Because gas.
I believe the idea that is the gravitational force was debunked, but not the thing itself. Sorry, I just had to finish.
Telling you, gas doesn't attract other gas. Gas isn't attracted by other things. Other things don't attract gas. So mass doesn't attract mass because that's how gas doesn't behave. You understand that?
I believe in a limited sense, gas does attract itself.
It doesn't, though. That's the thing.
Hence the mode of function of nebula. Yes.
Dude, so, you understand that would be a violation of laws of nature, right? If gas attracted itself to each other, then gas wouldn't fill volumes of space. Now, would it?
Right, I was going to get to that. So in limited spaces or limited volumes, it tries to repel itself. However, when let to expand in an infinite volume, it will inevitably attract it to itself
when
again.
The gas gets further apart.
There's a limiting to the force.
Hello? So when the gas gets further apart from each other, then it starts attracting, does it?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last 3 words you said.
That's fine, shush. When the gas is dispersed away from each other, there are more spaces between the gas molecules. Then and only then, that's when the gas starts coming back on each other and attracting itself. So when it gets further away from itself, not when it was all together where all the mass was, it has to disperse and have gaps between it. So then the mass will take over, where it should have done when it was closer together. If you've done physics.
No, it's still. So hold on. Can I finish? I didn't say I said no.
No, you can't finish because you said that when gas disperses and gets further away.
So there's still attraction, like I said, that's within a limit, right? It's limited. It's limited by the amount of mass and by the amount of volume. The force.
Citation, please.
Can I finish?
No, I want a citation to back
okay.
What you're saying.
Look up weak force and strong force.
I want you to go and find something that has directly referenced what you've just said about gas behavior.
Google the weak force and the strong force. I'm telling you right now, if I can finish what I'm saying first, I'll source it in a minute. But I'd like to finish what I'm saying first so you know what I'm sourcing.
No, not
I haven't even told you what I'm sourcing yet, so how can I source it yet? You haven't let me finich.
Don't want a source.
Once I tell you what I'm sourcing, that's why I'm asking you to let me finish, so that once you know what I'm sourcing, I can source it.
That you're saying.
Uh-huh.
So I want you to go and find something that says that when gas gets far away from each other, it then comes back. Then the mass of the gas that's far away from
I didn't say it then comes back.
Well,
it then begins attracting.
And so when it's far away,
but if the force, when it gets too close to each other, overwhelms that, it doesn't matter, right? So it's just going to stay within a certain limited volume. Like I said, it's going to stay within a limited volume, just like how nebulas are formed, like I said earlier. Otherwise, nebulas wouldn't exist, right? They would just disperse themselves immediately into space. It wouldn't fucking work. It wouldn't make any sense, right? Nebulas are not always, they're not just always in a state of plasma, right? They're often gas, correct?
Volumes?
Can we agree with that first? Nebulas are often gas.
No,
they're not usually plasma.
Where
in Palestine are the nebulas? Like, are they in the south or the north of Palestine?
So can you agree with me that?
And are they going to open the gate?
Nebulas are often in a state of gas and not in a state of plasma.
Is Biden going to get the president of Mexico to
not forming the spheres, and not expanding into the available vacuum?
There's microspheres. So they're divvied up into spheres. So the way nebulas work and the way physics works to dictate how nebulas form is that there are microspheres within their geometry. It's like nested spheres in their geometry that sort of hierarchically overpower themselves and form their structure. So like you can go into some segment of a nebula and find sphere shapes. Or
did anyone hear how Biden is going to get the? Did anyone hear how Biden's going to get the president of Mexico to send supplies through the gate in Gaza, through the border?
I really couldn't care less. I'm being genuinely serious.
Wrong chat,
I care
buddy.
more about space and what's happening in Gaza.
Turn off your TV.
Because I can't do anything about it. I can do something about how educated people are about space, though.
It's a TV show. You mean indoctrinated?
But anyway.
So a needle-point thread.
That's part of it, right? That's part of the education process. When there are people that are educated, there will inevitably be
indoctrination. All right, let me just read this out. Gas molecules do not interact with each other except for having physical collisions, colliding with each other. Gases expand.
Things generally don't interact with each other until colliding, but go on.
Excuse me. Gases expand completely to fill the container. They would not if they were attracted to each other. So everything that you just said has just been fucking thrown out the window.
That is incorrect. I apologize, but you must find me a source on that.
I just have. It's cited.
Like I said, the power of repulsion can overpower them because they have so much kinetic energy. However, once the kinetic energy fills a certain volume,
dude,
they lose the will to feel that speed.
Now, I asked you to go and get
so big relative to their particles.
Everything that you've just said.
Basic science. This is basic science. You can look up within the first 10 pages of Google. It'll all support it.
Dude.
Like I said, look up strong force and weak force.
Dude, gas molecules do not
look
interact
up strong
with
force
each other.
and weak force attraction. I'm serious.
Yeah, no problem at all. We're talking about gravity, aren't we?
Right.
The mass of
this is part of gravity, right?
Mass of objects.
Are we not talking about things that are part of gravity?
Hello?
As well as gravity?
Stop tapping for a minute.
From you if you're not going to listen to what I'm saying, dude. You get that, right?
I'm listening to what you're saying.
Attracting mass is debunked because gas doesn't attract gas. I already cited it for you.
Mass attracting mass being the responsible factor for gravity is debunked, like I said earlier. Because
So
that's bullshit. It makes no sense.
What? Gases don't attract each other to other gases, dude. Gas is mass, right?
It's
Gas
not
is mass?
attracted. I'm sorry,
Gas
what?
is mass?
Gas has mass.
Good.
Gas is mass? No. Gas is matter.
Mass, don't they?
Yes.
Good.
Of course.
But gases don't attract each other to other gases, do they?
Generally, yes, they do. Just the power and the force of this interaction is very exceedingly weak relative to the kinetic energy that they have that repels them into the filling of the volume that they're in.
That's goofy, dude.
Shut up.
He's
Every
right.
time I start talking. I've already cited this for you. You completely ignored it. I want you to go and cite what you've just fucking claimed about gases attracting themselves to each other. Off you trot. And when you've done that, you can post it in the text room. You can fucking at me, and then I'll unmute you. No, I don't have to unmute you at all for a minute. Go and get a citation that backs up what you said. And if you can't be bothered to do that, you can at least read through the citation that I've dropped for you, demonstrating that you are incorrect.
But Jedi, you keep referring to the ideal gas law, and gases are not ideal. We've been through this.
And what makes them non-ideal?
The fact that they're real.
No, what makes them non-ideal?
I just told you the fact that they're real.
No,
that is the answer. That's the correct answer.
Excuse me. The fact that makes them non-ideal is extreme temperature and pressure.
Not true.
That is true.
You're not reading your own stuff.
It's not my stuff, dude. It's your stuff.
Yes, I know. And you're not reading it.
Yeah, I am. I've just quoted it to you. Gases stop being
it's not attributed to gravity either.
Gases stop being ideal under extreme pressures and temperatures.
Gases are never ideal under any situation.
Never affected by gravity, though, are they? Gases
Sure they are.
Gases don't attract gases to each other, do they?
Sure they do.
Show it.
That's how we say planets are formed. And if you're using Jedi,
no, show it.
But if you're using our material, right?
I want you to show it. Off you go. Show it. can't stand these fucking people who just disagree with their own fucking story. Yeah, gases do attract other gases to each other. They really do, honest. Show it to me. Jupiter. How stuff was formed billions of years ago. That's when gases attracted other gases to other gases and they made solid objects. Billions of years ago. Do they do it now? Sure they do. Somewhere out in the cosmos of space. Can you show me? No.
Anyway, if there's any attractive forces claimed to be between molecules of gas, it's not attributed to gravitational attraction. What are we waiting for?
Oh, Furry meant to cite what he said about gases attracting themselves to each other.
Did you really say earlier that a water level was how you measure it flat? Is that the excuse that you gave?
No.
With the fact that a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference?
No, I was trying to establish a base axiom. If you'd have listened to it, I said when water is contained at rest, the description of that surface is level horizontal. And that's the
water level.
Oh, yeah, that's the conversation I was trying to get into there, Bev. Thank you.
Yeah, but he asked you if that's how you measure it flat.
Oh yeah, no.
Didn't he?
That's why I tried to make my point. Thanks, Bev. Appreciate it.
But was that the reply that you gave him?
No, fifth time.
Okay. So there was something else there, was there?
Yeah, we never fucking got there.
Okay. Think we'll ever get there?
Bev, why have you been teaching Saragaki that a Modus Tollens has no sound premises?
I haven't. Why do you assume something stupid like that?
Well, because he's going around saying it, Bev. You know.
Yeah, I've heard that you say a lot of shit about other people.
Yeah, but Saragaki's saying that the Modus Tollens has
Why
no
are you
sound
allowed to
premises.
talk about somebody else? What the fuck's that got to do with?
Well, because I think you might be responsible, right? It's your people, right?
No, they're just people.
So you think you have sound premises in Modus Tollens, right?
I think what? I think I have sound premises in a Modus Tollens, yeah.
This sounds like an Oasis band meeting.
Yeah, it's just Yui trying to do what he does. Obfuscate Satan Jedi from finishing his how it's measured
Liam.
flat.
Which one's Liam?
Bev has got to be Liam. I mean, well, I don't know. Yeah, Yui is Noel. Well, 100%. Maybe Noel's maybe Yui's the bassist. I have no idea.
Yeah, probably. Oasis are a shit band anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what they would say. That sounds like Noel.
They thought they were the Beatles.
Well, you know what? They were one George Harrison short. Yeah, George Harrison and the Gallagher brothers. Oh, how did that not happen?
You know that something changed with Yui a few months back. He said he was a Glober beforehand, and then now he's a different sort of a Glober, right, Yui? Did you get taught about the dogmatic globe?
Yeah,
by someone.
Scott Mackey taught me everything I know.
The world is actually fucking round, bitch.
That was a great argument.
Share your pain.
Oh, hickory dickory dock.
So was it in here that you learnt that, Yui, or somewhere else?
No, Scott Mackey taught me everything I know.
There you go.
Yeah, you need to rein in some of your people, though. And they're going around saying Modus Tollens have false premises. It's crazy.
Look, dude, anybody can say whatever they want, can't they?
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good if it gets attributed to you, is it?
Well, the only one that's attributing it to me, is you.
Wow.
Nobody else. Yui?
You might be right.
Mm-hmm. Was keen to hear how it's measured flat. At least the conclusion to it.
With confidence.
Yeah.
Well, tell them how you proved a straight line lies within a plane, because nobody knew that before.
What, nobody knew that I'd proved how you have a straight line within a plane?
Yeah, say how you had to prove that in order for anybody to believe it.
Yeah, you use the principles.
Nobody accepted it before.
No, dude. No. I think what you've got wrong there, Scott, is
prize-winning worthy.
you've got that a little bit wrong, right? I did it, and spot on, and my two lads, right? So we did it, so we could prove it to ourselves, not for anybody else. If we'd wanted to do it for anybody else, we would have made a big deal out of it, wouldn't we? But we didn't, because we wanted to do it for ourselves. We wanted to test it. We wanted to make sure we could do it. We tested the water levels to make sure they didn't leak.
Yeah, and now you just
unlike Sly Sparkane.
Yeah, and now you just make sure everybody knows that you did it because it was for yourself, right?
No, I don't.
That's why you tell everybody you ever come across that you did it because it was just for yourself.
No, nobody knew about it until you brought it up, Scott. Did they?
Oh, well, how did I know about it then?
Oh, probably because you'd asked me another time, and I said I have proved it to myself.
No, I would never have asked you that.
Nobody really asks us what the test was or how it works or anything like that because they're not interested.
Yes, but you tell everybody anyways, regardless if they're interested, because you think it proves something and makes you special somehow. But
no, I proved it to myself. Scott, I'm good. Like I say.
And since then, you've told everybody you ever come across.
No, look, we know, right? You guys just say it's an axiom, but we know we can prove it, right? But we also know that it doesn't measure the Earth flat. It's just a proof that a straight line lies within a plane, right? That doesn't prove that the Earth's flat. Or it doesn't measure the Earth flat. That's what we're asking. It seems like other people think that the water level being a tool for establishing a horizontal plane measures the Earth flat somehow.
Yeah, it doesn't really do anything at all, does it? Nothing.
It's just a tool that does a job.
No, this whole thing about whether the line lies within the plane absolutely does nothing, right? It's kind of makes you wonder why anybody would bother doing it in the first place, since it tells you nothing.
You could do it with a plumb bob, couldn't you?
But it tells you nothing, right? Absolutely nothing.
How do you know about a vertical plane? Because that would be another way of doing it, wouldn't it? Showing a vertical plane with containing 2 verticals or more.
Yeah, and then that would tell you just as much nothing.
Well, you'd be able to establish a horizontal through that vertical plane, wouldn't you?
Which would tell you nothing.
Well, apart from the fact that the vertical and the horizontal are perpendicular, right?
Which tells you nothing.
Well, apart from the fact that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, right?
But it's a complete waste of time to even try to do something like that.
It comports to the geometric principles that give us proof.
Yeah, which tells
you
nothing.
So we could link proof to reality.
Which tells you nothing.
Well, it tells me that I have a proof, right? Because I've done one of these tests.
Proof of nothing.
A proof that a straight line lies within a plane.
Which still tells us nothing. Because we already knew that.
Well, you've not done it, so it tells you nothing.
Told you nothing either.
It gives me the ability to use that as a lemma.
Ooh, as a lemma. Okay. Cool. And what are you going to do with that?
Well, you can then progress, can't you?
I don't know. Can you? You haven't.
Proof giving. Yeah, of course you can.
When are you going to progress then?
Well, what do you think we're doing?
I have no idea. I don't see any progression.
This is the rhetoric part. The progression through the rhetoric.
Except you're not progressing. You're just saying you're progressing. What are you doing?
Well, you're just saying no, which is what you do, isn't it? That's your job.
Wondering what you're doing, man.
You've taught Yui everything you know.
Tell everybody here how much you Tell everybody here how much you progressed since you proved that a straight line lies within a plane. What have you done with this great insight into the physical world?
It's just the basic proof. It's the first one.
Oh, but you haven't done a second. Damn.
No, it's the first proposition within book 11.
I had so much hope.
There's loads more. You can do 3, right?
Oh man, you let me down, man. So once you got that first proof down, it'd just be proof after proof after proof after that, and then you would have. What would you have?
Well, 3 points would lie within a plane, wouldn't they?
Still nothing. Still nothing.
So that would be like the horizontal plane would be able to be proved with 3 points.
Whole lot of nothing.
3 horizontal lines joined together would make a triangle, forming a plane, a horizontal plane.
A triangle?
Yeah.
You can make a triangle, dude.
Yeah.
You
180 degrees internal angle.
You made a
It's
triangle?
amazing to someone like you, isn't it, Scott?
Hey, Mackie.
Is that a first?
Hey, Mackie, why are you talking like that, Mackie?
What's going on here?
Oh, I love flat Earth.
Mackie? Drugs are bad, okay, Mackie?
Have you guys heard about Cat Williams talk about flat Earth?
Cat Williams? I'd love to hear that.
Yeah. On flat Earth, have you heard that?
No, I haven't.
All right, here, I'll play it. Hold on.
Hey, Bev,
I
was enjoying. Go ahead, sorry.
Y'all sorry, I see y'all thinking that the Earth is flat.
Sorry, guys. I just wanted to go back. I just wanted to go back to Scott Mackey's point quickly. I just wanted to go back to Scott.
I paused it.
I think Cat Williams had something to say.
I paused it.
Are we done talking over each other? Sorry.
The tards are muted. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. So, Scott, again, I'm not trying to be a dick because I actually do like you here. So you were talking about repeating and repeating and repeating and repeating. So, with that, what does peer-reviewed scientific study mean to you?
Nigga, I would say peer review study is when I get one scientist to look at my work and.
Thank you.
Wow, that was interesting.
Bye.
Yeah, peer review is when a person's colleagues will review their work to evaluate the methodology and the analysis.
Your idealism is old, Mackie.
So according to that, arguably with the scientific method, so what's supposed to happen is you give your findings to people, they replicate the same experiments, and they get the same result 100% of the time. Yes?
No, that's not what they do. Peer review.
That's exactly right. What do they do? What do they do, Scott?
Peer review has nothing to do with replicating results. They look at the research. They look at the research design. They look at the data, and they look at the analysis.
So a parade of bullshittery.
And if it's all up to the standards, they say it's okay.
Yes, that's exactly right, Scott. So, in other words, you look at what the findings of you look at the findings that some person has actually found with an experiment, and if it doesn't fit the mainstream narrative, it gets thrown out. Yes?
No, incorrect.
Incorrect.
Yes, incorrect.
You do realise that's all Scott ever does. Just says no.
No, I was going to tell you what they do. If the data, or if the analysis of the data fits the data itself, and the conclusions are valid from the data, they go, "Oh, interesting. This is different." And
so if it doesn't fit the scientific narrative or consensus of the time, it gets thrown out. No.
Again, no. It has nothing to do with the narrative. It has to do with whether the data says what they say it says.
And again, I'm not trying to come at you here, but again, you were talking about repeating and replicable and all that kind of shit, and I agree with you. Like any scientific experiment has to be 100% replicable and get the same results again and again and again. What I'm trying to nail down to is you actually said just a little bit not too long ago the same thing I'm saying, but just in different words. And what peer review actually is in modern science, postmodern science, is if people peer review, people examine what you have found, and they don't agree with it, and it doesn't agree with the consensus of the time, they throw it out. Yes?
No, that's incorrect. If you find something that the data supports that doesn't fit the narrative, it revolutionizes the field.
Well, one thing he failed to mention is that the person who conducted the study generally does not get to choose the peers that review it. And also the peers that review it are almost never like nearly close to as expert on the specific subject, as the person who did the study themselves.
Who says that?
In the peer review crisis, how would you like to rationalize that away?
There's no peer review crisis, the replication crisis. That's different from peer review.
Well,
there are two things.
Call it what you want.
It's not what I want to call it. It's what the professionals who do this
is that not a crisis? Is that not a crisis that they're parading this bullshittery, Scott?
How do you? I hate to interrupt. How do you join these chats where there's a lot?
If you hate doing it, don't do it.
If you hated to interrupt, you wouldn't do it. So obviously you don't hate to interrupt.
Yeah, we agree, Scott. So this replication crisis, this parade of bullshittery, there's not a problem in that?
The replication crisis is primarily in the social sciences, of which I was a member.
Primarily, yeah.
Yeah, there's not really replication crisis.
Does it cross over into the astrophysics?
Not as far as I know.
Oh.
I don't know much about that stuff. I was a social scientist.
Well, can you
how about we look at Scott? So do you know what the Great Barrier Reef is, right?
Yeah. I've been diving there twice. Really cool.
All right, sweet. So would you know of a guy called Dr. Peter Ridd?
No. Not familiar with the person.
Okay, so it's very easy to look up yourself. So what happened with this guy, this is why I actually brought this up, is that obviously the climate science and all this bullshit, this climate change bullshit and everything like that says that the reef is dying, and he's actually been over 30 years now researching the reef, and he was based at James Cook University in Townsville, and he dared to actually present his findings for peer review in the scientific community. Not only was it thrown out, he ended up being disbarred. Disbarred's the wrong word, he wasn't a lawyer, but he ended up losing his license to teach as a professor. He successfully sued the university for it, but he went against the climate change narrative. And this is just one example among many of what peer review does. His findings were put to people that were in the field. It did not fit the narrative. It was thrown out. And not only that, he was cancelled. And we have seen this time and time again in many different fields of quote-unquote science, yeah?
I have seen examples of such. I do not know this guy. I'm going to tell you that right now. I still don't know this guy. Never heard of him. But I've seen claims like that before, and there's always more to it than that. And so we can look into it, and we can look at all the evidence of why this guy was let go. And I'm betting, though, if it's following everything I've also seen before, and I've seen dozens of these claims, it's not going to add up to as simply as what you said. That's my guess. I don't know that. We have to look into it.
Oh, look, I'm not asking you to know the exact case. You've already said that, so I'm obviously not holding you to it. I'm not being a Glover, the typical Glover, the troll that comes in here, and you're not. I don't think you're a troll that comes in here. Oh, you don't know one thing, therefore blah blah blah. I'm not saying that. Yeah. What I am saying is this is a microcosm of the wider quote unquote scientific community. So again, like I brought up a couple of nights ago, and obviously we can't talk about it on this server or YouTube or fucking anywhere. But there was a situation that happened that had everyone got fucking lockdown and shit for a couple of years, and the doctors that were coming out against it all got cancelled, even though their findings were proven correct.
I'm not going to respond because I was asked not to talk about this. I'm not going to even talk about it. So
no, you were just talking about social sciences.
I wasn't talking about the stuff we're not supposed to talk about. So,
I'm just talking about the bullshittery that is weaved into the psyche of people when they start hearing shit and repeating it.
I respect Heretic's room and his rules. I'm just not going to talk.
Yeah, so do I, which is why I chose my words very carefully. Which is why I chose my words very carefully. What I'm saying is,
don't even turn around it. Just stay off the subject altogether, please.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha, Heretic. I'm sorry, mate. Look, so all right, I'll stay away from that. What I'm saying is, so I ended up having to actually leave because of my family and everything like that the other night. But you were going on about consensus, and this is why I brought up peer review, because peer review is consensus, yes. And you're saying that scientific consensus equals truth. Is that correct or incorrect?
In many fields, there's many fields of science for one, and some are much better than others in finding truth through consensus.
Isn't peer review mainly about whether it gets like mainstream published or not?
No.
Basically.
No.
Okay.
I mean, see, I think the main difference
what's the point
between
of it, then?
Like I said, I did social sciences, right? Psychology to be specific. And as I listen to you guys, I think the main difference between you guys, flat earthers, and everybody else is you think everybody is trying to push a narrative. That's not my that's not my experience of life.
Scott, we realize they're well, I realize they're just they're people without thought. They're not pushing a narrative. They are the tide. They're thoughtless.
Yeah,
people are wrapped up in a thoughtless ideology, Scott.
I know you believe that.
No, you know it's a fact.
No, I don't. I know it's wrong.
Do you not see people moving in and out like the tides, like mindless goblins?
Yeah, there's a lot of people in this world. Which people are you talking about?
Yeah, and they're moving in and out with the tides, except for the 50 lunatics on flat Earth.
If you're talking about scientists, no, they are not like that.
Well, what are you talking about? Are you just like pulling words out of a tumbler? Scientists?
Yes, people who spent their lives studying a particular subject.
A scientist is someone who does experiments. You seem to think that you seem to think people like Greta Thunberg and people of her ilk are thought purveyors.
No, I don't.
Well, who are these scientists then, Scott?
They're people none of us have ever heard of because they're just out there doing their work.
Why the fuck did you bring them up? you speak of them as gods.
I don't, though. You hear me?
No, I'll put it a different way. I believe that science is your God, my friend. To be perfectly honest, and I can understand that. I honestly do.
What do you think science is?
However, what does all science need to be able to be done? It starts with an F and ends in unding. Yeah.
Yes, but the difference between me and you is I know how they get that funding.
Okay. Where do they get that funding?
Do you know how they get the funding?
Yeah, bullshit artistry.
Okay.
You said you know.
I do.
Oh, there's not a writing. There's not a systematic. There's not a way of writing this shit systematically to get what you need, Scott. They teach courses how to get funding.
So you said you know where they get funding. You asked me if I do. I do know where they get funding. It's either government or it's NGOs.
I didn't say where.
The narrative.
I didn't say where. I said how.
How do scientists get funding? Okay, let's take the climate model for example. So you have a bunch of rich people. Yeah, apply for grants, and it's I need you to find this. I need you. This is what we're actually pushing. I need you to prove this for me. That's how it fucking works.
No, that's not how it works.
They sell hope.
It's just not how it works.
They sell hope for those who think there's some sort of immortal escape from mortality.
No.
Yeah.
So you got your Al.
You people still think there's some sort of escape from mortality?
No.
Yeah.
How do you know what I think?
Where I was going with this, man, is that okay? So, for example, with the climate model, with the climate thing, people like Al Gore have made millions and billions and billions off of it, and where do they funnel that into? More and more climate research. They go to these scientists. They say, right, I need you to prove that the burning of fossil fuels and the population growth and cows farting and burping is making the earth warmer. You come up with the proof for that, you get the money.
No, it's not how it works. You're wrong. This is not how things work.
Are you fucking serious?
How does it work, Scott?
I'm not only serious. I know this.
How does it work?
People apply for grants. And they say
I'll put it another way. I will put it another way for you. I'll put it another way for you. So, and this is one I do know a hell of a fucking lot about, given my background in the military. So, when the government comes up with military contracts, they say, I want a weapon to do this and this and this. They put out bids and they end up, usually it's 1, 2, 3, usually it's 2 or 3 contractors build a weapon to that specification. And then they choose among them. Science works the exact same way. They actually have a preconceived idea of what they actually want. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. You're just wrong. Science does not work like the military. It just doesn't. You guys are just wrong. Flat out
Science
wrong.
is even more fucked up than the military.
No, it's not.
So,
you guys gotta
Mr.
go meet a scientist one day. Just go meet one. Go to a university and talk to somebody.
I've got scientists in
I worked in universities, man, and talking to them was like talking to a bunch of NPCs. Okay, so how many genders are there?
Right. So they're just stupid. I don't give a fuck about you.
How many genders?
Stupid, man.
I'm not even playing your game. I'm not playing your game. Try someone else.
Scott Mackey.
You don't want to play the game that reveals your way of thinking about the world is false.
Let me get something straight.
Yeah, I want to know. I want to know how the world works. That's my way of thinking.
Stop coming out with preconceived notions about how things work.
They're not preconceived notions. They are the conclusions that we've drawn from.
We have peer-reviewed scientific studies that state that there is more than 2 genders. How many genders are there, Scott?
I don't care. I'm not playing your game. And no, you don't.
Why not?
No, you don't. Find me a peer-reviewed scientific study that proves there's more than 2 genders. Go for it.
Scott, you told us that science.
I'll wait. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Science was
No.
whack.
You made a claim.
Let's get back to the water ball, Scott.
You lied.
The water ball.
You know you lied.
You have water on your brain.
You do not have that. You know it.
You said that social studies were whack.
Yeah.
I just want to guess.
The liar shut up, huh?
Not only does Mr. Mackey believe that we're in a gas ball surrounded by a vacuum, but he also believes that scientific study exists within a vacuum, absent from influence of powerful people, politics, everything around it in society.
Science could never be swayed by money.
Yeah, unable to connect
in
the
a vacuum too, apparently.
Well, I mean, that is the most fucking naive, gullible interpretation of our institutions ever.
What
show
the fuck,
it's happening
Scott?
or shut up.
Show what's happening.
How about the last 4 years of every narrative that came out of the government's mouth being completely false and incorrect? All the scientists parted it. They all got right in line. And they're all downright.
Are you talking about that thing we can't talk about here again? Let it go. Let it go.
Oh, again, you don't want to talk about things that prove.
No. It's not me. It's not me.
Scott, you said the social sciences
I'm not
were
talking directly about it. We're allowed to generally refer
directly
to it.
or indirectly.
We
not
can't
talking
go
about
into
it.
detail.
Directly or indirectly, I'm not talking about it. Heretics rule.
Well,
heretics rules.
I am because I know the limits of how much we can
someone
talk
else.
about. I can certainly refer to how every scientist, every institution fell in line with the government narratives.
Yeah, and Scott, I put one in the chat for you. You're 100% correct, mate, and I'll put one in the chat for you. That's just one out of like 20 that came up on a very simple search.
I'll look at it later. I'm folding clothes right now. But I will look at it. And I will find that it's not what you said it is, I'm sure. Because I will read more than the title. And most likely it's not. Most likely it's not a
You should be a stand-up comedian.
Well,
do you know how I actually knew this? Do you know how I knew this study actually existed? Because I actually went through it when I was debating people about 5 fucking years ago about this fucking gender dysphoria bullshit, and there's more than 2 genders. There's about 20 studies at that time, probably more now, that are peer-reviewed scientific studies in scientific journals and medical journals that say there are more than 2 genders.
Okay,
this is the point that what I'm
how
trying
does
to make.
science define gender?
There we go. Define gender. You've got to say,
the reason science can't say anything about it because gender is not a scientific question.
Correct.
Scott, can I refer to a statement you just made there? You said, I will read more than the headline. So that means you think there's groups of people out in the world that are only headline readers. You think that group's
not
us,
only do I
but
think
we're trying to tell you that's the rest of the world. That's why they believe they live on a spinning ball in a vacuum. Because they're headline readers.
I'm not going to...
So you understand the NPC paradigm that we're referring to, them headline readers. They don't have any substance to what they believe. They don't know why they believe it. They don't understand why they believe anything.
Yes, there are those out there, but then there are people who are not headline readers and who studied much, much more than either of us have done in their respective fields. And you guys think you know more than them somehow.
Scott, stop that bullshit. Sanctimonious bullshit.
Oh, fuck off.
You're not wrong, Scott, but just because you read past the headline doesn't mean you
do you not realize what you're doing is sanctimonious bullshit? Yeah, you're projecting the headline bullshit, Scott.
Yeah, look in a mirror. Just one day, look in a fucking mirror and tell me about sanctimony.
Tell me about no government would ever fucking lie, right?
Homeboy.
What's that? Sorry, it's 4 of you talking simultaneously. I couldn't make it out.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't trying to talk over anybody. Even you, Scott. Especially you as well, man. Again, I've got no issue with you, but this is continuing the conversation from a couple of nights ago. No government and no NGO and no organization would ever fucking lie to us, right? And the consensus would never be wrong, right?
That's a huge claim. I wouldn't go that far. Consensuses are sometimes wrong.
But you just asked me as well just before you also said define gender. Now right there, that's the end of the conversation. If I had to define gender to you, that's it. That's it. There's no more fucking because the consensus is the postmodern consensus is that there are more than 2 genders. So that's it. The end of the conversation. The fact you asked me that, man, that's the end of the conversation.
Right. Okay.
Scott's in the science.
What is a postmodern consensus, anyways?
No, dude, you're in the science of the now, Scott.
Whatever you need to believe to help you sleep at night.
Dude, no, I'm talking to you.
Try to stop. I'm not going to try to.
You can't. Apparently, you can't stop believing what you're believing. It's weird.
Nobody can.
Oh, yeah, they can, bro.
How does anybody stop believing what they're believing?
We've had this discussion before. You asked me, how do you know that one's pulled their head out of the sand?
Yeah, and you never gave me a good answer.
No, I did. I gave you a fine answer.
No, the answer was when they believe.
You get the sand in your eyes.
The answer is when they agree with you.
Scott,
I don't find that to be a good answer.
I used to agree with you.
No, you didn't. You have no idea what I believe.
Yes, I did.
You have no idea what I believe.
I believe all the academic bullshit you've been fed.
And the reasons I believe it. You have no fucking clue what I believe.
Dude, they were all the same reasons.
No, you don't. No,
don't act like you have some nuanced reason for why you believe you're on a water ball.
I don't need to
We
go
were
to
all
space.
fed the same reasons, Scott.
Yes, and some of us understand why we were fed those reasons, and we were fed those, and that we were fed those reasons because it aligned with reality. Because the people who came before us bothered. Because the people who came
sound
before
like
us,
a religious zealot. What's so funny is
if something aligns with reality, doesn't that mean it's not reality? That seems kind of tricky to me.
Yeah, all these hyper intellectuals, they think
that proposition cannot be reality itself.
Oh my God!
Sure, it can. It's part of reality. We made it.
The proposition is the thing that aligns with reality. Proposition is a mental state, and the mental states align with reality.
Now you're quoting
the concept, guys.
You're quoting LCC Punk, buddy.
I don't know who the fuck I'm quoting, and I don't care.
I know you're not really up on film. I know you're the hyper intellect that doesn't know shit from Shiloh. I know, Scott.
If you want to try something other than insults, I'll be glad to have a conversation with you.
No, Scott, what is it with you? Like, are you the old dog that can't be taught a new trick? Is that what you are?
I can be taught a new trick.
Okay.
I believe the phrase is that old dogs can be taught new tricks.
Prove anything to me.
Yeah, no, they can't.
Show me anything.
I believe that's the claim, right? Or the phenomenon.
No, it used to be that an old dog couldn't learn a new trick.
Prove to me anything that you think.
I know the same thing you know about water, Scott.
Prove to me anything that you believe.
Water.
Right now.
Water.
What about water? I got water too.
Okay, you have water too. Where did you get this idea that water is bulbous?
I've seen it.
Well, better than that. Come on, Scott.
That's it. That's where I get it.
Where did you see it?
I've seen boats go over the horizon.
Okay. That's not good enough.
Why? It's not good enough for who?
He asked you about water. You're talking about fucking
not good enough for who?
Knucklehead.
Not good enough for who?
Not the same thing, dude.
Scott.
How's it not?
He asked you about water, and you started talking about boats.
Yeah, that was covered in Drawing 101, Scott.
The disconnect.
You've admitted to not enrolling it.
And I see the water blocking the boats. There's only one explanation for that makes any sense at all. There's only one explanation that makes any sense at all. There's only one. You got another? I'll listen.
Single cause fallacy.
Yeah, you guys and your silly little fallacies. That's what people who can't prove. That's what people who can't demonstrate. That's what people who can't demonstrate anything always revert to.
Do you not want to get to the bottom of this?
Scott, so I'm sure you appreciate like your wife engaging in circular logic with you when you're trying to bring up a serious point with her.
Prove something. I'll listen.
You appreciate your wife when she engages in circular reasoning.
Prove something and I'll listen. I'm not going to play.
Can you answer a question? Like,
no, not that one. Not that one.
Not that one. Why not that one? Why not that one? Is it because it's going to reveal you're an absolute fool?
Because an adult wouldn't ask that question.
Scott,
you just said silly little fallacies.
Going over a curve is legit.
Hey, regarding silly little fallacy, Scott, I just posted something again in the chat for you. So this is actually from your side, the scientific consensus side, regarding the scientists I talked about with the Great Barrier Reef. And it actually proves, the article itself doesn't prove, but it actually ends up backing up his points that the Barrier Reef is actually in the healthiest state that it has been in recorded history. And it goes completely against the climate change narrative, if you want to check that out.
Well, all I can say is I went to the Barrier Reef in 2000 and it was incredibly beautiful. Coral everywhere, fish everywhere. I went back in 2017, 2018, and there was about a third. And there was about a third. Let me finish. And there was about a third of the coral and probably a fifth of the fish. And I was so disappointed. My kids didn't get to see what I saw the first time.
Did you measured that? Did you?
I live on the barrier reef. Actually comes right up to where I live, and it's the healthiest it's ever been. And this coral bleaching that people are talking about, they don't understand what coral actually fucking is. Do you know how coral gets its color?
I don't know. I don't care. You said the barrier reef comes up to where you live?
Yes, it does.
It's about an hour and a half offshore. How the hell does it come up to where you live? Where are you?
I live on a cape in the Whitsundays, and the barrier reef actually creeps in bommies all the way up to right up near the coast. You've only got to swim out about 50 meters, and you're hitting the outer reaches of the barrier reef where I live.
So you're near Port Douglas or Cairns? You know, Port Douglas is closer, but...
Hey,
no.
Hang on. Sorry, guys.
Anyways,
We've got to get back on topic,
point.
yeah?
Yeah, let's get back on topic.
Yeah, we can't go down this path or any of these other ones that are going to violate TOS, such as things that have happened recently, yeah? We've got to stay off these topics.
Didn't think we were on that topic. We were on the barrier reef.
No, but it was going on earlier. All right, so just... I'm not saying you, Scott, but we just got to stay on topic, yeah?
All right.
Yeah, sorry, AJ. That was my bad. Sorry, AJ. That was my bad. I brought it up, man. I should know better. I already apologized to Heretic as well, and I took it off of that particular topic. But yeah, the only point I'm trying to get through to Scott here, which is obviously failing, is that consensus does not equals truth, and peer-reviewed scientific studies don't mean 3/5 of fuck all, because if it disagrees with the narrative, it gets thrown out.
I don't agree. I've seen plenty of studies that don't fit the narrative. I tried to do one myself. Turns out I was wrong. Pissed me off. That's why I don't have a PhD right now.
I can print you one, Scotty, and send it to you in the mail.
Yeah, but if my alternate take on why people believe what they do was correct, I would have revolutionized the field. The reason I didn't revolutionize the field because I was wrong and they were right. All the psychologists who had done all that work before me were right, the motherfuckers.
Dude, Freud was
still not figured out, Scott. It's really not that complicated.
What's not that complicated?
Obviously, there's a consensus in science, yeah, when we use the scientific method. If it is retested and it can be shown to be, that it causes the effect. But outside of that, I don't see consensus, really proving anything. It's just an appeal to the masses.
I don't even know what that means, actually.
Yeah, Freud's an idiot.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
And so do most contemporary psychologists. They're not big on Freud.
Well, what foundation blocks were you speaking of then?
What's that?
What foundation blocks of all this shit were you speaking of, if not Freud?
Yeah, I forget that most people don't know that psychology, at least academic psychology, is nothing to do with counseling psychology.
What bullshit artists were you referring to? What Freud cronies have you adopted?
None. Freud was a horrible scientist.
Okay, so what the hell are you talking about?
Conclusions that were not based on data.
You're acting like you have some sort of strong foundation from something when it was just a pissing contest that people were impressed by. No?
What? I don't even understand what you're saying.
I know.
You say words.
I know, I'm just that good.
Yeah, just a bunch of words in a row. I say words, man. Dude, Scott, what is up with you, dude? I mean, are you so far gone that you can't realize you can't accept that you've been fed a myth, or what's going on?
What myth have I been fed?
Well, the outer space water ball thing, the moon golf, lunar dune buggies, the ever-expanding universe, that myth.
Yeah, why is that so hard for you guys to accept?
Well, Scott, how how weird is it?
Because everything we say works.
Well, yeah, so does the Santa Claus story. But
no, it doesn't.
How weird is it, Scott?
This is what you guys always do. You throw this thing in, and it's definitely wrong. So does the Santa Claus story, but it doesn't. The Santa Claus story doesn't work. That's the difference.
Scott.
Yeah.
Hey, Mackie.
Worked for me for 8 years.
Mackie, one more thing, dude.
And then it didn't anymore, did it? That's the difference.
What about flying reindeer? But Mackie, what the hell coincidence theorist are you that you think that we're living in the era where all these mysteries have been figured out?
What mysteries?
The Big Bang, ever-expanding universe.
Well, see, I don't think astrophysicists
that was figured out in our lifetime.
No, they have all kinds of questions still.
So
but
it's just
I don't talk about that much because that's not my field of study. I don't know much about it.
So it's just an idea, Scott.
No.
So why do you act like this shit's gospel?
Because it's not just an idea. It's the idea they came to after analyzing all of the available data.
Okay, and now you agree that analyzation of that data is accurate. What are the chances after 200? Yeah, what are the chances after 200 million years of evolution that me and you as pond scum are existing in the era that these mysteries were figured out?
What are the chances? 1.
1? That's what, 100%?
Yeah, because we're here. That's how probability works. After the fact, it's 1.
Okay. Well, bingo.
I mean, before we got here,
Van Gogh. What does he have to do with this? God,
almost zero.
Almost dead. He was crazy when he wasn't.
But just like
the whole Van Gogh story is a bunch of bullshit too. But go on, Scott.
But just like at the start of this football season, right? What were the chances that
I don't watch football, bro.
What were the chances the Kansas City Chiefs were going to win the Super Bowl? Pretty low.
No,
they're not one, but now they're one.
Patrick Mahomes wins every Super Bowl.
Now it's 1. And the fact is that somebody had to win the Super Bowl.
So here we are, evolved pond scum, 200 million years, and we hit the jackpot. We're living in the era where all the mysteries are solved, but the biggest proponent of these mysteries solved says, we really don't know.
No mysteries are solved yet, as far as I know. There's still a lot of open questions.
So it's just all wishful thinking at this point.
No, there's that's not a dichotomy. It's not wishful thinking or solved.
No shit. What? It's not real. Is it real, Scott?
There's really educated guesses that count all of the data.
Scott, is it real?
Is what real?
Is the water ball story real?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolute.
Yes.
So now there is no question all of a sudden.
About that? No, that one's solved.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
We solved that one and moved on to other things.
Okay,
now we're interested in how old the universe is.
You accept the grand randomness of you and I existing in this era where all these mysteries were solved. Okay, fine.
Yeah. Until I can see, someone tells me a better explanation.
Yeah. Well, I guess we can thank a Belgian priest.
I don't care who we thank. And I don't think we can. I think people have come along since then and figured out a whole lot more than he put forward.
I know. You must run away from all the Catholic edicts. I get it.
I don't even give
these are all edicts. All you hyper intellectuals are chanting the edicts of Catholics. Very weird.
I don't chant anything.
You're disowning the mantra.
I don't know. I don't know much
about.
You're
disowning the Big Bang.
You guys understand that you don't need to know how the universe was created to know the shape of the Earth, right? 2 different questions. One's easy to solve. One's almost
you just look at water. You just go to water and you say, "Wow, they say we live on something that's 70% covered at the surface with water." Yet water doesn't do that. So
yet it does.
It is pretty simple, Scott. You're right.
Yeah. If you guys didn't have some kind of motivation to reject what you see with your very own eyes, I'm still trying to figure out what that motivation is. You would see it too, but somehow there's something in your brains that is forcing you to say, "Oh, I look at that ship go over the horizon."
Scott,
well, that can't be. It can't be going over a curve.
Yeah, we shed gullibility,
we're all
Scott.
born flat earthers, or
I'm still like for one of you to explain to me what you see when you watch a boat go over the horizon. What are you seeing? In its simplest term, what do you see?
Well,
you haven't fucking seen that. You've never seen that, Scott.
I have on many occasions.
At what distance is it disappearing?
Who cares? It goes over a.
Well, that has a lot to do with it, Scott.
It goes beyond. It goes behind the water. The water is blocking it.
All right.
What do you
drawing 101 course, Scott?
How have you ever
What do you
that,
think
Scott?
is happening?
No, how did you verify that? You've
same
made
way
it
we
plain
verify
here.
lots of things. We see
The same
it.
way how? Oh, you
We
fucking
see
see
it.
it. How scientific, you just fucking eyeball it. Fantastic. What an intellectual.
We don't have everything doesn't have to be scientific to know something.
Then how the fuck do you know you're not wrong? In the next
we
fucking
see it.
sentence, you'll tell me probably all our senses lie to us. We can't
No.
trust our senses.
No, I won't. No, I
But
won't.
suddenly you're correct about this on every
No,
observation.
no, I will not say don't trust
Boat
your
is
senses.
definitely going below the horizon.
No,
Don't
I will not
trust
say
Definitely
don't
being
trust your
obscured by a
senses.
hump of water. Curving water.
Yes, it's being blocked by the water. Yes, that's very
Okay,
clear.
how did you verify
Everybody,
that? How did you
everybody.
verify that in a way that I can take you seriously as an intellectual?
I don't care if you take me seriously an intellectual, because it's not an
Well,
intellectual
I
question.
don't.
It's a
I would
question
really
that
like to.
it's a question that a
You're just
10-year-old.
wasting all of our time.
It's a question a 10-year-old could understand. It's an assertion that a 10-year-old can see. Look, the boat's going
Okay,
behind the water.
give me the explanation as if I'm a 10-year-old then.
Yeah, the boat's going behind the water.
It's frightening that you appeal to an age before a reason.
Because the water's curved.
Because the water's
And most 10-year-olds go, yeah, kind of makes sense. Not exactly sure how the water curves or why the water curves, but it's definitely curving. We can see that.
Okay, and what happens when there's a 10-year-old that comes along and says, that's not good enough? How did you verify it? Absolutely.
Tell them why they need to. Ask them why they need to verify it. Absolutely. Why don't you trust your eyes? Give me a reason not to trust. Give me one good reason not to trust my eyes.
What if they had enrolled in a drawing 101 course?
Okay, I've done drawing. Tell me how this works.
Well, then you can check that off the list as if that was the only reason, Scott.
No, because drawing confirms what we're saying.
What about vanishing points?
It's not a vanishing point, is it? It's a vanishing line.
This guy's fucking bricked, man.
Yeah, just because you don't understand your own things you're saying. In drawing, you have a vanishing point, not a vanishing line. Wrap your mind around it for a second.
Scott, you're not even telling us
Wrap your minds around it for a second.
Scott, you're not even telling us at what distance these things disappear.
I don't care.
You don't even think it matters.
I don't need to know the distance.
But if it's the Earth,
if
it's the 3959 mile spheroid that matters.
How come you have no details regarding your claims?
I have plenty of details. You haven't asked.
You sound like a fucking 10-year-old.
Yeah, you can believe that if you need to.
You sound like, I believe in Santa because I wrote him a letter last year for toys.
Well, that makes you stupid if you believe in Santa Claus. The rest of us don't. We grew out of that long time ago.
Man, you really are an idiot. Why are we speaking to this guy? He's a waste of time.
He's the last one.
He's completely fucking bricked. He will never have an original thought for the rest of his life.
Well, I don't have to make up a reality in order to live it. You guys do.
You can't even
That's kind of your problem,
the reality
not mine.
you think you believe in.
Yeah. You think you've understood the world better than everybody that come before you.
Yeah, we broke the brainwash, Scott. We pulled our head out of the sand.
I know. I know you.
We just returned to the original understanding of the world.
I know you know. I know you know.
Kind of the opposite. It's kind of the opposite, Scott. Kind of the opposite, man.
I know. You've returned to something before anybody knew anything, which is kind of weird.
Oh wow, you just
returned to the point where we admit that. Yeah,
admit what? Talk to me.
That it is not knowable.
But it is knowable, and we know it, and we can tell you how to know it if you want to know it.
Certain things are not knowable.
Certain things are not knowable. The shape of the Earth is not one of those things. The shape of the Earth is very easy to figure out.
So what about all the pictures?
What about all the what pictures?
What do you mean? What pictures?
You said amnesia? Okay. What about all the pictures? Let's see. What about all the pictures?
You said the shape was unknown, yet the authorities.
I didn't say the shape was unknown.
What?
I didn't say the shape was unknown. Dude,
saying that the shape of the Earth is something that is knowable.
Yeah,
it is knowable.
It's knowable and known. We know both.
By eyeballing ships on the horizon. Yeah.
No. Well, yeah, that's the shape. It's not the size. To do the size takes a little more work.
No, that would be the size if that's what's blocking the shape.
Yeah, you gotta get out the fucking sticks and shadows,
right? I can see something is behind something else without knowing the size of the thing.
Doesn't give you a shape.
Or how far away it is.
So Scott, if I can demonstrate to you that
it has to be a shape
phenomenon happening at a scale where there's no chance for curvature to be an influence in it.
What is something
that change your position?
You do that for me.
I don't
yes,
get
it would.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure you won't be able to. But go ahead.
Okay.
All right. Good times.
That's just completely stupid. Like, why would you even mention that at that point?
Mention what?
The no shape thing. I said, what does something look like if it has no shape? Like that. I don't see how you can make sense of that. I feel like that's kind of redundant to say.
It's asymmetric.
No, you're a glober.
Like literally everything is describable as a shape if it exists. So I feel like that's kind of retarded mentally to say. Like, what would the Earth look like without a shape? Probably nothing. Like, we probably wouldn't be here. I feel like that's a dodging attempt.
No,
like, what if the Earth is? I'm starting to believe the Earth really is flat at this point. What if the Earth is? I'm actually gonna turn into a flat Earth tonight, man.
Furry Mint, you've got this idea that Earth is like lodged in outer space.
What do you mean lodged in outer space? How do you get lodged in nothingness?
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, I'm starting to think the Earth is flat, man. No, seriously, dude. Like, I'm not even joking. Literally.
Yeah, the idea that the Earth is lodged in outer space is farcical. It's a fairy tale. It's a myth.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm not talking to you, Scott.
I don't care.
I know you don't care.
You butted in everybody else's conversation. I'll butt in on yours,
bro.
man.
Dude, I'm just jabbing with you. I love chaos. Hello,
Scott's in his feelings.
No, it's like so.
Scott, we realize that the only way that the Earth is a ball is in your psyche. Yeah. It's embedded in your mind.
Is that for me?
It doesn't. No, I was talking to the other guy was coming to the real. The other guy was coming to the realization.
I dropped the video. I dropped the video. That's all.
Okay, that was you I was talking to. I didn't know it was you. All right, but I'll look at it right now.
All right, it's fine.
Yeah, the other guy realized the absurdity of Earth being lodged in nothing. I mean, I'll give the powers that be credit. They sold it pretty. They did a dandy of a job.
The literal dimensions of supposed globe Earth are the foundations of the entire cosmology. So it's only logical to think that, hey, if there isn't this spherical dimension to the Earth, then, none of the other stuff applies.
Yeah, logic is unfortunately lost on most globers, Flatsy.
It's a little weird to me because when I heard about Flat Earth, I never thought about it being in the same paradigm as the already given paradigm.
Yeah, People always get caught by that one. They think outer space, is like the default background for reality, and all the different cosmologies fit in that, not understanding that is an aspect of the heliocentric model itself. Space and the vast distances and the numerous objects and all that's the heliocentric paradigm.
Yeah, but here's the problem. If you don't have the Earth being at a radius of 3,959 miles, then you don't have Venus with a radius of 3,959 miles. You don't have your distance to the sun at 93 million miles.
Somebody sent me or told me there's dumb bitches here to pick up.
Anyways, 93 million miles away. That's one astronomical unit. They can just go from there and make everything else more conceivable to your mind, but it's just taking a huge calculation and making a unit out of it, which is, you didn't even measure the first thing to begin with, and then you want to simplify.
I don't know. It's nice to hear a woman's voice, though.
Well, it's just aggravating.
Funny thing is, even if they do have 3959 for the Earth, they still probably don't have the radius for Venus, because it was just a guess.
Well, they
anyway.
just assumed that it's the same as their presupposed calculation for the Earth radius. So they didn't measure that either. They didn't measure that.
So
they assumed it. They assumed the Venus being the same size as their presupposition of the Earth, and using that for orbital for the retrograde the stars in the sky that move differently than the background stars. So they just use all of that's already known, make mathematical equations out of it, and then engineer it backwards into like have some sort of preconceived notion that they bake into the premise so they conclude with it. And then they just say it's mathematically correct, and everybody else just seems to be on board. So why are there flat earthers? I mean, come on.
So I just asked AI why what Fusion's guess about the size of Venus was based on. I'll read out the response. And also, it's lying to me from previous questions I asked it concerning this topic. Christian Huygens' guess regarding the size of Venus was based on the phases of Venus and the angles in a Venus-Earth-Sun triangle. Right? It's contradicting itself right there based on its later answer. He used the phases of Venus to determine the angles in this triangle, and by assuming that Venus was the same size as Earth, he was able to estimate the distance from Venus to Earth. With this distance and the angles of the triangle known, he could then calculate the distance from Earth to the Sun. Eugen's assumption about the size of Venus was not based on scientific evidence, but rather on numerology and mysticism, and it turned out to be correct by pure chance.
Oh, added to the coincidence list.
Yeah, so it's all based off of the radius of the supposed globe Earth. So once that is disqualified as something that's in reality, the rest of it that's based off of it goes away. So bye-bye spinning space balls and your monkey spinning space ball religion.
Well, it's a good thing that's not bye-bye then.
It is bye-bye.
No,
it is.
Not for the people who want to get stuff done in this world.
You're so silly.
What stuff?
No, like I said before, get from San Francisco to Sydney, Australia.
What
people want?
What stuff?
Get to Sydney from San Francisco. People want to do that.
That's a thing.
People want to do that. That's what I said. Get stuff
Stop
done.
the cap, Scott.
Do people
who want to get stuff done?
Yes.
People who want to go, dude, get a grip. What stuff? Stuff is plural.
I just told. Oh, people want to.
Stuff is plural.
People who want to put satellites within.
People
Is a
who
thing
want to
not
make
part of
paper
stuff?
mache globe.
Does stuff not include things? Isn't the whole point of stuff that has things in
It's
it that you can
plural.
do because that's stuff?
Yeah, it's
like if I
plural.
get a bunch of stuff, aren't there a bunch of
Yeah,
things
plural.
in there? Like I have a bunch of
Yeah, all
things
right,
in
George
it. I'm holding
Carlin.
a bunch of stuff. I'm holding a
Yeah.
bunch of things.
You need to get a
I'm
bigger
holding
house.
stuff. I'm holding
because you got more
stuff. I'm not holding
Yeah.
things. I'm holding a bunch of things. AKA, I'm holding
plural.
stuff. Right?
Yeah, plural.
If I'm holding a bunch of things, that means I'm holding multiple things. AKA, I'm holding stuff. Now I'm holding a bunch
Plural.
of stuff.
Plural.
I'm holding some stuff. AKA, it's plural,
Some
right?
stuff is
You plural
plural.
some stuff. Like I don't get why it's
That's
so
plural.
fuck.
Yeah, that's plural.
Okay,
So
so,
what
how
else,
about
Scott?
people who want to put a geosynchronous satellite in space? We can point our little DirecTV antennas
You
at
hear
it.
yourself, bro.
So we can watch TV. Yes.
So listen up, because I can't. You guys all sound like Ad Rock.
People like to watch TV,
No shit.
and we found that if we can make a satellite transmitter that we can point
People like
satellite
to believe
dishes at,
myths.
we can
Is
watch
that some of the
TV.
stuff? People who get stuff done.
No. See,
The myth believers. Those who get stuff done.
We're not interested in myths.
Those
We're
who
not.
take a flight from Australia to Nothingsville,
You know what I think the
Chile.
main difference is that you guys think
People who get stuff done. Deep Thoughts by Jack Candy. Have you ever thought about taking a flight from Nothingsville, Chile to the middle of Australia? I mean, stuff. Stop the cap, bro.
What are you so afraid of, man?
I'm not afraid of shit.
Then why you got to talk over everybody?
I'm talking to you.
Why do you got to shut everybody down though with your endless?
Homeboy.
Why do you got to shut everybody down with your endless babbling?
Oh, I don't shut everyone. I'm the most polite person. I shut up. Anyone tells me to shut up, I shut up. Do I not?
Sure you do. No, you do not.
Do I not go away when people start belly aching about me?
No, you do not.
So what stuff?
But see, I think this is the difference
flight
between
from
flat
Nothingsville,
earthers.
Chile to the middle of Australia. And what else do you have, Scott? Stuff?
Remember
People
that
who
part
want to
about
get
you talking?
stuff done.
You're doing it again.
Stop acting like this globe.
You're doing it again.
Okay, Scott. Stop acting like this globe has anything to do with anyone's life.
It doesn't for most of us most of the time, but there are some things we want to do that require understanding that it's a globe.
Stuff.
And one of those things is traveling between the continents.
Dude, you can...
No, you
planes
can't.
go from airport to airport.
You can't.
Half the people...
Planes fly
Listen,
in the sky, they've
Scott.
got fuck all to do with the shape of the ground. It could be fucking...
Yeah, it's silly.
How do they know which direction to go?
Scott, go to Hawaii. Half the people...
How do they know which direction? Come on, come on, guys. Try to answer one question.
Go ahead.
How do they know which direction to go?
They go fucking... Which way you going? From US to
They
Australia.
go where they want to go.
West.
They go where they want to
West.
go. They decide where they want to go.
You end up in Japan. Don't do that.
Yeah, if you go to Hawaii, half the people came from Japan, half the people came from LAX.
This is the difference. This is how when people actually want to accomplish something, they need more detail than this. They need to know the exact heading.
They buy an airplane ticket and they fly there, Scott.
Yes, but who flies them there? They need to know the exact heading to go, don't they?
Let's hope no one who thinks the Earth's a globe.
I hope you're not starting an airline anytime soon, because it does matter the heading you take.
I
So you end
said
up in the middle of
you, so it does not matter. You're not
what
a
does it?
pilot.
I can't. You're breaking up for me. Sorry.
Oh, that's convenient. Every time someone doesn't work your way, it's you're breaking up. Mate, it's flat. Deal with it.
I don't need to.
Why
I'm
is
in
it
the.
there's flat earther sites and there are flat earthers? Well, that's always amazed me. It's like going to a Chev convention in a Ford.
I'm with the vast majority of people on this planet who get things done.
Obviously,
so we don't need your permission to get things done. And, yes, I did. That was intentional. And we don't need your permission to get things done, and we don't need you to understand what we're doing in order to get them done. We will get them done with or without you.
So you've just said nothing in the last 2.5 minutes. Well done. With your stuff.
Except for the vast majority of people is out there getting shit done.
He's like,
yes, you're a good little minion, Scott. We know.
What are you guys getting done?
Don't turn left. Don't turn right. Keep going forward. Keep your head down.
What are you guys getting done in this world?
Blinkers on. I was told what to do.
Well, we're trying to help you, but it's
help me how?
We thought you'd get
your reality for what it actually is.
If you got through to me, how would my life be better?
Well, that's something you have to figure out for yourself, Scott.
Well, he's trying to help me. I want to know what his goal for me is.
You'd have to figure that out for yourself, pal.
How was your life better?
Our life's better. It's funny listening to you people. That makes it better to me.
But really, how was your life better?
Because originally I thought you people would be interested in finding this out, but nah, too much pride, Scott. To find out that people are so embedded in
many words and so little response to the actual question asked.
To find out that people are so embedded in vain pride, it doesn't make me happy. Go ahead, talk over me, Scott.
Why are you guys constantly in defense mode?
Shut the fuck up.
You asked the question.
Because there's a lot to defend against, man. We're on planet Earth. What do you mean? You'd be surprised, man, unless you're alert as fuck.
Go ahead, old Haas. I'll shut up. Okay,
it's too late. I forgot. It's too late. I forgot what I was saying.
So now maybe Obvious can answer the question I asked him. Obvious, how is your life better?
Well, I at least know the true nature of Earth, so.
Okay,
how it's improved my life?
Anything?
That's difficult to say because I can still make bad decisions and make my life more difficult, or make good ones and make it easier. So
how's it changed?
Has it fundamentally improved my life? Yes, it has, because I know the true nature. Well, when I say the true nature of Earth, at least the true nature of the known world. And
what do you think?
Reveals to me a lot of charlatans in the world that I know to avoid. A lot of psyops, essentially, that I don't need to put my mind to or my emotions or anything like that. I can know it's a trickery, I can avoid it, and I can do my best to try and point people I see falling into these traps in a better direction. But
yes,
your question is essentially asking. It's asking some.
Scott, if you go to Vegas and you're wary of all these scams,
I don't go to Vegas. Go ahead.
No, I don't go to Vegas either. Okay,
I hate Vegas.
Yeah, I've never been there. I'll never be there. But I'm saying, if you go to Vegas and someone makes you privy to all these scams, well, your trip is going to be better because you're not going to get scammed.
So do you think I've been scammed in this life?
I know you have. Well, I was scammed as well, Scott. We were all scammed.
So how's it hurt me, you think?
I don't know if it's hurt you because you don't even realize the effects of it.
Okay, then.
It's like I knew a guy who he was paralyzed on a motocross accident. Well, the first thing he did after he bent over, he wrecked and his neck touched his back. First thing he did was he walked around and all his friends said, "Holy shit, what's going on?" Then he fell to the ground and he was paralyzed. He didn't realize he was paralyzed. He was just acting on reflex. That's what you're doing, dude. We were all fed the myth. It's a big myth, Scott, and we were fed it. I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, that's not like logically concrete, but I'm telling you from my personal experience, it's the whole thing in its entirety. You got to connect the dots, Scott.
Show me a dot and I'll connect it.
Well, have all cultures not lived within mythoses?
Most likely.
Okay. Well, you're in one now.
How do I know?
Because you're a culture. Because you're living on Earth. You're subjected to the powers that be.
Not everything in a culture is mythos.
You're Scott. Don't act like you live in a vacuum. You are subjected to these ideas.
This is I find interesting. Because some parts of all cultures are mythos. You're trying to say that all parts of all cultures are mythos?
No. What?
Okay, so what are you saying?
Well, it depends. What are you talking about? It's case by case.
I don't think anybody would be delusional enough to say that.
How did you determine that the shape of the Earth is a mythos and not just a simple brute fact?
Well, because look at water.
I'm measuring it.
Well,
look how much people talk about water on this channel.
Oh, you measured it.
Yeah, well, they claim we're on a water ball, dude. They claim we live on a water ball. People.
Yes, there are people who measure it, and you guys just say, no, you didn't.
Who are these people and where are the measurements?
They're out there if you cared to look. They're surveyors. I never looked myself before I came across our flat earth for the first time like 3 years ago. I never knew any of this shit. Then I ran into some surveyors who said...
You don't have any measurements to provide.
No, it's not my job to provide you measurements.
Yes, it is. You might have climbed their bucket.
What the fuck are you in here for then?
To listen. I've been asked that question before, and I'm saying like I'm a repeat
is part
now.
Of your enlistment services, though, so you better get to it.
So did you watch that video, by the way?
Yeah, chop. It's 24/7.
Very unconvincing.
Very unconvincing.
What do you think it was supposed to close off, put the soap on, slather on the fucking detergent? You better hurry the fuck up. I mean, the fucking hair conditioner.
Okay, hey, Scott, watch your mouth.
Let's clarify. What do you think that video was supposed to convince you of?
I think they were trying to show me that things disappear from the bottom up even when they shouldn't.
Okay, and what did you observe in the video?
I observed this little tiny toy boat going all around the water, and at one time it disappeared and the other times it didn't.
Okay, so it did disappear.
Yeah.
Why did it disappear?
Don't know.
Don't know?
Not for that one, no.
Okay, so if we increase the distance to 10 miles and, make the ship life-sized, why did it disappear?
Because it went behind the horizon.
Fuck it, man. So why did the tiny little boat disappear on the little lake?
Well, because all I could see with that boat, it was tiny. And the difference between...
sounds like you're claiming a geometric horizon.
Yeah. We know that the basic, aspects of what's in the video. But why did the boat disappear?
Don't know. Told you that already.
It did disappear from view. We can both agree on this, right?
It got really small, and there was all kinds of mirroring effects because the water is very calm in the first one.
Well, that's a start. What causes objects to get small?
They go further away.
Oh, distance, right? Yeah. So perspective.
Yeah. Fucking low blood pressure and low testosterone.
What else was potentially involved in its disappearing act?
No. It's not my video. It's not my theory. I have nothing.
Make an educated guess.
I don't do that. It's not my thing.
But you stare at boats with your eyeballs.
Yes.
And proclaim, there be the curvature of the earth.
I do.
Absolutely.
I do.
That's not an educated guess, though. That's completely informed conclusion.
Yes. Right? It's not a guess.
You're fucking deluded, mate. You're such a waste of time. I see why old Hoss is just playing around with you like food on his plate.
I'm sure he thinks he is.
Man. You're a fucking joke.
I'm sure you need to believe that because you've
demonstrated for the panel. You need to now believe it.
So what's the real reason? What's the real reason you believe the Earth is flat? Give me the real. Don't fuck around. Don't lie.
No, you're not diverting. You've been asked a question. I'm asking you to make an educated.
I'm guessing it has nothing to do with the data. I'm guessing it has nothing to do with what you've seen.
Why are you obfuscating now? Why don't you want to answer the question?
Because you're the one who just went on. You just went on this 30-second litany about how I'm a waste of time and a waste of space.
You are a waste of time. We've met thousands upon thousands of people that are bricked in the mind like you are.
I know.
Convinced of what you think is true, and you will absolutely not move.
And so are you.
No, if you provide me with adequate evidence that the Earth is in fact a globe, a spinning water ball in a vacuum, I will believe it again.
What is adequate evidence?
There is no evidence for it.
What is adequate evidence
if
for you?
If you can actually demonstrate the surface curves and conforms with a radius of 3959 miles.
Yes, and if I gave you reciprocals,
but you can't because you just said 5 minutes ago I've been in this 3 years and I don't even yet know what measurements demonstrate the Earth to be a globe.
Not what I said.
That is what you said. It's recorded. You're not going to bullshit because you're a disingenuous fool.
Go back and listen, and you'll see that's not what I said.
I'm not going to go back and listen because I
know
remember clearly.
I know you're not.
We can, but we're not going to waste time anyway. Doesn't really matter if I ask you right now to provide some measurements. You won't have any. Back to my question. Can you make an educated guess as to why the little RC boat disappeared out of view?
No.
Why not? Are you scared of what might come out of your mouth?
No, I'm not afraid of anything. Why would I? I have no reason to be afraid.
Make an educated guess. Make an educated guess. We're not going to hold you to any claims you say in it. It's just a guess. No harm in it.
You can say that as many times as you want. I can't make an educated guess because I have no idea.
Scott, is it the geometric limitations of the 3959 mile radius spheroid?
I don't think in that case, no, because it should have been like 2 millimeters.
That's a big step for you, Scott. Very well. Good job.
But if we could show you reciprocal zenith angles adding to greater than 180 degrees, and if we take those angles, we do a little bit of math, and we can find out that...
Straight back to the chalkboard. Every time those globe tides do it. Straight to the chalkboard, because you've got nothing in reality. Have a look around, mate. Everything you do reverts back to the chalkboard, back to equations.
This is correct.
Back to the story.
Because you've got nothing in reality. That's what we're trying to get through your stupid thick skull. You have to do numbers.
He doesn't. God bless him, he doesn't get it.
But this
somehow he doesn't understand.
But this is how people who want to understand the world.
He does not understand. He's wrapped up in a mythos. Even though
that's not how we do things.
That is how we do things.
That's how you do stuff because you're too stupid to walk outside.
No, we go out. We go out.
Lazy. Pick one.
We go outside, and other people, not me, have taken.
No one does stuff dependent on the Earth being a ball, dude.
They've gone and they've measured this Earth.
So how come every time we take photos, we never see this magical curve where it's supposed to be?
Because no intelligent person would ever take a photo to prove it. That'd be
You're fucking kidding me. You don't even have to be intelligent.
That would make sense, Scott.
You're an idiot. You are a complete idiot.
That's a weird
It
one,
would be
dude.
stupid to take a photo to prove the Earth, the size of the Earth.
You hate the arts, don't you?
It would be stupid to take a photo to
You just hate
the
the
size of
arts.
the Earth.
How dare you?
That's not what
It'd be
smart people
stupid to
do.
prove us wrong. So you're telling me you've been here for 3 years, and you can walk outside, take one fucking photograph, bring it back in, and go, "There you go, flat earthers, fuck off. Here's your proof. Now have a nice day." And you haven't done it. Why haven't you done it, Scott? Because it doesn't exist. That's why. Every fucking one of us in here knows if there was proof, we would not be in here. Game over. You lose. Zip it.
Yeah, no, what I've seen over the last 3.5 years of every bit of proof, every photo that anybody ever brings, you go, no.
You're fucking still wrong. There is none. We wouldn't be here if there was proof. What can't you comprehend with that? Ask any of them. Would you be here if there was proof? No.
I know what you guys are going to say, but what you do is very different from what you say you're going to do.
You're funny, dude.
You guys have seen the cruise liner that has been posted 1,000 times here.
Oh, dude.
You can only see that little top part, right?
Wow.
And I'll ask you for an explanation.
I'm going to do it. Refraction.
At what distance is that occurring, Scott?
Okay. What kind of refraction would that require?
No, at what distance is that happening?
Don't care.
Well, aren't you supposed to be proving the water ball with this?
Yes, but not the size of it.
Wouldn't that help?
Not the size of it.
Okay, so go back to the RC boat.
No, I would never try to prove the size of the Earth.
Remember the RC boat from 2 minutes and 45 seconds ago?
Don't care.
Yeah, I know you don't care because it doesn't really go with your thing.
See, this is where you guys are trying to fundy meet people again because you're afraid to have a conversation.
No, dude, just apply the RC boat to that cruise liner.
It doesn't even come close to applying, so it's a stupid analogy.
What do you mean it doesn't come close to applying?
It doesn't.
Same thing.
This guy's so desperate, man. In fact, you never even described all the involved effects, Scott.
Well, you explain the effects to me then. You tell me what's going on.
I asked you to make an educated guess.
I know you did. You asked me like 20 times.
Yeah, you didn't answer 20 times.
And you think you're proving something by the fact that I can't give you an educated guess.
How the fuck can you go to the docks of the beach? You can watch a ship sail out, and when it gets out of your view, conclude that's because the Earth's curving. You can make that entire claim, but you can't make an educated guess about a little RC boat. Why it's disappeared out of view. There's some disconnect there, Scott. Surely you must recognize it.
Yeah, he acknowledges it with the RC boat.
I just don't know what's happening. That's what people do when they don't know what's happening.
So you know what's happening across 10 miles, but you don't know what's happening across 1,000 feet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brilliant.
I'll give you an example. First time I ever showed up to a flat Earth server was over a 24/7. It lasted like 8 minutes there because some guy asked me, show me the black swan. Yeah, I know. Show me the black swan and ask me what's going on. I said, I have no fucking idea what's going on. So how come the horizon's past the last oil platform? I don't know. Don't know anything about this shit. I just came on here to listen to what you guys say because I didn't know flat earthers existed. It blew my mind that in the year 2020, whatever the hell it was when I went in there, 2019, that grown-ass man believed the Earth was flat. It blew my fucking mind.
You've been involved with this for almost 4 years, and you're fucking this useless at the conversation.
He's a closet flat earther. That's what's going on there. He doesn't.
But the point is,
I mean, Scott, I would imagine that if you were a person that had a shred of respect, you would at least landed some of that to our intelligence by now.
I would have landed what?
I'm saying over the course of four or so years, if you were a person that had any ability to, be courteous to who they're debating or having a conversation with, you would have lent some respect to our intelligence by now. But you still sound like you showed up here 5 minutes ago.
Well,
and you were astounded that flat earthers exist.
Scott knows something's
What
rotten
I
in
know
Denmark.
that is over the course of that 3.5 years, you guys have not given a single answer to anything.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Not a thing. You guys won't explain a damn thing.
What answer would you like?
Did you have screwdrivers in your ears by any chance?
What have you explained? Tell me one thing you've explained.
Well, here I am trying to walk you through and show you how your assertion that a boat disappearing when you see it from the beach is not necessarily curvature. But I can't get anywhere with you because you're bricked at fucking giving me a reason for why the RC boat is disappearing.
Okay, you give me a reason then. See, this is where
I've asked you. I've asked you. I need you to understand.
This is what I'm saying. You won't give an answer to anything.
You already acknowledged it wasn't the 3959 mile radius spheroid.
You guys will not try to answer anything.
I mean, we know it's not.
We don't try. We do.
You don't.
You already acknowledged it wasn't the it wasn't the geometric limitations of the 3959 spheroid on the RC boat thing.
That's not an explanation from you. Yes, but that's not you explaining anything.
What? Well,
that is not the
explanation. You explained it to yourself.
That is not an explanation of anything.
That's
you. I'm sure you guys don't know what an explanation is.
Scott,
well, why the hell did you answer?
If there's no one to give you an explanation, how would you explain it to yourself?
Once again, you're proving my point. You guys will never try to explain anything.
No, we've got an explanation.
No, you don't.
But we want you to let.
No, you don't. You don't have an explanation. You know you don't.
We certainly do. You even answered
you don't.
Part of the.
No one ever does.
Part of the answer.
God. We live in reality.
We know that.
I know it's foreign to you, but
we know that angular resolution is involved. We went over that, Scott. So you've already got part of the explanation.
No, you think.
I want to see if you've got the intellectual capability to formulate the rest of the explanation.
I've heard your angular resolution nonsense. It doesn't.
Nobody's
work.
alive to give you an explanation, but you want to explain this phenomenon to yourself. How do you explain it to yourself? Go on, demonstrate you have any intellectual honesty to this panel.
Oh my goodness.
Hey Scott, hold on. Can I have 20 seconds to just try and recap something with you? You said that
maybe
you said
explain something while you're at it.
Well, what the funny thing about you is you're actually you're not an anti-flurf. Anyways, that's my personal opinion. You're somehow caught in the fucking riptide of this thing. Anyways, you've acknowledged that it's not the 3959 geometric limitations on the RC thing. So how can you not translate that out to the boat? Because when I asked you what's the distance of the boat, you said, I don't give a fuck. Well, then how have you written it off that the same cause of the RC boat isn't why you're seeing the cruise ship get obstructed? You know what I'm saying?
Because they look very different. That's my answer.
You're a special kind of stupid. Seriously. That's your answer? They look kind of different.
No, not kind of. Very.
So
it's the same thing.
No, it's not.
It's a boat. It's on water. How much fucking different do you really want to get?
Well, if you think those things look at all the same, you guys have no understanding of what difference is.
So what distance disappears, Scott?
What distance is what disappears? I don't care.
Well, then you don't know it's the geometric limitations.
You're bitching
I've never said anything about geometric limitations.
That's your problem.
You are.
That's a thing you guys made up. Geometric limitations.
No, that's the thing that a ball has.
Yeah, I know that you guys think you need to be able to pinpoint, and if you don't, I think obvious. I think obvious wants me to say something about angular resolution.
I'm just saying that. So now you're telling us you don't understand geometry and basic shapes.
But I understand much more about geometry than you ever will, and that's why I know angular resolution is not. That's why I know angular resolution is not the answer. It doesn't serve your purpose.
Angular resolution is not the sole answer.
But it works on the RC mode.
It's not any
Angular
answer at
resolution
all.
is always involved. I move one centimeter away from you.
No, it's
Angular
not.
resolution is taking effect.
What do you think angular resolution is? And how do you think it plays into effect? I've seen you guys try to explain this angular resolution thing, and you just get it wrong.
You're not getting away from answering my question anyway.
10 minutes ago, you were asked to give an educated guess as to why the RC boat disappears. You said, I want to do so. And now you're saying pretty much, and I quote, I've probably forgotten more than you guys know about geometry anyway. Words to that effect.
I never said that.
Kind of secret king.
I said I know more than he ever will.
There you go. So could you explain then and make an educated guess?
Of the optics of a 6-inch boat at a fifth of a mile away, and why the reflections of the water and what's possibly in causing some of those photons not to reach my eye? No, I can't give an educated guess on that. But I know any explanation that includes angular resolution is going to fail.
Why is that?
But you know it's not the 3959 spheroid. You said that earlier.
Why?
That doesn't seem to be reasonable, yes.
Why?
I think I can exclude that. Why? Because angular resolution does not affect things from the bottom up.
You've just said because angular resolution doesn't. I want you to explain why. Not make the claim again.
Because the water does not play into the angular resolution.
The water doesn't play into the angular resolution.
Correct. Okay. It's not part of the calculation.
Sorry, angular resolution doesn't solve this problem in total because that's where you fill in the gap, sunshine.
Because the math doesn't work.
Have you got the math to hand? Slightly up at the end.
Sure. Yeah. I can easily. Yeah. I could definitely figure out the angular resolution of a how high was that boat? Like 3 inches?
No, man. And
1,000 feet, 3 inches. So we take 1.5 inches. Take the arc tangent of 1.5. That's 1,000 feet. So it's 12,000 inches. So whatever 1.5 over 12,000 is, take the arc tangent of that. You take the arc tangent of the top half of that boat, same thing. And you're going to get the same angular resolution from the bottom half and the top half. And there's no reason the bottom half would disappear from vision and the top half wouldn't. Because it's the same angular resolution. It doesn't change. How's that?
That's better than what you said earlier, mate. And maybe we can talk on that. Oblivion, you've got your answer. Obvious, dude. You got your answer. You wanted them to have given an educated guess. I managed to wangle one out of him.
Yeah, well done, Jedi. You can take it from me if you want. I want to make some breakfast.
I'm eating breakfast, dude. I just wanted to jump in.
I had no idea he wanted me to guess something.
Married to me.
Yeah.
He seemed to be a secret king and didn't want to have an educated guess, but knew more about it than you'd forget. So I thought he'd be the best person to have.
I guess he must respect you much more than me.
No, I didn't know you wanted me to talk about angular resolution. Something I knew couldn't be an explanation for that, so I'm not going to say it might be angular resolution when I know it can't be. That's not an educated guess.
No, nobody said angular resolution was the
well, then what? I don't know anything else. I don't know.
I asked you for the rest of the potential factors.
I don't know any of those.
You don't know.
I haven't heard flat earthers say anything. I only heard there's angular resolution and maybe some kind of refraction, some kind of phantom. One of these mirages. As inverse.
I mean, it's evident in the observation there is some type of miraging taking place. That's a factor.
Yeah.
Another factor is can we look at the water? Can we look how stable is the water surface that's in?
Well, the one that disappeared, it was very, very still. It was almost like a mirror. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and in other observations, it can be quite wavy. There can,
Sorry.
So there's more than one reason why an object can be obscured from our vision across water.
Yes.
Essentially, to get down to the crux of why I've sent you this observation. So now when you take all them principles that are clearly demonstrated in reality and you apply them to a larger scale, you can't just blindly conclude that a boat being obscured is because of the geometric curve of the Earth.
Oh, but I can. And it's not blindly. I can calculate it, actually.
What are you guys talking about?
I can calculate it.
But when you were asked for the distance things start disappearing at, you said, I don't know, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't. Not for the calculations I need.
What are you going to calculate with if you don't know the distance?
Elevations. Elevations don't require distances.
But aren't elevations distances from the ground?
Sure.
You need to know the distance of the boat and the size of the boat.
No, I don't. Nope.
Yes, you do.
Well, okay, I guess I need to know the distance of the boat. That's true.
Okay, so why would you deny it?
But the fact is,
unless you knew more about geometry than all of us combined.
Yeah, so I spoke a half a second of a misspeak. You got me. You win.
Okay. All right. Continuing. So
I need to know the distance of the boat, and if I know the distance of the boat, I can know how tall that boat is, and I could figure out the elevation it should be above my point right now. And if that top of that boat is below where it would be on a flat Earth, I'm going to say it's because that boat is dropping in the distance. And when that boat when the top of that boat reaches the same elevation as the water that it's going behind, which it sometimes it's always going to be below my horizon. It's always going to be below my 0 point elevation. When the top of that boat is below 0, I only have one explanation for that. That boat's dropping. End of story.
Yeah, you're referring to the chalkboard with presuppositions involved.
Well,
that you're living.
This is where we come back to prove. Yes, this is where we come back to my earlier assertion. You guys explain.
No. I had a
never will.
You finish.
You never will.
How many times have you performed these calculations when you went and watched the boat disappear over the horizon?
I've never had. No, I never.
You never have. Okay.
No.
So then you don't know what you're seeing. You're just assuming. Your conclusions are assumptions. Yes?
Well, yeah, there are assumptions based on a lot of other things I know.
But they're not based on any measurements or calculations.
Either are yours. But I know yours haven't either. Because if any of you actually went out and did
my argument
measurements,
that's going to bring
you would prove yourself wrong.
Transgressions.
And that's why
you're turning this on me. We're talking about your observations that you've made that demonstrate.
I know. You guys always want to talk about us, and you never want to do anything yourselves.
That is the whole point of this debate.
We are
occupying the globe.
And you guys never want to answer a single question.
Why are you suddenly getting all squirrely now that you're approaching a conclusion that makes you uncomfortable?
I'm not.
Do you not think we were part of the brainwashed masses?
Right, go ahead. I'll stop being squirrely. Go ahead.
So, all I'm trying to point out is if you haven't actually performed the calculations to verify what you think's taking place at whatever distances it needs to take place, you can't be sure that that's what's taking place. That's it, right?
Okay.
That's not a good way to figure out the nature of the surface of the Earth,
Okay.
Bad way.
Okay. What is a good way?
Actually measuring.
Okay, how?
Well, we can use the GPS locations of the boat, get the distances, and
you mean satellites? Okay, I go satellites. I'm with you.
No, we've been able to locate boats and their distances from shore before.
You said GPS though.
Of GPS. Yeah, I said GPS.
That's satellites.
To me, it means ground positioning system. To you, it means global positioning system involving
satellites. To the people who built it.
We've had triangulation technology since prior to World War II. Okay, like LORAN system going up. Right, prior to any satellites, there was no fucking space age, nothing. Right, we could triangulate things. Don't get caught up on it. Point is, yes, we would find the distance, find the size, do the calculations you've described, and refer back to the dimensions of the globe. Find out at what distance this boat should be beginning to be obscured by the geometric horizon. If we're seeing it past that point, it reveals there is no geometric horizon.
Incorrect.
If we're seeing it being obscured in any way past this point, it reveals that there's factors involved, which we just described.
Yes.
Yes.
But your first statement, if it's not
coming full circle, you observing supposedly boats going over the horizon doesn't prove a globe. What else you got?
What else do I got? That's all I need.
But you don't have it.
But I do. You might not accept it, but I do.
What? That's weird, Scott.
Okay.
Why is it weird?
I'm going to step away and make some breakfast. So someone.
Because you don't have a horizon and geometric location, you can just say it's because of refraction. But we know the geometric location. We could backwards engineer it.
But we don't care.
Oh, okay, there you go. But we don't care.
No.
No, you're fine, Scott. You don't care. Fine.
Nobody has ever tried, well, at least as far as I know, tried to determine the size of the Earth by the geometric horizon.
Ever heard of Alberuni?
No, I have heard of him, but I don't know what he did. I've heard of him. You guys.
He went to the top of a mountain and measured the dip of the horizon, didn't he?
How close was he?
Pardon?
Oh, but he went to the top of a mountain and measured dip. Yeah, I assume that would be much more accurate.
Yeah. So you didn't know what you did know about Alberuni?
No, I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know that's what he did.
Okay. Well, yeah. They have used horizon to figure out the radius of the Earth. First of all, by using trigonometry to figure out the height of the fucking mountain, but we'll overstep that bit. And then we'll go to the top of the mountain, and apparently we'll be looking at the geometric horizon that isn't refracted, and we'll say that it's dipped because you're above its horizontal. And then we'll say, Earth's a ball. So that is actually your story, your rhetoric.
It's not mine.
What we're talking about the Earth being a ball and the history behind discovering it. Boats go over the physical curve of the Earth. I can't see that boat physical Earth curves in a way. And a guy called Alberuni used trigonometry to figure out the height of a mountain and declared that the Earth was a ball because the horizon dipped from his horizontal. Two stories, horizon. Come on, Scott.
Yes, but that's not the end of the stories, though. There is people who then subsequently went out and did geodetic surveying. There's people who subsequently did celestial navigation. There's people who subsequently put satellites into space, and there's people who subsequently did all kinds of stuff. And it all worked. Every last bit of it worked.
Who is these people? Name them.
Define work.
They did what they wanted to do. I can watch direct
Is it
TV.
for the stuff?
As far as I know, nobody's used the horizon to figure out the curve of the Earth, but I give him two and then he fucks off onto something else like it never happened. Alright.
I heard you.
Good. I mean, I know you did. It's just your sidestepping that you do, you greasy cunt. You just do it all the time.
No, but then you wanted to pull back observation from a mountain to a horizon down to someone standing on the beach to the horizon. They're two very different things. You should know that.
Yeah, I know, but they both used what? What was the common denominator within those two things, dude?
The horizon.
Thank you.
Yes, but one's at sea level and one's from a mountain.
I don't know of anybody who's used the horizon to figure out the curve of the Earth. I gave you two examples.
Well, I didn't know those two, and now I know. And now I won't say that again.
I can't see the bottom of that boat because the Earth curve's in the way. Come on, Scott.
I don't think they're trying to figure out. I don't think they're trying to figure out the size.
Dude, you've been around there 3-4 years. Come on. At least
now I know Alberuni.
Honest interloper, right?
Now I know Alberuni.
Okay, don't be an honest interloper then. That's fine.
And I will not say I don't know anybody because now I know one. I believe you. But nobody would try it from the beach.
Greeks, boats. Can't see that boat, Earth curve in the way. That be the horizon, that be.
Yes. I'm not saying they don't say the horizon. Did they try to measure the size of the Earth from the beach?
Oh, no, they left that up to Eratosthenes.
Okay. Then We agree. Nobody has tried to measure the size of the Earth from the beach. I think everybody agrees that would be stupid.
Why?
From what I hear,
welcome to Flat Earth.
From what I hear, refraction. So if we were to go up in altitude, we wouldn't have to hear about refraction, right?
That's less of a factor.
Infrared camera, altitude. We should see the truer Earth.
I don't know.
Okay.
No, I don't know. I'm not familiar with that stuff. That part.
Okay. So infrared light refracts less than visible light because it is a longer wavelength, right?
Sounds reasonable.
Yes. So we should have a truer depiction of the Earth if we were at altitude away from all that fuzzy refraction stuff, using an infrared camera, which doesn't refract as much, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I wasn't going anywhere. I was just pointing out.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. But, from what I hear from my fellow Globers is the way they measured the Earth is geodetic surveying and celestial navigation, and I'll believe them. Never done it myself. But I think I can do the math for the spherical excess stuff. And I think I can even do the math to do the coordinate to polar transformation. And I have to study up on a few things again. It's been a long time since I did that kind of conversion. And when they explained it to me, I said, yeah, that makes perfect sense. And I see no reason to doubt them. And when I'm coming back to what I've tried to say a few times here before I keep you cut off, this is the main thing between you guys and us Globers is you seem to have lots of reason to doubt people. And I don't think that comes from the data. I think it comes from something prior to the data.
You haven't met many liars, have you, Scott?
I've met a few liars, but the overwhelming majority of people I know.
What do you don't trust people? What's going on here, pal? Hey, take it easy, Scott. What do you? You've met some liars. What are you saying? What are you saying, Scott? You just can't trust people?
This is what I'm talking about.
You've met some liars, huh? Hey, join the club, pal.
The intentional misrepresentation of what other people say. That seems to be very common.
We're just talking about liars, Scott. We're just talking about liars. Hold on, pal.
Okay, so what did I say about liars?
A lot of liars out there. We've all met liars, right? You know what I'm saying? Some of these people here right now may be liars. They know.
This is interesting to me. Why are you doing this right now? I'm really
everyone's
curious
even
to know
Steven,
why you're
right?
doing this.
Everyone's even Steven, right?
It's got to be achieving something.
Why are you? Why am I doing this? I'm doing the laundry right now and just killing some time, pal.
Yeah, no, but why are you?
I thought people would like to know that they've been fed a myth, but turns out I was wrong.
But see, I think
there's a few people who like to know that, but
I think you decided it was a myth before you saw any of the data.
What data?
No, Scott, no, it was not that case at all, man. Look, I ducked out for a bit. It was not that case at all, mate. In reality, man, we deal with what we can prove, and you guys are dealing with assumptions and mathematical formulas and that are not scientifically proven. And again, this is not a personal attack on you. I actually like you, man. I like you. I like you a lot, to be honest. I like you. I like Matthew Learns. I like Alishness. This is not a personal attack, but I don't get, honestly, like, again, you've been run through the scientific method, man. You've been run through exactly what it actually is and what can be proven and what can't. And then you guys still stick to it, man. I've got to admire your loyalty to this narrative. I really do. So hats off to that.
Do you think our limitation is defined by what you can understand? Or do you think it might be possible that we can do things you can't?
I love how he says we, like as if he's the one discovering shit. Get back onto your computer and go and Google some more stuff.
No, it was a simple question.
I'll answer that.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm happy to answer that, Scott. I wasn't trying to cut you off, buddy. I'll answer that. No problem. So your question to me was, something about do you think that we can understand the limit of our expectations, or you can go further? Was it something like that?
No, not even close. Do you think that there are things we can figure out that you can't?
By we, who do you mean we?
People who've taken the time to educate themselves and learn how to figure out.
Yes, Scott. Someone has to win at trivia night, Scott. Yes.
There's nothing to do with trivia.
Okay, so as I understand it, you're going to an appeal to authority fallacy here.
No.
But all right, I'll answer that. Oh no! I think that's exactly what you're doing. But I'll answer that. Look, I don't claim to be intelligent. I don't claim to know a hell of a lot. I do definitely know that what is explained here is pretty easy. What's explained, what we can actually explain through the scientific method, is very, very clear. And also, in other aspects, which you might not be very good in, I mean, man, I could probably BTFO the shit out of you when it comes to economics, when it comes to philosophy, when it comes to history.
I'd love to see
now,
that.
that's not me saying that I'm smarter than you, or that I know more than you even necessarily. What I am saying is what can actually be proven and what can't be. So, for example, when it comes to history, most of history is an absolute bunch of fucking bullshit.
I don't want to go into history. Let's stick to engineering and science. And
that's fine. But what I'm saying, the point that I'm making is, as a comparison here to what you're saying, like you're saying, we're smarter than you, we know more, so trust us. What I'm saying is, I don't trust historians that write books. I go to the contemporary sources from the time I am looking at, and I look at the actual contemporaneous documentation at the time. So, what someone's interpretation of that in history, I don't trust that. So, and from what you're saying, don't you think that we know more than you do? Yeah, you probably do in a way, shape, or form. However, when it comes to the shape of the Earth, it's really not that hard. It's not hard at all.
I agree.
All you guys work off of is assumptions, and you work off of mathematical formulas.
Yes.
But you're admitting that you work off of mathematical formulas and assumptions.
We are. No.
You know what I'd like to say?
How is this man allowed to speak, to be honest?
There's a difference between being book smart and being able to regurgitate the narrative to being able to actually think logically.
Yeah, I agree. So let me just 2 seconds, 10 seconds, say something. So most everything I know about physics and chemistry and engineering and, mechanical engineering, statics, dynamics, all this kind of stuff, I learned when I started college. I was an aerospace engineering major. And we had one goal, is to build airplanes that didn't fall out of the air. I didn't finish in aerospace engineering. I switched over to psychology at a certain point. I probably dropped out for a while. But hold on for a sec. And
what
so when
the fuck?
when I took physics, and we included this thing called gravity in our equations, and we understood what gases were, so we could understand how they affect wings and lift and all this kind of stuff. And when we studied all this stuff, it was for the purpose of designing jets and airplanes that stayed in the fucking air. That was our only goal. We weren't trying to fight some cosmic battle. Hold on for a sec. Hold on.
Just give me a sec. Sorry, just give me a sec. Sorry. No. I got you with that. I got you. How the hell does that relate to the shape of the Earth?
I will get to that in a second. Because when I hear you guys talk, it sounds like you're saying these scientists are actively trying to put something over on people. And they're not. They don't give a shit about this fight you're waging.
Fuck off.
They just want to put jets in the air. They just want to be able to get from place A to B. They want to put satellites in the air so we can do communication.
Hold on, you're confusing engineering and science, my friend. Because Timbo here is a builder. Okay, you built planes.
No, I never did.
This is engineering. What the fuck does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Because the people who build those planes have to know that gravity is a thing. They have to know how
shit falls down.
Proves the shape of the Earth.
Yes, they use calculations. These things you think go into the whiteboard.
Yeah,
we use them all the time.
Right. Shit will fall down at a rate. That's brilliant.
No,
doesn't
but you
prove the
have
shape of the Earth though.
Oh, boy. But in order to build,
we get that. It's hard to build stuff to fly. We understand that. You throw a rocket, comes down. That's great. You can use that calculation of the thing falling down. That's wonderful. Doesn't prove the Earth's a ball though. Just
no, it doesn't. But if people dedicate their lives to studying stuff and they do all these calculations in order to get a rocket into frickin' space, and they work their asses off to get a rocket to the damn moon because they understand propulsion, they understand dynamics, they understand mechanics, ceramics, all these things necessary to build a rocket, and they understand the chemistry to build a solid engine fuel.
Did you listen to the moon landing on the radio?
But if they put in all this education because they all want to do one thing,
and Donner and Blitzen and
see that this is what's interesting. You guys think that all these kids. Well, I'm a kid at the time, right?
Man. Yeah, it's a myth, Scott. We realize it's a myth.
But myth or not, these people are going.
But what?
Oh, fuck off.
You said also
child. Grow the fuck up.
Oh.
Grow the fuck up.
You said it piqued your interest earlier when I said that all civilizations live within a myth.
What you're saying is that these kids start, a lot of them at 18 years old, and they study in school for 4 years, and they go to work for places like NASA, and they learn all kinds of stuff, and they do all kinds of calculations.
Get a grip, dude.
And they do all these stuff, and they accomplish these things that they've been training all their lives to do. You guys say they're lying to you.
No,
I know some of these guys who grew up.
Scott, they don't know. They don't know.
But they do know.
It's so inconsequential to what they're doing, they don't even know.
They do know. And they know a whole lot better than you ever will.
No, they're not lying.
Your deluded little fantasy.
They're not telling the lies, Scott. They believe.
No, they know. They've tested. They studied.
They know what?
They can prove this shit. They know how to get a fucking rocket
they are
into
lying?
space. They know how to get a rocket into space.
Oh, come on, dude. Life is this isn't a Kevin Bacon
you guys have no idea how much you're dehumanizing them by saying they don't, which is bizarre.
We're dehumanizing.
Yes, you are. Yes, you're
Michael Collins. He needs your protection.
You're calling into question their intelligence.
Michael Collins is a fucking flake.
Whatever, dude. These people all accomplish stuff you guys will never
all 12
accomplish.
of them that walked on the moon, huh?
Themselves when they call themselves rocks.
They've accomplished stuff you guys will never accomplish in your lives. And they're happy with their lives. And you guys are in here telling no, they're all lying or they're too stupid and they're being fooled by their bosses.
The last time I saw Michael Collins on film,
it doesn't even bother you.
Huh?
It doesn't even bother you that you dehumanize people like this and you call the entire fucking world liars.
It doesn't bother me that I unveiled a myth.
You think you have.
That doesn't bother me, Scott.
You think you have, and you're wrong, which means you're delusional or just plain fucking stupid.
You're coping.
One of the two. You're either delusional or stupid as a motherfucker.
What about water? Is water stupid?
It curves.
Yeah, Niagara Falls.
Where else does
it curve, Scott?
Everywhere.
You're delusional, sir.
Uh-huh.
I didn't mean to say that to you, but that's where it's led.
I don't give a fuck.
You're wrapped up in a myth.
Sorry, Scott, just quickly. Scott, just quickly. Why do you come in here then, mate? Are you trying to make everyone here look stupid? Are you trying to convert people? Like, why do you actually come in here? Is it to sharpen your debating skills? Like what?
No, I would never come in here to sharpen my debating skills.
He ain't got
to understand why grown-ass men in 2024 still believe it.
You acknowledge that civilizations live within a myth.
I think I'm beginning to understand some stuff.
Scott, I was listening and I wanted to come and address a point you made.
Sure.
You're whining about us dehumanizing people, but you fail to realize the entire heliocentric paradigm. Its sole purpose is to dehumanize people.
There we go. Thank you. That's the real reason you believe. Thank you.
No, I don't. I believe
it is. It is. Thank you. No.
So I can't formulate an opinion or a conclusion regarding an ideology that's false. Is that what you're saying?
No, F.E. Jetty told me a few months ago, maybe, and he was that honestly that
you're not concerned with that, Scott. You were in your feelings there.
Can I just finish?
No. I really don't care.
I know.
You were in your feelings there about us dehumanizing all these engineers and scientists and whatnot.
No, it's nothing. That's a fact.
But when I tell you, well, it's a fact that your cosmological paradigm completely invalidates human existence.
But it doesn't.
But it fucking absolutely does.
Not to
me. Think about it too much.
Not to me and millions of people like me.
It relegates it to nothingness, Scott.
Oh, I am nothing.
Absolute nothingness. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Point proven. You're nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yet,
how did you come to such a fucking ridiculous conclusion about your existence?
It's obvious.
Wonder what the building blocks in your psyche might be to give you such a preposterous conclusion about your existence and everyone else's.
Yeah.
You're talking about us dehumanizing people, and if you think you're nothing, you absolutely must think everybody else is even lower than that, whatever that would be. Because you can only give what you have. You can only give what you have. If you don't respect yourself, you can't respect others. So if your identity is that of nothing, everybody you interact with is also nothing.
At least we got.
And you're whining about us dehumanizing people, so you're gonna have to explain this to me. Sorry, Skinny, on you go.
But at least we
obviously, no. I wasn't trying to interrupt, mate. I was trying to back you up with that one as well. And look, again, Scott, not trying to fucking dogpile on you here, mate, but let's get this straight. Let's get this straight here. We're on some fucking spinning fucking ball in the middle of fucking space. Sun's the center of the fucking universe, and we're spinning around this thing while it's moving in a straight line in an ever-expanding universe. We're all an accident from a fucking Big Bang. Hold on a second. We're all an accident from a fucking Big Bang. There was some primordial soup, and then you had these single-celled organisms that somehow become some kind of catfish that crawled out of it and became fucking apes, and then we came out of that shit too, and then somehow dehumanizing, that is the most dehumanizing thing you could possibly do, to tell people that shit and make the masses believe that shit.
And you're calling everybody else liars or stupid, and Scott, too stupid to see through them.
Let me ask you a question. Let me give you a little parallel. May I run a parallel by you? Scott?
That's interesting.
Hey, Scott. You hear me, bro?
Yes, of course I hear you. Unfortunately.
Okay. No, this is going to be a good one. Do you think it's dehumanizing for these people to unveil magician's tricks? You've seen these videos, right?
Yes, I've seen those videos.
Do you think that's dehumanizing?
No, of course not.
Okay, yeah. It gives people the opportunity to see the trick that's being performed, and they can also go along and still be mesmerized by it. Because these tricks, if they're performed correctly, are quite the feats of sleight of hand. Correct?
Yes.
So why is it dehumanized? It's not dehumanizing. Okay? So stop getting your feelings wrapped in it.
No, it's not for the people you're exposing. It's what you're saying about the people doing the lying.
What people?
Whoever is behind this massive cover-up.
Name them.
I don't know.
Trust me, I had a government education, and I went through the indoctrination system. They would never ever lie about anything, and they would never teach me anything wrong. So trust us, we know because we got the fucking piece of paper to say that we know. Give me a fucking break. If that's not intellectual arrogance,
Scott,
I don't know what it is.
Scott, the thing is, people aren't lying. You know that, Scott. You know people are not lying. Okay.
The people who put a rocket on the moon didn't lie.
Well, yeah, there's a handful of people who have told a big fib. Yes.
No, they didn't lie. And you're calling them liars.
They're gone.
But you're calling them liars, and you're calling all the people now liars. You're calling the people who put the rover on Mars.
And people say all kinds of nasty stuff about Elvis Presley.
Sorry, your mum never taught this to you, but liars are liars, and that's it.
Yeah, I know, but how do you know they're lying?
You can reveal their lie if you actually go and analyze
not a ball, Scott.
No, you can't.
If Earth's not a ball, there's no connection to this moon story. Do you ever think that this moon story is because the Earth isn't a ball?
I have never thought that'd be stupid to think that, because it'd be ridiculous.
Okay, what piqued your interest earlier when I said that all cultures live within a myth? That registered.
Nothing. No, I just answered your question the best I could.
You said that's interesting.
You said that's interesting. I'll use another tack. How about this? Scott, is there life on Mars?
There's a life on Mars, not that I know of.
But the scientific community said they discovered a single-celled organism on Mars. They discovered evidence of life on Mars, apparently. That's what the scientific community says. And now you're saying no, so you're going against scientific consensus.
That's not what I said. I said not that I know of. And if someone else knows of it, then there might be.
But they know more than you do, right?
Yes. Absolutely.
You see where I'm going with this?
Not at all.
No, because he's an indoctrinated idiot. Don't waste your time, Pat.
Scott, what's up, bro? What are you doing, man?
I don't know where he's going. Why don't you go? Why don't you go where you're going to go, Skinny?
Scott,
why don't you convince all your friends here to let you go where you're going to go, so we can see where you're going with it?
Okay, I can very easily say that. So apparently there's life on Mars. Apparently we're on a big spinning ball that is going around the sun, that's moving in an ever-moving universe, and we came from a big bang that came from nothing, which is scientifically impossible because, according to science, actual science, something can't come from nothing. And then apparently it was a big primordial soup, and somehow this fucking half catfish, half fucking monkey thing with legs fucking crawled out, became a fucking monkey, became an ape, and then eventually became a human. They still can't find, by the way, the last common ancestor, and they keep pushing the years back, apparently, as to how old the Earth is. It's the biggest fairy tale on the friggin' planet and makes a lot less sense than creation does. And then now apparently, we're on this big spinning ball, and there's all these other these planets around here, and we're in an ever-expanding universe. And then apparently, with less technology than is in the phone that I'm talking on right now, they managed to go to the fucking moon and back, but they can't show the telemetry data. And even NASA said that they lost the technology to do that again, and apparently the telemetry data got taped over. Like, do I seriously need to go on with this shit?
Not if you're going to say everything wrong again. No reason to repeat all that wrong stuff again.
It's all wrong in Scotty's little fucking world, isn't it? You're in your own little bubble there, Scott.
Well, he's describing what I assume to be...
We don't care, remember? We don't care. You fucking shot someone down earlier. I don't care. Well, guess what? I'm going to throw it back out there. I don't fucking care. No one cares what you believe. There's a difference between believing and knowing. We know
what's that?
You believe it's a ball. See the difference?
What's the difference between believing and knowing?
One's verified.
Ta-da! Thank you.
But you guys haven't verified a damn thing. I mean,
no, we have. You just again screwed
around. You have? What did you do? What did you do to verify it?
What have you done?
We've already established it. There we go. You guys are big on what any individual has done, except when we ask you guys on.
Here we go. Here we go.
But you haven't.
And away
You
we
haven't
go. And
done
away we
anything yourself,
go.
Scott.
I don't have to. I rely on my fellow human beings.
So
all
you've
the
done shit
time.
all. It's
Okay,
just
so
a
That's
different way to
correct.
say you've done
I have done shit all. But the difference between me and you is I trust my fellow human beings.
Yeah,
in
it's
order
good
to
for
do
you.
what
I'm
they
sure that
say.
trust has allowed you to be
And so the-
burned
and so
many
the
times in your
question
life.
And so the question is, dude,
faith-based.
It may have burned me once or twice, but I have
FB.
done extremely well in this life. And I wish everybody could
Well,
have done
not
as
when
well
you
as
come
I've
in
done.
here.
Well, I just told you
Not
why I
if you
come in
think
here.
you're hurtling through
Because
outer
I'm
space.
curious.
No, I
You
mean,
fail
it's
in
saying,
that
yeah, fair.
category.
Because I'm
happy if
curious
you've done
about
well
how
in
you guys
life,
can
but
believe this, and I'm
not
beginning
when
to
you come here.
understand.
Scott.
You've been here 4 years
Faith-based.
and you don't know anything. I don't think there's any hope for you, Scott.
But he keeps saying, I'm beginning to understand. So after 4 years, he's beginning to understand. Surely after 4 years, you'd have got it. 4 years, mate. Come on.
You guys are a little more complicated than I thought.
That is not beginning.
He's now declaring it's faith-based.
No, I used to think that it was, I came in, I just thought you guys just didn't understand things. And if we could just find a good enough teacher.
Now you realize we pulled our head out of the sand.
No, now I realize you actively reject data and information that
You
contradicts.
don't have any data, Scott. You don't have any data. Don't you remember a conversation like
wishful thinking
an hour
is
ago?
not data.
No, it's not my data. It's data that other people have done. It's information. It's research that the rest of the world has done.
Where is
It's
it?
all over the internet. All you got to do is look.
Post some measurements.
But the question is why don't you look yourself? Why the resistance?
We have
your evidence.
Scott,
Why do I have to
haven't.
provide
We
your
have.
evidence
Why do
for
you
you?
think?
No, you haven't.
Why do you think we use your arguments against you guys all the friggin' time about the radius, about drop over distance, about gas without a container? We use your arguments.
And what
the arguments we didn't come up with them. We use your arguments.
And what are the responses to all of
You
those
don't
things?
because nobody ever from the globe side made these arguments. You copied them from Quantum Eraser.
Yeah. What are the what do you guys do with all the responses to those arguments? You ignored them.
We laugh at most of them because they're funny.
I know.
They're fallacious responses.
And what do you do? What do you guys do? And what do you guys do with our responses? Because we only stick to what we can prove. When people ask about ether, when people ask about fucking ice walls, when people ask about what's the firmament made of, we don't know. We only stick to what we can prove. You guys go to, oh shit, well this mathematical equation and this fucking fake ass video and this fake ass fucking study says fucking this, that, and the other, and it's all conjecture at best. We admit to what we don't have answers for. You guys fucking come up with fucking bullshit.
It's not conjecture, it's engineering. It's hard work. It's learning maths and figuring out how you can get metals and ceramics to be a little bit stronger, a little bit stiffer in order to get planes in the air.
We're talking about the surface of Earth.
Your problem is you guys cannot stand not having an answer for fucking something. That's your problem. You guys want an answer for everything. And if you don't know and you can't prove it, you make shit up.
No, we don't. That's
Yes, you do.
No. We do research and we look into this matter and we work really hard to figure out what the answer is.
When do you actually become an individual, Scott? And think for yourself.
Never.
When he grows up.
So you're a hive. You're a hive mind. You have no.
I rely on my fellow human beings, little parts, and we all work together.
Okay, so if they're dipshits, then you're going to be a dipshit too. Is that what you're saying?
We have better lives than any of us have individually.
If they're walking off cliffs, you're going to be following them off of it, right? That's what you're saying.
Little lemming.
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. But the fact that you had to go there
rely on your fellow human beings to guide you through life because you're a little boy inside,
and the fact that
you don't have the mental spine to ask real questions.
The fact that you had to cut me off.
Deal with the answers.
And the fact that you had to cut me off.
Everyone's cutting you off. You've got nothing useful to say, Scott.
I know, because you guys are terrified.
Again, remind you, 4 years.
Because you guys are terrified to hear truth.
Oh, hold on.
You try to speak it out of existence.
Sorry, Scott. I want everyone to listen to my knees banging together. Can you hear that? I'm trembling. Oh, no, definitely not.
That's just old age, gentlemen.
I'll give you an example from my own experience. From my own experience. I'll give you an example from my own experience. I will give you an example from my own experience.
I moved all my family in bunker. Atomic bunker, underground, because of fucking it's scary.
Yeah, I'm scared too. I'll give you an example from my own experience. And yeah, I do talk over you when you say dumb shit, Scott. Look, again, I do like you. But, all right. So I was prescribed for pain. I was prescribed a drug called Lyrica. Now, this is nothing to do with any of the shit we can't talk about. Anyway, so this drug was banned from being prescribed to epilepsy patients because it causes blood clots and strokes. Yet it was still used to treat pain. In my case, spinal pain, where my back got broken when I had a fall in 2007 when I was in the army and broke my back on top of a machine gun. Now, the science, quote unquote science, and the evidence is actually there to state that this is a very, very harmful drug, but it is still used for pain relief, but no longer used for epilepsy, despite the fact that in both cases it causes strokes and blood clots. Now, these things have been done by people much, much smarter than me and with degrees and that have been in these fields for years and years and years and years. Yet, that actually contributed to my own stroke in 2019. Now, you still want to keep on with this whole scientific consensus, smarter than fucking us and all that kind of bullshit? Like, are you serious? I researched myself and I found out why I ended up having a stroke. And it was the drug they put me on for pain relief.
Mm-hmm.
One example among many. And there's smarter people than me that said that this shit was safe. And there's smarter people than me that said this was bad. So who do I believe?
I guess we don't always know the right answers, do we?
I didn't say we know the right answer to everything.
No,
but the shape of the Earth is an easy one.
That's what we're trying to tell you. It's simple. It's flat. It's not rocket surgery.
But it's not.
But it's not. But it's not.
When people actually go out and measure it, who have no interest.
People have measured it. Go and have a look at all the laser pointer tests, you numpty. Wake up.
No marginally even intelligent person would ever do a laser test to try to prove the size of the Earth. That'd be stupid.
Eyes.
I would say that it's a topic that
get them sticks
a
out,
number of topics.
No, we wouldn't use sticks and sun rays either.
Sorry, you're getting rumpus by your own side. Oh, give me a second.
How would you do it then?
I would grab a theodolite and take some reciprocal zenith angles, or I would point, or I would point at the Polaris and walk 69 miles in one direction and see if I have a degree change.
Angle? Sorry, Scott. What is a reciprocal zenith angle?
It's when you point two theodolites at each other and you take the zenith angles of each and you add them up and you find out they always equal more than 180. So for some reason. And then we can actually do a little bit of math, which you all hate, doing some math, and we can figure out, oh, look at this. It tells us exactly the radius of the Earth if we figure out the exact angle and exactly how far apart they are.
What distance is the theodolites away from each other?
What's that?
What distance is the theodolites away from each other?
Well, that's what you'd figure out. You'd calculate that?
No. We should already know how far away the theodolites are from each other. It sounds like you've got some knowledge in this. Okay. I'm just asking you honestly, how far away are the devices?
It would depend on where you put them. You can put them at any distance you want.
Okay.
The further the better.
Have you got anything that I could reference, for example, something that maybe you've seen? A document or some kind of measurements that have been put down in tables and results and shit. Have you got any of those?
No, I don't. I've told you this many times. I don't have this stuff. I never do this.
Okay, see, it's just something.
But I know it's been done. Yes.
You know it's been done. How do you know, just off the top of your head, how far apart the devices were?
No.
No. Okay.
But all we need to do is we can figure out. We can measure how far they are apart, right? And then we can measure the angles, and then we can do a calculation.
I was kind of hoping that, being as you're an intelligent guy, that you'd have already asked these questions. And how far apart were they? What results did we get? All of these questions I thought you would have asked, unless you just took it at face value. Did you just take it at face value?
Yes, of course. I trust people. I told you that already.
Yeah. Scott just takes it at face value. He's not going to question this, is he?
Well, did you guys try to prove him wrong?
No, that's why I'm asking you these fucking questions, mate. And it doesn't look like I'm going to get the answers from you, does it?
No, I told you someone else did this.
Okay.
Who was that? Larry. The guy goes by Shoebill.
Okay.
He might have met him. I don't know his last name, but his first name I think is Larry, and he's been a surveyor, he says, for 30-something years, and I've talked to the guy on many, many occasions. Hours of conversation with him, and seems like a decent guy to me. I have no reason to doubt him, and he said he's measured these things.
Right.
Why? See, this is the interesting thing. Why do you guys immediately distrust people?
Well, I just want to point out that you're blatant. You're going to trust this guy just because he smiled at you and P's and Q's and said thank you, maybe. Because he seemed like a nice guy.
No,
you sound like the sort of person that you could take to a magic show and would be absolutely stunned and amazed. Because this guy with lots of confidence who smiled at you and stuff was tricking you before your very eyes. He couldn't have done so, right? Because he was a nice guy?
Yeah, 3-card Monty.
No, I would never do a 3-card Monty. I know they could.
Like you can actually win. 3-card Monty, you cannot win.
No, I know. That's why I would never do that. They're better than me. At least on that.
Better than you, or better at deceiving than you are?
Better at deceiving. They're better at that trick of that 3-card Monty thing.
Thank fuck, we finally got somewhere. Okay, righto, we're finally getting somewhere.
Yes, but why are you assuming this other guy is a 3-card Monty guy? And that's the question I keep asking. And there has to be a reason you begin with the assumption he's trying to fool me.
No, not beginning with the assumption that he is actually trying to fool you. Just your own words, where you just trusted him because he seemed like a reasonable guy. But when I asked some very simple questions about what he has supposed to have done, you don't know the answers to those questions because you probably didn't ask them, and maybe he didn't even give you that piece of information. I don't know.
No. He showed me his data.
Okay. How far away were the devices?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Why would I remember something like that?
Which refraction model did he use? Do you know?
No idea. He didn't use refraction as far as I know because he wasn't on the ground.
Wasn't on the ground?
No. It was mountaintop. It was mountaintop to mountaintop.
So no refraction at the top of mountains then?
There's not much. Once again, that's what I asked. Someone asked him that. It wasn't me in this conversation.
Okay.
It was over at Gem Pandas, and he said that you don't have to worry about refraction on the mountaintops usually.
Don't have to. Okay, so I'm going to start spitballing now because you said the top of mountains. Mm-hmm. This sounds like a large distance if we're talking from one top of
it was. It was.
We could be talking miles, couldn't we?
Oh, many miles. It was probably like, if I remember correctly, in the range of 40, 50 miles.
Shit. With a theodolite?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Do you know the maximum ranges of theodolites?
They say a couple 100 yards or whatever. I don't know.
Okay, so a couple of 100 yards to 60, 70 kilometers. Would you say that that's in the device's range?
Depending on what you wanted it for.
To be used within its specifications?
All it does is takes an angle, right?
An angle? Well, you're going to need a flat earth for that anyway. But
all it does is takes an angle, right? No, all you need is a vertical. You don't need a flat earth for a vertical. We have verticals on the globe too.
In reference to what?
It's gravity. We just
no. In reference to what? So just a vertical line, not in reference to anything. Not in reference to the Earth at all, being the thing that we're measuring. Hold on, Scott.
Yes.
It's got to be in reference to something. We're measuring the Earth, apparently. So this vertical line is not in reference to the Earth thing that we're measuring?
It doesn't really matter. It's pointing towards the center of the Earth. It's pointing towards the center of the Earth.
Okay. Probably sounds like I should talk to this guy. So it looks like we're using a device where up at altitude where you say not a lot of refraction.
He said that.
Only good for a couple of 100 yards that you said off the top of your head, now that you can remember, 60, 70 kilometers. Do you see the problems that are starting to be illuminated, or are you just going to hand wave them away and say it's okay? He seemed like a nice guy.
Is Scott wrong?
I think the problem's anything that just falls within the range of acceptability, as far as I can tell.
And what would those ranges of acceptability be for a device that you said is only good up for a couple of 100 yards and is making measurements 60, 70 kilometers? Where's this grey area?
Well, because I know how light works.
Okay.
And I know how Seattle light works. And you pointed at something.
How does light work up the top of a mountain, Scott?
It goes pretty damn straight.
Goes pretty damn straight, does it?
Yeah. And here's the funny thing: is if it was refraction, it would make the Earth seem smaller.
It would.
Yeah.
Especially if you use an infrared optical device as well.
Wait. Maybe I have that backwards. Make the Earth seem bigger for refraction. Let me see. Light, lower angle. It would make the Earth seem bigger. Actually, take it back.
You can see.
I just do a calculation real quick.
Yeah, that's fine. Being as you're at the top of the mountain, you can see further. But if you're saying less refraction, then being as the horizon was further away at ground sea level, than
no horizons.
Up the mountain, then it should look smaller.
Nobody's doing horizons in this thing.
Okay.
You're just pointing at the other theodolite.
Which is how far away?
Something like 50 miles, if my memory serves.
You don't have to account for refraction.
No.
Did he account for refraction?
He didn't, as far as I know. As far as I remember.
So no accounting for refraction up here at the top of the mountain. Okay.
Yes. And he got curve.
Yep, I'm not fucking surprised.
Why not?
I mean, I just don't know.
How do you explain it then?
How do I explain it? We haven't taken into account any refraction whatsoever. We're using the device well beyond its optical range limit, and you're just saying whatever results that we get, then shit, fucking things are bull.
Why does something have an optical range limit?
It's built into my friend. Every optic has a limitation, correct?
What does that mean?
It means go on.
Instead of just saying it has a limit, what is the limit, and why is there a limit? What's limiting about it?
You said it was a couple of 100 yards. You'd have to speak to the developers of the theodolite as to why they've said that these things are only good up for a couple of 100 yards. Because after that distance, what happens?
I don't know.
Accuracy.
More atmosphere to look through, Scott. What happens?
Okay.
So more chance statistically that light's going to be deviated from its path if you're going to use more atmosphere.
It still work beyond then.
Yeah.
It's about accuracy.
Yeah, I'm just pointing. Yeah, it's about accuracy. Yeah. And at the moment, we're 50 kilometers, where Scott's already said it's only good for a couple of 100 yards, and we're not accounting for refraction.
It's still accurate as fuck. You can go 200 yards with one of those motherfuckers.
Yeah, we're talking 50 kilometers, though, dude. 50 kilometers. Do you think
you go 200 kilometers with those cunts, and they'll still be fucking accurate within what?
Is he breaking up for everybody or just me?
Within what?
1%.
Within what? Where?
So you just arbitrarily frame things out. They'll be accurate up to 1%. A random going to pull some shit out my ass and hope it sticks when I throw it against the wall.
Absolutely, that's what.
I don't think that's what I did, but
I'm not talking to you, Scott.
I just did. I threw out a %.
Is there someone else? Do I have someone muted? I don't have anybody muted.
Yeah, right down the bottom, Scott. Have you got Branch muted?
Oh, fucking Branch.
Yeah. Because he won't shut up.
I'll step out for a while. As long as Branch is here, I got to shut up because I am not turning him up. So I'll just shut up for a while.
He's been muted.
Well, Jedi, are you there?
Yeah,
mate. Do you know who muted Mr. Thankful 712? Because he's messaging asking to be unmuted. So maybe he wants to have a chat.
No, I haven't got a clue, mate. So if nobody else has got any objections, you can unmute him if you want.
Telescopes don't have a distance limit.
Do we know who muted him?
Yeah, I ain't got a clue. If they're not going to speak up, then just unmute him.
Well, Mr. Thankful, we will unmute you, but you're going to have to behave yourself or you're going to end up back where you are now.
That's why he was muted.
Oh, well, he's back on.
Jedi, why did you dodge Scott's question? Why is the theodolite supposed to have a limit? It's a
because they do.
nonsensical question.
I answered that question. I said, Scott, you'd have to speak to them, but they already declared that it's only good up for a couple of 100 yards. After these distances, then you're going to have to start dealing with it's beyond its limit. It's not accurate or as accurate as it would be as a couple of 100 yards. With distance becomes less accurate, right? I answered it.
What's the source of that limit value?
Hey, I got a question about that. When you hold the stick and you read that number from the theodolite, it lines up. At 100 miles, how do you read that number on the stick?
Number on the stick. You would probably need a very big stick to resolve from the distance.
So it's not accurate then?
For that purpose, it wouldn't be, but you aren't measuring to a stick.
That's the best answer I've ever heard. It's a really big stick.
Well, from that distance, you don't need to actually hit a stick. You know where you're on the peak of a mountain, you can just point at the peak of the mountain.
Wrong.
You can measure between two peaks and come really damn close.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what was Jesse doing, for example.
Oh, was he?
That's why he was wrong.
Yeah, so these objections are completely irrelevant to the actual observations.
That's why he was wrong, because you don't do it like that. Can't make up your own way of measuring with the theodolite. Just make up something.
Yeah, you made up a methodology with lasers. So what's wrong about using a theodolite?
Exactly.
No rational people that actually do that job for a living care about measuring the shape of the Earth. So there aren't some official methods for doing that in the first place because people don't care about it. It was discovered hundreds of years ago. So if you want to measure something as stupid as that, you want to make up your own method.
That's two people this morning that have turned around and said, that's stupid, measuring the surface of the Earth. That was done hundreds of years ago. No one's doing it now. It's stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid.
No, it's stupid to use lasers because it doesn't tell you anything. It doesn't tell you anything.
The lasers, infrared lasers, the ones that
doesn't matter. Doesn't tell you anything.
They're targeting devices. They target things at distance for people to use to paint targets and blow shit up. Doesn't tell you anything. The fuck? Well, you know what we discovered about infrared earlier as well. Can you remember? About the wavelength of light and its refraction value? Any bells?
Yeah, it refracts less.
Yeah,
apparently.
So that's why they use them. And when I say they, the Royal Navy, your lovely military, the Marines, targeting devices, infrared, because they were practiced.
And you believe them?
Why would I distrust them, Scott?
No, I believe them. I'm just wondering if you do.
Yeah, I believe them.
Okay,
I
cool.
believe they use line of sight targeting devices to help them blow shit up and save lives. Yep.
Okay, and so when they say the Earth's a globe, do you believe them then too?
No, because the technology that they use requires the surface of the Earth to be horizontal to use these targeting devices at the distances that they do.
And
Jedi, I like how you threw in they blow up things to save lives.
That's good, isn't it? That's what. Yep. You've got to shoot things for freedom, or blow things up for freedom. Yep.
I like that. That's all. I love it. I'm gonna get a shirt like that.
We blow things up to save lives.
That's right.
So how do you know what? How do you know what from the Navy to believe and what not to believe?
Oof, I don't know. Listening to what they say, and then using discernment to figure things out.
Oh, okay.
Ah, well, that's a relief.
But you did tell me earlier, not today, but it was months ago, I think, when I asked you, and you said that if the Earth is flat, then God's a liar. You still go with that? I mean, if Earth is round and God's a liar, I got it backwards. Sorry.
Yeah, not quite the first thing that you said, but yeah, me and you were going to have a conversation about that, weren't we?
Yeah, we were going to, but never got to, because that's the interesting conversation from my perspective.
Yeah. We'll get around to it.
He's not Trent Reznor.
Why are we bringing Trent into this? Man's a genius.
Hi, everyone.
Of course.
Would you guys like to talk about the flat Earth?
Oh, you got new blood here. I'll step out.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nage.
Hi, Nage.
Sound like you got.
We're more interested.
Nage is a hottie.
This morning.
We're more interested in someone proving the globe.
Proving the globe? How would we do that?
I'm not sure.
Good luck.
Yeah. Well, we've been a bit stuck on this point for quite a while.
Godspeed, sir.
What is Godspeed?
Would you like some pictures?
Bloody fast.
Yeah, right.
I can send you some pictures.
It's something wicked you say to people you're sending off in a rocket, I guess. I don't know.
No, true.
Yeah.
They just got pictures for us. Ooh.
Do you not believe that we launch things in rockets?
I believe that rockets take off from the surface of the Earth. Yeah.
Okay.
Define things.
And then?
They go up and come down. They come down.
They angle themselves, and then they release their payload. And sometimes they come down if they're reusable.
Okay.
They angle themselves and then they come down. What does that mean?
Well, if they're reusable.
We can use them again to launch them up into the sky and angle them to come back down again. This is deep, mate.
Well, I think it is. It's a very profound engineering feat.
Rocket goes away.
Sometimes. Sometimes they recover it.
Okay, yep, we've got to that bit. Yep, sometimes they go out to sea and they recover it. Yep. Sometimes they come back down all by themselves.
So rocket goes up and comes back down, therefore globe.
Well, rocket goes up, launches payload, sometimes takes pictures, but a lot of times there's video of the rocket, and you can see a pretty big globe behind it. If that isn't proof, I don't know what is.
They take pictures of the rockets from space while they're firing their stuff off, so then you can see the Earth behind it. Is that what you just said?
That's absolutely right, sir.
So they launch a rocket. They have a camera up in the sky. They take a picture of the rocket when it blows things up for freedom. And then that is how we know you live on a ball.
Well, they have a video. Not necessarily a picture, but yeah, there's a pretty big globe behind it.
Hey, Nage, how do rockets actually target? Do you know how they actually acquire their targets?
You mean their destination?
Yeah, well, I mean, the point of any form of military hardware is that you want to kill the motherfucker you're trying to kill, and you try not to kill friendlies, your own side. So, do you know how they actually acquire their targets?
Oh, I'm not talking about like an ICBM. I'm talking about like a satellite rocket or something that drops payload into low Earth orbit.
He just changed everything for you.
No, you're dropping payload, right? So, how do these rockets manage to accurately target where they are hitting?
Oh, well, it's a very complicated question. In rockets, there's some kind of telemetry system, and there's
no, it's not. It's not complicated at all. It's not complicated at all.
Well, if it wasn't complicated, I don't. Okay, go ahead.
You have heat seeking and you have laser. Those are the two. The only exception to that is underwater, where you have torpedoes fired by a submarine that are wire guided underneath the water. Those are, but it's heat seeking, it's laser, or it's it's heat seeking, it's laser, or wire guided under the water.
Let me see if that's true.
Take all the time you need, man. I'm actually military myself, so I'm not actually speaking out of my ass here.
You said it's heat-seeking. What kind of sensors?
Sensors that pick up heat.
Sorry,
what's the no? It looks like they use a lot.
You get someone on the ground to paint the target, is what is called, with a laser, in terms of a very long range missile, or to guide the fighter jet in, or whatever the case may be, or the fighter jet can do that themselves. But 9 times out of 10, you have infantry that are there actually on the ground painting the target, or they're heat seeking if you're trying to take out a tank, let's say, or you're trying to take out a ship or something like that. Or again, if it's an underwater thing, like a lot of ships can fire or submarines can fire under the water, 9 times out of 10 they're wire guided or they are laser guided.
It doesn't look like that's how a SpaceX rocket does it. Looks like they have a suite of sensors, like GPS, radar, sun sensors, star trackers.
SpaceX doesn't blow shit up, do they?
Only when the rockets fail.
Freedom?
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about getting rockets to low Earth orbit.
Why did you go to SpaceX?
And let's go global homo.
Do you guys not think that the videos that they produce, the live streams, are real?
Oh, why would they fucking lie? Just like, in the movies, you got people shooting around corners and magazines that magically have 60 fucking rounds in them, and they never reload. Like, that's one thing I like about John Wick, actually. He actually reloads when he has to. But, honestly, man, you're being sold a fiction. Seriously.
I don't know how it's fiction if the video is, from ground to space. How do they fake that?
The same as they fake Hollywood, mate. Seriously, it's not hard. This is what, my wife she hates watching, for example, even realistic. She hates watching John Wick with me, for example. She hates watching military and police movies with me because I point out where the room clearances are done wrong, where the magazine capacities are over, where all of the bullshit. I can point that out, and this is cops and military. Their wives hate watching action movies with them because they point out all the bullshit. And what I'm doing for you right now, I'm pointing out the bullshit.
Okay, can you explain how it's bullshit?
Well, like I started with, every type of ordinance is.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, mate.
He doesn't understand that they don't run around with 75,000 rounds in their guns and just keep shooting without reloading.
Are we on the same page here? I'm talking about a SpaceX rocket, not a military rocket.
He's talking about
movies. So to get where I'm coming from, so again, they're laser guided, they're heat seeking, or in the case of torpedoes, they are wire guided. There is pretty much nothing else that goes into it other than what is programmed. So if you're talking with ICBMs, for example, they already know the distance between where the rocket is being launched from.
I think I said that.
It doesn't matter what kind of rocket you're talking about. What I'm saying is it's pre-programmed into the rocket as to where it actually has to hit. It's really hard to actually adjust that thing, and often it's very impossible to adjust that thing unless you've got a wire attached to it in flight. It's either laser guided, heat guided, which is how you correct for it, or it's what's called a dumb munition, meaning that once you've fired it, you can't control it at all, and you better hope that you've actually got the targeting correct.
Well, for a SpaceX rocket, it doesn't look like that's how it works, but I don't see why that matters because they have a video from ground, where you can see people like waving at the camera up to space. I don't know how they CGI that out of nowhere.
Nage, may I ask you some questions, my friend?
I would love to. I love answering questions.
Okay, and you know what? Our third question is actually going to get back to what you just brought up with SpaceX rockets. So,
certainly,
my first question would be, because I don't have this information yet, who would be the person that measured the curvature drop over distance? Who in history has ever done this to show that we actually have a measured drop over distance?
The answer to that question is we don't have to, because we have a video going from ground up to space, and there's a big globe behind it.
Well, like I said, we'll get to that, but we're told every single day, from the time we're very young, that we live on this globe and we learn about it at school, and
that's absolutely right,
sir. For some reason, we don't know whoever measured it to be so. We don't know who's ever drop over distance. Do you know anyone?
If you were right, they would censor you.
If anyone in history who's ever measured this drop over distance.
Let me see. I think there was a guy. Let me see. Flat Earth guy.
Flat Earth guy. So you got to Google this, man. You don't know yourself who's ever measured drop over distance. Just be honest. Yes or no.
I read it on a Wikipedia article once, but I forgot his name.
Jesus Christ, man! Why are you coming in here? A, if you don't know this shit, and B, why the hell are you looking up Wikipedia? You can't even use that in a university for a university degree.
Well, the answer to your question is because we don't have to measure the curvature. But if you'd like to know, I can find it for you.
Well, no, I don't need you to find it. I'm just asking the question. Who in history's ever measured this curvature? Because apparently, if we're on this globe, this is something that should be readily known, or. But that's cool. I just want you to be honest with the question. So the second question is, who's ever measured rotation?
I think a couple people with the gyroscope. There's some people on YouTube who've done it. But the curvature.
Gyroscope.
There was way back in the day, before we even had gyroscopes, there was this guy Eratosthenes who used shadows to.
You know how many times we've heard this bullshit story?
Well, hang on. I think You've got a little bit confused here, man. Like normally Eratosthenes would have been brought out for the measuring of the drop over distance, not for the rotation of the Earth.
Oh, you mean the rotational speed?
Yeah, who's ever measured that the Earth is rotating or moving?
So, long story short, Nage, you Google all you want, man. Take all the time you want, but you probably want to know this shit before you come into this room.
I think back in history there was there was a guy who measured. He did an experiment to disprove the ether. I think he measured Earth's rotation indirectly with his results. What was his name? Guy who disproved ether.
You should just look up anti-flat if you're going to look up that kind of stuff.
This was Michelson and Morley. It was Michelson and Morley.
Okay, so first of all, Michelson-Morley didn't prove any rotation of the Earth. Yeah, what actually happened with Michelson-Morley is it showed that there was no rotation of the Earth, which then Einstein had to come up with some new equations. Yeah.
No, that's not what happened.
The Michelson-Morley. So tell me what happened in the Michelson-Morley.
Mm-hmm. So they had a light source, and they had two mirrors and a detector. And given the Earth's rotation, if there was an ether, it would cause like a wind, right, in the same direction that the light was traveling. But they found that regardless of how they measured it, there was no detection that they could find.
Okay, so there was no ether. Did I claim an ether? I asked who's actually measured rotation.
Well, it was measured indirectly, because if there was rotation, the light would move either faster or slower, depending on if it was moving with or against.
Correct. And what happened with those lights?
They did not change speed.
So there was no rotation. If they matched in speed, there would be no rotation, which then Einstein then proposed a length contraction to account for this. So, no, that's got not the rotation of the Earth, yeah? And then our third question. I just want, look, we're just going to go through the questions, yeah? So the third question, which brings us back to your rockets in space, can you demonstrate gas pressure without containment?
Define containment for me.
Well, you'd have to define gas, yeah?
Sure.
How about a fixed volume? Fixed volume.
A fixed volume. Sure. So there's a fixed volume around Earth. Does that count?
No, that would be begging the question, yeah? So I'm asking if we can demonstrate.
Well, how is that begging the question? You said it's a fixed volume?
Because we're talking about the Earth, yeah? We're talking about the shape of the Earth, yeah? And then we're going to use the Earth to prove what we're trying to prove, yeah? We're just begging the question. So can we demonstrate gas pressure without containment?
Well, you say a fixed volume, yes? So, I mean, that could be any
would
volume.
Dictate a fixed volume, but if we define gas pressure, the antecedent to gas pressure is a container.
That's not true.
So pressure, gas particles pressing upon the walls of their container. This is how we obtain pressure, PSI, pounds per square inch.
Yeah, okay, to back AJ up here, Nate, just to back AJ up here, I guess, to his point to what he's actually trying to ask here. Okay, A, how can you have gas pressure without a container? And B, do you actually know what the gas PSI is at ground level on Earth?
So for the first question, there's no, in the definition of pressure, it's just force per unit of area. So no, you don't have to have a container. It's just useful for measurements. And for the second question, it's 1 ATM at ground level.
It's 14 PSI at ground level. And as to your first statement, you're saying you can you can walk outside and measure the oxygen and the helium and the nitrogen, like just out in your backyard. Yeah, please do that and show us how you can do that.
Sure.
Also, the unit area. Sorry, over
The
unit area. What's
antecedent.
that? Force over unit area. What's the area?
What's the area?
Yeah. Is that something physical for the gas to press upon?
No, area can be a mathematical surface or a physical one.
Not a mathematical surface. We understand this. By consequent of containment, the gas is under pressure. The pressure is very much reliant on the size of the volume the gas is in. If you have the same amount of gas...
No, it's not reliant on the volume.
Dude.
It's reliant... No, there's no volume in the pressure equation. It's just the force per unit of area. And for a container, the force is it's the force that the wall presses on the gas.
So we're going to need a container then. Awesome. Are you aware of the ideal gas law? Are you aware of the ideal gas law?
Can you explain why we need a container?
Are you aware of the ideal gas law?
Well, you're kind of shifting questions. Let's stay on this. Why do you need a container?
You interrupted me. I didn't interrupt you. You interrupted me. Now I'm pissy. So are you aware of the ideal gas law?
Well, so do you want to move topics now?
Yes or no? It's the same topic. Yeah. We're talking about gas. So what's the formula?
Aware of the ideal gas law.
What's the formula?
Let's see. If I remember from physics, it was PV equals nRT.
Awesome stuff. So you understand you're going to need a container for your pressure then, don't you?
Why?
Because it's in the fucking formula that you've just read out.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Where?
Volume.
Yeah, volume. Where in volume equals container?
Where'd you get the pressure from if it isn't something that the gas is pressing against?
Oh, by the force of gravity.
Oh, by the force of gravity. What's gravity?
What is gravity?
Yeah, which one are you talking about? Mass attracting mass or the bending of space-time? Which one?
Am I not floating
bending of space-time causes mass to attract mass, so those are the same.
No, they're not the same thing. Mass attract mass is magic at a distance, where the masses are attracting themselves to each other. The bending of space-time is the mass warping space-time, and by consequent, things that fall into that gravitational well will appear, but not actually be attracted to that other mass. There's no physical interaction apart from the warping space-time. So which one are you talking about?
Do you think space-time is not a physical interaction? Same one. I think you have
They're different. They're in completely different geometries. One's in 3D, one's in 4D pseudo-Riemannian. You understand? One's a coordinate system.
Well, I can't clear up your misunderstanding if you keep muting me.
I'm not muting you.
I don't know who is then.
Then that's a different question for another day. I'm asking you what gravity is. Do you think it's mass attracting mass or the bending of space-time? I've just pointed out they're not the same thing.
No, they are. So
they're
here's
not.
a misunderstanding here. Well, if you're just going to keep interrupting me, then I can't really talk to you, can I?
One's a force, the other one isn't a force. Not the same thing.
Are you going to let me talk? Or are you going to keep over talking me?
They're not the same thing, so I'll let you talk when you're correct. Every time you're wrong, I'm going to point it out because you haven't answered my question.
Well, then I'm not going to bother with you then.
Okay, so you're going to need a container to achieve pressure. Can you demonstrate that you don't need a container to have pressure? Can you show that, please?
Yeah, F over A does not entail a container.
Can you show that, please?
It's in the equation, buddy. I can't show it. I can't show it any other way.
That's the area, and you're going to need a volume. Gas pressure is defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the insides of the container. By consequence,
if you divide V by both sides, what do you get? You get area.
I don't know. And that's brilliant.
You don't know.
We're going to need a volume. Going to need a volume for the gas to exist in, because it's going to be a ratio between the size of the volume and the amount of gas. You change the size of volume and keep the amount of gas the same, the pressure will go down. If you decrease the size of the volume but keep the gas the same, the pressure will go up. You're going to need a container.
Yeah, again, volume does not imply container.
Volume
Volume is just amount of space. So if you consider the amount of space that the gas... Well, I'm not going to talk to you if you keep over-talking me. So if anyone else would like to have a discussion,
you're not answering my question.
Happy.
You're not answering my question. I've asked you to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Can you do that?
Not if you keep over-talking me, no.
No, you can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container? Because that's the only thing
I can, but you're going to keep over-talking me, and I can't explain these misunderstandings for you. Sure, F over A, right? P equals F over A. That's area.
That's awesome.
You don't need a container for area, right? You just need some force for some unit of area.
That's something
no, it doesn't.
Press upon. Are you aware of Dalton's
It could be a mathematical surface. I don't know why you keep jumping between these laws when you can't stick to one thing, man.
The ideal gas laws. You don't want to be
if you divide V on both sides of the ideal gas law, you know PV is not pressure, right? You need to divide V by both sides to get the pressure. And when you do that, you arrive at a unit of area. Okay?
You're going to need a volume.
This area, as I've said, and I can't say it any other way, doesn't have to be a physical area. It could be a mathematical area.
Yeah,
right?
You're
Physics
going to
doesn't
need
care.
a physical
I'm not using a
boundary for the
mathematical
gas
area when I'm filling up my fucking gas tank, am I?
Well, a gas tank has a container, right? But as I've said, pressure doesn't have to have a container.
Congratulations, we've got it out of him. You need a container. That's all we want.
No, you don't. No, that's not, I said you don't. I said it has a container, but it doesn't need one, right? The area in that case would be a physical area, not a mathematical one. But so in the case of Earth, we have a mathematical area, and the mathematical area is whichever surface along the gradient we pick, and the force is the force of gravity. So
we're having a very similar situation here to what we had with Scott Mackey earlier regarding assumptions, etc. This is exactly what's happening here. So you just admitted my patriarchy.
I didn't, but I can give you a little bit of a lecture, but you guys have to be willing to listen.
Don't need a lecture. You've already said that gravity is a force. That means it's mass attracting mass, which is debunked because gas doesn't attract gas.
Classically, it's a force, right? But when we get to Einstein, it's we find that it's actually a bending of space-time. But the observation is the same, right? Mass is attracting mass.
You understand that space-time is a reification and a coordinate system, not a physical thing.
Sure, that's more of a philosophical question.
So not natural science then? Not physical?
No, that's... Physical science is described with math.
Physical science is described through experimentation. We don't reify non-physical things.
And how do you do experimentation?
Hello?
Is there math involved?
We don't reify non-physical things into physicality, do we? That's something that we definitely do not do in natural
that's
science.
A philosophical question. We describe
No, we don't
right?
reify things into existence. We don't make shit up.
Reify?
Taking non-physical things and giving them physicality.
No, we definitely do that.
Well, we shouldn't be if we're doing natural science.
I think you need to take a philosophy of science class because that's
I think you need to understand what natural science is.
I think you need to snap back in reality.
You need to understand what natural science is. And natural science doesn't deal with concepts that are reified into physical existence. That's stupid.
Why?
Because let's have a wild stab in the dark. Is three-dimensional space height, width, length physical?
It's described. Well, that's more of a philosophical question, but we describe it with math.
Philosophical question.
Is math real?
We don't
think math is real.
Is math again another philosophical question?
No, is math real?
Sense? In what sense of the word? Could you describe your question a little more?
Well, I mean, you're talking about mathematics basically replacing the reality in which you live.
We're not replacing it. We're describing it.
So, for example, gas requiring a container, and you said, well, volume can be described mathematically. Well, how do you contain gas with math? How do you define a fixed volume for gas to exist? Using only math.
By doing it, right? We specify.
Then how do you test for a pressure change when you change the volume? How do you How do you measure a pressure change using math?
Yeah, so we can use something like the ideal gas law, where we take the initial volume that we have, and we measure the change from the final.
How do you change the volume physically?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
We change it mathematically. I don't know what you mean
can't
by
measure.
physically.
You can't measure with math.
Well, the things that we measure are the R, T, and P, and we vary V.
Oh, so like R as in distance?
No, R is the ideal gas constant. I guess that doesn't change.
I've got to remember all this shit next time I get my propane tank filled up when I'm having a barbecue.
Oh, you meant PVNRT from R from there. Okay, well, yeah, so where's gravity in PVNRT?
Where is gravity? It's going to be, so you divide V by both sides. And
it's not in there, dude.
Certain,
it's
units are going to cancel out.
So you have to have a physical volume in order to do experimentation with gas pressure changes.
Hold on, let me work it out for
And you don't have gravity at all in any of the ideal gas laws, so you're screwed.
Hold on, equals F over A. Yeah, so in that, the force is going to be equal to A nRT over V. So it's implicit in the in the ideal gas law.
It's implicit. How? Okay, demonstrate that. Demonstrate an isochoric compression. Isochoric compression of gas due to gravity. Go.
Let me pull up my physics textbook.
It's not going to be in there. I asked for a compression, and I want a measured compression where the cause is shown to be due to gravity.
Well, I can pull up my physics textbook for you, if you'd like.
I've already got a few.
There we go. Let me just pull up the section on thermodynamics.
I'd like a demonstration too to accompany whatever goofball physics you might find.
Well, I don't have the materials on me. I mean, maybe one of these days. You said an isochoric?
Yeah.
Okay. Where the volume does not change. Well, in that case, we'd have to. That's the only in which no work is done. Would that even? Would we have to vary the gravity then? I think we'd have to vary the. Well, so I don't think any work is done.
You'd have to vary the gravity. You'd have to vary the gravity to determine it's a cause.
Well, that'd be pretty difficult to do.
No shit.
Yeah, so I don't know what you want done there. I mean, I don't have that. I'm not capable of doing that with my tools. Let me see if some other scientists have done it.
Well, you also can't measure a change in gas pressure by doing a mathematical change to a fixed volume of containment for said gas. You're just running simulations.
I don't know.
And at that point, you're not measuring anything. If you run a simulation, you're not measuring anything.
Well, you could measure the pressure of the system before and after you vary the volume, the pressure and temperature.
Simulations aren't real.
No, you could use a physical system. I mean, simulations are just more convenient. Is there an issue here?
How do you change gas pressure with a volume in reality versus in math? You need to find a way to physically contain it.
Yeah, I mean, that's useful, sure. But what's your issue?
We can prove by changing the dimensions of containment that it alters the pressure. In either case, it doesn't change the weight.
Okay. How is any of this an objection to, gravity creating a pressure?
We know from thermodynamics, right, that gas molecules don't care about the gravity vector because they operate and move due to thermal energy and Brownian motion randomly.
Oh no, they do. They're just so minuscule that they have no effect. I mean, virtually no effect.
Can you prove how that's possible?
How is it possible? Well, you just calculate the gravitational force for the gas, and you
that again?
It's super small, and then once you do that,
gravitational force for the gas. Gas isn't shown to. Gas doesn't move in accordance with gravity.
No, it does. It's just so small, it doesn't really change it that much. Like
So you
at
have
all.
no proof.
So it's ignored.
Okay. You only have a calculation, no proof. Okay.
Well, hold on. What's the difference here?
Math isn't reality, like I told you before.
Math is reality, definitionally.
Well, hold on. So when so you do realize how the ideal gas law came about? That was through math, right? They took an integral of the work done, over the volume. I don't see how. How are you denying math? Any sort of experiment that you're going to do, you're going to be using calculus. That's math. I don't. Well, hold on. Why do you think that math isn't
all
real
of this
then?
is done inside a container?
Yeah, because it's convenient, but that doesn't mean that it can't exist inside a container.
Convenient? No, when you uncontain the gas, it fucks off. You're damn right it's convenient to contain the gas, otherwise the gas would go away.
Well, the gas is still there. Just the volume that it is over, right? It spreads evenly over its volume, and if you have a big volume, it'll spread evenly over. And if you have a force that's acting,
not necessarily. That's why the T inside the equation. That's why the T inside the formula is so very important.
No, that's the observed effect. If you release a gas, it's going to spread evenly over its volume.
Why is the T important?
It's not here.
It is when we talk about gas and the ideal gas law. We brought up the formula. I'm asking you why the T is important.
But you're talking about what happens if you release it from a container, and I'm telling you it spreads evenly over its volume.
And fills the limitation of its volume, doesn't it? And if you keep increasing the size of the volume, the gas disperses to fill the volume, doesn't it?
That's right.
Awesome. So when you uncontain the gas, it fucks off, doesn't it?
Well, if there's no force that's pulling it down, sure.
Well,
it'll just fuck off to wherever it goes.
In all directions, doesn't it? We've all decided this. It fills the limitation of its volume. We've understood this. So when we have an open system, what happens to the gas?
The gas is going to evenly disperse across its volume, and if there's a force, there's going to be a pressure gradient that's formed.
No, that's why the T is so very important.
Why is the T important?
What do you think the T stands for?
Temperature.
Awesome. And why do you think that it's only gravity that causes a gradient?
Because, you're talking about, I don't know why you're doing that, but when you have gravity that's acting over the gas, right, that's dispersed over the total volume of Earth.
Show me that then.
I mean, that's... Oh, sure. So you just want to see the observed pressure gradient on Earth?
No, that's temperature.
No, it's a pressure gradient. Do you know the difference?
Yes, temperature. In your model, the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient is for a few things. One of them is because of the T inside the formula. That's temperature. That's given because of.
That's not true. No, do you have a paper for that?
Yes. I'll go get it for you. I was hoping you'd ask. Thanks. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Does water pressure need a container?
It doesn't.
Well, if you vary the atmospheric pressure above the water, what happens? If I had to guess, if you take that atmosphere away from on top of the water, what happens to the water?
I think there would be less force pressing on the water.
Okay, so if we take the gas away from pressing on the water, what happens to the water?
There's less pressure on the water.
Okay, I'll mute up, sorry.
I think.
I'll try and make it easier for you. Let's put water inside a container, and the container will take the gas out, so we'll call it a vacuum. What happens when you put water into a vacuum? Maybe you'll understand it. Maybe you'll understand it like this. If I put ice into a vacuum, what happens to the ice in a vacuum?
Well, ice isn't water, and the pressure is different for both.
Ice isn't water, right? I'm trying to help you. It's a very simple question. If you don't know the answer, I'll answer it for you. Then you'll understand what I'm talking about. So, what happens to ice when you put it in a vacuum chamber? Do you know?
No.
Okay, it sublimates. Now, sublimation is where the ice jumps over the phase of turning into water and turns straight to gas. The ice turns to gas. When you put water into a vacuum chamber, the water bubbles and turns to gas. So I know it wasn't you that asked, do you need a container for water pressure? But if you take the gas away, then the water will turn to gas. It will bubble.
Oh, well, no, Jedi, that's assuming that there could just be water, like nothing else. There would exist pressure, wouldn't there?
Are we just talking about a hypothetical situation where the only thing that exists is water?
Yeah, you're hypothetically taking the whole atmosphere out. It's kind of the same thing.
Well, you asked about the pressure on the water and do we need a container for water? Well, yeah, you're going to need it on the bottom and the sides, but on the top, the only thing that you can do is that's the atmosphere or the gas pressure on the water. If you change that, we understand what barometric pressure does to water, weather and shit, makes the water go up and down a bit because there's not so much pressure on the water. And if you're to take all of that pressure away, we understand that the water turns to gas. That's all I'm pointing out.
But not all of it.
It depends on the volume it's got to fill or whatever, like where the water's got to go or evaporate into. Because the water's going to become a gas, right? And then it's going to create a balance or equilibrium at some point.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of why we get a steady pressure.
Yeah, the top little bit of water would boil off and become its own new pressure on the water below it.
Yeah, depending on the size of the container, right? The volume that the gas.
Yeah, it's all about volume we're talking about. That's where you get pressure from, right? So when we make the claim that it needs a container, you're assuming that it needs a fixed volume to read a constant pressure. But it is like a dynamic system, and that's why pressure changes. So it's kind of one of those.
We're just pointing out to the other guy that we definitely need a container. You said that fixed volume.
No, you don't need a container.
You don't need a container. You don't need a container for gas pressure.
You just need a force to restrict the volume. That's how
okay,
can you
show me? Sorry, Turquoise. Can you show me, not you, Turquoise, this other guy who I was talking to before you jumped in? Can you show me gas pressure without a container? Can you demonstrate a violation of the second law and all the gas laws?
Doesn't I don't think you know the second law.
Entropy will increase. High pressure will go too low. Yeah, we understand that. So you're saying that the gas isn't increasing in entropy, is not dispersing into the space. It is decreasing in entropy, not dispersing into space.
It does disperse into space up to a point, but because there's a central force that's pulling the gas down, right, it creates a gradient.
Gravity
so it goes up, and it is.
No, it's not. It hasn't been a force since 1915, Einstein.
Buddy, Newton's equation.
Would you like me to get several citations for this? I'll tell you what, I was going to get you citations. Let me go and get you 20 and demonstrate that gravity is not a force. It's not me saying this. Not me saying this. This is people on your own side, and I say your own side, the scientific community, that when describing gravity, they will say, according to the theory, gravity is not a force. So although Earth appears to be pulled towards the sun by gravity, there is no such force. Gravity strictly speaking, gravity is not a force. In general relativity, gravity is not a force between masses. Shall I continue?
Do you have the particular source?
Every time I get to this point,
there's probably a little footnote, right, that says classically.
There's probably, I'll tell you what, I'll post them, and you go find the footnote where it says, where we said that gravity wasn't a force, we actually meant it was a force. Because that's what you're scrambling around to find now.
Well, a force is just a push or pull, and, gravity is a push or pull.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Let's see.
You can read those.
UniverseToday.com.
So gravity is a push and a pull. So it equals 0?
I don't know where I said that.
You just said gravity is a push and a pull, so it cancels itself out.
No, I said a
so
force is a push or a pull. Gravity is a push or a pull.
Right.
It's a pull.
So it cancels itself out.
No, that's not what I said. I said it's a push or a pull.
Your audience is confused. They said, nope, said the push and pull had to be you nut job. So which is it, push or pull?
Well, force can be either one, and gravity's a pull.
So how do you pull on air?
Through space.
With the gravity.
So you guys got nothing.
Well, I just said through space. Yeah, notice how in one of the links you sent, it has force in quotes.
Mm.
Yeah, this is just a semantics issue. Strictly speaking, gravity is not a quote-unquote force in general relativity, and a description in terms of speed and direction can be tricky. For weak fields, though, one can describe the theory in sort of a Newtonian language. In that case, one finds that the force in GR is not quite central. It is not pointing directly towards the source of the gravitational field. And that depends on the velocity as well as position. I'm guessing that's because fast objects, or maybe really warped objects. I'm guessing the force vector is probably more complicated than pointing toward the center of the field. I'm guessing that's probably why they say that. But it's when we say force, push or pull, it still does that. It still pulls. So this seems really more like a semantic distinction than like an actual one in physics.
Bah, 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 bah.
I see. So because Einstein proved that instead of like a separate object that acts on objects, it's actually just a curvature of space-time, and objects follow that curvature. But we still observe it as a pool. I don't see how this is. I don't think this is the gotcha you thought it was. Anyone else have any gotchas they want to try out?
Yeah, space-time is imaginary, so you're screwed again.
Then how does it so well predict like everything?
Nothing is predicted.
What do you mean?
You haven't made any predictions.
No, Einstein did, and they were verified through experimentation.
In fairness, we can show that space-time predicts things pretty well, because if you shoot something out a long way around the Earth very quickly and you measure the time with cesium clocks on both,
You've never done it.
Change.
You've never done it.
This has happened before. Yes,
you've never done it.
We put into orbit.
You didn't do anything.
Oh gosh.
Wait, did you prove that aspirin reduces headache?
Oh shit, man! I forgot to do a randomized trial on aspirin to prove it reduces headaches. I guess aspirin's not real. Damn.
Shit, aspirin's not real. Wait, this guy has never proven that aspirin works. So how does he know that aspirin works? Have you ever taken aspirin for a headache before? There's this concept called collective knowledge. You know, that like we don't have to repeat everything because other people did it, and we can just look at their results. You know? And that's kind of like, it means that you don't have to literally prove everything yourself. You know?
Wait,
am I crazy?
Is that science?
Wait,
no,
is that science? Oh shit, I think it is.
Science? What natural science?
Dirty word.
Of a hypothesis, and then a testing of that hypothesis with a physical experiment. You sure?
Yeah, that is science.
We do have physical experiments.
Yeah.
That
Awesome.
very
Let's
good
have,
evidence for it.
let's have one then.
For what in particular?
Well, let's go with, I don't know, gravity.
When
Gravity
you drop
in
an
general?
apple, it falls.
No, that's not going to convince him.
No, hold on.
We could just
hold on, my friend.
Cavendish.
Nage, shush. The gentleman said the apple falls. Now, the reason why Nage says, and I hope I'm correct, because, you know, I'd like to think he's good faith. The reason why he says is I'm not going to accept that is because that's only the first step of making a hypothesis, which is a prediction as to the cause to why the apple falls. When you say the apple falls, that's not a hypothesis. So hopefully that's what Nage was addressing. You understand that, right? An apple isn't a prediction into a cause of why the apple fell, which is what a hypothesis is. You've just given me the dependent variable, which is the phenomena apple falls.
Actually, the dependent variable would be the acceleration. So we can make a hypothesis
so
as follows.
That's fine.
We can
apple
make
falls at a rate.
Yeah.
Good. So it is not a complete hypothesis then, is it, Nage?
Well, I didn't make that hypothesis. But,
well, it's not a hypothesis because our friend just jumped in and said apple falls. You said I'm not going to accept that.
So we can make a
hold on. I told you why I won't accept
I'm letting you
talk. It doesn't follow the scientific
we can make
method.
a complete hypothesis.
You're agreeing with that. So do you agree that this isn't a hypothesis then?
Yeah, a complete hypothesis would be like if we drop the apple at 5 meters tall, then the apple will fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's a hypothesis.
No. A hypothesis
that is a hypothesis.
Is a prediction. Hypothesis is a prediction. A prediction
that
is
a prediction.
Why the apple fell. So the cause of apple fall? Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Because
find
we're
me a philosophy. No,
hold on.
I'm not going to continue talking to you until you find me a philosophy of science textbook which tells me what a hypothesis is, because I don't think you know.
Would you like me to cite that as well, like I did for gravity not being a force? A hypothesis is a very special type of prediction where you predict why something happens, cause and effect. You will then test that hypothesis.
A theory explains why something happens. You're mixing up your terms.
No, a theory comes after a hypothesis test. When you've demonstrated, yes, it does. A scientific theory comes after the scientific method has been completed. When you've demonstrated,
a source that says that, or I'm ignoring you.
I can do that as well. I can source this all day long.
So source it. Until then,
this guy's is what fluorination in the water does.
That's funny.
Yeah,
you know how it.
That's all it is. It's a prediction into why something happened. You then test that prediction in a physical experiment. Yes,
no,
you do.
It's not.
Yes, it do.
Okay, then source it. Source it, or you're being ignored.
I'll just mute you. No problem.
Easy, bro.
Remember how
the classic Brexit geezer. Wake up in the morning, say hi to Susan, say hello to my little princess.
Well done, Sunshine. So, scientific theory summarizes hypotheses or groups of hypotheses that have been supported with repeatable testing. The repeatable testing, that's the experiment bit. A scientific theory consists of one or more hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. A scientific theory represents hypotheses or a group of related hypotheses which have been confirmed through repeated experimental tests. Would you like me to post those for you?
Does it say in there what a hypothesis is?
No, I'm going to get to those in a minute. I just want you to understand what a theory is, a scientific theory. We'll then get on to what a hypothesis is. No problem, I can do that for you.
Yeah, a theory is a natural framework which is verified through a bunch of, proven hypotheses, which is, an explanation for why. But a hypothesis is not an explanation for why.
So, hypothesis, scientific hypothesis, a special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable.
There we go. There we go. So where in that explanation does it say why something happens? Do you admit that you were wrong?
No, I admit that I was correct because it's prediction as to why something happens.
That's not what it just said. No, it didn't just say a prediction as to why something happens. It said how a dependent variable changes in relation to how you alter the independent variable.
What is an independent variable?
It's the variable that you are free to alter as you choose.
So the cause of the phenomena, so the hypothesis will be a special type of prediction where I think this independent variable will cause that dependent variable to happen. Is that a prediction? Okay, so it is most definitely a prediction of a cause and effect relationship, isn't it?
That's right.
Thank you. So have you got one of those for gravity then, please?
Sure. Yeah, we can make a hypothesis as follows.
Well, hold on. Earlier, you told me personally that you would have a problem manipulating gravity.
Oh, for pressure. That's way harder. That's harder for pressure. But we can do it for, say, 2 steel balls. So, we can make a hypothesis, if I make the weight of these steel balls X, pounds, or X tons, or whatever, you want to make the weight of steel balls, then the observed gravitational force will be Y newtons. Is that good for you? Is that good enough?
It seems more complex than just saying, let's grab an object and see if it falls the same time multiple times.
Oh, well, that's a lot easier. Well, this one's more, he's going to say, no, but it's actually falling because of density or because of the electromagnetic field, both of which are very poor explanations.
We can watch.
So we can just remove. It's a lot easier if we just take 2 steel balls and hook them up to a rod, and then hook the rod up to a wire or a rope, and then we put 2 much bigger steel balls close to them. And what you'll actually observe is the steel balls are going to be attracted to the other ones.
Yeah, okay, I'll accept that experiment then. Works.
You can actually, it's called the Cavendish experiment, and you can actually do it yourself. But for some reason, a lot of their brains melt when you mention Cavendish. But in this case, the independent variables are the weights of the steel balls, the masses of the steel balls. And the dependent variable is the observed force of attraction between them, which, for some strange reason, just so happens to perfectly, not perfectly, but, be very well predicted by Newton's gravitational law. Crazy, right?
Absolutely wild. It's almost like it's perfect once you account for friction and air resistance.
Almost, yeah. It's very strange. almost like there's evidence that supports that notion.
Love to see the data, especially a meta study.
A meta study? Man, you don't need a meta study for it. You can do it yourself.
Yeah, why don't you do it yourself?
Those of us who've tried it ourselves or been party to such things have never gotten it to work, and many universities say the same.
Really? You haven't gotten it to work?
Yeah, really. So
okay, well, that's crazy because like some guy on YouTube got it to work. So I don't know what you guys are doing wrong. Actually, a lot of people on YouTube got it to work. Man, I don't know what you guys are doing. Yeah, here we go. The Cavendish experiment, obvious gravitational attraction. Yeah, just watching this video, you can pretty clearly observe.
If space-time pushes you down, like you said, how does it push balls together in a closet?
Well, down is because the Earth, the field, over a big enough, space. It's not actually down; it's actually towards the center of the Earth. But the flat Earth approximation.
The balls are going towards the center of the Earth when they're going towards each other. That makes a lot of sense.
Well, they are right, but it's canceled out by the force of the rod on the balls, so they cancel.
Like you said before, everything is canceled out.
Not everything.
Well, it's not
just
that
the
it's canceled out.
horizontal. Well, it is the horizontal. Sorry, the vertical force of gravity cancels through the force of torsion from the rod, right? But the force of gravity from this steel ball to the one it's being attracted to, it's not canceled by anything.
So
that's why you have the
mass
rod.
again, not space time. Mass effect, man.
They don't use steel balls. Yeah.
Yeah. So how do you account for Earth rotating underneath the Cavendish torsion bars?
Inertia.
Inertia, yeah. Everything is rotating together, right? So.
All right. So rest in peace, Foucault pendulum. Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
That's the end of that.
It's a big problem. All right, next.
No, I don't think you would have even asked that question if you understood what inertia was. But what pendulum did you mention?
Okay, let me ask you: is Earth an inertial or non-inertial reference frame?
Earth is a non-inertial reference frame, but everything moves with it, so it doesn't matter.
Like it's not, but it is, but it's not. Okay, cool story.
No, it's a non-inertial reference frame, but everything is moving with it. If you get
how do you know it's a non-inertial reference frame when nothing shows you that it's not?
Two things moving at the same speed, no inertial reference
frame. I forgot
frame,
in physics how to determine what a non-inertial reference frame is. But
yeah, like how do you calibrate a device to the inertial reference frame?
That's not how it works. You don't calibrate things to reference frames.
You do if you have like a gyroscope or gyro compass.
No, you don't. I don't think.
Yeah, you should. If Earth is moving, if Earth is moving and you think you're measuring Coriolis, you're going to have to calibrate to a fixed reference frame in order to determine the difference in motion.
So if you get on the back of a pickup truck, right, try bouncing a ball up and down. You'll notice that the ball doesn't fly out of the truck; it goes up and down. That's because the ball is moving with you. So when everything that you're observing is moving with each other, relative to the Earth together, right? You can assume that it's zero because it's all moving.
So how do you know Earth is moving
to the Earth?
How do you know Earth is moving?
That's a different question, but
no, same question because you claimed that Earth is moving. So I'm asking how you know it's moving.
No, that's literally a different question.
When you said it is non-inertial, you are claiming it's accelerating. So I want to know what the proof is. Thanks.
We could assume the Earth is stationary, and we'll still get the same results. We'll still prove gravity. So
how do you know the difference?
Don't think you want to.
Okay, I can even give you gravity. Now your proof is to show me gravity is the radial attraction to a center of a ball mass instead of just straight down, perpendicular.
Yeah, that's literally what we were just talking about. We can go back.
Yeah, like Earth turning because it's a round globe.
Can I interject?
Yeah, you have no proof of that. Sure, go ahead.
If you wanted to show that gravity was to like a radial point and not straight down, you'd need to have a lot of money because you need to be doing this from like something very far away and very large.
Great.
Because
maybe like someone like NASA or university did it.
Yeah, and they do.
We're looking for that. We're looking for that evidence and can't find it.
That's how they calculate things like a satellite coming back in or something coming back into orbit.
Calculation.
outside.
Measurements.
So if we wanted to show that like it's radial and not straight down, we'd have to say, well, there are these two things at different points at x distance, and they don't move in the exact same direction, right? And since we're assuming gravity is incredibly weak and it happens over very large objects, because this is our observations of the thing that we think gravity is, then we're going to say, well, if we take two objects that are hundreds, thousands of kilometers apart, and we observe them from, I don't know, like outer space or something, and we watch them fall back to Earth, and we notice that, you know, we track these with a camera, and we go, this isn't going straight down.
Space cameras.
He's affirming the consequence from the beginning. He says, if A, then B, B, therefore A. That's what he's done. Yeah, so sorry, that's not going to work for me. Your problem is the assumption.
So
that's leading to your fallacious methodology.
We have a hypothesis, and to affirm the hypothesis, we would like to see what we think the hypothesis would occur.
All right, because you want to reject the null or fail to reject the null.
Okay.
All right, so what's the null?
So the null hypothesis is when we view the objects through a camera from a point in, I don't know, somewhere very far away from those that can still view both of them, which I'd say is up in the sky very high, then you'd say, well, the null hypothesis is they both move perpendicular.
Show this camera stunt they did.
Well, I'm saying a hypothetical way that you could show this. So I'm presenting a way that this could be done. Yeah,
so
no,
it can't be done.
I just said that
you don't have a camera that can go up in the sky and start tracking things.
Well, you know, it's funny. Like high altitude infrared. We take expensive.
That's so trolling. That's trolling.
We've taken high altitude infrared cameras in airplanes to like 35,000, 40,000 feet and have seen too far. What do you think of that?
I've seen too far. So do you guys concede that Cavendish proves gravity? Because if you do, I can.
No, because you didn't prove gravity was able to be manipulated.
Yeah, you already said it. Oh, good.
You conceded that you couldn't do it.
You said
no, I did. Yeah, everyone's done Cavendish, and when you alter the weights of the steel balls, that alters the observed.
No, that's not gravity. So I even gave you gravity because you couldn't do it. I said, let's suppose gravity. I'll give it to you. Now you have to prove that it's a radial force vector to a common center of mass, which doesn't even comport to your own version because you've got Berry centers of mass, like the Earth-Moon Berry center, the Earth-Moon-Sun Berry center. So which center of mass? It's a huge problem for you guys, and you don't see it.
I think
pretty, it lines up with Newton's force of gravity. But when you say radial, that's what you observe. You observe the center of one steel ball moving toward the center of the other steel ball.
Right. So Cavendish isn't even analogous to what the actual observation is, which is things going down. That's part of our whole point. So it's all messed up for you guys.
No. Cavendish shows.
Wait, so then why does
Yeah, you're showing balls going sideways and say that's proof of balls going down.
So Cavendish,
we know things go down and we drop them.
Balls move in the direction of the force, and that this is constant because yes.
Cavendish showed that the lead is attracted to lead. That's what Cavendish showed, not gravity, nothing else.
And what's observed is an oscillation.
Only that lead is attracted to lead.
Wait, so why is it that the force of attraction that's observed matches Newton's gravitational force of attraction? Why is that?
It doesn't. It's so badly reproducible. It doesn't. And what's actually observed is an oscillation, not an attraction. So that's another problem.
What do you think?
An oscillation.
Why is it oscillating?
So you've never seen the Cavendish, have you?
Why is it oscillating?
You've never seen a Cavendish experiment?
Because my question. Are you going to answer my question, or are you going to keep dodging? Why is it
could be due to any number of reasons. It could be due to the twist of the string. It could be due to electromagnetic forces. It could be due to who knows?
The twist of
There's
the
so many confounding variables. And here's the fun part. It's not constant.
Are you going to answer my question?
I already answered your question. I said it could be due to the tensile fibers of the string. It could be due to electromagnetic forces.
No, it is due to that. Why do the fibers tense? Right?
Maybe because they need to untwist and relax a little bit because they got balls hanging off of them.
Yeah, they need to untwist and relax a little bit.
Yeah, they got balls hanging from them, big balls.
Why do they twist in
Because
the
the balls are
first
displacing the air, or the relative vacuum around it.
Right,
So it's
yeah,
just
oh,
frequency and
yeah.
density.
Okay,
It's actually density. Density is causing the string to unwind.
Hang
We
on,
can
hang on.
prove
So-
we can prove that density is the reason the strings unwind.
The amount of force that's involved in like the ball moving is then proportional, like with the difference between the density of lead and air.
Sure, yeah. I mean, if those balls were like lead and floating in mercury, they would float up.
So
you'd have
why
less.
is it-
You'd have
why
far
is
less
it-
tension on there. The buoyancy and density. I think Archimedes was right. He didn't discover gravity.
No, you guys have to be trolling. This has to be a troll.
Yeah, you got a big problem. This is a
Turkey.
huge problem.
Turkey, are you a, because I just came in here, sorry, are you a globe earther?
Yeah, I guess I'm globe earth filled, I suppose.
But you see the world as flat. Like, have you ever seen any curve? Like I mean, because you can throw out all these like crazy numbers and theories and whatnot, but like it's very different from what you can actually see.
Yeah,
right?
30,000 feet in the air when I was chilling in an airplane, I could see a curve.
You saw a curve at that high. How's that possible? Where'd you like? You were in a plane,
Mm-hmm. You look out the window. and it's
right?
not
Could
perfectly flat.
could that not just be like distortion from the plane window?
Yeah, how much percent of Earth's surface area do you think you see at 35,000 feet?
Let me calculate it. Conference.
Pretty sure even Neil deGrasse Tyson said you couldn't even see curvature from that height.
Well, I'm the same, man. I'll see a little man curve.
The answer I got for 6 miles up is 0.08% of Earth's surface area. You can see 0.08%. And you think you see curve? Okay.
Yeah, good weather. In good weather conditions with infrared camera, you can see about 1,000 miles in the distance.
That's absolutely right.
Yeah.
We got flat earthers who've been doing this so much, got so much evidence. Make your head spin.
I don't know. I just think it's a bunch of coat, man. It's like you can't lie to yourself, man. If you see it one way, you can't just use all these numbers to fucking cope, bro.
I don't know, man.
It just doesn't work like that.
When I was 12, me and my buddy, we sent a thing up into the sky. We sent a weather balloon up with a camera.
Yeah, right.
I think for a curve.
Fish islands and all.
Yeah, man. When we put it on there, we put the fish islands on there so we could cope to
Oh,
ourselves.
fucking oath, mate.
Yeah.
Fucking oath.
Did you bother calculating the predicted amount of Earth's surface area that you'd see from up there?
Well, what's it gonna matter? You're just gonna come up with another thing, like it's just.
I thought you were trying to prove the globe or something.
I was here to have like a chill debate, but I'll just listen to what you guys are gonna say. But I'm really with you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Absolutely, like wild the amount of like jumping in that occurs. Like, it's so much quick trying to like, gotcha.
Well, the problem is physics. It's like you talk to astrophysicists; they are less cocksure of what this reality is than 99% of the globers that come in here and think they got it all figured out.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Like, they're not sure of reality for a different reason that you're not sure.
Problem is you don't know basics
Right,
physics.
if we were to like go to a subject that I'm fairly well read in,
Is it?
like chemistry. I'm not
Okay,
incredibly
I
well
heard
physics,
you
I'm
invoke
very well.
Cavendish experiment. Listen, I heard you invoke Cavendish experiment. And you said they use steel balls, which is not true.
I didn't say
the
that.
Cavendish
The other guy.
experiment used lead metal balls. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And lead metal has two properties. Two out the lead atom, is paramagnetic, and the
lead isn't magnetic.
Metal, when you have more atoms of this
You're roboting hard.
in a certain lattice, crystalline lattice.
God damn it!
Oh yeah, so because it has two opposite magnetic properties, that's why this metal conglomerate.
Goddamn stairs!
It's always
That's not how metals work. Transition metals don't work like that. Yo, is my audio broken or is no one talking?
Nobody's speaking.
Oh, okay, cool. I was going insane.
Mic check. Better. Sorry.
Look, man. I'm gonna say.
Yeah, in Cavendish, we can manipulate the medium that the swinging balls in the shed are in. We can change everything about the observation, but nobody can manipulate gravity to prove it's the cause.
Yeah, that's not the point. The point is you take a bunch of pieces of evidence and you show that they are all consistent with your theory.
All right, so we examine those pieces and we blow up your abduction logic into smithereens, like what we just did with Cavendish. So you can throw Cavendish out. What's next?
Wait, why would I throw Cavendish out? It does what it
Did
needs
you not
to
hear
do.
what we just did? We just said it's not showing that gravity's the cause, and you guys think it does.
All right.
So,
okay,
but it's
so
not. I mean, you agreed there in the end, so we can throw it out.
No. I didn't agree to anything that I had any knowledge of. I had no idea what was going on, and I gave a remark as knowing that you were talking. So let's just pause. Cavendish shows that there is a force that is consistently acting upon objects of mass at the same acceleration.
Can you qualify consisting? I want to see, like I said earlier, meta studies.
Every time you drop the object and you measure the force in newtons, and you do the math.
All right, so Cavendish didn't work for you. You have to resort to dropping an apple. Okay, so Cavendish is out.
Wait, is Cavendish not like dropping shit and then measuring the force?
No. No, Cavendish says things go sideways, not down.
The fuck is the Cavendish experiment?
Yeah, so when I said oscillation earlier and everybody's like, huh, what? You guys don't even know what the Cavendish experiment, quote unquote, is.
Yeah, no, I was
Get, I can't hear you, brother. You are roboting hard.
Okay,
oh,
experiment. Constant.
Yeah, so a bunch of flat earthers have to teach Flowbers what their claims are again. Here we go.
I got shit on earlier by the other guy. You're just picking on somebody who's chill.
All right. So I don't understand the Cavendish experiment. I haven't come across it before. So we'll throw that one out.
Did I not just say that earlier?
Look, man, before I thought I knew what the Cavendish experiment was. I thought I had an understanding of what we were talking about, but I was mistaken. So we can throw it out.
I respect that. Thank you.
So let's then just say that we want to drop an object onto something that can measure force in newtons. We'll just say it's like a plate that's not going to break when you drop something that's not incredibly heavy on it. We'll assume that there is it's just one point of contact. It's not being like absorbed over through like some median material that slows it down. So we have an instant collision that's going to yield us a force. And if we were to drop like something on there repeatedly from the same height without imparting a force upon it, so we let it go into free fall, we can measure the same amount of force for that object as many times as we like. And anytime we change the weight of that object that we drop, then we're going to get a force value, or if we change the height, we're going to get a force value that would state that it's accelerating at 9.8 meters per second. And so I would like to say this is good evidence that we know there is a force that accelerates objects at 9.8 meters per second towards the relative ground, in this case being the Earth. I think that's great evidence for gravity.
And nobody disputes things are buoyant and denser than their medium.
Isn't things being buoyant accelerate them in the opposite side, like to the upwards, not downwards? Or maybe I am just confused about the basic physics.
No,
but
okay.
Yeah, objects that are denser displace less dense medium.
If we take like two different objects of the same weight and different size, like we take two things of the same weight, different densities. Let's not take something like feathers. Let's take something like steel and osmium. In this instance, because there is not a relatively large difference in surface area between we can discount the air resistance of the drop. But we'll notice that those aren't consistent with their buoyancy. Those two things of different density will drop and produce the same force when they hit the ground of 9.8 meters per second, which wouldn't occur if they were different densities, because they would drop at different speeds. And this is something we don't notice, because if we have things of different
so gravity's not a constant, right?
No. Gravity is constant.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So how does that prove Earth is a globe?
Well, it proves that we have gravity, which is kind of important.
Things rise and fall.
Yeah. So if we wanted to say gravity is real, then we can say, well, we notice observationally that things externally all appear to be balls, and that kind of makes sense, because if you have a bunch of pieces of mass and they're free floating throughout space, then they'd probably tend to create something that appears to be spherical or semi-spherical once you account for other forces at play, like centrifugal force, rotation, all of these things.
So you're saying that like two planetary objects are accelerating at each other at 9.8 meters a second squared, no matter how big, and like black holes too?
No. I'm saying that
gravity's not a constant, right?
On Earth, at a specific place, gravity is constant. When you measure it multiple times, gravity would then be constant.
So how do you know this non-constant feature in outer space is the same as the observation you have of things going up and down on Earth reality? Because you're describing two separate phenomena now.
Well, hang on. That's not necessarily a fair logical conclusion to come to. Gravity in one specific instance can be a constant, where in different, like, okay, let me grab up the equation for gravity.
Yeah, we show all the problems with this cosmology.
All right. So
which equation are you using? Einstein's or Newton's?
I'm pretty sure that one is in Newton's, which is F equals gm.
Yeah, well, that's fun because Newton doesn't comport to the universe that Einstein saw with his relativity. Because in the world of Newton, everything across the entire universe from end to end is simultaneously attracted to each other, which breaks the speed of light.
When we're looking at smaller things, Newtonian physics does a decent job of explaining things. And I think that's a pretty good way to look at things, considering the fact that I haven't done like the relevant coursework to understand.
Yeah, maybe we have too, and you don't know it. So I'm telling you that these phenomena are different. And you are doing everything you can to agree with me without wanting to do it.
No, I'm just saying, like, if we're going to use Newton's equation for gravity, then if we plug in a set of specific variables for Earth, then gravity will always be the same, and in that instance, gravity is a constant.
Right. In other instances, it isn't, right? For outer space,
Right,
like I
because then
said.
you would say that
Like I
gravity
said.
is a
So
variable force. Okay.
you are repeating what I'm saying, like I said you would do and are doing.
Sure. So then where is this going?
There's no proof of the globe Earth cosmology that you hold. It's all mathematical, it's all conceptual, and it's reifying our phenomena that we experience in the sky to comport with the ground. It's just like with celestial navigation. You measure an angular displacement in the sky and see a rotation of a star, and then you think the Earth is curving under your feet. These are all kinematic equivalents. It's all coordinate transformations between the flat reality and the globe concept.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of work for something that the Greeks did.
You want to see mass kinematically derived right out of Newton's equation?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, ready? Well, so like you agree that. Well, if we do this right, there's no mass left in this equation. That you can't really purport mass attracting mass as any sort of cause of anything, right?
That's right. What's up, Shane? Good to hear from you, bro.
Hey, man, good to see you guys. I just did this on Twitter. I think I was tap dancing on like 20,000 people. It was really, really fun. Hold on.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great presentation, a great setup.
It was the best part was at the end. I was like, and you all defended the wrong gravity all day. Congratulations, wrong one.
That's hilarious. It's just like these modern Archimedes buoyancy formulas that put gravity in there that didn't exist in his original equations that he wrote out. And so the gravity that they put in the modern buoyancy and density equations cancel on both sides too. And you're left with relative density again.
It's like, if this was a dynamic force, as you said, I wouldn't be able to kinematically derive it out, right? Technically, I think. Would I? I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, where the hell is this side chat thing?
Once I managed to derive from the Newton's law of gravitation, I managed to derive the gravitational acceleration on Earth, so 9.81 meters per second. I can show that in the free time too.
We try to do that without the mass. Right, here we go. All right, so you start off the periodicity. You have the equivalence. This is describing the orbit, right? So you get Kepler's law, and then you derive backwards from fucking Newton's. When you do the equivalence, the mass cancels out, right? And then you're left with the same periodicity relationship from the start, describing the same relationship of the orbit, but without the mass. So then you have Newton's equation of gravitation expressed with this periodicity minus mass. Seems weird. I came in right at this time. This is kind of fun.
Yeah, that was perfect delivery. Nice. Well, there you go. There's the formula for gravity, and it's a derivation of a kinematic equivalence that negates gravity or mass even being a factor at all in the first instance. So what is reality? If we can't define things that consist of our own substance.
Honestly, dude, no one on Twitter had an idea because I was there all day.
This is great. Aside. I recognize one of the source material graphs, the bottom right one.
Oh yeah. I had to find a good way to chop that up because there's a lot of information to be in the graph because people don't understand the relationship to the first place. But
yeah, I don't think I've got the understanding of physics to properly figure that one.
Well, so yeah, I mean,
so that's always a problem.
Well, just like gravity doesn't have consistent definition across different lexica, same with mass. And we're just pointing that out. Mass is also something that's not really well defined, if at all.
So Kepler defined like the whole orbits with a periodicity relationship that he drew from like an observation, just with his naked eye and what he took from Tycho Brahe. And then Newton came along and said the same observation, but now everything is because of mass. I was like, wait, what? Well, yeah, it's because of mass. The same thing, same predictive power. Everything's the same, except now it's because of mass. Like, okay, but like, how do we know that, right? lo and behold, let's do math attracts mass experiments, etc., all the way through today. So this was the basis for all of that. So if I can remove it, then literally there's no basis to compare or start thinking it, because it has no bearing in any sort of realm as a dynamic force of anything. That just literally can't be. And I mean, it's okay because it's kind of mind bending. And again, people all day had no idea. So I don't think it's you.
Well, it's just that I don't have like the understanding of like the relevant physics history.
Right, but you started looking up the formula, right? All you need to know is look at the formula, right?
Well,
yeah, I mean, we didn't know all this 10 years ago. We looked into it.
That's not exactly fair, though, because if I just look at a formula and I'm not like very familiar with all of the relevant stuff around this, and I miss an error, then I'll accept it when there was an error. So for me to then go and assume this to be the case when I also know that it directly contradicts what I consider to be like pretty good sources.
Well, I mean, it's just math. Like I didn't trick you, right? It's all right there.
Yeah, that's like one thing.
But that's like most of what the model is that you're in, actually, by the way.
Yeah, that's the heart of it. It's going to be harder to accept that the world has gone mad with globe delusion than it is to accept the reality of the facts that you find in front of your face. That's our journey. Maybe it's yours too.
I mean, it's not a bad path. Sorry, go ahead.
If I come across the time, I'll look into it. I'll look through the stuff probably when I go through physics. But yeah, I'll concede that one to you because I don't have the relevant knowledge to argue it. So there's not much point in me arguing it. I'll just make a fool of myself. But yeah. If the one thing I do have a question on though is if this is like so easy to figure out, right? You guys, unless I'm mistaken,
it wasn't that easy. It took a lot of math.
Right? Yeah.
Lots of people did it.
Why is it that like this isn't anywhere?
It's been known for 400 years.
Yeah, but no textbooks say anything about it.
Well, they do. The old ones do. Like before they, stopped teaching the crap from Rockefeller stuff that you have in your head.
It's a whole nother discussion and a whole nother rabbit hole, and it's not even contingent upon the true nature of Earth being not a globe.
I'll continue to be skeptical on it until I'm otherwise further read.
Yeah, I mean, like people have known that for a long time. Isn't that upsetting that no one tells you that? And you figure out people have known for a long time. It's all just a known fact. Grandma knew from way back. What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced by that though, because like there are lots of things that people have known from before that we've then gone, maybe these aren't true. So while it could be that this was what was known before,
well, sure, but
could have been disproven, but it could have been disproven unfairly. Yeah, and I don't have the history to contextualize it though, which is the real problem.
You don't know about Kepler or Newton or any of those people?
I do know about them, but I don't know about them insofar as the history would require me to like properly analyze that,
Fair enough.
Yeah. I'll get going, guys. It's nice talking to you. My Glober friend, I'm sorry for coming off hot with you because I just came off hot with the previous guy. I didn't realize you were separate from that, so.
Yeah, that's all good. Oh, well, you guys are giving me some stuff to think about. When I have some free time to research, I'm sure I will. Quite busy at the moment with other things, but it seems like an interesting rabbit hole to go down. But yeah. I might jump lobbies a little bit. Yap about some other stuff.
Is everyone else dead in here? Probably.
Yeah, it seemed pretty dead.
Heretics in here? Santiago? No way. What the hell you been? sleeping.
It's not dead in here at all.
That's what dead sounds like, though.
That's what globe proof sounds like.
Globe proof is so easy. It's assume the globe, go. Who else is in here? Nobody. Roots is in here. Roots is asleep. Crit.
I'm here. I'm here to cause mayhem.
Yeah, you guys are the GF6 crew. I don't know who you guys are. What's up?
Hello.
It's the Gay Friends 6. They came up with their name for some reason like that. I don't know.
It just seems weird. Like
weird shit.
Whatever.
You said what? It seems weird. That what?
That it seems weird that you have like a clan tag and an NVC to me. Yeah. As like Ben.
Someone told me that it was Goat Fucker 6.
Yeah,
Goat Fucker 6. Well, the point of it is, really, is because you guys find it weird, and that's why we're going to do it.
Okay, fair enough. Don't care.
It sounds like you're salty.
No, I just figured out that I don't care, right? It's like, oh, okay. Got it. Thanks.
Yeah, salty, bitter. Do you have any flat Earth proof, Shane?
Of course I do. What the hell are you talking about?
All right, what's your flat Earth proof?
Every interferometry measurement ever taken.
Can you demonstrate that to me?
Right. Any instrument, any measurement ever taken. Go find one or demonstrate it.
Any measurement ever taken? So if I measure my foot,
interferometry
proves flat
measurement ever
Earth?
taken, dude.
Oh yeah, source it for me.
Do you know what interferometer is?
I'd like you to source it for me.
Well, then you have to figure that out first before you can figure out what a measurement is, and then you can go figure that out, right? That's how you figure
Yeah, but
out
I want you to source it for me.
Well, I'm not going to do any of that, man. You asked me what it
Well,
is. That's
'cause-
what it is.
No, you just told me what it is. You haven't told me where it is. That's why I'm asking you
wanted
to
me-
source it for me.
You didn't ask me to feed it to you. You asked me what it was, right?
And I've asked you to source it for me as well.
Source it for me. Here's a link to my fucking personal database. You can figure it out, man.
Your personal database. Can you articulate how it proves a flat Earth?
How interferometry proves a flat Earth. Yeah, well, you know that motion.
Articulate it.
You know that motion that you need to live in heliocentricity.
Sorry, what does motion have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Oh, because you don't have any motion, and then you have no
Yeah,
shape.
what
right?
does that have
So
to do
I
with the
have
shape of the Earth?
Stationary Earth. My position.
So
is
if it's not
stationary.
moving, it's flat. Is that correct?
If it's not moving, it's you can
That
do
doesn't
this.
follow.
Come on, man. You can't do it. You can't do
Oh,
stationary.
if it's not moving, it would be
You know what?
stationary. But how
Oh,
what's that got
shit.
to do with a flat Earth?
Everything.
Okay, can you tell me how motion or lack of shows shape?
Well, how do you have a heliocentric rotating ball without it rotating or spinning?
So
Like,
you're not demonstrating
stationary.
shape. You're just demonstrating. Well, at best, you're trying to demonstrate stationary globe at best, right?
Exclusively demonstrating stationary, which means you can be in a globe spinning at the bottom of God's basement with nothing else around you if you want. You can figure that out.
Yeah. So you haven't demonstrated a flat Earth. Can you try again?
Why would I demonstrate a flat Earth when I can demonstrate a motionless Earth?
That's not what I asked you for, is it?
Well, you're not really. Probably should ask someone else, man.
Yeah. Maybe you should be able to follow a conversation.
I mean, I could follow a conversation if I choose to, right?
Yeah. And not everyone's fully abled and mentally well.
Yeah, but you came in like a dickhead, so that's how you got treated. You understand how that works, right?
I don't think. Look, I mean, if you get offended by dickheads, that's fine. But that's not what the argument's about.
I'm not offended. I'm just letting you know that, in case you
sound
weren't aware,
offended.
you were a dickhead, right? Like, it's just very clear.
You sound a little bit offended, right? That I asked you for proof of your belief, right?
Never been called a dickhead without someone being offended?
Well, when you get around to proving your beliefs, your fairy tale, let me know.
When I get to proving my belief to you. to you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure you've convinced yourself, but I'm not sure you've used any sort of evidence or rationality to get there.
Oh, do you understand math? Do you know how fucking Newton's mass law works to define gravitation? The thing you believe in to remain.
What's that got to do with the shape of the Earth?
Well, do you understand how gravity works?
So you think if you disprove gravity that the Earth can't be spherical?
I'm going to say that I know that you don't know gravity, but if I could disprove it, you believe it anyway.
Yeah,
Because
you like to dance around the idea. I'm asking about the shape of the Earth, right? I don't care if you think you've disproved gravity. I don't care if you think you've disproved a motion Earth, right? I just want to know how you know the Earth is flat. But you seem to be giving me every answer you possibly can that isn't that.
Well, like here's the thing. There's many observations that are perfectly impossible on your space ball, right? But then you would do what?
What observation is impossible on the space
You
ball?
would do what?
What observation is impossible on the space ball?
You went absolutely savage.
Refraction. Refraction.
Oh my god, I can't see it. There it is. It's perfect. Dude, you know the coefficient of
Refractions
refraction
and
actually includes
observations
the
you
radius of
can't
the Earth, which is the
experience
path of an
on
arc
an
with a
Earth
torus.
ball.
Did you know what refraction is? Do you know the coefficient of
You're
refraction?
saying it's impossible to
You know what
observe refraction on the Earth if it was a sphere because why?
I didn't say any of those words. Do you know what refraction is?
So why was it brought up? Again, another
not know what it
irrelevant side. What's to do with the bending of light, but that's irrelevant, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
So do you again have any proof of a flat Earth? Now, we've gone on 3
course I
separate
have proof.
topics that aren't that.
Oh yeah, I have all the proof, dude. But I don't give a fuck about you, so it's just the way.
Can you give one? Just one?
For you? No. Why would I?
Yeah, because it doesn't exist. There you go.
You're right. It's absolutely gone. Absolutely nothing, dude. Actually, there's nothing anywhere that you can find. But you should sit here with your mouth open and see if something falls in.
Yeah. I'm sure one day, right?
Something will definitely fall in.
But one day,
you hit that right on the
you'll be able
head.
to articulate exactly why you think the Earth is flat. One day.
Well, someday you might be worthy of my articulation, dude.
Sounds like I know you, but
Yui has a new play toy.
Yeah.
Is it only for me, or did you start speaking like?
Embo, can you say "I must break you"?
I don't understand gravity or forces or words. I just want to sit here and put my mouth open and see if you can put your big.
Just a disclaimer: Jekyll doesn't have proof of anything. I think he's a 99% or so.
99%er.
Yeah. Do you know that you're a 99%er, or is that 99%?
Oh, I've not said I'm a 99%er, but if that was true, and I said it's 99% clear to me that the Earth is a globe, based on all the preponderance of evidence, and you said, well, no, because there's a chance, right, a small chance that there's this alien fairy that's made my eyes look make all the evidence appear that the Earth is a sphere, but it actually isn't. Blah 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 blah. Sure, yeah, you can have that, but no one's going to take you seriously, right? So it doesn't matter.
So are you 100% sure or not?
I'd say I'm 100% sure.
Ooh. Okay. So then you could falsify what water does, which is establish a horizontal plane.
You ever heard of a misuse of principle fallacy?
I'll take that as a no. I
Also,
can't
it's
falsify
basic
that.
math. Yeah.
Well, we've gone over yesterday about how your tool has room for error, so you're not even sure, right? That's bad. I mean,
No, you leave room for error in everything.
Well,
I know.
Would you say that there's no chance possibly that there's a room for error in your test? You know, you had no
Zero.
methodology really. You didn't know what you were supposed to expect. You figured it out based on your own reason, which is flawed, right? And you measured your results, right? And your equipment. So there's a 0% chance that anything went wrong in that process.
0%
Your reasoning,
chance.
your tools, your methodology, and your results. Nothing went wrong. Possibly.
Water is 100% true all the time.
Water is true sounds like garbage rhetoric to me.
Well, saying no sounds like garbage rhetoric to me.
What does water is true mean?
Like, if I give you a garbage can and say, this is a garbage can, will you say, no, it might not be?
Well, there's little verification required to tell me what a garbage can is. Can observe it. Could open it up. Yep, that's a garbage can. But
And that's same thing with water and how water operates. Simple as that.
Water, on the other hand, you're talking about testing with tools and measuring results. They have room for error, right?
No. It's just a tube filled with water, dude.
No room for error. No room that your rationality betrays you.
You can't handle a straight line. 2 points of equal elevation, establishing a straight line. That's what you can't handle.
You can't handle a misuse of principle fallacy, right?
What is that?
A misuse of a principle can work in one of two ways. Either you apply the principle against its exception to disprove the principle,
sophist hour with you,
or you do the reverse and you mention the exception. The principle, and you ignore the exception of the principle.
Can you falsify 2 points of equal elevation, establishing a straight line?
Can I falsify what?
2 points of equal elevation, establishing a straight line. Can you falsify that?
You can't falsify that.
Okay, game over.
Well, is it game over? Because what you've just done there is a tautology, right?
It's 2 points in space, yeah.
I need to make this clear, Jerry. You're not proving anything when you say you're proving a definition. You're applying a word, right? Straight line, or a phrase like straight line, and you're giving it an attribute, a property, a description, just 2 points of equal elevation, right? And if I say a straight line, and this is where you might be a bit shocked to hear, if I say a straight line is when I open the fridge, well, definitionally, whenever I open a fridge, that is a straight line, right? It's a tautology because I've defined it as such. Now, I don't think you can prove or falsify it. It's just whether or not I grant the definition, right? I grant the definition. I just don't think it's very useful in this context.
Very good. Is that how you do it? Well, a straight line can be a refrigerator.
That's linguistics. Heard of linguistics?
Is that how you do it? Is that how you falsify geometry, by saying a straight line?
Well, you don't falsify geometry.
It's a very good trick.
But when you say that a definition is false or true, well, that seems a bit silly to me.
Can I use pajamas? Can I say, a straight line could be pajamas?
If you wanted to, yeah. Although it would be a strange use of vocabulary, you still could do it.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, that's definitions. Definitions are analytically true always, right?
Yeah. Word salad aplenty.
What, do you not know what analytically true means?
No normal person knows that bullshit.
It means it's true in virtue of its meaning, right?
Nobody knows what that means either.
I feel like that's pretty clear. All married men are Here we go. All unmarried men are bachelors. Bachelor, as a word, is true to say. Well, so it's true to say an unmarried man is a bachelor because a bachelor is defined as an unmarried man. So it's true in virtue of its meaning, right? So when you say straight line is
too many words, tighten it up.
An unmarried man is a bachelor. A bachelor is defined as an unmarried man.
Okay.
So a bachelor, being an unmarried man, is true in virtue of its meaning. It's analytically true.
And that means what? Straight lines aren't straight, or what?
Well, it's just saying when you say you can prove it, I mean, it's going to be analytically true, isn't it? Like, who cares?
I could demonstrate, right? Or no?
It's just a silly phrase to say I'm going to demonstrate a straight line is a point of equal elevation, 2 points of equal elevation.
Yeah. Right. Well, that's all that I could prove is that 2 points of equal elevation establishes a straight line. As long as you use water.
So if you prove that, right? Oh, that's where we have issues, right? You've now transposed it onto something in reality, and
No,
you
you
think
have
because you've established, because you quote prove, or it's trivially true, that 2 points of equal elevation are a straight line, and you think that you have to then, once that's true, you can talk about water, and that the proof you've done there applies to water automatically. No, that's not how it works. You then have to demonstrate that water will always find its level without including any possible sort of
It always
physical
does.
mechanism intervening.
It always does. Have you ever used
Always
a water
does.
level?
Water always finds its level?
Have you ever used a water level?
Can you define level?
Have you ever
No, I
seen
haven't.
a
Can you
water
define level?
Have you ever even heard of a water level 6 months ago?
Could you
Do you even
define
know
level?
what it is?
No, I haven't. Could you define level?
Horizontal.
Horizontal. So water always finds horizontal.
At rest. Yep.
Could you demonstrate that?
Yeah, with a water level. Do you know what a water level is?
I know what water level is, and do you think
Have you
that
ever used one?
if you applied it over a long distance, that it would be perfectly level?
2 points of equal elevation. Yep.
And what's
line.
the furthest test you've done with this?
Maybe 50 feet, maybe.
50 feet. And how much would you expect there to be a deviation over 50 feet?
0.
No, if it was a sphere, if we were living on a sphere as described.
What sphere?
If we were living on a sphere as is described, how
Let me tell you
much
something.
curve or deviation from horizontal would you expect to see?
If you're standing on a sphere, do you know what's going to happen to the other end of a water level?
Go on, tell me. Do you think it's going to fall out?
Well, one end would have to drop, wouldn't it?
Oh, okay. Can you? Well, when you say drop and hump, it's just garbage rhetoric at this point.
Yeah, now you're starting to get, yeah. Well, yeah, see, this is what happens.
Well, you're applying concepts that make little to no sense on a sphere that is described, and you're expecting it to debunk it.
They don't make sense on a sphere.
Yeah.
That's why reality makes no sense if you say reality is a sphere.
Well, you're just negating any possible variable that might change what you were expecting to see, and
It's
you're
just
saying
2 points in
you're
space.
saying that's proof. I'd say, right, if you negate possible variables that might give you the effects you're describing, then you haven't got proof. At best, you've got a very unconvincing, shallow form of evidence, and at best, you get laughed at if you submitted it at any institution, right, as a proof.
Listen, everybody who works at any institution knows that water establishes a horizontal plane. It would be stupid for me to go in there and say, hey, look at this water level that everyone's known about for thousands of years. Watch me establish a horizontal plane with it. Yes, they will laugh at me because they already know it's true.
But that would also happen on a sphere, so there's no dispute.
Can you
the
say I
difference
must break
is
you?
when you say water establishes a horizontal plane, you're saying that if you took a water level, I assume made it go 3 or 4 kilometers long, that you would observe no earth curve.
Well, if there was earth curve, then the water would flow, depending which way the earth was curving. Ain't that true?
How could you say some stupid shit like that?
So that's That's when you know that you've excluded a variable. Right? What we like to call in the business misuse of principle. Right?
What's your magic variable?
The magic variable is gravity.
Yeah, gravity is what makes the water flow when the Earth curves. Elijah, you're a little low, man.
I'm still low?
Just a little bit.
I mean, well, whatever. I don't care.
You say that, but like, I think you've misunderstood what because this is when you insert your hump or drop situation, right? You think, however gravity's behaving, it's not going to be congruent with the idea of like, you know, each part of the sphere represents a kind of vertical, right? So
listen, gravity is
when you
perpendicular.
say that it's going to fall out, you're imagining gravity's got one vertical and it's affecting one part of the sphere, and everything that isn't on those edges will, you know, spill out, right? So water should be just spilling everywhere off the Earth because you know, gravity can't operate in every direction. Well, every direction towards the Earth.
But see, here's the deal. You need to be more concise. You need to trim the fat. Talk like a normal person, not a college boy, and maybe you'll be a better communicator.
Well, I don't know if you're accusing me of doing a Gregory, but I'm just saying that if I was going to ask you how to articulate gravity, how would you say that we say it works?
Perpendicular to water at rest.
Perpendicular to water at rest?
Vertical. Yep.
So if I was going to ask you to illustrate it, you'd imagine there'd be this horizontal water, right? And gravity would be operating vertically along that horizontal.
At right angles to that horizontal. All along that horizontal.
Yeah, so you've excluded a sphere from the get-go, haven't you?
What sphere?
I've just saying what you're describing. Obviously, that's why you think you've proved shit. But obviously, no one else would agree with you.
I didn't say anything about proving Earth shape or spheres. It's just a straight line. I mean, why not say pretzel Earth too, like, or couch-shaped Earth? Like, what? What are you talking about? Spheres.
Well,
why would you think you're on a sphere?
Why would I think? Well, that's based on a preponderance of evidence.
Right. It's just imagination.
Yeah, preponderance of evidence, imagination, same thing. Yeah.
There you go.
I don't think that's what. Okay, if that's what you think evidence means, do you do anything in the real world on the assumption that you have an absolute knowledge of it? So, like for instance, if they say it's going to rain tomorrow, probably.
I'm not going to do the solipsist.
You're not going to bring You're not going to bring an umbrella out because it might rain tomorrow.
I'm not going to do the solipsist thing just so you could infect all the people's minds here with, "Ooh, maybe it is a sphere." No, I'm not going to do that.
Well, that's when you introduce the misuse of principle fallacy, because you're going to dismiss the preponderance.
Nobody knows what that means. Misuse of principle fallacy.
I've articulated it. If no one knows what it means after my articulation, either I didn't articulate it well, which I think I did, right? Or people are just too dumb to understand, right?
Maybe. Or maybe you're just a college boy. Bullshitter. How about that?
Oh, I'm not a college boy. I'm 2 years graduated.
There you go. You're a fresh college boy using big fancy words. Nobody knows. Misuse of principle fallacy. What is that?
Oh, what's the other one as well? There's another fallacy I think you've done. Can't remember the name of it there.
Can't find that.
No, don't switch.
Can explain
what he asked you. Like, why are you switching to another? Like, explain what he asked you.
I explained it. A misuse of principle fallacy, as I explained
it like I'm
5 or 10 minutes ago, is it can be one of two things. It's where you apply the exception to a principle in aim of disproving the principle, That's one. And the reverse,
You
where
gotta give examples.
so it's usually to do with water, but let me think of a good example. Scientific principle. So, for instance, let's do gravity pulls things down. But so that's the principle, and then you see water go up a tree. You wouldn't use that as a defeater for gravity, right? Because there are other things going at work, and it doesn't. And that's the exception to gravity, right? When other mechanisms might be doing something else in opposition to it. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Are you saying gravity only pulls things towards Earth? What about helium? So that's
It's
not the principle.
not what the point was. It was just to articulate what a misuse of principle fallacy would be. Oh, people, and this is, I don't know if I've got it saved on my phone. Let me see.
So basically, you use some example that seems at the first glance to be at the bank of that given point, but when you analyze it deeper, it can be explained with other variable influencing it at the same time.
Yes, along those lines.
See, not even Embo Gaming knew what you were talking about. And
Right,
you still
so-
don't even know. You're like, yeah, something along those lines.
All right, here's a good one. This is actually, one sec.
I wouldn't say that the example of it would be the water level thing, more like saying that buoyancy disproves gravity. And that would be like the textbook example.
That would be the textbook example. One sec, let me just post this. This was posted on WS's site. By the way, I knew this fallacy before WS, so don't say that I got it from there. But if you look at the side chat, so almost smells like something you might say, Mr. Fusili Jerry.
What? Is there a question on the table, or
Well, I'm just trying to help you understand what it means.
I'm not reading that. I don't care.
We want to be logical, don't we, Jerry? You know?
Yeah, use real world examples. Every other word on this meme is sphere and flat earthers. Like,
Oh yeah, man, that's a that meme is a fallacy, bro.
Oh, Dad's here. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet now.
That meme is basically saying flat earthers use a principle that a man talked about to use as a proof for this or that, but this man generally believed the Earth was a sphere. Therefore, what? The Earth's a sphere? Get real. And like if a test somebody does or a principle somebody puts forth disproves their overarching position, the fact that they hold their overarching position doesn't mean that the evidence doesn't disprove their position. That's a dumb fallacy, bro. That's called the dumb fallacy.
What Jerry's doing, and I was trying to think of the other fallacy it's a kind of faulty generalization. But I can't remember the exact name of it off the top of my head.
It's
But
the same
generally
type
that.
of logic as saying that all of the globers are religious because the Big Bang was invented or discovered by a Catholic priest, so therefore the globers are also Catholic.
And I've heard that a few times in this room.
Yeah, it's basically the same type of logic.
Well, you could categorize heliocentrism as religion without using that logic. That's pretty bad.
Well, I usually think of a religion as like a dogmatic idea, right? An idea that's unchanging and fixed throughout time. And the globe, they like to change their stuff all the time, like the cosmology. Flat earthers, on the other hand, I don't know.
The flat earth is basically made of a set of dogmas that is repeated as mantras. Gas pressure requires a container. The horizon isn't geometric. And what was the third one? About motion. I don't know how it's officially
The
formulated.
Earth is
but
a stationary plane.
yes, stationary topographical plane.
No, that's not it. I think you're trying to think of the quote unquote 3 questions.
I'm just saying that dogmatism doesn't usually apply to beliefs that change over time.
It's kind of like with the
just because a religion is a formative stages doesn't mean it's not a religion.
It's kind of like with the transgender thing. Like you can often see these activists, these transgender activists, repeating simply the phrase "trans woman" or "woman," like if they were aware that it is false, but had some deluded thought idea that if they repeat the same mantra enough time, it would make it real. So they simply repeat that without context. And I think that the same thing happens here with the flat earthers, these texts.
Yeah, but what about repeating "woman is a woman"?
I would say that it's true because of the biology.
Right,
Repeating
so
it wouldn't make it true if it was false.
Yeah, so those general claims from a flat earther are considered to be that obvious, like water's level, right? So them repeating it is equivalent to them saying a woman is a woman, not saying a trans woman is a woman.
But in both of these cases, the transgender ideology and the flat earth ideology, these claims can be easily debunked.
Yeah, so if Homeboy said a water level establishes a horizontal plane, right? The 2 lines are at the same altitude on a horizontal plane. How would you debunk that?
I would debunk that I wouldn't debunk that in the first place because the burden wouldn't be on me. I wouldn't be the one that is making the claim.
Okay, perfect. So then the transverse is true. Your claim would be water level, right? Yes, they would establish a straight line in free space, but they wouldn't be at the same elevation on a straight horizontal line. They would be at a differential elevation, right? So how would you prove
because elevation is measured relative to the center of the Earth.
I mean, that's your claim. So then you both have the burden of proof to prove whether it's in a straight line and a horizontal, or the other guy, whether it's veering off down from horizontal to the other point. Right?
Yes,
So
I would prove that I would prove that ridiculously easily by establishing that horizontal plane on one point and seeing if the point of equal elevation somewhere in the far away is at the same horizontal plane or is it lower? And if it's lower,
yeah,
then
absolutely. So yeah, I know that's what you would do, right? That's the claim, right? That's both people's claim. They would have
no,
to
that's
validate
evidence for the claim.
other. Oh my dude. You telling me what would be evidence for the claim isn't the same thing as having evidence for the claim. Right? So you both have to prove your point. Okay, I know that's great. So, for example, what secondary methodology would you use, except just appealing to the water's definition in your worldview? Like, you'd have to use something else, right? So what else would you use?
I just mentioned an example of methodology. Just dismiss it without any rebuttal.
Oh my goodness, dude. You really that simple, dude? All right, let me explain it better. So if you had a claim that these 2 points were in a particular line, and somebody said, okay, well, can you prove to me that they are or aren't? And you just said, well, yeah, I could measure them. That's not having proved it yet.
So are you trying to say that I need to show a specific example? So not only talking about the methodology, but like actual measurement?
Well, dude, you could start with the methodology. So the first thing you gave is like the principle of how it would be done. Right?
Yes,
now you need a
that's what I was trying to say.
Let's say, yeah, absolutely. So let's say you say, okay, I'm going to use lasers. I'm going to use optical tracking angle measuring devices. You know, you might say, I'm going to use a giant steel rod. I'm going to use a string. You know, all these type of things you might use, right? So what would you pick?
Okay, so you want the specific equipment, so I would go with a theodolite. Is that enough good?
Okay, so theodolite, how does that acquire its data?
Using a spirit level, I believe. If you mean how is it leveled?
Well, that's how it establishes its local level relative to itself. That's not how it acquires field data.
Yes, that's how it's leveled, but then you measure the angles.
Right, so the first thing you do is you set the tool at level, right?
Yes, of course.
Then from there, then what do you do next?
You point the crosshair at the target and measure the angle relative to that previously
The angle of
established.
what angle are you measuring?
The angle of drop, if it exists. I would say it does.
Drop of what?
Drop of the target from the horizontal plane, from the local horizontal plane out of surface position.
The theodolites don't measure angles of targets. They measure angles of themselves. The orientation of the theodolite that you turn it to visually acquire the target. That's what the actual angle measurement is. You then extrapolate that out in 3D space and assume that the angle is directly pointed at the target in physicality. You then use that math to then make your conclusions. So what a theodolite actually measures is the angle of itself relative to its local level, and what you target is not actually the target itself, but the angle of light at which it enters the theodolite site. So you have two factors there to which Mr. Jerry could attack. Correct?
Yes, I would agree that you only measure the angle relative to the virtual image of the target, because the light can bend, but it's a completely separate issue.
No, it isn't. Dude, if you can't tell me about the nature of the light and the nature of the interpretation of the target data, then your whole point is pointless. All you have at best is an assumption.
I can tell you a lot about it. For example, that light tends to bend towards the greater refractive index, which is usually in the denser medium. It's the Fermat's principle.
Yeah. Right. So if you have, like, let's say you have a setup, what was going to be your range that you're going to test this at?
I have no idea. Jesse, I believe he did it at something like 80 kilometers. I don't
80
remember the exact
kilometers?
value, but it was, yes, he was doing that with the
Dude,
mountains.
yeah, that is ridiculously beyond the theodolite's effective range.
Theodolites don't have an effective range. That's
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
What would be the effective range caused by?
What?
What would be the cause of theodolite having an effective range?
First, the ability for it to establish an actual level. Okay. Its level relative to its plane is going to be off at range. You know, a small tweak of a degree locally equals a dramatic increase of a differential in the range, dude. That's like gunnery 101.
Well, that's actually a good point, but I would say it's a pretty accurate device.
Yeah. Why don't you go find me the effective ranges of the theodolites and compare it to Jesse's and see how that rolls. There's a reason why they're not used to do that stuff. The theodolites for accuracy, if I'm not mistaken, you know, beyond like an advanced version that would be something that Jesse doesn't possess, would be like less than 500. 500.
I believe that advanced version of theodolite is called Total Station.
Yeah, what is the maximum effective range of a total station?
I have no idea. I would probably say that it doesn't exist.
Well, maybe you should know. Maybe you should know if you're going to choose that as your benchmark of whether you're going to prove that 2 points are not on the same horizontal line and actually points for season and altitude to the other. You should also know about all the properties of the light and how angular size reduction or any positive perspective affect it, right? As otherwise, somebody could tap all those points.
I mean, if that limit doesn't exist, it would be pretty hard to provide any source speaking about it.
Look, there's ways to think about limits too. Obviously, light will reach your eye, right? If it reaches your eye or if it reaches the sight, it reaches the sight, okay? But that doesn't mean that the accuracy of it being able to tell you the location of the object in dimensional space relative to a plane that you draw out worth of gas worlds apart. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because the theodolite can see the other mountain means that it's accurate in its measurements. That's just bogus.
But that's an issue completely independent of theodolite's accuracy. It's an issue of what is the angle the light is coming from, like what path it took from the object to the observer. So it will be issue of refraction.
Yeah, so look, rightly so. I mean, as much as I instinctively want to side with Jerry, his position was essentially a tautological assertion, right? That relied on the definition intrinsic in the argument to carry the conclusion, right?
I have no idea what any of these words mean.
Well, I mean, that was for somebody else's benefit. You know, just having a water level and saying these two ends of the water level are at the same elevation and therefore on a horizontal plane, right? You need an ancillary piece of information before you can establish that. Otherwise, it's just an assertion. Now, you could call it an axiom in your worldview, but other than that, it remains an assertion until proven with a secondary method, unless you just define it as that, right? But as we all know, definitions don't create reality. You could create a definition that's accepted that's wrong. Defining something doesn't change the structure of physical reality. That remains constant with whatever it is.
Yes, I fully agree. But I wouldn't say that definitions can be wrong, because definitions simply mean the thing you establish them to mean in the first place. They are created by humans, so they can't possibly be wrong.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I mean, they can be wrong if you establish what the definition mean, and then you take some object that has property that is contradictory to the definition you've already established. That would mean that that object doesn't fulfill the definition.
Okay, perfect. So,
but it can't be wrong describing the first thing you described it using it.
Right. So okay. So let's say that's the case. Then can you have a horizontal line on a globe?
On the surface, no. It would be only touching the globe on one point, on the point of tangency.
Okay, you're wrong. Let me tell you why. So, according to your globe idea, that point of tangency, right, would be a specific point at a specific elevation. Every other point on your line would be at a different elevation, meaning it's no longer horizontal. It's actually a reciprocal slope. So the very definition of horizontal in that context is incoherent.
It isn't, because the elevation is measured relative to the center of the Earth, and horizontal isn't measured relative to the center of the Earth. It's measured relative to local gravity direction.
Okay, that's interesting. So what does horizontal mean?
It means 90 degrees from the vertical, or alternatively parallel to the horizon. These two are equivalent.
No, the correct is the no. Parallel, perpendicular to vertical is an ancillary definition. The primary definition is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yes, but both mean the same thing. There are two different ways to define an equivalent thing.
What? Yeah, but depending on the way you go into the argument, they don't mean the same thing.
They absolutely do.
No. In your worldview, verticals are splayed radials from a center point, right? So they're not all parallel to the plane of the horizon, correct?
They are, because plane of the horizon isn't a single direction. They are also relative, same as the verticals, to every observer.
Okay, so then you would need to change that definition to a horizon, parallel to the plane of a horizon, not the horizon, and then you might have a coherent definition.
No, the horizon, the observer only has one horizon for one individual observer, but that doesn't mean other observers will have the same. If you describe it from a perspective of one person, then it would be the horizon, because the observers is only one horizon.
Okay, let's say that's true. Then what you've just done is you've defeated Jerry's argument, definitionally, by, in your worldview, having different meanings contextually for the definitions. So basically, you just both be arguing definitions. So both of you have the burden, right, to prove whether your points in free space are where they are relative to each other to make your claims. Whether the parallel to the horizon is universal to all observers, therefore all horizons are parallel and no horizons are tangent to each other, and that you would have to do the opposite, which is to prove that they are, right?
Okay, so to get over it, would you agree that we've already established that the argument makes sense in a logical way? So now I can prove it like physically with actual measurements and demonstrations, but I want to be sure that we already got over the logical step.
Yeah, so where are them sweet proofs, bro?
Okay, fine. I can fund them.
Yeah, so for those who've been following along with the episodic drama of the flat versus the not flats, just asserting that all horizontals are parallel without defining a horizon relative to the observation point, and then proving that the 2 points do exist in the same plane relative to the plane of the horizon is just an assertion. Okay, that's all it is. You have to have some kind of secondary piece of evidence to back up that assertion. Otherwise, you're just claiming a definition, which, if true, would carry your conclusion, but you haven't proven that it's true. Now, I've been told that the not flats have proof that they prove that something's in a horizontal line with a straight line, which is parallel to the plane of horizon, right? According to their definition, I've been told that they have that. When I ask them, they tell me, "Oh, no, I'm not going to give it to you. It's about the journey. You have to figure it out." I'm like, dude, just tell me. I mean, good grief. Okay, setting up a water level, going to both ends of the water level, and then declaring that is level, isn't telling me that those 2 points are in a straight line parallel to the plane of the horizon in any definitive, quote-unquote, measured way. The same critique that the not flats have against the quote-unquote flat earthers, because the earth has topography. As if nobody can think straight and understand that we can describe things as flat, even though they have surface undulations. I mean, literally, we do that all the time in our daily lives. Look, I'm on a flat road right now, but it's made out of pavement, and we know pavement has pores. Oh, it's not flat after all. Oh, crap. Hold on, I got my little metal wallet that holds my cards. The surface is flat. Oh, wait a minute, but if I look at it under a microscope, it has pores and cracks and jiggies and nooks and crannies. Oh, I guess it's not flat. Now, if I took a carpenter square, which is, machined at right angles, and I placed it on the surface of my wallet, I would say that that's perfectly flat. Now, keep in mind, this wallet is a solid piece of metal. It's not leather. So I put my square on there, and it would be perfectly flat, right? But if I zoomed in on it, it'd have microscopic variations, right? So therefore, it's not flat anymore. I mean, get real, dude. So I can measure my wallet flat at one scale, and at another scale, it's not quite as flat as it was before, depending on the variance according to the relativity of your scale. Okay, so if you're going to be pedantic and say that the Earth isn't measured flat because of undulations of waves or undulations of topography, then you have to apply the same nonsense to your horizontal water level, because you haven't established that it's actually horizontal in the way in which you claimed, except definitionally, because the two surfaces could actually be micrometers apart, which would cause it to be a diagonal, which would not be parallel to horizontal. So I can use your same pedantic assholery against you. Funny how that works.
I guess the two different scales have two different margins of error, and that's where it's concealed.
Correct. But you see, I would never call someone who believed that a water level establishes a horizontal line parallel to the plane of horizon and all horizons are parallel. I would never call someone like that a liar. Whereas we got the not flats like to show up and be like, you guys are lying because the Earth has topography, therefore it's not flat. You're liars. You're immoral people. Like Crimea River. You found a way to say the Earth's not flat by appealing to scale and pedantry, and you think that that makes you self-righteous beyond other people, that you can just go around and call them liars because they use the term flat Earth? I don't know, dude. I think this morning, especially what Yui did there, I think that settles the flat versus not flat once and for all. So any of you not flatters show up with your assholery, you better show me those 2 points in free space that you're claiming do anything, that they're measured in a way that proves your point, rather than just a tautological circle jerk. Or, my little pedantrous asshole friends, you could come to the arena, and I'll moderate, and you can hash it out with one of the, flat earthers versus not flats, right? Like maybe, I'm not sure if Bev could come, but one of the Bev minions, right, who likes the not flat, could show up and see if they can stand on their own 2 feet. We'll broadcast it. Be moderated under the arena rules, which is, so how those rules work is, give me a second. I just got to memorize myself here. All right. So how the rules work is the two sides are basically back and forth to each other, but they have appeals to the moderator, which are called objections. And they have a cooldown of 1 minute. So when they call an objection, if the objection is granted, then they get 1 minute of uninterrupted speech. So basically, both sides could just say objection. That guy's ad-homming me. The moderator would be like, all right, you get your objection. Then the guy gets 1 minute uninterrupted. Then the other guy can then yield. And then you can go back and forth, or the other guy can do the objection again. So technically, you can call objections every minute, and you get 1 minute uninterrupted speech. The other guy gets 1 minute. Or you hash it out between yourselves and negotiate a little bit back and forth. And pardoning any TOS violations or anything like that, the moderator wouldn't stop your flow of conversation unless you object. It's not their responsibility to object on your behalf. It's pretty great rules. Works awesome. You could come in and prove that the Earth isn't quote unquote described as flat because it has variations on a scale if you're choosing. And then you could have a flat earther say, no, it's measured flat because the mean, the entire plane reference to itself is overall flat on a scale. And you guys could, bash heads until, there's blood all over the arena and people are like, yeah, yeah. And then you could put the thumbs up and thumb down in front of the emperor, however you wanted to describe it in your head, what occurs. But I think it would be great.
Be great. You know,
Yeah, I'd love
Palestine
to
is.
see the Flat Earth Arena again. That's great. We should market it.
Yeah.
I just did.
Yeah, I mean, like continue like all day, every day, and we should come up with a schedule, or at least reserve some dates so that we can generate excitement and get slots filled.
I don't know, dude. I don't know, man. I think my first event could be Yui against any not flatter with their water level thing. I think it'd be a train wreck.
I'd watch it. I'd promote it.
I think it'd be spectators cheering, eating chickens whole, drinking mead, and stomping around like Romans in the Colosseum. Hey, you guys can even go up against Quantum Eraser if you want. I don't know. Quantum Eraser may be too much of a pussy to go in the arena. Because he'd actually have to be moderated. But you could call him out. Being intentionally provocative. You're not volunteering to be the first victim. I mean, star. All right, I got to go in the bank. Let me know if anybody decides to step up and say, "Yeah, I'd like to be in the arena as a contestant. I'd like to prove the Earth is not flat. I'd like to prove the Earth is flat. I'd like to go up against Globe Team 6." All right, I'll be back. A wow. Did I kill the cat? I'm sorry.
I thought it was me, to be honest. I just joined, and usually everyone hates me, so I just thought the silence was because of that.
Why do you think people hate you?
Because I'm annoying as fuck.
Yeah, well, I am too, but doesn't mean people hate me.
Well, I'm also irritating. That might help. I'm irritating and annoying, so it's a bad mix. I'm kind of a bug in the mop, you know what I mean? It's one of those sorts of things.
Well, before I left, I stomped a bunch of factional flat earthers and then challenged a bunch of dudes to join the arena contestant at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and nobody spoke up.
How sad. Almost typical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, it's fucking quiet as shit in here. It's like 17 people and they're all muted. Having like a meditation session.
Dude, you could be the change. You could be the catalyst. Totally. Man, earlier Huey was on a roll, and then I joined the call, and then he got scared for some reason. I had to compliment him on being on a roll, man. Gotta give credit where credit is due.
Send people to him to debate.
I would have, dude. His line of reasoning that he was employing was quite well done. He's disregarding all ancillary topics that aren't necessarily contingent on the shape of Earth, forcing it to whether the Earth itself is curved or not. And essentially, his opponent could only offer a definitional claim, which he would then have to validate in tangible reality. When asked, he failed to do so. So, like, if that was in a debate format, I would say Huey had won. If you were grading a debate. Some of the factional flat earthers can say, AI Overlord and Huey work together in the background to hide the truth. The truth
Debate by making the other person seem incompetent.
Yeah. Well, if you do it well enough, the audience will not notice that you failed to bear your burden.
Exactly.
The other person to make the positive claim, and then you pick apart how his positive claim can't be proven according to his own way of thinking, right? And then the audience just hears, wow, this guy's got no point whatsoever. And if the debate is characterized in a certain way, then a lot of people just assume the default of the position that's being argued against as generally true, or at least unassailed. By the way, is much more palpable and salient if you actually are in an event called a debate that has a statement, like, let's say the Earth is let's just use rough terms. The Earth is flat, positive. This guy, negative position, Huey. Because notice how the debate wouldn't be the Earth is a globe, positive position, Huey. You see the difference? Yes, but all that victory and glory and your name engraved in stone for eternity could all be yours if you just enter the arena. Now, that doesn't mean a specific venue necessarily, but just like a more formalized engagement. You know what I'm saying? Stakes aren't as high in a general conversational room as they are in a specific room designed for a specific debate where everyone's expecting, certain what's it called, man? A certain ethos, I guess, a certain ethos. Oh. What's the latest and greatest argument from either side that anybody could tell me that's new and interesting and intriguing and riveting? It'll get my blood boiling.
It's been kind of all
Before
over
you say
the place.
anything, I've already heard Globe Team 6 leaders little anti-hydrogen or whatever the heck it was. That wasn't too impressive. I think it went like, oh, you've got some hydrogen inside a electromagnetic field containing it, and then somehow it creates anti-hydrogen, and then they turn off the field, and then some anti-hydrogens come out the bottom versus the top in a disproportionate way. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Pretty stupid reasoning.
I've never heard of that. That's wild.
By the way, friends, all horizontals don't need to be parallel for the Earth to be flat, by the way, just so you know. Just have to be generally arranged in aggregate so that the mean of them is generally horizontal. And that's sufficient. They don't all have to be perfect. Same with down vectors. They could be splayed in various directions, but generally aggregate, they're arranged in a uniform direction, being up and down, not radially splayed to a center. However, you could still have radial splayed verticals to a center and still the Earth be flat. Which is why Mr. Huey accurately said, what does gravity have to do with the shape of the Earth? Which is why he accurately said, what does movement have to do with the shape of the Earth? Movement isn't contingent upon the nature of shapes, neither is gravity. A shape is an objectual concrete structure, right? It either is the shape it is or it's not. And the arbiter of such a proposition is, as he was putting it, the measurement of the surface of the object itself. That's how you determine what it is, not by appealing to gravity, not by appealing to movement. Of course, from a flat earth's point of view, taking down some of those concepts, itch away at the overarching paradigm in which the globe exists. But it doesn't necessarily disprove the globe itself in the idea that the Earth is a ball. It just disproves things like where the Earth is located relative to other things, maybe whether the Earth is moving through space or stationary, whether the Earth is enclosed or not enclosed, right? Notice how none of those things were whether it's a ball or not. About it logically. I can prove this ball is stationary, therefore it's not a ball. I can prove this ball is inside a container, therefore it's not a ball. Does that make sense? Of course not. And the transverse is true too. I can prove the Earth is experiencing motion, therefore the Earth is a ball. That's wrong. Logic. I can prove the Earth is uncontained, therefore it's a ball. That's bad logic too.
I think the original cause for the Earth being a sphere, though, is gravity.
I mean, that's a claim. It's more of a creation mythos than a validated cause, right?
True that, yeah, I agree.
It's like impossible to prove in principle and must be taken on assumptions about the present day that you retroactively continue into the past and then assume what happened back then, claim it as if it's true based on your explanatory power, right? And then rely on the people to trust you that makes sense, based on certain reasonings, but still at the end of the day, you're just trusting that that's what happened, the creation of your worldview. It's no different than in 6 days, God made the heavens and the earth and all that in them is, right? It's a creation story. Which is why, Globe Team 6, who is that guy, by the way? I can't remember his name. I'd like to remember. The Russian dude, or the German dude, who started the Troll Team 6. Peter. Peter? Oh, yeah. Peter, the guy who sounds like an Indian dweeb sitting behind a call center, but is actually a Russian virile dude with a big old beard.
A Polish guy with a DARPA contract.
Bro, when I saw a picture of him, that was like literally, I thought he was like a 98-pound Indian kid with big glasses. That was like a computer nerd. I don't know that. I don't know, man. But anyway, like his idea, his little anti-hydrogen goes down, somehow proves globe.
Yeah, that
That was
funny.
just. Man, I shaved my legs for this. Is he still in here? Or did he, What's that? You guys want to make a mandatory must debate rule? So if we got two people in here that are constantly going at it, let's settle it in the arena, debate style. I don't know. Well, that would be to enforce. It'd have to be like you lose your terms to engage until you show up to the debate. Or they might think that that's inappropriate, though. So. Could be a tough sell.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna go check out the other server real quick. Hopefully it'll pick it up in here. You will come back.
Well, happy Monday. I don't know why it's so quiet. What's up, Crit?
Testing. What's up, my fellow flat earthers? I yesterday spotted the ISS on my phone.
Okay, and
They were fake.
it's what?
I thought the ISS was fake
Why'd you think that?
because someone told me that NASA doesn't exist.
Who told you that?
It was a really long time ago.
You blue screened it? You don't know? Not sure?
Yeah.
So somebody told you something and you believed it. Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Maybe don't believe stuff people tell you.
Okay.
Hey,
What up?
what's up, man?
Is that so? Was that
Man, I'm
Arden?
getting sick, you know. I feel like sick. As if I'm on a roller coaster, you know.
Hold on, give me a second here. I'm tabbed out, so not Arden. Give me a hint. Don't say your name. Just give me a hint. Give me like say there's a little buzzword or something you like to say normally. Grim. There we go. Grim. Okay.
Talking to me? Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was trying to pick out the voice. I was tabbed out.
I thought you were talking to a Globo or something. Yeah.
No, I was talking to you. Yeah, because I heard because I don't have the window open for Discord in front of me, so I just heard your voice, and at first you sound like Ardian, and then I was like, no, because then when you talked about being sick, I'm like, no, that's not really something he would talk about. Let's see. So who else could it be?
It's just, man. I think I'm a flat earther now, but I don't know how to sell it to my girlfriend. You know, she will probably leave me. You know, so I don't know what's more important, integrity or being with her. Maybe you have good advice or something.
Well, look, half of these guys haven't had a girlfriend for years. Right, there you go.
Come on, man. Come on, bro.
I got a really good. Here, let me stop what I'm doing here. Let me grab this meat.
Yeah, this is serious, man.
Yeah, just have an honest conversation about her. Like, so she'd say, like, "Hey, so how do you know the Earth is a globe?" And she's like, "Papa government." And I'm like, "Well, then you know the run."
Well, why would you need to tell your girlfriend? Is what I'm concerned about. Like, why does that have to be a conversation you need to have?
Well, because she heard me talking to you guys, and she's like, "Yeah, who's that?" I'm like, well, you know, there's some flat earthers on this server, you know." She's like, "Oh, but you're not a flat earther, are you?" I'm like,
Why don't you just say I like debating
I'm like,
them? Or
yeah,
whatever?
you know, I'm like agnostic, you know, but that's also a lie, kind of. So.
You can always lie.
Okay, here we go. This is the one that will work, and you can pretty much use this for any of your epistemologies. If somebody doesn't accept you for you, you just walk away, and you did both you guys a favor.
Shape of the Earth, you know, is not that really. Is there like a nice way to sell it to her without challenging her own belief?
Yeah, just say you believe in ancient you're starting to adopt ancient cosmologies. You're looking into ancient cosmologies or something along those lines. You have to use the word flat because flat is kind of triggering. Like people think of flat earther and all the government propaganda, disinformation that went into that. Say you're practicing zeteticizm. You're trying a new type of observational science called zeteticizm, where you only accept facts that are directly observable or that you can deduce. You're not using anybody else as a source because that way, if they change their mind, it doesn't really change what you do.
I don't know. I don't think it's a conversation that needs to be had, to be honest.
Well, really involved with space travel. Like they really love space. And you tell them, well, you're not really a space fan. It's kind of like, the whole thing where, DC and Marvel, they did jokes about that. Can DC and Marvel people be friends, or cat and dog people?
Yeah, but it doesn't need to be. I mean, like my parents, for instance, they have my dad hasn't told my mum who he votes for, and they've been married for like 20 years. So
Yeah, they just never have any sort of political conversations.
never. No, it's not a thing in my family. But yeah, so some things just don't need to be said, especially if they're controversial.
Yeah, because they call that the Michigan school or Townsend school of political identity. Some people just vote on who they think is the best candidate, where other people vote on like a political identity.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Yeah, this will be a difficult one, but
My mic
maybe
working
I
at
should do it while she's on ecstasy or something. Maybe I should give her like ecstasy and she will be more receptive, you know?
Oh, so you're trolling. Never mind.
Yeah.
But no, the ecstasy. I've heard people say that helps them get to the overview effect, where like seeing the Earth from space shows a real deep, interconnected uh, story before all people. So it'd be probably quite the opposite. It's like really they call it. Look up. Just type in your brain on space. Space brain, they call it.
Space brain.
Yeah, yeah. I could grab the article or just Google it. Yeah, your brain on space. How the overview effect changes people's perceptions, and they akin it to like taking ecstasy or LSD or something like that, or mushrooms.
Are you
You
talking
don't
about
do
the brain
drugs,
and
do you,
space
Crit?
theory?
Yeah, well, I would say it doesn't exist because you see these. Well, here, let me grab one for you real quick. Here's one I just caught. I just grabbed yesterday. This is from the movie ISS that came out yesterday. Or not yesterday, last year, sorry. Here you go. Last year, here is in the movie ISS talking about the overview effect. See right here, physics.org. Your brain on space. Space drugs. Here's another one here, the overview effect, the Wikipedia page. A deeply spiritual experience. Going to space is deeply spiritual. It transcends the physical world. It's like using ecstasy. So maybe just show her a picture from space and ask her, what does this mean? And if she NPCs it, doesn't look like anything to me, then you know that's a good starting point to discuss flat Earth. You can say, it doesn't look like anything to me either. No effect. No meaning. No purpose. It's just a photo with a vacuous statement behind it. And she'll be like, huh, interesting. So you think they faked it? And you'd be like, probably. Do you think they lied about it? Most definitely. Can you think
Maybe I
about
should
why?
put her in here, you know?
Yeah, just see if she's smart enough to use a cell phone, because a lot of the globalists who use drugs can't really figure out how to use a phone. They can't even figure out how to unmute sometimes. Like they might get here, they might be able to get to the call, but then they think they're being suppressed by flat earthers. So you're like, well, can you do a little cause and effect, a little troubleshooting? Are you able to go to other channels and talk? Well, no. So flat earthers are still suppressing you there too? Yes. Well, why? Because they say they went here first. Whatever channel they go to first sets the stage for the whole server. I go, how about make another account and go to a different channel first? Nope, not going to do that. I go, well, you have stock accounts, right? Don't you troll people on stock accounts? Well, yeah. We'll use one of your stock accounts and go to a different channel first, then test if you can talk, then come back to here and see if that works. Nope, not going to do that. Well, why wouldn't you test that? Oh, because I already know flat earthers muted me. Oh, well, if you know that, then why did you come to the channel then? If you know you're muted, if you already know you're muted and flat earthers are going to mute you, why did you come to the channel? And then that's when they blue screen. And that's the point where you can help them. Once you get to the cog dis, once they realize they have a contradiction in their worldview, that's when you start talking about flat earth, because it fixes the contradiction.
Maybe I could also try to live with the lie, you know?
Yeah, you want to do that though. That's living a lie isn't very good. That hurts mentally, physically, spiritually. If someone can't accept you for you, then walk away. There are plenty of fish in the sea. See, the thing is, if you got an anti-flat Earth girlfriend, she's probably really already married to the state. You're just a side hustle. Another question could be ask her, why do you care so much about the Earth being a globe? What does it do for you?
Well, the
And if
problem
she
is that
says nothing, she goes, nothing at all. I don't care about the globe. Don't give a shit. Don't care about curve. Don't know how much curve there is. Don't know how big the Earth is. Don't really care how large the Earth is or how small the Earth is or how interconnected people are. She said, I just want to get I just want to get while the getting's good. And you'd be like, cool, me too. And you say, you which model directly predicts to get while the getting's good? Flat Earth. And she's like, damn, man. Player. You'd be like, yeah, because in a heliocentric model, it could all just be for, like some sort of cosmic joke. And you could show her the thing about the small talent for war. I think have you seen that before?
No.
Let me drop that in there for you. There we go. Just watch that real quick. 7 minutes.
So let's say I want to live with the lie, you know? Is there something I should be cautious of? You know, is there like a way I could trip up?
So you're resetting now. Okay, so you're
I don't.
so
I
now that
just
you're
don't want to risk it,
reset.
you know.
So now that you're reset back to the beginning, what should you do?
Try not to trip up.
Just pick any answer you want. Okay, we went down the pipeline. I took multiple different ways to approach the issue. You ignored all of it. You went right back to reset.
No,
So
I
now
consider this.
just use your own answer. Just make it up. Just do whatever you want to do because you're not paying attention or really understanding anything I said. Right back to asking again. So you're kind of on your choose your own adventure now.
Was any of you guys in this situation ever? What about you, Smiley? But what I will do, I will ask some maybe critical questions. You know. Oh, you think it's spherical? Just out of interest, how did you determine that? So like that, right? I'll try like that first.
Yeah, no one cares, dude.
Yo, Clit, come on, man.
Well, what does that mean inside your worldview?
Yeah, right. You really believe you went to the moon? Why would you believe that? Oh, there are photos? How do you know they're real?
See if Rekinor. You around?
Nothing new under the sun. Okay, Crit, what you got going on for us today?
I've just finished work, so I'm ready to talk.
What do you hear so far?
Nothing new under the sun.
That's what you said. You said that. You see the news story for today?
No.
Did NASA really find heaven? Viral TikTok claims explained. When it comes to outer space, we've learned to expect the unexpected. Every time we think we have a handle on what's out there and how it works, we build a new telescope and figure out you didn't know.
You do flat Earth TikTok dances, Crit?
No, a guy called Chemo does.
I see. Maybe it's something you could do. Start doing, you know?
Or you could do you. If you think it's a good idea, you do it.
Well, I don't know, like what a flat Earth TikTok dance would look like. I'm sure you would, though, right?
Well, you're the one who was talking about it, so you must have some idea.
Oh, AK's here. All right. What globe proof you got for us today, AK? Or what you bringing to the table? Would you follow me on TikTok if I started doing TikTok dances, Crit? For like flat Earth?
One who says denial of meaning, blah 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 fallacy, knows how to dance.
Goodness me, Jerry, have I triggered you?
Oh, what was that thing you said before?
Which one? What?
Equivocation of meaning, what was that horseshit?
What, just the equivocation fallacy?
No, it wasn't that one. Something about a principle.
Oh, right. Misuse of principle fallacy.
Yeah, no one who says that knows how to moonwalk.
Well, like there's what I thought you were talking about the analytical stuff, like the analytical meanings of words. When a word is analytically true, because that's what the word means, right?
That whole thing where you break down words and say, well, that's analytically. Nobody knows what that means outside of a classroom. Nobody with a real job knows what that is.
Hey, I have a real job.
No, it's not. I guarantee you don't have a real job.
Of course I do. Okay, I will admit, all right, I spend most of my time at work asleep in bed, but they don't know that.
There you go.
Well, basically, a synthetic truth, right, is different from an analytic truth. An analytic truth is just something that's true in virtue of its own meaning. So, all bachelors run married. That's an analytically true. Synthetic truths are like what you might call science, right? Based on observation and experience and stuff like that.
So which one is real and which one is like?
Interesting question.
Uh-oh. Is that what life is?
Can't believe you're calling me a Gregory, right? I do not use unnecessary words or syllables.
Yeah, you do.
No.
See, the way I see it, the longer you have a conversation with someone, the listeners will remain engaged if they know exactly what everyone's talking about. But once
I
one
use the same principle, yeah. That's what I chastise Gregory for. I'm like, instead of saying unjustified negation retort, just say, I disagree.
that's what I'm saying. The more specialized your language becomes, the more people are going to tune out.
Well, not necessarily, but the more people will stop tracking what you're saying, and then however you got to your conclusion, no one will know how you did that because you used a lot of jargon along the way, and people got lost along the way. You want people to come with you on the journey, right?
What he just said.
Yeah, no, I grant maybe I use words that people don't know sometimes, but I got told off, right, when I told Gregory to stop doing it because everyone was like, "You're too dumb to understand the words he's using." And I was like, "No, it's just that I know that he's a bit he likes to flaunt his language, his linguistic ability a little bit. Sometimes it doesn't even make any sense."
Yeah, just keep it real.
Hey, look at right the hands triggering big time.
Oh yeah, I saw that, man.
He's only responding to a blocked message that's just the air horn. Just me posting the air horn over and over again.
Man, look at that. Look at that block he wrote.
Really upset this morning. That's what's best. Look how much the news triggered him. That TikTok video.
Look at this.
Look at this shit.
Some of my best work.
Well, the top two triggerers on Discord are you and him, and I think you are beating him.
I mean, especially since he blocked me. Like, so he's got me blocked, and he's just responding to like a blocked message. All this because he asked me, "What is science?" I said, "Well, scientia, meaning knowledge." I mean, do you go more from that? You talk about the scientific method, and he can't answer. Doesn't know what that is or what he's. I can't know anything. Okay, well, if you can't know anything, how the fuck do you know science is not knowledge then?
You should come in here.
Look, I don't even read what you say. Yet he's still responding to it. Like, that's 80, like, what, 40 responses or something by now? I haven't read a single word. Dude, all I'm posting is the air horn.
Yeah, he said there's no way to know that you're your kid took a shit in his diaper unless you saw it happen, unless you saw it, come out of him.
How do you know that someone else didn't shit in your kid's diaper?
Well, that's what I asked him. Because he's like, and he said, "There's no way to know."
There isn't anyway. Yeah.
That's bullshit. You can know.
See, like that other guy, Dad left because he said, "You don't even know if you were born or not." And he goes, "What about I have parents?" You don't know that's your parents.
Do you think it's impossible, Jerry, that someone needed a dump and then saw your kid, borrowed the nappy, took a dump, put it back on, and you saw like a manly shit in your kid's diaper and thought that definitely came from my kid?
Listen, if I'm sitting in my house and my kid's in his crib and there's a shit in his diaper, no one came in the house. I mean, come on, dude.
What if it was like an adult poo, though?
No way. Kids are known to do that. Just think
I see.
enormous, Probably not a good topic at 8:30 in the morning. 10:30 in the morning. Sorry. Because his thing is, you can't know anything unless you sense it.
What does he make? Why does he think you can know something when you sense it?
Why does he think that?
Yeah.
I don't know. He says, I believe he thinks there's only two ways to know something: is you imagine it and you sense it, and that's it. And one standard is lower than the other. The standard that's lower is imagining it. So, like logic, he would put that in imagination.
Okay. Right. And who's this again?
Right the hand.
Right. I don't think I've met that person.
Well, he's the guy.
This is the definition of bricked.
He's the guy who made Brenda flip out.
What, the one that was like, shut up, shut up, shut up? That one.
Yeah, he's the guy who made Brenda do that. Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, but Brenda does that anyway. He didn't really. It wasn't like.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a really famous one on YouTube, Cred, I don't know if you've seen it, but it's well known.
Yeah, that was his handiwork. Although, again, like Crit said, Brenda is always looking for a way out of conversations that she can't win. So she'll play victim so that it can make its escape.
That's what Right the Hand's doing. Like right now, like the more Brenda asks a question, the less Brenda understands. That's what Right the Hand's doing. He'll ask a question, and each question causes him to gain less and less understanding. He's gone full Brenda.
Never go full Brenda.
Yeah. Like right now, just an air horn, and look, he's still going. All I'm posting is an air horn.
And when he had Brenda going like that, he said, "Look at you. You're my puppet." So now the tables have turned. He's your puppet.
Yeah. All of it is like, he doesn't read what I respond, so I'm like, well, sure, how about I just post an air horn? Does it still trigger you? It does. That's what I'm saying. This is why he needed to get out of that on his server, because all he would do is just delete your content and time you out, ask you a question, and then delete it as soon as you answer, ask it again, delete it again. He tagged you. He'd be like, dude. Yeah, I'd be like, dude, you're responding. All Crit's posting is an air horn, and you're triggering.
Just okay, Crit, just put that on the bingo card. We have when I say flat earth, what do you hear? And then same with when you see air horn, what is it that you see?
Yeah, what do you see? I posted an air horn. He's really worked up by like my mouth for some reason. Like and then fix your mouth.
I wonder if he's listening.
He says he mutes VC if I start talking.
Who've you upset now, Crit?
Right the hand.
Oh dear.
It all started because he got upset. He asked me, "What is science?" I'm like, "Why are you randomly asking me this?" I said, "Well, I don't know. I guess I would say science and just the word scientia, meaning knowledge." I go, "Do you want to give more context about what you're asking?" And then he said, "So why? Like, yeah, basically, why you believe in God?" I go, "Well, that's not science. That's supernatural." I show like a Venn diagram of the physical, the natural, and the spiritual, or the mental. Yeah, he just doesn't get it.
That's what I'm saying, man. Their questions are so disconnected. They go opposite ends every time. It's like it doesn't matter which ends they're going to, like whether it's flat earth and then lizard people or science and then God. Like, what? Where what? Anyway, that's sad.
It's gonna be a nice screenshot. Hopefully, he doesn't start deleting it. I'll go back and a big block of just freakouts. Yeah, like you told him. He said Crit's a hypocrite because he mocks people. You're like, no, he doesn't mock anyone. He just mocks, models and stuff. He says models are people.
Yeah, he said if you make fun of something that somebody believes, then you're making fun of them. Maybe, but I just don't get that feeling when I hear you talk to ball people. Like, it's not malicious. Like, you're not, yeah.
It's like we know this guy's predictable. You can predict what he's going to say next. He's stuck. Oh, it's so funny, man. This is like some of the best fun I've had in a triggering in a long time. Oh, he's starting to tee off on you now too. He's working. He's getting ready to pop.
I don't know. I think he takes this too seriously.
Look at, I'm not even bothering, and he's saying I'm bothering. Bothing is like, it's boring, because if I bought it and I walk away and just have it just keep posting the air horn like every 20, 30 seconds or something, it's not as fun because I get to see in real time him melting down, responding to a blocked message. Why would I bot this?
This is why I don't really go back and forth in text with people, because it's too cumbersome. Like, just go in VC and then we'll talk it out and we'll figure something out. In text, people could pick and choose what they want to respond to, and there's no tone. There's no.
Look at, that's the best part. Look at, this is his whole thinking process is he got banned by old dude. I'm an old dude, so I banned him.
Nice.
That's it. So he's mad because he thinks that all this started because he got banned by old dude. There's even though I added old dude to the conversation, and he's laughing this whole time. He's like, yeah, probably the best banning I ever did. Saw that coming. Like. Looks like a poor guy. Now he rests. He gave up. Let's do scene right the hand. And then drop in that knowledge gif.
Who is that guy? Tal something?
Yeah, like he pretended to be some sort of like expert investor or something like that.
Yeah, he was a big deal for a while. Like he was on like every ad before a video was him. Knowledge.
Yeah, but I guess apparently he had rented the car.
Yeah.
Like that's all a shell game. Like. See, that's what's funny. These are the type of people that, right the hand is the type of guy who would give this dude money. Damn, look at that nice car. You saw how he was posting out earlier, all his jewelry?
Yeah, I did see that.
It's like, dude, you got some diamond rings, okay? Why I care because you got a mitt full of cash, and you think I care because you're wearing a diamond necklace. That's kind of princess-like, okay?
And it's not some badge of honor to get banned for speaking the truth, because, I mean, let me tell you something, Cal. If everybody spoke the truth all the time, nobody would have any friends. He says, but hey, man, you don't want to get banned from 24/7 for speaking the truth like I do. I get it.
It's like he got banned and it just cracked. He just cracked. Like, so someone told him no, thank you. Old dude said, you know what, you're ridiculous. Okay, get out of here. And then bans him, and he just cracked. He just broke into 1,000 pieces. Now he's socking. He's, squawk, block, sock. Like somehow I'm even a moderator. He thinks I'm some sort of moderator on 24/7. So he can't trust his senses there. He can't use a sock account, see that I'm not a moderator, see that there was a guy called Old Dude who banned him. I even sent a screenshot. I'm like, here's the bot. The bot says Old Dude banned you. Didn't work. Still, he thinks that's me for some reason. I'm the only old dude in all of Discord, so therefore the only like the logic is he's cooked. His goose is cooked. He's not able to process or think about anything anymore, and now it's just stimulus triggering. More hilarious because he has me blocked. He's only responding to a blocked message. You said Shane was on this morning?
Yep.
Yowzers. I've always told that guy, like, when they first started some sort of alternative, like media source, like they're trying to start like alternative media program or something. I even forget what it was called. Like the land of Torah or something, or something like that, right? Well, did it have, or like what's the hidden land that was supposedly buried by the mud flood?
Oh, Tartaria.
Tartaria, that was it. Yeah, like hidden Tartaria or something.
Yeah.
Like news network Tartaria.
I don't know.
Yeah, so he was like, they had him as like the stooge pigeon, flat Earth moderator, and all he did was mute and ban flat earthers, and they gave him an ego flux. They were like, "Oh, good job with the moderator." And I go, "Dude, do you realize you're being played right now? They're playing, they're flexing your ego, thinking you're one of them, and exactly do you think's going to happen? This Tartaria is not going to last. Anytime there's like globe Earth and flat Earth stuff going on, that where they try to split 50-50, it always implodes. Because the goal of the globalists is to destroy flat Earth. Down.
Maybe that's why Right the Hand doesn't have any friends, because he would rather be some kind. I don't know. Like, he always has to find these contradictions in people. Like, he'd rather do that than just let it go and see the person he's talking to for the person that they are, instead of what they say. You know what I mean? Like, we have to live with, like, if we want to have friends in this world, we have to look past their faults and not, like, it's not that big a deal either. Like, if you're a murderer, no, I'm not going to be your friend, right? But talking about flat Earth all the time, like, dude, it's okay. You don't have to hate someone because they hold a few contradictions.
Or being wrong. Crit needs to know he's wrong. I'm like, okay, that's what you do? You just go around telling people they're wrong? I mean, you're going to run out of breath, okay?
Exactly. Like, why do that? Like, what is the drive to go around and tell people that they're wrong? Least of all you. Dude, you're over 60 years old. You know what your faults are. Some goofball on the internet, like, he's not making some grand, discovery about your character.
Yeah, now he's upset with you too.
They don't like
we're both
old guys.
hypocrites.
They don't like old guys running the show either.
I thought it was funny because when because Veach has a lisp too. So Veach was always kind of not always, but a lot of times sticking up for me. Where they're like, dude, he just kind of retired. He found the internet. He's kind of going through that late adolescent sort of when you guys all first found the internet, what'd you do? And then they're like saying, yeah, he shouldn't be acting like that. And then they said that I was Veach. Like, Veach was me. I was like using a slight voice changer to make fun of them for entertainment purposes, And me and him, we played it for a while too. It was pretty funny. Don was bought in 100%. He's like, yeah, you're Veach,